An unexpectedly activated time-space ring hurled Huagua International student Gao Yuan into a hellscape of desolation following a nuclear explosion. There was no food, no clean water, only grotesque creatures twisted by radiation and even fiercer bandits. He curled up within the iron shell of an abandoned sedan, enduring 24 hours of thirst and terror, merely waiting for the ring to cool and restart. Upon returning to the modern metropolis, the 2 gold bars salvaged from the ruins became his first fortune. Traversing between realms, the future of the wasteland concealed advanced technologies in various corners, while food and clean water in the modern world became hard currencies. Black market merchants, financial tycoons, warlords of the wasteland, and mutated beasts, all were drawn by greed and claws from both worlds simultaneously. Gao Yuan faced all crises with a smile, yet the conviction within him remained unyielding. He was determined to uncover the ultimate secret behind the ring and the black technology, transcending mortality to attain eternity. Chapter 1. Arrival in the Apocalypse. In Kazan, Russia, an autumn night brought a biting chill, with the outdoor temperature plummeting towards freezing. Gao Yuan curled up in a lazy sofa of his rented room, staring at the game interface of Survival in the Apocalypse on his computer screen, his fingers unconsciously picking at the edge of takeout box. Oil from instant noodles splattered onto his faded jeans, but he couldn't muster the energy to wipe it off. The room was already a chaotic mess, as if swept by a hurricane, and as long as he stayed indoors, he could make do. Ding, ding, ding. His phone vibrated on the coffee table. He glanced at the screen. It was a message from his mother. "Son, I've transferred this month's living expenses to your account. Remember to buy a warm coat." His finger hovered above the screen for 3 seconds before Gao Yuan dismissed the notification. Last year, when Gao Yuan was in his 2nd year of high school, he resolutely fled from his cold home due to his parents' constant quarrels and arrived at Kazan Federal University through an agency to attend a preparatory course. While learning Russian, he could directly take the national entrance examination for Russian universities after graduating from the preparatory class. Love? Family? A sense of responsibility? He scoffed, kicking aside the empty instant noodle container by his feet, murmuring, "Could I trade this for 2 packs of spicy strips?" The sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard echoed in the empty room, the blue light from the screen casting a pallor over his eyelids. At 2 in the morning, the electronic alarm clock rang. Gao Yuan yawned, rose, and rummaged through the wardrobe for a coat. Underneath an old sweater lay a wooden box, a treasure he had unearthed from the flea market last month, attracted by the historical allure of Soviet antiques. The moment he lifted the lid, a copper ring rolled out. The surface was etched with indistinct patterns resembling some ancient totem, its edges stained with dark brown rust. Gao Yuan picked up the ring, and as his fingertip brushed against the pattern, a sudden sting shot through him. What the hell? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was some metallic burrs that had cut his finger, blood seeping onto the ring. Damn, I've been duped. Gao Yuan cursed under his breath, about to toss the ring back into the box when he hesitated, rubbed the surface of the ring with his finger, and slipped it onto his left pinky. As the cool metal pressed against his skin, a jolt of pain struck his temple as if hit by a hammer. The computer screen before him, the cluttered wardrobe, and the emblem of Kazan Federal University on his old sweater all began to warp and distort. Just before his consciousness faded, the last thought flashed through Gao Yuan's mind. I need to return this to that old man selling antiques tomorrow. Time became an enigma as Gao Yuan's awareness slowly returned. The stench of decay filled his nostrils, and he abruptly opened his eyes. He found himself kneeling on shards of brick, his knees aching sharply. Looking up, he saw the once familiar blue sky, now shrouded in a gray-black haze. In the distance, buildings stood as mere skeletal frames of rebar or charred remnants, resembling a row of blackened tombstones. Where's this place? Am I dreaming? A metallic taste welled up in his throat, both his sense of taste and smell rendering him uneasy. If this is a dream, it feels too real. But as Gao Yuan pinched his thigh, the piercing pain jolted him awake. This isn't a dream. He had truly crossed over. A sudden wave of hunger surged within him, reminding him that he had been engrossed in gaming and had not eaten properly for 2 days. He leaned against a crumbling wall and ventured deeper into the ruins, turning around a graffiti-covered wall marked with radiation symbols until he finally glimpsed a tattered supermarket sign in Russian. The glass doors had long been shattered, and the shelves were askew, devoid of any goods. Gao Yuan crouched down to search meticulously. Eventually, he felt a bag of compressed biscuits beneath the innermost shelf, just as he was about to tear it open when the sound of boots crunching glass echoed behind him. "Hey kid, new here." A raspy voice scraped against his ears like sandpaper on metal. Gao Yuan whipped around to see 3 men wielding modified rifles. The middle-aged man at the forefront wore a leather jacket and had a scar running across his left eye, poking the bag in Gao Yuan's hand with the muzzle of his gun. Here, the rule is that all food and valuables must be handed over. Your life will be spared. Hand over everything? Gao Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. He had encountered robberies in Russia before, where a few bills could suffice, so he wasn't overly alarmed. However, these men didn't seem like mere thieves. His fingers unconsciously traced the ring on his left hand. If I hand over the canned goods, will you let me leave? Of course. The scarred man grinned, revealing 2 gold teeth. But first, let me see what else you have of value. Ahu, search him. The bald, muscular man named Ahu stepped forward, a short knife hanging at his waist. These thugs have killed before. Gao Yuan's gaze fixated on the knife, and he suddenly turned and ran. The blade bore traces of fresh red blood. It was evident that it had tasted flesh not long ago. Want to run? Ahu's roar shook the rafters, sending dust cascading down. Ah, you're not as foolish as you seem. Gao Yuan slipped through the gaps between the shelves, kicking an empty bottle to attract attention. Seizing the opportunity, he darted through a collapsed wall of the supermarket and rushed into the adjacent alley. However, the nearby structures had been reduced to a disarray of debris, and after 2 laps, he lost his sense of direction, while the footsteps behind him grew increasingly closer. Damn, he cursed, just as he intended to leap over a half-collapsed low wall, when a sudden heat surged through his left hand. The surface of the copper ring shimmered with golden patterns, and a mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. Space warehouse unlocked. Current capacity 1 cubic meter. Items can be stored. Gao Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He glanced at the compressed biscuits in his hand and, as if compelled by some unseen force, pressed them against the ring. Instantaneously, the biscuits vanished, and he distinctly felt an additional compartment within the ring's space. Could a spatial ring truly exist? He mused while running, casually stuffing a brick from the roadside into it. Ahu's footsteps were drawing near, and Gao Yuan steeled himself, leaping into an uncovered sewer nearby, curling up within the cramped confines of the drain. Where is he? Ahu's voice soon echoed nearby. Search for him. If you catch him, sell him on the black market. Gao Yuan held his breath, hearing the dull thud of a dagger striking the bricks. After several minutes, the footsteps finally receded. Gao Yuan crawled out from the pile of bricks, a cut streaking across his face, but he paid no heed to the pain, hurriedly feeling for the ring. The compartment in his consciousness remained. With a thought, the compressed biscuits appeared in his palm. Damn, this tastes awful, truly TMD, terrible. He tore open the packaging and took a bite, grimacing at the bitterness. Yet he grit his teeth and swallowed. No matter how terrible it is, I must eat. Without strength, it's all over. Moonlight filtered through the haze, illuminating the ring's patterns with a faint glow. It was then that Gao Yuan noticed the totem on the ring was actually the traditional Chinese character for warehouse. He attempted to control the copper ring with his mind, and after several tries, the mechanical voice echoed once more. Daily traversal limit reached. Could be used again after a cooldown of 20 hours. Cooldown time. Gao Yuan stroked his chin. That means I can only return tomorrow. Just then, footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by a hoose roar. Kid, do you think you can escape? This territory belongs to us. Gao Yuan's heart raced to his throat. He surveyed his surroundings. To the left was a collapsed underground parking lot, to the right a slanted billboard, and behind him a maze-like heap of reinforced concrete blocks. In that instant, Gao Yuan suddenly recalled scenes from survival games where players used the terrain to counterattack. His fingers instinctively tightened around the copper ring. The ring began to heat up again, as if responding to his thoughts. Cooldown time for traversal. 19 hours remaining. Chapter 2. Survival in Peril. Gao Yuan crouched low, slipping into the underground garage, his feet navigating the rusted rebar as he ascended deeper within. The soles of his shoes skidded on the corroded metal, while the sharp edges of concrete shards lacerated his palms, drawing blood. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries. Ahu's curses echoed ominously, growing ever closer. The beam of a flashlight behind him cast a blinding glare against the jagged walls. Damn it! Just wait until I break your legs. Ahu's footsteps suddenly thudded heavily, as if he had leapt onto a half-collapsed low wall. By the light of the moon, Gao Yuan caught a glimpse of the floor beside him, where only half a prefab slab remained, precariously on the verge of collapse. This could be of use. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He pressed the copper ring from his finger against the underside of the prefab, instantly drawing several loose bricks into the ring's spatial realm. The slab teetered on the brink of total suspension. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yuan turned to flee. Moments later, Ahu arrived at the scene. With a resounding crash, The prefab slab plummeted to the ground, abruptly silencing Ahu's foul-mouthed tirade. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yuan squeezed into a narrow gap on the left, a crevice that required him to sidle through. The peeling wall crumbled, scraping against his back with a fiery sting. He waited for several moments, ensuring Ahu's footsteps had veered in another direction before finally allowing himself a breath of relief. The entrance to the underground garage's first basement was partially obscured by fallen concrete blocks, but Gao Yuan managed to wriggle his way inside. Darkness engulfed him instantly, save for the dim light filtering through the cracks, which outlined the indistinct shapes around him. Several rusted vehicles stood sentinel, their bodies cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Without pausing, he pressed onward. His footsteps echoed in the vast emptiness of the garage, compelling him to slow his pace and minimize any noise. Upon reaching the third basement level, the air grew thick and humid, mingling the scents of machine oil and decay. The darkness deepened even further. Utilizing his phone's flashlight, Gao Yuan surveyed his surroundings. I must be concealed deep enough to be safe now. Ultimately, he chose a vintage Chevrolet that appeared relatively intact. The door was rusted shut, yet the windows remained unbroken. It would be ideal to devise a rudimentary alarm system. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered shards of glass from the ground, evenly scattering them around the Chevrolet to blanket the ground. This way, any approach to the vehicle would trigger a sound. Once his makeshift alarm was set, he climbed into the passenger seat. The leather had long since rotted away, exposing the yellow sponge beneath. Gao Yuan inspected the small storage compartment ahead, discovering it jammed with some unknown object. With a determined yank, the compartment door emitted a jarring metallic screech before springing open. Two glimmers of gold flashed in the glow of his phone. Gao Yuan held his breath. Before him lay two gold bars, each approximately the length of a finger, inscribed with the words Federal Reserve Bank. In this realm, the value of gold is uncertain when compared to that of sustenance. However, if I could return to my original world. With this thought, Gao Yuan pressed the gold bars against the copper ring, his consciousness subtly shifting. A faint blue light flickered, and the gold bars vanished, their volume now occupying a portion of the ring's interior. The cooldown period for crossing was still at 17 hours. A mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Leaning back in his seat, Gao Yuan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The prolonged physical and mental strain had depleted much of his energy. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a semi-conscious state. Crack! The sound of glass shards colliding pierced the darkness outside. Gao Yuan jolted awake, his body tensing as his heart raced. After a moment, the noise faded, perhaps the scurrying of a rat or some other small creature. Damn, that nearly scared me to death. He exhaled in relief, yet remained vigilant. The cold began to seep in. The temperature in the underground garage was at least 10 degrees lower than above ground, and Gao Yuan's jacket was inadequate against such frigid air. He curled up in his seat, hands tucked into his pockets, attempting to conserve warmth. Periodically, he would awaken from the chill or fear, forcing himself back into slumber. Time stretched on like an elastic band, dragging slowly. Gao Yuan experienced a fleeting dream, envisioning himself in his original world, seated in a warm cafe, bathed in sunlight streaming through the window. Crack! The sound of glass shattering jolted him back to reality, triggering the alarm system. Instantaneously alert, he prepared to flee. A shadowy figure lingered near the trunk, an unfamiliar person clad in patchwork leather armor, wearing a modified motorcycle helmet. Gao Yuan held his breath, fixating on this individual. The stranger seemed to have heard something, abruptly turning toward the car. Gao Yuan's heart raced as if it might burst from his chest. Just then, a distant shout from a companion rang out. Over here, there's movement above. The figure hesitated, ultimately retreating. It took Gao Yuan a full 10 minutes before he dared to breathe normally, his back drenched in cold sweat. The ensuing hours were sheer torment. Hunger gripped him like an invisible hand, incessantly kneading his stomach, while the cold pierced his skin like countless tiny needles. Overwhelming fatigue compounded by extreme tension led Gao Yuan to experience hallucinations. He occasionally glimpsed shadows flitting past the car window and heard whispers in the air. He forced himself to remain awake, counting from 1 to 100, then starting anew. At times, he would softly recite the poetry he had memorized or reminisce about the ordinary yet beautiful days of the old world. As the cooling time dwindled to 1 hour, a mechanical voice echoed, almost bringing Gao Yuan to tears. Truly, I am a prodigy in the realm of ninjas, comparable to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. His lips were chapped, and his throat throbbed as if aflame. Yet, He understood that the most arduous moments were on the verge of passing. As the countdown neared its final 10 minutes, Gao Yuan commenced his actions. He sensed the copper ring, ensuring that the gold bars remained within its spatial confines. Outside the vehicle, footsteps could still be heard occasionally, but they had significantly diminished. Ahu and the others likely believed he had made his escape and had lost patience in their search. The cooling time concluded. Teleportation was now possible. The mechanical voice announced. Without hesitation, Gao Yuan concentrated all his thoughts to activate the copper ring. He felt it begin to warm, followed by a sharp sting, as if a current coursed through his fingers. A blue light overflowed from the ring, gradually enveloping his entire being. The world began to distort and whirl. The garage seemed blurring like a watercolor painting washed by rain. Then, the blue light erupted, and Gao Yuan felt a sensation of weightlessness akin to a fall. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself standing in the bedroom of his modest rental apartment, gazing out at the inky night sky. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. The fatigue and pain in his body lingered, yet the mental burden had vanished. Looking down at his left pinky, he noticed the copper ring had returned to a state of tranquility, appearing as an ordinary piece of antique jewelry. Approaching the window, he observed the serene street outside and the occasional passers-by. The stark contrast between the two worlds was so profound that Gao Yuan found himself momentarily disoriented. Chapter 3. Kindred spirits. Gao Yuan shed his filthy garments and made his way to the bathroom. Turning on the antiquated gas water heater, he rinsed himself off. The wounds across his body elicited grimaces of pain. Fortunately, they were merely superficial injuries, easily treated with soapy water for disinfection. After his shower, Gao Yuan donned a thick set of pajamas and lay down on his bed, preparing for a restful slumber. However, a wave of hunger surged through him, making sleep utterly elusive. He felt as though his stomach were devouring itself. 3 days had passed, 3 long days without a proper meal. Hunger gripped him like an invisible hand, tightly clutching his insides and occasionally twisting, causing darkness to blur his vision. Alas, this month I must curtail my gaming and spending, leaving some money for bread by the end of the month. He lay on the creaky single bed, staring at the meandering crack in the ceiling. It resembled a famished serpent coiled above his humble abode. The winter in Kazan always arrived early and harshly. Thick frost adorned the window panes, filtering the already dim light into a more dismal glow. The Soviet-era apartment block he rented was located on the outskirts of Kazan, a relic from the 1960s. The gray and weathered exterior walls resembled the face of an elderly person, worn and battered by time. The corridor was perpetually infused with a damp, musty odor mingled with the acrid scent of unknown chemicals. The walls were plastered with faded advertisements and handwritten notices, the Cyrillic letters awkwardly sprawling over every available inch. I can't endure this any longer. I'm so hungry. Gao Yuan struggled to rise from his bed, his legs trembling slightly from low blood sugar. The one-bedroom apartment he rented was less than 30 square meters, the kitchen so cramped that one could scarcely turn around. The bathroom faucet perpetually dripped, and the radiator only begrudgingly emitted a modicum of warmth during the harshest winter months. In places where the wallpaper had peeled away, the yellowed wall and suspicious mold spots were exposed, while the floor groaned in protest with each step he took. Have I truly run out of food? Gao Yuan murmured, his voice as dry as sandpaper. He opened the refrigerator, that ancient appliance which always emitted an odd humming sound, revealing its emptiness. Only half a bottle of kvass, whose age was uncertain, and a small piece of cheese that had developed a green mold were left. The cupboard offered no solace either. A few packets of expired instant noodle seasoning, half a bag of salt, and several shriveled garlic cloves. The sensation of hunger surged like a relentless tide, compelling Gao Yuan to steady himself against the wall. His vision began to darken, and a buzzing noise filled his ears. Outside, the cold wind of early winter in Kazan howled through the gaps between the buildings, producing a mournful wail. This sound evoked memories of winter in his hometown, of his mother's steaming lamb soup, and his father's freshly baked meat sandwiches from the market. I must find something to eat. Gao Yuan wiped his slightly reddened eyes, which felt sore and acidic. Gritting his teeth, he donned a tattered-down jacket that had begun to fray and pulled on a woolen hat. He rummaged through his pockets, discovering only a few crumpled ruble coins, insufficient even for the cheapest black bread. Moreover, it was the dead of night, and no shops were open. The light bulb in the corridor had long since burned out, and no one had come to replace it. Using the faint light from outside, Gao Yuan groped his way toward the other end of the hallway. The stairwell of the tenement was cluttered with residents' discarded items, rusty bicycles, worn-out strollers, and cardboard boxes tied with ropes. The walls bore a patchwork of children-esque graffiti and political slogans from years past, chronicling the long history of this building. Chao Haiyang lived in room 421. He was a fellow alumnus of Kazan University and one of Gao Yuan's few friends here. Standing before the door, Gao Yuan hesitated briefly before raising his hand to knock. He knew that Haiyang's circumstances were not much better than his own. Life in this city was a struggle for both of them. The door opened, and Chao Haiyang's square face registered surprise. "Oh Gao, what's the matter?" Their camaraderie was strong, and Gao Yuan exclaimed half-jokingly, "Haiyang, I'm starving to death. Help me." Chao Haiyang's gaze lingered on Gao Yuan's pallid face for a moment, and he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. "Come in, it is freezing outside." Chao Haiyang's room is slightly larger than Gao Yuan's, yet equally Spartan. A narrow bed, a writing desk, a second-hand laptop, and a small electric stove comprise his entire possessions. The walls are adorned with a few celebrity posters brought from home, and the desk is strewn with Russian textbooks and notebooks. However, the room is meticulously tidy, with everything arranged in an orderly fashion. Without uttering a word, Chao Haiyang turns towards the small corner that serves as a kitchen. Gao Yuan observes him opening a tin cookie box and retrieving half of a dark brown loaf of bread. The bread has hardened to the consistency of wood. Its surface cracked. This is all that remains. Chao Haiyang hands the bread to Gao Yuan, explaining that he bought it from the discount section at the supermarket yesterday, and it has become even harder after a night's rest. Gao Yuan accepts the bread, feeling its hard texture with his fingers. "Thanks, brother," he murmurs, his voice feeble and barely audible. Chao Haiyang produces an enamel cup and pours a cup of hot water from a thermos. "Make do with this. The scholarship funds should be disbursed tomorrow." Gao Yuan sits beside Chao Haiyang's bed, cradling the half-loaf. The bread emits a faint aroma of wheat, mingled with a hint of fermentation. He tears off a small piece and places it in his mouth. The bread is so hard that it is nearly impossible to chew. He must let it soften in his mouth with saliva. The sensation of the first morsel entering his stomach nearly brings tears to Gao Yuan's eyes. He sips the hot water slowly, allowing warmth to flow down his throat, hydrating his parched body. Each bite of bread requires considerable chewing, yet he cherishes every crumb that enters his mouth. "Eat slowly," Chao Haiyang advises from his chair at the desk. "Don't choke." Gao Yuan nods, though his hands continue to work. Crumbs fall onto his lap, which he carefully gathers and consumes. The wind outside grows louder, rattling the window frame. "Lao Gao, you need to plan your finances better," Chao Haiyang suddenly remarks. "Every time, you act like a big shot when the money arrives, but by the end of the month, you're living like a refugee. That is not a good situation." Gao Yuan lifts his gaze. He understands that Chao Haiyang is straightforward and genuinely concerned for him, and he harbors no resentment. "Haiyang, don't worry. My family's living expenses have arrived. It's just that at this hour, it's impossible to find food." They sit in silence for a moment. Gao Yuan finishes the last of the hot water in his cup, feeling a gradual resurgence of strength. Although the half-loaf is rather bland, it is sufficient to satiate his hunger, at least preventing the darkness from encroaching upon his vision. "Thank you," Gao Yuan stands, expressing his gratitude once more. "Tomorrow, I'll treat you. Let us go out for a nice meal." "That's enough." Chao Haiyang waves his hand dismissively. "We don't need to mention that between us." Gao Yuan nods and places the enamel cup back on the small table. Before leaving, he glances at Chao Haiyang's desk. The open laptop screen before him was filled with various Russian physics papers. Chao Haiyang's academic progress had long surpassed that of Gao Yuan. After seeing Gao Yuan to the door, Chao Haiyang stood at the threshold, gazing intently into Gao Yuan's eyes as he spoke in a serious, hushed tone. "Old Gao, no matter how desperate you are for money, you must absolutely refrain from borrowing from Li Yongji. The campus loans they offer are treacherous traps that devour you whole." Gao Yuan nodded, responding with equal gravity. "Haiyang, rest assured, I am well aware that they are nothing but usurers. I will steer clear of them." Chapter 4. An unexpected encounter at the gold shop. Gao Yuan's apartment room number was 401, located at the northernmost end of the 4th floor. Upon returning to his room, he replenished himself with some food and finally lay down on his bed in peace, casually unlocking his phone with his fingerprint. He checked the time. It was 3:22 a.m. He recalled that he had crossed into another dimension around 2 in the morning, spending 24 hours there. At that time, his phone had been synchronously advancing, but upon returning, the time displayed had roughly reverted to what it was before his journey. This indicated that time in this world must have stood still while he traversed to other realms, although it might have experienced some changes that warranted further verification. Focusing his thoughts on the copper ring, he sensed a mechanical prompt. The crossing time is cooling down, with 23 hours remaining. He touched the bruise on his face, feeling a sharp sting. That dimension was perilous, riddled with crumbling structures and a band of armed thugs. Even with the crossing time elapsed, he had no desire to return. However, as he released 2 gold bars from the ring's space through sheer will, his perspective shifted in the radiant glow of the gold. Even a wrecked vehicle yielded gold bars. It appeared that gold was not a scarce commodity in that realm. Currently, gold prices were remarkably high. With money in hand, he could indulge in gaming, purchasing the finest character skins for 1,888 yuan. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. I should take another gamble. Yet, he needed to devise a plan, perhaps by acquiring a firearm and practicing his marksmanship at shooting range. As he swiped through his phone screen, several unread messages and notifications appeared. Your Penguin account has received a transfer of 2,000 yuan, which has been automatically deposited into your Penguin wallet and is available for withdrawal at any time. The day after tomorrow at 7 p.m., there will be an entrepreneurial seminar for international students in the small conference room on the 3rd floor of the Study Abroad building. Please attend punctually. Li Yunzi. Gao Yuan's attention was primarily captured by these 2 messages. His monthly living expenses were supplemented by 2,000 yuan from each of his parents, amounting to 4,000 yuan, which, at the current exchange rate, converted to over 50,000 Russian rubles. This sum was ostensibly sufficient for his living costs. However, he was known for his extravagant spending, living paycheck to paycheck. Li Yunzi. Upon uttering the name, a vision of a slender and diminutive Chinese man emerged in Gao Yuan's mind. This individual, in his 40s, served as an assistant professor in the field of Chinese linguistics at Kazan University, typically adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. However, ever since he had heard unsettling rumors regarding Li Yongji's exploitation of Chinese students abroad, Gao Yuan had adopted a posture of heightened vigilance towards him. Particularly troubling were the instances when Li Yongji had, during Gao Yuan's financially constrained moments, extended offers of low-interest loans, which only served to deepen Gao Yuan's wariness. So, once you venture abroad, there are 3 things you must never touch: drugs, gambling, and various forms of consumer loans. Although Gao Yuan often found himself at odds with his parents over a multitude of matters, he heeded his father's words. In this age of rapid information exchange, the harrowing tales of individuals ensnared by these 3 vices were abundant, further solidifying his resolve. I could attend the symposium as an observer, he mused. Daily classes, meals, and gaming can grow monotonous. Perhaps I should seek some diversion. With that thought, Gao Yuan drifted into a deep slumber, savoring dreams filled with roasted chicken and duck, relishing the delectable flavors as he dreamt of indulgence. The following afternoon, during a break, Gao Yuan made his way to the gold shop situated in the heart of Kazan. The midday sun, filtered through heavy clouds, reluctantly cast its light upon the cobblestone streets of the plaza. He tightened his black down jacket as the breath he exhaled crystallized swiftly in the frigid air. Standing before a Baroque-style building, he gazed up at the 2nd-floor glass door, adorned with golden patterns. The sign for golden age shimmered subtly in the sunlight. Pushing open the heavy oak door, he was greeted by a melange of sandalwood and metallic scents. The interior of the gold shop was even more opulent than its facade. Crystal chandeliers cast warm yellow light upon the deep crimson velvet drapes, while glass display cases showcased a meticulous array of gold items. From traditional Slavic-style necklaces to modern minimalist wedding bands, each piece reflected an alluring luster. "Good afternoon. How may I assist you?" inquired an elderly gentleman behind the counter, his meticulously trimmed gray-white beard framing sharp, professional blue eyes. Gao Yuan responded in a somewhat halting Russian. "I would like to know today's gold purchase price." The old man, whose name tag read Mikhail Petrovich, nodded slightly and deftly tapped on a calculator. "Today, the price for pure gold is 8,000 rubles per gram. If you have gold to sell, we must first conduct an assessment." Gao Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. Each gold bar weighed 200 grams. At this price, he could sell them for a total of 2 million rubles, approximately 300,000 yuan. This sum represented a fortune for him. "Will gold prices rise in the near future?" he inquired tentatively. Mikhail shrugged, revealing a demeanor of nonchalance. "It is difficult to say, sir. The ruble's exchange rate fluctuates, and international gold prices are also in a state of flux. Just last week, it was at 7,500. He paused, his gaze lingering on Gao Yuan for a moment. Do you have gold to sell? We can provide the most professional appraisal services. Gao Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to retrieve his gold bars when the shop's bell suddenly chimed crisply. Gao, what a coincidence. A booming voice startled Gao Yuan, and he turned abruptly to find old Ivan, the Russian who ran a grocery store near the university. Old Ivan strode over, his face beaming with a smile, his sheepskin jacket rustling softly with each movement. Ivan Ivanovich. Gao Yuan managed to force a smile, though his heart began to race involuntarily. At this moment, he did not wish to encounter acquaintances. Old Ivan warmly patted Gao Yuan on the shoulder and turned to Mikhail. This friend from Huagua is one of my long-standing customers. Then, lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Gao Yuan and said, Gao, are you looking to sell gold? A wave of discomfort washed over Gao Yuan as he took a half step back. I'm just inquiring about the price. Old Ivan's small eyes glimmered with shrewdness as he leaned in closer, his breath laden with vodka and onions wafting toward Gao Yuan's face. Listen, my friend, if you truly have gold to part with, I can offer you 15 above market price. Cash transaction, immediate payment. 15. That amounts to 9,200 rubles per gram, totaling 3.68 million rubles. Gao Yuan's pupils dilated slightly. This price was exceedingly tempting, but why? Old Ivan was merely a grocery store owner. Where would he procure such liquid assets? Mikhail coughed lightly. Gentlemen, if you wish to discuss business, please step outside. This is a legitimate establishment. Old Ivan made an apologetic gesture and pulled Gao Yuan toward the entrance. Outside, Old Ivan produced a pack of birch tree cigarettes and offered one to Gao Yuan, who politely declined. So what do you think? Old Ivan exhaled a puff of smoke. We have successfully conducted business a few times, and we know each other well enough. Rest assured, I have been doing business in Kazan for over 40 years, and my reputation has always been impeccable. I'm not in a hurry. I will return to school to investigate Old Ivan's background. After a moment of reflection, Gao Yuan replied, Very well. If I decide to sell gold, you'll be my first choice. Chapter 5. Campus loans. The cold wind of October in Kazan sliced across Gao Yuan's cheeks like a knife. He raised the collar of his down jacket and followed Chow Haiyang into an old-fashioned restaurant adorned with a copper sign. The name Volga Memories was etched in Cyrillic letters, its paint peeling and weathered. The head chef here is a master from the era of state-run Soviet restaurants. Chow Haiyang rubbed his hands together in introduction, the breath he exhaled crystallizing in a frost on his glasses. His Kiev cutlet is the most authentic in all of Kazan. As they pushed open the heavy oak door, a wave of warm air enveloped them, carrying the enticing aromas of sour cream and roasted meat. The restaurant retains the decorative style of the Soviet era. Dark red velvet curtains frame the windows, and under the brass chandeliers, a faint haze lingers in the air, while faded photographs of collective farm harvests adorn the walls. In a corner, a radio plays the Victory March, intermittently interrupted by reports from the front lines of the Russo-Ukrainian conflict. The proprietor, Andrei, a man in his 60s with a scraggly white beard resembling a brush, brightens at the sight of Chow Haiyang. Gao, long time no see, he exclaims, though his expression quickly dims, indicating that there is little to offer these days. The menu he presents bears numerous items crossed out in black ink. Sturgeon is unavailable. Shipments from the Caspian Sea have ceased. Andrei wipes his hands on a greasy apron, lamenting the price of beef has doubled, and even pickles are in limited supply. Gao Yuan notices only a handful of tables occupied in the restaurant. An elderly woman in a headscarf sips red borscht alone, while two men in work pants silently share a plate of mashed potatoes. Handwritten notices are tacked to the walls, due to electricity shortages. Evening hours have been adjusted to 8 p.m. They choose a table by the window, the wooden chairs creaking under their weight. Frost patterns lace the window, through which they can discern a long queue outside the bakery across the street. 2 years ago, reservations had to be made a week in advance. In hushed tones, Chow Haiyang remarks, Andrei's son served in the Donbass and was killed 3 months ago. Gao Yuan is at a loss for words and focuses on the menu. Ultimately, they order red borscht, Russian meat pies, and kvass, the few items that have not yet become exorbitantly priced. When Andrei brings their food, Gao Yuan notices the disfigured joints of his fingers. Even beer is now rationed. As he sets down the kvass, the old man mutters after European investments withdrew. Local breweries cease production. He gestures toward the brown beverage. This is mixed from pre-war syrup stocks. Once Andrei has moved away, Chow Haiyang suddenly lowers his voice. Old Gao, do you see that man in the leather jacket in the corner? Gao Yuan feigns adjusting his napkin, catching a glimpse of a bald, muscular man drinking vodka. That's Vasily's man. Vasily? One of the biggest gang leaders in Kazan and the actual controller of campus loans. Chow Haiyang's fork pierces the meat pie, releasing a rich stream of juices. Did you think I brought you here just to dine? A chill creeps up Gao Yuan's spine as darkness descends outside. The lighting in the restaurant seems to dim in unison. Kazan University hosts over 2,000 international students from 106 countries. Chow Haiyang's voice nearly drowns in the static from the radio. Each year, dozens of international students fall into the traps of campus loans. He pulls out a document from his phone and slides it toward Gao Yuan. The screen displays a bilingual contract titled International Student Mutual Aid Fund. On the surface, it appeared to be a low-interest student loan. However, his finger traced over several lines of fine print. It stated that the service fee amounted to 30 of the loan. Essentially a usurious practice. Borrowing 100,000 rubles meant that only 70,000 would actually be received. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow, questioning its legality. Legal? Gao Haiyang's gulp. Retrieving another photograph from his phone's gallery. The image depicted an office adorned with the emblem of Kazan University, showcasing a bespectacled man shaking hands with a man clad in a suit. Both individuals were familiar to us. One was Konstantin, the vice president of Kazan University, who provided student information, and the bespectacled man was Li Yongji, responsible for promoting loans among students. The meat pie had already cooled, its congealed grease forming a white pattern on the plate. Gao Yuan's stomach churned, uncertain whether it was due to the greasy food or the dark truths unraveling before him. The most frightening aspect was the penalty clause for default. Chow Haiyang swiped to another image on his phone, filled with dense Russian text. A delay of just 1 day doubled the interest, exceeding 3 days initiated debt restructuring, essentially compounding the interest. A Vietnamese student who borrowed 50,000 rubles to purchase a computer found his debt ballooning to 70,000 rubles within 3 months. When Andre came over to refill their water, their conversation ceased abruptly. Do the police not intervene? Gao Yuan could not restrain himself from asking once Andre had stepped away. Chow Haiyang's mouth twisted into a sardonic smile. Sergei from the Economic Crime Unit takes a 15 cut from every loan. He pulled up a blurry video on his phone, revealing several Asian students being shoved into a black van. There was a mole within the police department acting as a protector, colluding with gangsters to collect debts. Thus, a complete chain of interests was established. Gao Yuan stared at Chow Haiyang, astonished. How did you acquire all this information? I know you possess some hacking skills, but not to this extent. Not difficult at all, Chow Haiyang replied with a smile. The operating systems in Russia are largely outdated Win or Unix systems, and they're all pirated software. These Russian gentlemen are utterly unguarded regarding their office computers, stuffing them with all sorts of information. Some confidential data, I suspect, they themselves have long forgotten. Suddenly, the door to the restaurant swung open, and a cold wind swept in, carrying snowflakes. 3 young men with Central Asian features huddled into the warmth, wearing Kazan University uniforms, their eyes shadowed by heavy dark circles. A bald, burly man immediately lifted his head, akin to a shark detecting blood. Old Gao, look at that one in the blue sweater, Chow Haiyang indicated with his eyes. He had borrowed an emergency medical loan last month due to his sister falling ill in Tajikistan, and now he worked 3 jobs daily just to pay the interest. Gao Yuan observed the trembling fingers of the young man hovering over the menu, ultimately settling on a single bowl of the cheapest potato soup. His 2 companions ordered nothing but the most inexpensive black bread. The most unfortunate case is that of the Pakistani student, Raj. Chow Haiyang's voice lowered. He was coerced into signing an organ donation agreement. Last month, he abruptly withdrew from school and returned to his homeland. But reports surfaced of him being spotted at a black market clinic in Novosibirsk. Chapter 6. Acquiring equipment after finishing dinner. Chow Haiyang returned to the apartment building, while Gao Yuan strolled alone through the streets of Kazan. Kazan is a charming city, distinguished by its unique layout, showcasing classic architecture from various historical periods of Russia. However, Gao Yuan's thoughts were directed elsewhere. Around 2 in the morning, the cooling period for the copper ring elapsed, allowing him to traverse to another realm once more. Should I go or not? He found himself in a quandary. If uncertain, he would let a coin toss decide. Heads, he would go. Tails, he would wait. Gao Yuan extracted a 10-ruble coin, gently tossing it into the air before clasping it in his hand. After a few seconds of anticipation, he opened his palm to reveal the coin. Heads up. Well, that settles it. He would set off tomorrow morning. Gao Yuan made his way to a nearby bank, using the ATM inside to withdraw the entire sum of 2,000 yuan that had just arrived. The banking system had automatically converted it into Russian rubles, and after deducting a 3 fee, he received approximately 25,000 rubles. He trudged through the snow for 2 blocks, eventually arriving at a street near Kazan University, beneath a weathered gray-yellow old apartment building. The shop on the ground floor bore a faded sign reading Ivan's Grocery Store, with much of the paint on the Russian letters chipped away. Pushing open the glass door adorned with a bell, he was greeted by a pungent melons of tobacco, pickled cucumbers, and some aged timber. Inside, the space was considerably more expansive than it appeared from the outside, adhering to the typical layout of old Russian stores. To the left stood a row of glass counters displaying an array of cigarettes, lighters, and inexpensive watches. To the right, several tall shelves overflowed with canned goods, vodka, and various household items. In the far corner, an elderly woman, bespectacled and indifferent to the customers entering, was selecting tea leaves. Gao Yuan's gaze swept across the iron chandelier hanging from the ceiling, its lampshade thickly coated in dust, casting a dim yellow light. The walls were adorned with propaganda posters from the Soviet era, now yellowed and curling at the edges. The floor, made of dark hardwood, creaked softly with each step he took. "Hello, old friend," a hoarse voice called from behind the counter. Old Ivan emerged from the back room, resembling a bear roused from hibernation. He wore a plaid shirt and dark blue overalls, his gray-white beard neatly trimmed, with an old scar marring his right cheek. Upon seeing Gao Yuan, he broke into a broad smile, his gaze fixated on the copper ring adorning Gao Yuan's left hand. "Hello, Ivan." Gao Yuan responded in slightly halting Russian, approaching the counter and gently tapping the glass surface with his fingers. "How is business?" "Same as usual," old Ivan shrugged. He had discerned that the copper ring on Gao Yuan's finger was not gold, but merely a trinket from a street stall. From beneath the counter, old Ivan retrieved a bottle of unlabeled vodka and 2 small glass cups. "Shall we have a drink first?" Gao Yuan nodded. Old Ivan poured 2 glasses of the clear liquid, and the two clinked their cups together before downing the contents in one swift motion. The vodka slid down their throats, igniting like liquid fire. "So what is it this time?" Old Ivan wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Gao Yuan surveyed the surroundings to ensure the shop was devoid of other customers and lowered his voice. "I heard you have second-hand model toys?" Old Ivan's eyes narrowed as he turned and walked towards an old refrigerator nestled deep within shop. This green metal relic from the Soviet era was adorned with various beer stickers. He opened the refrigerator door, revealing it to be nearly empty, save for a few bottles of mineral water. Then, he performed a peculiar maneuver. He rotated the top shelf 3 times to the left and then 2 times to the right. The wall behind the refrigerator emitted a soft click and slowly shifted aside, unveiling a concealed room. "Follow me," old Ivan said, nonchalantly retrieving an old shotgun from beneath the counter, his movements as fluid as if he were wielding a broom. The hidden room was approximately 10 square meters, its walls festooned with an array of weapons. From the Mosin-Nagant rifles of World War II to the modern AK-12 assault rifles, from Makarov pistols to Glock 17s, and a few military daggers and grenades. In the center stood a long wooden table, draped in green felt, upon which lay several handguns and assorted accessories. "New arrivals," old Ivan declared proudly, "brought in from the Russo-Ukrainian front, guaranteed quality." Gao Yuan's gaze was drawn to an old-fashioned pistol nestled in one corner of the table. It was a TT-33, a classic Soviet design. The gun's body exhibited a muted metallic sheen, polished by the passage of time. While the wooden grip showed a few fine cracks, it remained in good condition. "Manufactured in 1957, old Ivan noted, observing Gao Yuan's interest as he handed over the firearm. "Tula Arms Plant. The original owner was a KGB colonel, sold by his family after his passing. The mechanical structure is impeccable, the rifling crisp, as if brand new." Gao Yuan accepted the pistol, feeling its substantial weight. He had visited a shooting club in Kazan twice and was not entirely a novice with firearms. He meticulously inspected the barrel, hammer, and magazine before pulling the trigger on an empty chamber. The sharp click resonated loudly in the quiet room. "How much?" Gao Yuan inquired, his eyes still fixated on the weapon. Old Ivan stroked his beard thoughtfully. 22,000 rubles, including 1 magazine. Gao Yuan instinctively began to negotiate. "That's too steep. This gun is at least 60 years old. Who knows what might jam. 15,000, and I'll take 2 magazines." "Ha ha ha." Old Ivan erupted into laughter. giving Gao Yuan a hearty pat on the shoulder. You still have quite the knack for haggling. But this is a historical artifact. 20,000 for a single magazine. Such treasures ought to reside in a museum, not your clandestine storage. Gao Yuan placed the firearm back on the table. 15,000 for 2 fully loaded magazines. Or I shall seek out Volkov. The expression on old Ivan's face shifted. That charlatan Volkov? All he would sell you are painted pipes. 18,000 for 2 magazines. And I will even throw in a box of ammunition, he countered. 16,000, with the magazines fully loaded, and you shall instruct me on disassembly and maintenance. Gao Yuan insisted. The two men locked eyes for a few seconds, the air thick with the scent of vodka and gunpowder. Ultimately, old Ivan sighed and shook his head. Very well, but only because I have a fondness for you. Had it been anyone else, it would have been at least 20,000 rubles. Gao Yuan revealed a triumphant smile, retrieving a stack of rubles from his inner pocket and placing 16 1,000-ruble notes upon the table. Old Ivan swiftly collected the money, then produced 2 metal magazines from a drawer beneath the table, both filled with 7.62 by 25 millimeters Tokarev rounds. Now, old Ivan unveiled a toolbox. Allow me to teach you how to handle this Soviet lady. Half an hour later, Gao Yuan had successfully disassembled and reassembled the TT-33. Old Ivan nodded in satisfaction, placing the firearm and magazines into a nondescript brown paper bag that resembled one containing a bottle of vodka. Chapter 7. Returned to the apocalypse just as Gao Yuan was preparing to depart. His gaze was drawn to a device hanging on the wall, a somewhat aged monocular infrared night vision device. Is that for sale? He inquired, pointing. Old Ivan glanced back. That? A second-hand night owl, discarded by the military. Works reasonably well, though the battery life leaves something to be desired. How much? 10,000 rubles. Gao Yuan scoffed. 5,000. It appears as if it were scavenged from Chernobyl. Hey, at least it's functional. Old Ivan removed the night vision device, pressed the switch, and the green light flickered to life. See? 9,000, that's the lowest I'll go. 6,000. 8,000. Any lower, and I'll incur a loss. 7,000, plus you must teach me the basic operations. Eventually, they settled on 8,000 rubles. Old Ivan instructed Gao Yuan on adjusting the focus and brightness, warning him not to use it for more than 2 hours consecutively to avoid various malfunctions. With the transaction concluded, they returned to the shop's exterior. Old Ivan retrieved a jar of pickled cucumbers from the shelf, opened it, and offered Gao Yuan one. Try this. My wife made them. Truly the best flavor in all of Kazan. Gao Yuan took a bite, and the tangy, salty flavor flooded his mouth, causing him to involuntarily squint his eyes. Old Ivan laughed heartily and poured them each a glass of vodka. Suddenly, old Ivan lowered his voice, a grin spreading across his face, and remarked, Gao, if you wish to sell gold, I assure you, this is the best option. Not only are the prices reasonable, but the security is also impeccable. Gao Yuan slowly savored a pickled cucumber before washing it down with a sip of vodka. Well, if I happen to have gold to sell, I shall reach out to you. Old Ivan scrutinized him for a few seconds, then smiled faintly. Very well. I await your good news. Gao Yuan nodded, tucking the paper bag containing his handgun and night vision goggles into the inner pocket of his leather jacket as he departed from old Ivan's grocery store. Passing by a pet shop, he decided to purchase a lizard, opting for the cheapest variety, which cost him 500 rubles. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Gao Yuan prepared meticulously. As the clock struck 2:22, the copper ring emitted its familiar chime. The cool-down period had elapsed, allowing for time travel. Gao Yuan activated the copper ring with his mind, while simultaneously directing his gaze to the digital alarm clock, which displayed 2:22:11. In an instant, all around him began to warp and distort, his thoughts momentarily stagnating, before plunging into complete darkness. After an indeterminate interval, his frozen thoughts resumed, and his vision returned. I have successfully traversed time. Gao Yuan surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the place where he had last regained consciousness. The shards of bricks scattered on the ground marked the spot where his knee had once met the earth. He glanced at his hands and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! The magazine of the handgun in his left hand remained intact, indicating that certain items could be carried through time. However, the lizard he had clutched in his right hand, which had been lively before the journey, had now transformed into a pile of grayish-white bones. A slight pressure from his palm reduced it to mere ashes. This experiment was terrifying, suggesting that living creatures cannot traverse time. Hurriedly, he scattered the ashes aside, silently apologizing to the lizard. The sky now exhibited a sickly, grayish-yellow hue, with sunlight as feeble as a dying breath. The streets were blanketed in thick dust, occasionally revealing resilient, nameless plants whose leaves contorted into unnatural shapes. The air was permeated with a putrid scent, yet Gao Yuan had come prepared. He retrieved an N95 medical mask and donned it, feeling a significant improvement. From a space within the ring, he summoned his TT-33 handgun, with a weapon in hand. His heart steadied. Gripping the firearm, Gao Yuan regained his composure and began to scrutinize his surroundings. Before him lay the ruins of a dead city. Once towering skyscrapers now stand as mere skeletal frameworks of twisted steel, while the buildings flanking the streets resemble shattered cookies trampled by a giant, their remnants marred by charred marks of explosions. Gao Yuan finds himself amidst the ruins of a collapsed edifice. The entire structure has crumbled, and the thick debris at his feet suggests it once belonged to the upper levels of the building. A sense of familiarity envelopes him as he surveys his surroundings. Murmuring to himself, he retrieves his phone from the confines of his ring's spatial storage. To his dismay, there is no network signal. He observes that the moment the phone connects with this realm, the displayed time begins to flicker. After retrieving some daily photographs of Kazan Federal University that he had taken, he finally comprehends the source of his familiarity. To his left stands the university's grand entrance, with the classroom buildings behind, the National Library of Kazan to his right, and the bridge spanning the river nearby. A few minutes later, Gao Yuan confirms that he is most likely positioned within the very apartment building he called home, specifically in room 401. However, in this dimension, the once lively apartment has succumbed to a complete ruin. What luck it is that the point of crossing did not land directly amidst the debris, or he would have been buried alive. A cold sweat breaks out upon him. Now equipped with a reference point, even amidst the transformed surroundings, he regains a basic sense of direction. He activates the offline map on his phone, marking his point of transition, and begins to explore in a random, fixed direction. The cooldown period for the next transition is 24 hours. Activating his copper ring, he receives this information. He sets a countdown timer on his phone to 24 hours. Cautiously maneuvering along the walls of the buildings, he treads with trepidation, wary of awakening any potential dangers. Turning a corner, his breath catches in his throat. Before him lies a sidewalk strewn with at least 20 skeletal remains. Some retain the postures they held in their final moments. A mother clutches her child tightly, their bones fused together. A man curls in a corner, his remains huddled in a ball. Further away, several skeletal figures clad in military uniforms encircle a rusted armored vehicle, one of them still gripping a completely corroded rifle. Gao Yuan recoils, tearing off his mask and bending over to retch. Despite having witnessed numerous apocalyptic scenarios in films, the hellish reality before him, with its putrid stench, is unbearable even after years have passed. The air is thick with a sickly sweet odor of decay, mingling with the metallic scent of radioactive dust. The noxious fumes force him to vomit, after which he reluctantly dons his mask once more. Stay calm, stay calm. The dead are not ghosts, merely akin to pork or lamb. Ugh. After 10 minutes, he finally compels himself to regain his composure. Gao Yuan commenced his search of the nearby edifices, selecting a relatively well-preserved 5-story apartment building as his initial target. The ground floor housed a small supermarket, its shelves thoroughly plundered, leaving not even a scrap of packaging behind. Scattered across the floor were a few inconsequential items, a rusted can opener, shattered glass bottles, and several decayed magazines. Nonetheless, these magazines might provide insights into certain information pertaining to this dimension. Gao Yuan chose two that were still somewhat legible and stored them within his ring space. Chapter 8. The night deepens. The supermarket yielded no further treasures, having been thoroughly scavenged. Ascending the remaining staircase of the apartment building, Gao Yuan proceeded upward. On the second floor, the hallway was littered with several corpses, most having been reduced to skeletal remains. A thick layer of dust blanketed the ground, where faint traces of footsteps could still be discerned, some resembling shoe prints, while others appeared to belong to various animals. The door to room 201 was ajar, and with one hand gripping his firearm, Gao Yuan gently nudged the door open. The remains of a family of 3 lay on the living room floor, preserved in their everyday postures. The father's body slumped over the dining table, his hat coated in dust. The mother lay supine at the kitchen entrance. Most haunting of all was the tiny skeleton perched in a child's high chair, its skull tilted to one side, as if merely asleep. Upon the dining table, a dust-covered plate held several dark, block-like substances. Gao Yuan prodded them with the barrel of his gun, uncertain of what they were. Yet they showed no signs of complete decay. The kitchen cabinet stood wide open, entirely empty, with even the spice jars licked clean. Indeed, in this dimension, food was exceedingly scarce. Gao Yuan scoured the entire apartment, uncovering only half a bottle of moldy pills and a few tattered garments. However, when he opened the bedroom drawer, he was taken aback. A gold necklace and 2 gold rings lay carelessly discarded in the corner, glinting softly amidst the dust. Could it be that he was imagining things? His heart raced unexpectedly. He grasped the gold necklace, feeling its weight, over 20 grams. In modern times, it would fetch no less than 10,000 yuan. Yet in this realm, they lay abandoned like refuse. He found a scrap of cloth to wipe the necklace and rings clean before storing them in his ring space. He was elated, giddy with excitement. He returned to the living room, forcing himself to take deep breaths to regain his composure. Faced with the skeletal remains before him, he felt an unsettling indifference. Discovering gold bars in abandoned vehicles in the underground garage and finding gold jewelry in a thoroughly looted apartment suggested that, in this dimension, gold was not necessarily a rare and precious commodity. Subsequent searches confirmed Gao Yuan's intuition. In room 205, he unearthed 3 gold earrings from the vanity of the female occupant. The safe in room 218 had been violently pried open, banknotes strewn across the floor, yet in the corner lay several small gold bars. Frustration engulfed Gao Yuan, his voice trembling with agitation. He meticulously scavenged every piece of gold within the apartment complex. In merely 2 hours, he amassed over 500 grams of gold, a sum exceeding 500,000 yuan in contemporary value. As night gradually enveloped the world, Gao Yuan resolved to spend the night within the confines of this building. He made his way to the staircase between the 3rd and 4th floors, where a metal gate stood. After securing it, he tightly wound iron wire around the lock. Should anyone attempt to force their way from the 3rd to the 4th floor, the resulting noise would serve as an alarm. He approached room 505, finding no corpses within. The bedroom floor was graced with a mattress, largely intact, which he deemed suitable after a brief cleaning. Through the vacant window, he employed an infrared night vision device to survey the surroundings. This military-grade apparatus possessed telescopic capabilities, with a range extending nearly a kilometer. In the midnight stillness of the ruins of Kazan, the landscape resembled the skeletal remains of a colossal beast, the fragmented structures casting grotesque silhouettes against the deep purple sky. The infrared night vision tinted the world in an eerie shade of green. In the distance, a tributary of the Volga River shimmered with a phosphorescent glow, a mysterious substance causing the water's surface to exude a pale blue mist, reminiscent of the fabled river Styx. Half an hour later, the night vision device emitted a faint buzz, revealing 2 heat sources at a street corner 300 meters away. Holding his breath, Gao Yuan adjusted the focus. As he discerned the targets, cold sweat trickled down the edge of his mask into his collar. Initially, he believed them to be 2 leopards, but they soon appeared more akin to cats. Ultimately, he confirmed they were indeed cats, though far from ordinary. How could the felines of this world be as large as small leopards? Within the view of the night vision, the mutated cat's prey soon emerged, a mouse. Its size rivaled that of a typical orange tabby in Gao Yuan's memory. Both the mutated cats and mice exhibited remarkable agility, engaged in a swift and fierce struggle. Soon, the 2 mutant cats gained the upper hand, swiftly carrying the carcass of the mutated mouse into the distant ruins. Aside from this brief interlude, Gao Yuan encountered no other living beings. Particularly concerning were the bandits led by a Hu, whose presence was conspicuously absent. He had not even glimpsed another soul. Upon noticing the infrared night vision's battery indicator drop to 50, Gao Yuan powered it down. Forgetting to bring a charger and lighting tools had been a grave oversight. He vowed not to repeat it. From a space within his ring, Gao Yuan produced a space cotton sleeping bag, placing it atop the mattress. He then removed his outer coat and nestled into the sleeping bag, a wave of warmth and comfort enveloping him. He then retrieved a bottle of Huagua Jianlibo drink and 2 boxes of chocolate-filled biscuits from the spatial ring, items he had procured from the supermarket. First, he indulged in a late-night snack to replenish his energy. Gao Yuan consumed 2 biscuits and took a sip of the drink, swiftly finishing them both. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he habitually took out his phone, intending to browse the live-streaming platform. Upon gazing at the screen, he quickly realized that he was in an alternate dimension devoid of any network connectivity. His phone could only function offline. Alas, how tedious! watching the dwindling battery percentage. He grew concerned that it would soon run out, prompting him to immediately turn off the screen. He curled up within his sleeping bag, staring vacantly at the moonlight streaming through the window. Throughout the night, Gao Yuan experienced poor sleep quality, plagued by relentless nightmares. Notably, Ahu appeared repeatedly within his dreams, jolting him awake and becoming a haunting specter in his mind. Thus, he drifted in and out of slumber. Finally, when Gao Yuan awoke from a pleasant dream, sunlight was already streaming directly onto his face. Unlocking his phone, he checked the time. There were still 10 hours left on the countdown, indicating he had slept for nearly 9 hours. Stretching lazily, he crawled out of his sleeping bag. The cold morning air sent a shiver down his spine, fully awakening him. Rising to greet the day, he decided it was time for a quick bathroom visit. He donned his jacket with haste and made his way to the restroom. It was exceedingly dry, devoid of even a drop of water. In fact, the entire wasteland was similarly barren, with no clean water sources in sight. He relieved himself into the toilet, prompting a new hypothesis. Compared to gold, the food and drinking water here must hold greater value, and it was no wonder. Gold could neither be consumed nor drunk, and as a weapon, it paled in comparison to a simple fruit knife. However, if I were to bring back this gold, he chuckled to himself, envisioning the possibilities. Chapter 9, A Life-and-Death Moment in the Wasteland Dimension, Room 505. Gao Yuan took out a bottle of nutritional fastline and 2 cans of beef from his spatial ring. This would suffice as his breakfast, or perhaps lunch. Regardless, he could not ascertain the exact time. After his meal, Gao Yuan utilized the night vision feature of his binoculars to survey the surroundings through the desolate window for a while longer. The ruins remained eerily quiet, devoid of any living creatures. Only the remnants of a steel and concrete jungle stood silently upon the garbage-strewn ground. Resolute, he set off once more, hoping for a stroke of luck. Tidying up all his belongings, he stowed away the modern refuse in his spatial ring. After all, with approximately 1 cubic meter of space remaining, there was still room to spare. Should Ahu and his companions discover the trash I left behind, it could very well lead to their downfall. Exiting the 5-story apartment building, Gao Yuan continued to tread cautiously along the street. After walking approximately 300 meters, he spotted a relatively intact 3-story building isolated at the roadside. The fractured surface of the building reveals that the interior has undergone subsequent renovations and reinforcements. A portion of the establishment's sign has been damaged, yet the Cyrillic letters spelling Romanov jewelry can still be discerned. A jewelry store. Could fortune befall me once more? Gao Yuan dashed into the shop like a ravenous wolf, only to halt abruptly. In the center of the store knelt a skeleton clad in a security uniform, its skull completely shattered. It cradled a shotgun in its hands, the barrel resting against its jaw. On the counter before the skeleton, a message was scrawled in dried blood, inscribing several Cyrillic letters. Death is the greatest release. Gao Yuan read the Russian words aloud, falling into a momentary silence. My apologies for the intrusion, he murmured, sidestepping the tragic remains. The shop's safe stood wide open, entirely empty, with no golden treasures left in the display cases. Although a significant amount of gold had been lost, scavenging for remnants was still a possibility. Disappointment washed over Gao Yuan, but he quickly regained his optimism. Sudden wealth often accompanies calamity, while the steady accumulation of small fortunes felt far more secure to him. He wondered if old Ivan possessed a metal detector. If so, he would purchase one to facilitate future searches for gold. As he meticulously planned his next steps, he continued to rummage through the jewelry store. Scattered beside the safe were several banknotes wrapped in plastic, which he casually stowed away in his ring's pocket. Gao Yuan searched frantically, yet found no gold. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a reflective object on the lower floor of the counter. Leaning down, he peered closely to discover a golden pocket watch adorned with diamonds. Ah, my trip was not in vain, he exclaimed joyfully, extracting the watch. It was exquisitely crafted, and upon opening the cover, he found a photograph inside. A radiant blonde woman with a dazzling smile, her beauty striking. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the pocket watch into his ring's pocket. The spoils from the first floor were meager, and Gao Yuan's gaze shifted to the second floor of the jewelry store. Hanging from the intricately carved railing of the spiral staircase was a desiccated corpse. The fingers of its security uniform were still curled around the shotgun's trigger, even though the weapon had decayed into a mere fragment. As Gao Yuan maneuvered past, the body suddenly collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust imbued with the scent of decay. Goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. His heart skipped a beat, but fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. The display cases on the second floor had also been thoroughly looted, with only a few tarnished silver rings remaining on the velvet lining. Gao Yuan used the barrel of his gun to pry open a drawer in the counter, where a ruby brooch glimmered amidst the dust. Just as he reached for it, the brooch disintegrated into powder upon contact, its crystalline structure rendered as fragile as a biscuit by some radiative energy. What a pity, Gao Yuan muttered. He meticulously searched the second-floor business hall, but found nothing of significance. However, within a certain office, he discovered a hidden door marked as a storage room. Its thick metal entrance ajar, measuring a formidable 20 centimeters. Could it be that the most valuable treasures of the jewelry store were concealed within this warehouse? Gazing into the pitch-black interior, Gao Yuan hesitated momentarily. He glanced at his phone screen. There were still over 3 hours remaining in the countdown of 24 hours. Sensing that there was still a small amount of space within the ring, he steeled himself. Fortune favors the bold. It was time to take a risk. He donned his infrared night vision goggles, grasped his TT-33 pistol, and slowly pushed the metal door open, stepping into the abyss of darkness. The warehouse's interior was vast, far exceeding Gao Yuan's expectations, its expanse comparable to that of a basketball court. At the far end stood 3 heavy safes that captured his attention. These safes were of a uniform size, towering at 2.5 meters and 2 meters wide. 2 of them had already been violently pried open. The door of the third safe was ajar, revealing what appeared to be some remnants within. Gao Yuan advanced cautiously, taking a step and pausing for 5 seconds. Each movement deliberate as he approached the large safe. The nearby shelves were barren, warranting no further scrutiny. Suddenly, he froze. The green light of the night vision goggles swept beneath the counter, revealing a mutant rat, no larger than an ordinary house cat, gnawing at the pearl cotton inside of velvet lining. He exhaled in relief and continued forward. Minutes later, he stood before the safes, utilizing the night vision goggles. He examined the contents of each safe meticulously. The left and middle safes had been pried open, their interiors immaculate, not even a scrap of paper left behind. The right safe remained intact, the door opened normally, and its interior was spacious. All the dividers had been removed, leaving only a metal box at the bottom. The very item Gao Yuan had noticed upon entering. The box was unlocked. Surely it wouldn't be merely an empty container? He looked down at the box, a flicker of hope igniting within him. By chance, he turned to glance at the entrance of the warehouse. The night vision goggles illuminated a scene cluttered with crates. And suddenly, 2 high-heat silhouettes flickered into view. Gao Yuan's blood ran cold. 2 mutant cats, resembling cheetahs in size, perched atop the shelves, their golden eyes reflecting the infrared light of the goggles. The one on the left abruptly perked its ears, revealing dagger-like fangs. It was then that Gao Yuan noticed its aggressive stance, seemingly targeting the mutant rat. Damn it! Gao Yuan slowly turned, both hands gripping his pistol tightly. This movement startled the mutant cat on the right. It arched its back, emitting a growl reminiscent of a steam engine, its tail scraping against the metal shelves, generating static electricity that crackled brilliantly in the darkness. The 2 parties remained locked in a tense standoff for a brief moment, as the night vision device emitted a low battery alert and the view began to flicker. Gao Yuan understood that engaging with these nocturnal predators in complete darkness was tantamount to suicide. Suddenly, he fired his weapon at the ceiling, the deafening gunshot causing 2 mutated cats to leap into the air, their fur bristling. Seizing this fleeting half-second, Gao Yuan retreated into a massive safe, an antique relic from the Soviet era, its heavy steel door adorned with a double-headed eagle emblem. As the first cat collided with the safe's exterior, Gao Yuan exerted all his strength to pull the interior handle. The moment the steel door sealed shut, a hard object thudded against it. Crouched in absolute darkness, Gao Yuan heard the outside world transform, the scratching sounds evolving into a low, agitated growl. Chapter 10. A narrow escape, the metallic chill permeated his bones from all directions. As Gao Yuan's back pressed against the ornately designed steel wall, the darkness enveloped him like a viscous liquid, filling the entire interior of the safe. Crouched in a corner, he was haunted by the sharp, grating sounds of the mutated cat's claws scraping against the metal. Each scratch felt as if it were scraping directly against his nerves. His breathing grew labored in the confined space, the mask he wore completely soaked, yet he dared not remove it. The air within the safe was a foul mixture of rust, machine oil, and a sickly sweet decay. Once his emotions began to stabilize, Gao Yuan felt a sense of reassurance in the heavy confines of the safe. For anyone else, Being trapped within such a closed space with deadly mutated cats outside would spell certain doom. But if he could just hold on until the moment when time would cool, he could escape this dimension. With one hand gripping the handle of the safe door, he retrieved his phone. After successfully unlocking it, a countdown timer indicated he had 2 hours remaining, which further steadied his nerves. However, I must learn from this experience. In the darkness, Gao Yuan closed his eyes and reflected on the psychological journey that led him into the warehouse. Filled with regret, he could not help but slap his own face twice with one hand. Greed, indeed, has no favorable outcome. Had he known when to withdraw, there would have been no need to risk entering the warehouse. Gao Yuan suspected that these two mutated cats were likely the same targets he had observed the night before through his night vision device. This time, he considered himself fortunate. The two cats had likely already feasted and did not attack preemptively. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard. A lesson learned. He resolved to avoid danger in the future and to retreat as far as possible whenever a threat arose. Safety first, safety first. Outside, the safe had returned to silence. Yet Gao Yuan dared not relax for a moment. Having owned cats before, he understood their hunting instincts. As long as they sensed him hiding within the safe, they would not easily depart. Utilizing the glow of his phone screen, Gao Yuan noticed a metal box beside his feet. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to open it and see what treasures it might hold. Gao Yuan placed his phone atop his shoe, slowly lifting the metallic lid with one hand, only to discover it was utterly empty. He was left speechless. As time passed, Gao Yuan gazed at the stars, yearning for the moon, and finally awaited the mechanical chime of the ring. With time cooling and resetting, he was ready for a temporal transition. He traversed through time. In an instant, his consciousness plunged into a haze. When he regained clarity, he found himself back in the modern realm, within his rented apartment. He collapsed onto the wooden floor, his back pressed against the cold wall. His hands trembled incessantly from gripping the safe's handle for too long. "I'm back," Gao Yuan rasped, remnants of the unique flavor of the apocalyptic dimension lingering in his throat. He shakily raised his left hand, the ancient copper ring glimmering faintly under the dim light of the lamp. It was this serendipitously acquired spatial ring that had enabled him to survive in the apocalyptic realm, and it had also brought back wealth capable of altering his destiny. Surviving great calamities surely brings great fortune. I've struck it rich. Gao Yuan abruptly stood, his knees creaking under the sudden movement. He rushed to the bedside, inhaling deeply before immersing his consciousness into the ring's internal space. As a faint blue light flickered, he began the ritual of releasing his possessions. The first gold bar landed upon the crumpled bed sheets, producing a dull thud. This was followed by the second, then the third. By the time the fifth bar fell, Gao Yuan's breathing had quickened. Next came the jewelry. A gold necklace coiled like a small serpent beside the gold bars, while 2 gold rings rolled to a stop at the edge of the bed, and 3 gold earrings scattered with a clinking sound. Finally, the diamond-studded gold pocket watch gently settled atop the heap. The cover sprang open, revealing the still hands and sparkling diamonds within. What a thrill! Gao Yuan's legs weakened, and he knelt before the bed. His fingertips brushed against the nearest gold bar, the icy metal sending a shiver through him. This was no dream, no illusion. The weighty gold, shimmering enticingly under the lamp's glow, was undeniably real and belonged solely to him. Gao Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the cramped apartment. He grasped 2 gold bars, weighing them in his hands, relishing their comforting heft. How much could this be worth? He murmured, retrieving an electronic scale typically used for weighing himself from beneath the bed. Though its accuracy was lacking, it could roughly measure the weight of the gold. He arranged 5 gold bars, a gold necklace, 2 gold rings, and 3 gold earrings, totaling approximately 1,033 grams. He then picked up the diamond-studded pocket watch, exquisitely crafted, with diamonds adorning the dial, shimmering in a spectrum of colors under the light. This watch is a treasure, not for sale. Gao Yuan opened his phone's calculator, his fingers trembling as he input the numbers. Calculating based on the current gold price of approximately 749 Huayuan per gram, the value of the gold alone amounted to an astonishing figure. For a brief moment, his breath caught in his throat as the calculator displayed a number exceeding 770,000 Huayuan. If converted to old Ivan's offer of 200 rubles per gram, that would equate to 5 million. Could it be that I am on the verge of becoming a millionaire? Gao Yuan's voice was scarcely audible. Suddenly, he felt the air in his rented room grow thin, compelling him to open his mouth and gasp for breath. Just 48 hours prior, He had been a student struggling to make ends meet, living paycheck to paycheck. Now, his wealth surpassed the lifetime savings of his parents. Euphoria surged within him like a tidal wave. He leaped and twirled in the cramped space, nearly toppling his desk. He seized a gold ring and slipped it onto his finger, then felt it insufficient and adorned another. Subsequently, he took a gold bar and kissed it, laughing maniacally. I was impoverished, terrified of destitution, and at last I have risen. This was a celebration of survival, a disbelief at the sudden twist of fate, and an infinite yearning for a brighter future. Gao Yuan abruptly halted, tears streaming from his eyes without warning. He slid down to the floor, leaning against the bed's edge, clutching a gold bar tightly in his hand. The dread of having narrowly escaped death washed over him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He recalled the countless bones left to rot in the apocalyptic realm, memories of flirting with death. Regardless of the journey, I am a victor. Gao Yuan wiped his face, observing how the tears in his palms mingled with the golden reflections. He meticulously arranged all the golden items, gazing at them as if they were exquisite works of art. They represented not merely wealth, but the spoils of his struggle for survival in that apocalyptic dimension, as well as the assurance for his next course of action. Chapter 11. Alchemical studies. After sleeping for 9 hours in the apocalyptic realm, Gao Yuan felt utterly awake. He glanced at the 2 timestamps he had inscribed on a sheet of paper. 2:22. 11 a.m. marked the moment he crossed into the apocalyptic realm, while 2:22:35 a.m. recorded the instant he returned to the modern dimension. Thus, I had spent 24 hours in the apocalyptic realm, and only 24 seconds had elapsed since my return. 1 hour in the apocalyptic realm equated to 1 second in the modern realm. Confirming this fact brought Gao Yuan a sense of reassurance. While it wasn't a complete halt of time, the 24 seconds of absence could surely be concealed with relative ease. As for how to sell the gold, Gao Yuan had made some preparations. He retrieved a dusty electric crucible from the windowsill of the bathroom. His fingertip brushed against the aluminum oxide coating of the crucible, and it instantly became coated with a fine layer of metallic powder. This is a second-hand item that Gao Yuan acquired at a bargain from a destitute student in the chemistry department of Kazan University. The Russian label on the temperature control knob has worn down to the point of being nearly illegible, yet fortunately, it remains functional. He plugged it in, and the graphite lining of the crucible emitted a faint dark red hue upon activation. Instead of hastily adding materials, Gao Yuan first sprinkled a small handful of borax into the crucible. This technique, learned from the internet, allows borax to lower the melting point of gold while also adsorbing impurities. The white powder swiftly melted under high temperatures, forming a transparent, glass-like slag at the bottom of the crucible. Following this, Gao Yuan picked up a gold ring, weighing it thoughtfully between his fingertips. The ring was coarsely crafted, with a broad face and substantial weight. He released his grip, and the ring plummeted into the crucible, swiftly transforming from golden to dark red under the intense heat. The edges began to soften and curl, reminiscent of a leaf kissed by flames. Next came the gold necklace, its heavy chain producing a delicate clinking sound as it slid into the crucible, instantly engulfed by the searing heat. With a melting point of merely 1,064 degrees Celsius, the surface of the metal soon shimmered with liquid ripples due to the continued heating of the electric crucible. The golden liquid flowed languidly, akin to molten honey, merging seamlessly together. Donning heat-resistant gloves, Gao Yuan grasped a graphite stirring rod and gently stirred the molten gold within the crucible. The gold had completely liquefied, displaying an almost orange-yellow luminosity. Tiny bubbles occasionally surfaced, indicative of residual impurities decomposing under high temperatures. Ah, the temperature is just right. He proceeded to add the remaining 2 gold earrings and another ring, casting them all into the crucible. As the temperature escalated, the golden liquid became increasingly clear, resembling a pool of flowing sunlight. He then delicately prodded the surface of the molten gold with the graphite rod, extracting a few minuscule black impurities. These were remnants of solder from the jewelry's assembly or tiny particles of post-apocalyptic dust. The higher the purity of the gold, the better its liquidity post-melting. The molten gold now exhibited an extraordinarily smooth consistency, nearly devoid of any sluggishness. Excellent. The primary task is nearly complete. Gao Yuan turned off the power, allowing the molten gold to cool slightly, yet remain in a liquid state. He then picked up a graphite mold, a standard apparatus in chemical laboratories. The cavity was circular, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter and 1 centimeter deep. He carefully poured the molten gold into the mold, the orange-yellow metal tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Once the metal liquid settled into the mold, it quickly spread out, the edges slightly bulging, resembling a solidified fried egg. Gao Yuan did not rush to demold, allowing the gold ingot to cool naturally. Gold possesses exceptional thermal conductivity, and within mere minutes, the liquid luster on the surface gradually solidified. The color transitioned from bright yellow to dark gold, ultimately hardening completely. He gently tapped the edge of the mold, and with a soft thud, the gold ingot fell onto the table, weighty and still emanating a slight warmth along its edges. Gao Yuan then took an electronic scale, placing the gold ingot upon it, 403 grams. He had melted a total of 5 gold ingots, each weighing approximately 40 grams. The surfaces were smooth, the edges rounded, and the bottoms slightly concave, presenting the most primal and pure form of gold. Gao Yuan gently caressed the surface of the ingots with his fingertips, savoring the metal's characteristic chill and heft. Dividing them into smaller pieces for sale would undoubtedly enhance safety. The 5 small ingots, along with 5 unrefined gold bars, were safely tucked away in the spatial ring, which served as the most secure sanctuary. With the alchemy complete, it was already around 4 in the morning, yet Gao Yuan felt invigorated and entirely devoid of fatigue. He had also brought back 2 magazines and 2 notebooks from that dimension, and he found himself reluctant to rest, opting instead to glance at these artifacts. Gao Yuan cautiously laid the printed materials he had retrieved from the apocalyptic realm upon his desk. The 2 magazines hailed from a 5-story apartment building, while the notebooks were sourced from a jewelry shop. At least the inscriptions remained legible. He muttered to himself, his fingers delicately tracing the cover of the top magazine. The cover had faded, its edges eroded by moisture, curling and yellowing. The gilded, avant-garde Cyrillic letters were still discernible. As he turned to the first page, the paper emitted a fragile sound, as if it might disintegrate into dust at any moment. Gao Yuan held his breath, his movements becoming increasingly gentle. The colorful prints within had dulled, yet the outlines of charts and photographs remained recognizable. His attention was drawn to an article titled Controlled Nuclear Fusion. China leads the 3rd energy revolution. According to a special correspondent, the Chinese Academy of Sciences announced yesterday that the Swearin experimental reactor in Chengdu had been operating continuously for over 500 hours, outputting energy 30 times greater than the input. Gao Yuan softly recited the discernible passages, his brow furrowing unconsciously. Many specialized Russian terms were still beyond his grasp, leaving him to guess and infer. Adjacent to the article was a blurred photograph depicting a group of Chinese scientists in lab coats, smiling in front of a massive circular apparatus. The next page of the magazine had become glued together, and Gao Yuan dared not force them apart. Instead, he picked up another journal, which was in slightly better condition. Its cover was missing, leaving only the header indicating it was the November 2030 issue. Within one editorial, he discovered a paragraph circled in red. China's groundbreaking advancements in nuclear fusion technology will undoubtedly reshape the global energy landscape. However, the International Atomic Energy Agency has warned that if this technology is militarized, it could lead to unprecedented safety crises. There are already indications that the North Atlantic Alliance is accelerating its Solar God project. A gust of wind swept through the partially open window, rustling the pages. Gao Yuan quickly pressed down on the magazine, but his gaze was drawn to a corner of a map that had been turned up by the breeze. It was a world map, marked with colored lines indicating the distribution of nuclear fusion reactors. The position of China is cloaked in a dense array of crimson dots, whereas the blue dots representing other nations are considerably more sparse. An annotation at the edge of the map states, as of October 2076, the distribution of operational fusion reactors worldwide. Is this what is referred to on the internet as the 3rd wave of civilization? Gao Yuan murmured to himself, recalling a blog post by a diverging-minded creator, who had once mentioned that the explosion of nuclear fusion technology would mark the turning point for human civilization's journey from Earth to the stars and seas. Chapter 12. The Sale of Gold. Gao Yuan set the magazine aside, his gaze shifting towards 2 elegantly packaged leather notebooks. The deep brown leather covers bore cracks, yet the gilded Cyrillic script spelling Romanov still gracefully curled in the upper left corner. Upon opening the first page, he found the inscription Client Register 2076 printed on exquisite copperplate paper, accompanied by a line in smaller text, exclusively for our most esteemed guests. The Ledger S recording style surprised Gao Yuan, Rather than merely documenting transaction amounts like an ordinary account book, it resembled a diary of luxury. Each page chronicled a guest's name, the items purchased, and brief annotations. Flipping to a page in the middle, he read 2076-1215, Mr. Bull's platinum and diamond pocket watch. No. P762. Note. The gentleman remarked that it was a graduation gift for his son, specifically requesting the inscription inside to wish his future be as brilliant as a diamond. What a gentle father. Gao Yuan swiftly turned the pages, noting that as the year drew to a close, the transaction records became increasingly dense, with the items growing ever more extravagant. The final entry halted his movements. 20761227 Madame Verchoive, frequent patron, blue diamond necklace, last in stock. Note, the Lady Express of the world is changing too swiftly. Let me at least face it beautifully. 20761227 General Andreev Royal Blue Sapphire Set. Final inventory. Note, the general stated that the borders would be sealed tomorrow. Let beautiful things remain in the homeland. The back of the ledger was filled with blank pages, devoid of any entries. Gao Yuan retrieved another notebook, which contained the internal attendance roster of the Romanov jewelry store, abruptly ceasing on the date of December 27, 2076. He then meticulously perused all these printed materials. In an article from Frontiers of Technology, he encountered a passage stating, the Russian Ministry of Energy announced that the first commercial fusion power stations will commence operations in the first quarter of 2040, at which point electricity prices will plummet to historic lows. Economists predict that this transformation will incite an unprecedented consumer frenzy. Gao Yuan's gaze oscillated between the jewelry store ledger and the technology magazine. The surge in luxury consumption, the energy revolution, and the abrupt conclusion of the ledger. These fragments seemed interconnected, yet with his current experience, Gao Yuan could not unravel the secrets they held. He carefully placed the precious printed materials into a plastic bag before tucking it into the compartment for rings. These artifacts were not merely remnants of a post-apocalyptic dimension. They could very well hold the key to unraveling the enigma of civilization's collapse. December 27, 2076. He softly repeated this date. It must surely bear great significance. The electronic alarm clock chimed, announcing 7 in the morning, the designated time for Gao Yuan to rise each day. Kazan University maintained a relatively lenient approach towards its preparatory classes, particularly for foreign students like Gao Yuan. Whether to focus on their studies or simply pass the time was left to the individual awareness of each student. After completing 2 major classes in the morning, Gao Yuan utilized his lunch break to visit Ivan's supermarket. Upon seeing Gao Yuan arrive, old Ivan immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. "Ah, my friend, I presume you have brought something delightful." "Yes?" Gao Yuan approached the checkout counter, placing his right hand in his jacket pocket while gently sliding a small velvet pouch across the counter with his left. "Ivan Ivanovich, take a look." Old Ivan nodded and picked up the velvet pouch. His movements appeared casual. Yet Gao Yuan noticed the old man first gently squeezed it with his fingers to gauge its weight before slowly opening it. 5 irregular golden ingots lay upon the deep blue velvet, glinting with a dull yellow sheen under the stark fluorescent lights of the supermarket. Each weighed approximately 40 grams. Their surfaces uneven, with edges bearing traces of melting, clearly a homemade product. "What a lovely little trinket," old Ivan muttered, his eyes lighting up. He pulled open a drawer beneath the counter and retrieved a small black box, his motions as practiced as if he performed this task dozens of times a day. Gao Yuan's muscles tensed. He feigned browsing the items on the shelves while discreetly observing Ivan's every action through the mirrors between the aisles. The old man extracted a set of tools from the black box, an electronic scale, a touchstone, a small vial of reagent, and a magnifying glass, his expertise rivaling that of a chemistry student. Old Ivan first placed the 5 gold ingots on the electronic scale to weigh them, recording the figures. Then he picked up one of the ingots and made a mark on the touchstone. The golden streak stood out vibrantly against the black stone surface. He dropped a single drop of reagent onto the scratch and scrutinized it with a magnifying glass. "Decent purity," old Ivan remarked without looking up, around 92. "Did you smelt this yourself?" Gao Yuan chose not to answer that question, simply stating 9,200 rubles per gram. Ivan chuckled softly, continuing to examine the other ingots. His technique was both deft and precise, each step revealing his professional acumen. Gao Yuan noticed that the old man kept his left hand beneath the counter, where a firearm was likely concealed. A total of 222 grams. Old Ivan finally raised his head, At the price you mentioned, that comes to 2,424,000 rubles. Let me round it up for you to 2,450,000. Gao Yuan nodded slightly, though his heart raced. The price exceeded his expectations, and old Ivan did not even attempt to haggle. The smoothness of the transaction left Gao Yuan feeling somewhat uneasy. Cash? Gao Yuan inquired, while his peripheral vision scanned every corner of the shop for any anomalies. Of course, old Ivan replied, bending down to retrieve a pre-prepared briefcase from beneath the counter. Placing it on the surface and opening it, inside lay neatly stacked bundles of rubles. After counting them once, he placed some bills into the cash register drawer and then handed the briefcase to Gao Yuan. Gao, aren't you going to check? Gao Yuan hesitated to take the money, instead fixing his gaze on Ivan's eyes. Don't you want to know the origin of this gold? Old Ivan's smile remained relaxed. Young man, ignorance is the best business strategy in my establishment. He patted the briefcase. However, next time, if your product is pure, the price could be raised by 5. This statement sent a chill down Gao Yuan's spine. Old Ivan not only knew that the gold was homemade, but could also discern the inadequacies in his refining process. This seemingly ordinary grocer clearly possessed an extraordinary background. Cautiously, Gao Yuan picked up the briefcase and quickly inspected a few bundles of cash. They were all genuine bills, unmarked and not sequential. He zipped it up and tucked the bag into the inner pocket of his leather jacket. Old Ivan, in good spirits, observed Gao Yuan and softly said, Gao, don't you think we can trust each other more now? You may call me Old Ivan directly. Old Ivan, I will return when I have more goods, Gao Yuan replied as he began to retreat towards the door, always keeping his front towards Ivan, his right hand resting in his pocket. You're always welcome. Old Ivan had already begun to tidy up his inspection tools, his expression relaxed. By the way, young man, I have some new and interesting items in stock. Would you be interested in purchasing? Chapter 13. Upgrading equipment. Gao Yuan paused. He indeed had thoughts of upgrading his equipment. Old Ivan would not overlook this opportunity with Gao Yuan, the newly affluent. He led Gao Yuan to the back of the supermarket, entering a warehouse. The elder activated a concealed switch behind the shelves, and the floor beside him suddenly descended, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Follow me. The air in the basement was infused with the scent of gun, oil, and leather. Old Ivan pressed the switch on the wall, and LED lights flickered to life, illuminating the approximately 50 square meter secret chamber. Gao Yuan's pupils dilated slightly as he beheld the walls adorned with an array of firearms, while a glass case in the center displayed various pieces of equipment. Compared to the last secret chamber old Ivan had shown him, the quantity of weaponry had more than doubled. Do you need a complete set of individual special operations gear? Old Ivan's voice suddenly turned professional and incisive, starkly contrasting with his usual gentle demeanor as a grocer. He approached the equipment rack on the right. This is the newly arrived Warrior 20 system, just introduced to the Russian Special Forces last month. Then, he removed what appeared to be an ordinary tactical vest, deftly flipping it with his fingers to showcase its intricate details. Crafted from 500D Cordura fabric, the vest was equipped with ceramic plates capable of withstanding 7.62x54 mmR armor-piercing rounds and featured an integrated temperature regulation system. Old Ivan tapped the miniature control panel located on the left chest of the vest. This panel allowed for the release of hemostatic agents from the built-in medical kit, and the overall intelligent chip was modified to ensure it would not connect to any external networks, thereby safeguarding your privacy. Gao Yuan took the vest, astonished by its lightness, weighing no more than 3 kilograms. A slight smile graced old Ivan's lips. The material science of the Germans, the electronic technology of the Israelis, combined with our Russian enhancements. He turned to another cabinet and retrieved a black metal case. Inside lay a military-grade laptop, encased in a magnesium alloy shell with electromagnetic shielding, featuring an integrated quantum encryption communication module. Old Ivan entered a lengthy password to unlock the computer, which could continue functioning for 8 hours even after being struck by a nuclear electromagnetic pulse. Of course, the price was quite reasonable, equivalent to that of a sedan. Gao Yuan's gaze was drawn to a submachine gun displayed on the wall. Old Ivan knowingly removed the HK MP5 of German lineage, yet subtly modified by Russian special forces. He skillfully disassembled the firearm to reveal its internal structure, showcasing a redesigned buffer system that reduced recoil by 40. The silencer was specially designed, producing noise levels not exceeding 60 decibels during rapid fire. He handed Gao Yuan a magazine filled with specially designed subsonic ammunition. whose trajectory remained as stable as a laser within a range of 300 meters. When Gao Yuan inquired about examining a dagger, old Ivan retrieved an exquisite wooden box from the bottom of the display case. You will appreciate this. Inside lay a pitch-black military dagger, custom-made for the Russian Special Forces, featuring a tantalum alloy blade with a nanocrystalline structure, achieving a hardness rating of 62 on the Rockwell scale. He effortlessly sliced through a nearby Kevlar fiber sample with the blade's tip, demonstrating its ability to penetrate light ballistic vests. The hilt contained a built-in miniature compass and flint. Gao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement of old Ivan's professional presentation. In truth, he understood little, but he could easily verify the basic specifications of these pieces of equipment online upon returning home. There's one more exceptional item. Suddenly, old Ivan produced a velvet box from the inner pocket of his suit. This item might be the most significant of all. Inside was a Walther PPK pistol, elegantly compact, its exterior gleaming with a cold blue hue under the light. A favorite among spies worldwide, it was a special edition chambered .380 caliber, with the serial number meticulously altered. Old Ivan glanced at Gao Yuan, imparting with gravitas that the greatest advantage of this firearm was its remarkable concealability, far more practical than the TT-33 resting in his right hand. Gao Yuan offered a polite, yet awkward smile, feeling that the TT-33 tucked in his pocket was somewhat conspicuous. He extended his right hand from his pocket, accepting the petite Walther pistol, feeling the subtle textures along the grip. Old Ivan lowered his voice, stating that within a 10-meter range, it was more reliable than any automatic pistol, particularly suitable for close social encounters. I want all the equipment. How much is it in total? Gao Yuan asked directly. Old Ivan produced an old-fashioned calculator, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keys. 160,000 rubles, including all accessories and 500 rounds of various ammunition. He paused momentarily, adding, of course, my after-sale service is included. Without haggling, Gao Yuan retrieved the briefcase from the inner pocket of his leather jacket, counted out 160,000 rubles, and handed it to old Ivan. As old Ivan accepted the cash, their gazes briefly intersected, a silent understanding flowing between them. Old Ivan nodded slightly. Excellent, Gao. You're always so straightforward. I knew I had chosen well. He placed all the weaponry into a suitcase and exited the underground chamber alongside Gao Yuan. I hope these toys assist you in resolving any issues. By the way, old Ivan, do you know any military instructors? Gao Yuan inquired. I seek a coach with practical combat experience to learn shooting, fighting, and some military knowledge. Old Ivan pondered for a moment before responding. An exceptional warrior does not necessarily make a qualified instructor, but I can recommend someone. The Thor Knight Military Enthusiast Club. Are you familiar with it? Yes. I've visited their shooting range a few times. They have a senior member named Artem Kozlov, who was once a tactical instructor for the Russian Special Forces. You might want to reach out to him. All right, old Ivan, thank you. A few minutes later, as Gao Yuan departed with the suitcase, the copper bell of the grocery store's glass door chimed dully once more. Old Ivan returned to the cash register, pulled out a ledger, and scribbled a few lines in a cryptic script. Then, he uncorked a bottle of vodka and sipped slowly, as if nothing had transpired. In the evening, within the corridor of the International Student Dormitory at Kazan University, Gao Yuan donned a faded cotton coat, tucking a copper ring into the inner pocket. Wearing the ring openly was somewhat conspicuous, leading some to mistakenly believe it was gold, which presented its own complications. As he passed the bulletin board, he caught a glimpse of a poster for an entrepreneurship seminar for international students. Li Yongji's name was prominently displayed in gold paint, accompanied by a photo of him embracing a student with a broad smile, the glare from his glasses painfully bright. The door to the third-floor conference room was ajar, and as Gao Yuan pushed it open, he found Li Yongji conversing while holding a mug alongside several men in suits. Upon seeing Gao Yuan enter, Li Yongji's eyes behind his lenses immediately curved into crescent moons, beaming with warmth. Little Gao, come, take a seat. Today we are all friends here. Around the oval conference table sat 7 or 8 international students, and Gao Yuan chose a spot near the door, his peripheral vision catching a glance at the boy seated next to him. It was Alexei from the economics department, who Gao Yuan had borrowed a phone from last week in the cafeteria to check the real-time exchange rate of Yuan. At that moment, Alexei was staring blankly at the red mark on his wrist, his nails digging deeply into the flesh of his palm. Chapter 14. The Lone Trap One After Another. Several individuals entered the conference room. Among them was Chao Haiyang. Haiyang, over here, Gao Yuan exclaimed, somewhat surprised, rising to beckon him. Chao Haiyang, looking somewhat astonished, took a seat beside Gao Yuan. "Old Gao, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Just joining the crowd," Gao Yuan replied. "Why aren't you studying in the library?" "Like you, just here for the excitement." At the podium, Li Yongji cleared his throat a couple of times and commenced his address. As international students embarking on entrepreneurial ventures in a foreign land, the most pressing need we face is startup capital. Li Yongji set down his cup, tapping the promotional brochure on the table, which bore the cover of the Kazan Youth Entrepreneurship Support Program. "I have negotiated with several financial institutions over the past 3 months to secure a low-interest loan at an annual rate of 6, with no collateral or guarantees. Available within 24 hours. A man clad in a gray suit immediately chimed in. "For instance, if any student is looking to start a small business, having additional funds for circulation could potentially double the scale and significantly increase profits." Gao Yuan observed the interplay between Li Yongji and the man in the suit with a discerning eye, simultaneously gauging the reactions of the surrounding international students. He caught a glimpse of the Chinese student, Yu Haixia, diagonally across from him, discreetly turning her phone screen face down. When the screen lit up, he noticed it was a repayment reminder from a loan app, with an alarming amount followed by 3 exclamation marks. "If anyone is interested, we can discuss it in detail after the meeting," Li Yongji suggested, adjusting his glasses and scanning the room. "Feel free to raise any questions. Today is meant to address your concerns." Suddenly, Alexei raised his head, summoning the courage to inquire, "What about overdue payments?" "Overdue?" The man in the gray suit chuckled. "Given our support for international students, how could we hastily deem it overdue? At most, there would be a late fee, with an annual rate of just 18%. Yu Haixia abruptly stood, her chair scraping harshly against the floor. "Last month, I borrowed 80,000 rubles, and after just 3 days of delay, they charged me a 2,000 fee. What you claim to be 6 is merely bait. The actual interest is far more exorbitant. Please, Ms. Yu, remain calm," Li Yongji implored, frowning as he stood up, attempting to pacify the situation. "It is normal for financial products to have additional terms. I specifically reminded everyone to read the contracts carefully. What you reminded us of is seizing the opportunity." Yu Haixia's eyes were red, and she snatched her bag, rushing toward the exit. As she passed Gao Yuan, he caught a whiff of her faint perfume. "I was merely 2 months overdue, and you contacted my family back home, claiming they wouldn't help repay the debt, insisting I work here to pay it off. Professor Li, didn't you say this was support?" With that, the door slammed shut. The conference room fell silent, the hum of the air conditioning resonating in the stillness. Li Yongji's smile froze on his face, while the man in the gray suit lowered his head to organize his papers, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The predatory nature of these campus loans was appalling. Students, lacking a stable income, would only find themselves sinking deeper into debt. Gao Yuan pinched the ring in his pocket, a chill creeping through his palm and into his veins. At this juncture in the seminar, it was evident that Li Yongji's expectations had not been met. He continued to extol the virtues of supportive loans, yet none of the international students showed any interest. A half-hour later, the meeting concluded hastily. As Gao Yuan departed, he noticed that both Li Yongji and the suited man wore expressions of discontent. In the corridor, Gao Yuan walked alongside Chao Haiyang. "Old Gao, come to my room later." "Sure, no problem." A few minutes later, Gao Yuan purchased several bottles of beer and some canned beef from a convenience store and made his way to apartment 421. Upon entering, he found Chao Haiyang engrossed in his laptop. The screen flickered with garbled text as Chao Haiyang struck the keyboard with vigor. "Guess what I discovered? Li Yongji's account transfers 500,000 rubles monthly to a trading company in Kazan, whose legal entity is a loan shark's front, Alyosha." At that moment, the garbled text on the screen suddenly coalesced into a line of text. On October 15th, Li received 20 in upfront fees. Upfront fees? Gao Yuan furrowed his brow. It means a loan of 100,000 results in only 80,000 being disbursed, while the contract states 100,000. Chao Haiyang adjusted his glasses and clicked the mouse to reveal a series of transaction records. For that loan of 80,000 rubles to Yu Haixia, Li Yongji pocketed 160,000. Moreover, the scars on Alexei's wrist were not self-inflicted. They were from a belt used for debt collection. Do these loan sharks operate so ruthlessly? Ruthless? This is still mild. Given the influence of Kazan University, these loan sharks dare not be overly brazen. Gang members typically avoid the campus. Otherwise, the indebted international students would be in an even worse predicament. Chao Haiyang compiled some of the gathered materials and evidence. Anonymously, he sent them through several compromised computers under his control to various government officials in Kazan. The circumstances surrounding these borrowing international students are quite complex. They are not simply innocent victims. Chao Haiyang curled his lip as he had gathered much campus gossip through various channels. Alexei is a second-generation wealthy individual from Belarus, receiving nearly 500,000 rubles monthly for living expenses. He merely engages in leveraged investments in the Russian stock market, and, after incurring losses, he became desperate and requested loans from the Yonji. Oh, and what about Yu Haixia? Her family is also well off. Those who can study abroad in the arts are not short of money. Yu Haixia tends to spend lavishly, indulging in designer clothing and cosmetics. Just like you, both living paycheck to paycheck. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Chao Haiyang's meaningful gaze, Gao Yuan replied, "All right, brother, rest assured. Even if I were impoverished enough to leap into the Volga River, I would never resort to loan sharks. Furthermore, my father has recently prospered, and my monthly allowance has multiplied several times over. Even if I feast on lavish meals, I would have surplus. Is that true?" Chao Haiyang regarded Gao Yuan with a skeptical gaze, yet he was aware that Gao Yuan's father was a small businessman engaged in foreign trade, making it plausible for him to receive substantial orders. Indeed, it was true. Gao Yuan spoke with an air of calm assurance. Although he attributed his wealth to his father's success, this fortune was, in fact, the hard-earned spoils of his own relentless efforts, allowing him to indulge without a shred of guilt. "Well, it seems fortune has smiled upon you," Chao Haiyang remarked, visibly pleased, as he gave Gao Yuan a thumbs up. "From now on, I shall depend on your generosity, and I shan't hold back. Rest assured, come what may, as long as I have a morsel to eat." "You shall have your share," Gao Yuan replied with unwavering confidence. Though not blood brothers, their similar backgrounds and kindred spirits fostered a rare sense of trust between them. "Cool, me. Let us drink. Indeed, I shall accompany you to the end. We shan't cease until intoxicated." The two engaged in a lively exchange of toasts, swiftly consuming beef canned goods and entering a spirited state. Chao Haiyang stood 10 centimeters taller than Gao Yuan, surpassing 185 centimeters. Yet his tolerance for alcohol paled in comparison to Gao Yuan's. After downing 2 bottles of beer, he collapsed to the ground. TSK, such drinking capacity is utterly feeble. Gao Yuan hoisted Chao Haiyang onto the bed in the bedroom, covering him with a quilt before turning to depart. In 3 hours, he would face another challenge in a different realm. Chapter 15. Genetic mutation. Upon returning to his rented room, Gao Yuan promptly locked the door behind him. He swept the living room floor and then released all the items from his ring space. The space was nearly filled to capacity, necessitating meticulous planning. Following the instructions for the Warrior 20 Special Operations set, Gao Yuan donned the entire suit of armor reminiscent of Iron Man. Handgun and submachine gun were secured in their designated slots. Essential items included food, drinking water, a sleeping bag, spare magazines, batteries, and various medications. There was no need to bring the infrared night vision goggles, as the Special Operations helmet was already equipped with both infrared and night vision systems. Gao Yuan murmured to himself, ensuring nothing was overlooked. He then concealed unnecessary items, such as gold bars and a pocket watch, beneath the bed in the bedroom. Next, he retrieved the tripod and miniature camera he had purchased at the supermarket earlier that day, setting up a simple self-timer device at the bedroom door. The cooldown period reached 0. The time to traverse had arrived. A cold mechanical voice emanated from the ring, resonating within Gao Yuan's thoughts. He pressed the button on the remote control, activating the camera's automatic shooting feature, then tossed the remote onto the bed and mentally activated the ring. The items before him began to distort, and then his consciousness halted, enveloped in darkness. When Gao Yuan regained awareness, his gaze first fell upon his hands. In his left hand was a piece of raw beef, now reduced to mere grayish-white bones, which crumbled to ash upon a gentle squeeze. Living organisms and biological tissues seem unable to be carried across dimensions. Gao Yuan scattered the ashes of his left hand into the surrounding air, the white remnants blending seamlessly with the snow covering the ruins. Subsequently, he opened his right palm to reveal a common digital watch. Its display frozen at the moment he traversed the dimensional rift, continuing to blink. Without hesitation, Gao Yuan set the watch to stopwatch mode, commencing from 0, and concealed it within a crevice in the nearby wall. After completing these actions, he lifted his gaze to survey the environment. Indeed, the familiar scene greeted him. As long as he crossed dimensions from the bedroom of his rental apartment, he would arrive at the same fixed location in this realm. Gao Yuan squinted, peering through the fully sealed visor of his tactical mask to observe this desolate world. The city of Ka City in this dimension, once bustling with life, had transformed into a graveyard shrouded in snow and ice. In the distance, several dilapidated buildings jutted out like the gnawed bones of a giant, fragmented and piercing the leaden gray sky. The drifting snow blanketed the ruins in a pallid shroud. Gao Yuan pressed the power switch on the tactical suit at his lower back, activating the AI interaction features and energy-efficient combat template of the Warrior 20 suit. The environmental scan was complete. A mechanical electronic voice from the AI assistance system resonated in his ear. Atmospheric radiation level, 187 millisieverts. Recommended duration of stay, no more than 4 hours. External temperature, minus 234 degrees Celsius. Wind speed, 9 meters per second. Visibility, 400 meters. Vital signs stable. The AI continued its report. Oxygen reserves at 97, battery energy at 73, temperature regulation system functioning normally. Gao Yuan nodded gently. The sensors within his tactical helmet detected this subtle movement, displaying a green confirmation mark in the lower right corner of his vision. He moved cautiously. The exoskeleton of the Warrior 20 suit, allowing him to traverse the knee-deep snow as if it were solid ground. With each step, the anti-slip spikes on his boots gripped the icy surface securely, while the outer layer of nanofiber absorbed any sound of his footsteps entirely. The Russian tactical gear was well suited for such frigid conditions. A satisfied smile crossed Gao Yuan's face, though old Ivan had extorted a considerable sum from him. The expenditure proved worthwhile. Turning around a partially collapsed brick wall, Gao Yuan suddenly froze. The threat identification system on his visor immediately marked a red outline in his field of vision. A creature, roughly the size of a domestic cat, was feasting voraciously on a corpse half buried in the snow. Unknown organism detected. The AI's voice was subdued, audible only through Gao Yuan's built-in earpiece. Preliminary assessment. Thermoregulated organism. Length 42 centimeters. Weight approximately 4 kilograms. Body radiation index exceeding normal levels by 17 times. Gao Yuan slowly raised his MP5 submachine gun, the helmet's targeting system automatically synchronizing the sight with the muzzle. Through thermal imaging, he could distinctly perceive the aberrant high temperature emanating from the mutated rat, at least 20 degrees above the ambient temperature. The creature's fur exhibited a morbid gray-green hue, and apart from that, it resembled an oversized common house mouse. To engage directly in combat, or to evade. In response to this quandary, Gao Yuan took merely 2 seconds to arrive at his conclusion. Any creature that feasts upon human flesh, regardless of its nature, must be eradicated. Suddenly, the mutated rat lifted its head, its blood-red eyes glinting ominously in the dim light. Its nose twitched, seemingly detecting peril. Gao Yuan held his breath as the biocamouflage of his Warrior 20 suit began to automatically adjust, blending him seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Yet it was too late. The mutated rat emitted a piercing shriek and lunged at him, propelled by its hind legs with a velocity that far surpassed that of ordinary rodents, transforming into a blurred gray shadow. Assisted targeting, fire, Gao Yuan calmly commanded, his finger tightening around the trigger. The muzzle of the MP5 erupted in a brief flame, unleashing 3 9mm bullets in a triangular formation. The helmet's targeting system precisely calculated the trajectory. The first bullet struck the rat's right forelimb, the second penetrated its thoracic cavity, and the third obliterated its skull. The mutated rat's gray-green blood splattered onto the snow, immediately congealing into ice. Its lifeless body slid several meters away, leaving a gruesome trail of blood across the snow. Target hit. AI report. Remaining ammunition, 27 rounds of submachine gun bullets. Gao Yuan remained vigilant, maintaining his shooting stance as he advanced cautiously. His boots crunched on the blood-ice surface, producing a sound that grated against the ears. When he nudged the mutated rat's carcass with the barrel of his gun, the biological scanner on his visor revealed anomalous energy fluctuations within. Detection of a miniature radiation source. AI warning. Recommend maintaining distance. Gao Yuan took a step back and retrieved a foldable detector from the equipment pouch at his thigh. Once unfolded, he aimed the detector's sampling head at the mutated rat. A small screen flickering with a dangerous red light. Radiation level, 452 millisieverts per hour. This unidentified creature possesses strong radioactivity. The wind and snow suddenly intensified, visibility plummeting to under 100 meters. Gao Yuan glanced upwards towards the sky, perpetually shrouded in a cloud of radioactive dust that filtered sunlight into a sickly dark yellow. Please note the surrounding temperature. The air temperature is rapidly declining. AI reminder: when external temperatures drop to minus 30 degrees. Energy-saving mode will be unable to maintain a constant temperature. Gao Yuan cast one last glance at the half-devoured human corpse, now frozen solid like stone, its skull meticulously stripped clean. He made a simple gesture, bidding farewell to the corpse, and continued onward. "Let us proceed," he murmured, his voice echoing within the confines of his helmet. Chapter 16. The bank vault. The exoskeleton of the Warrior 20 Special Operations suit emitted a faint hum, aiding Gao Yuan as he trudged through the ever-deepening snow. Utilizing an offline map synchronized from his mobile device to the helmet's AI system, he advanced briskly towards the general direction of the central bank of Karakon. The interactive holographic screen of his helmet displayed a rapid decline in external temperatures: minus 25 degrees, minus 27 degrees, minus 30 degrees. By the time Gao Yuan reached the ruins of his destination, the temperature had plummeted below minus 35 degrees. The revolving door at the bank's entrance had long warped and deformed, stuck in a half-open position. He sidled through, the beam of his tactical flashlight slicing through the dim interior. The sight within the grand hall momentarily took his breath away. Much of the ceiling had collapsed, exposing a chaotic mesh of rebar resembling a celestial sky. Crystals from shattered chandeliers lay strewn across the floor, mingling with the snow. The once polished marble floor was now marred by cracks, from which strange ice crystals sprouted. After checking the radiation levels at the entrance and confirming they were within safe limits, he slipped into the darkness of the building. The infrared night vision system of his helmet activated instantly, transforming the surrounding environment into a vivid green image. Here, the items had long been plundered, yet the four walls and parts of the ceiling remained intact, resilient enough to withstand the raging blizzard outside. Engage energy-saving alert mode, Gao Yuan commanded, prompting the suit to execute its preset protocol. He retrieved a metallic disc from the suit's backpack and placed it at the center of the room. The disc unfurled, and a small scanning device rose from its center, capable of continuous rotational detection of the surrounding environment, while the data synchronized with the AI system of the warrior suit. Gao Yuan found a nearby concrete pillar to sit upon, placing his MP5 submachine gun within arm's reach, and began to assess his equipment status. The visor displayed a series of readings: oxygen reserve at 82, battery power at 45, temperature regulation system load at 47, and an internal constant temperature of 20 degrees. Should the external temperature drop too low, the suit's batteries would drain rapidly. Gao Yuan pondered inwardly. Under normal circumstances, each battery could last for 6 hours of energy-efficient use, and I have 4 spare batteries in my ring space, which should suffice. However, if combat mode or strong temperature regulation mode is activated, maintaining adequate power supply for 24 hours becomes a significant challenge. From his ring space, Gao Yuan extracted a bottle of Russian brand yogurt and, using a special telescopic straw designed for his helmet, consumed the entire 500-milliliter bottle. After finishing, he stood up and casually returned the empty yogurt container to his ring space. His tactical boots crunched the ice crystals on the marble steps, the once lustrous stones now riddled with spiderweb-like fractures. The gilded decorations of the central bank's dome had long since peeled away, leaving behind only remnants of gold dangling between the icicles, resembling countless blunt daggers suspended above. These were mere facades, their surface adorned with a trace of low-purity gold dust. Utterly uninspiring, Gao Yuan exhibited little interest in the gilded decorations. His primary focus lay on the subterranean vault of the central bank. The staircase leading downwards loomed darkly, resembling a maw poised to devour its prey. He assessed the handgun at his waist and the MP5 submachine gun in his grasp, ensuring they were primed for immediate use. The beam of the tactical flashlight from his submachine gun danced across the walls, illuminating the mottled stains of blood and the pockmarks of gunfire. It was evident that a fierce firefight had transpired here, yet no bodies were visible, only a few tattered garments frozen in place on the ground. The corridor on the B1 level remained relatively intact, with a fire door hanging askew from its hinges. Gao Yuan noticed a dislodged sign on the wall, inscribed in Russian, indicating the room for valuable items, accompanied by an arrow. His heartbeat quickened, and adrenaline surged through him. If the gold reserves of the vault had not been transported away, I could indeed become immensely wealthy this time. As he ventured deeper, the temperature seemed to plummet further. The breath from his helmet's filter coalesced into ephemeral clouds in the light of his flashlight. The blast-proof elevator shaft leading to the B3 level had been compressed into a metallic pancake. Gao Yuan spiraled down the emergency passage, his night vision goggles capturing glimpses of tragedies frozen in time. Goodness, I'm fortunate not to have a heart condition, or I would have been terrified to death. A corpse, clutching a protective fork, had ice and snow blossoming into crystalline flowers within its gaping mouth. Scattered around the body, ruble banknotes, soaked in irradiated snow, shimmered with an eerie phosphorescence in the frigid air. Gao Yuan proceeded cautiously, each step deliberate. The scenes reminiscent of horror films now loomed perilously close. He swiftly acclimated to these psychological and physiological shifts. At the end of the corridor on the B3 level stood a heavy, circular metal door, its frame encrusted with thick frost. The door's relief depicting a double-headed eagle had been distorted into an abstract masterpiece by searing heat, with liquid metal droplets solidifying into stalactite-like iron thorns. Gao Yuan's eyes brightened. This door appeared never to have been opened. He advanced quickly, his gloved hand touching the cold metallic surface. Yet in the next moment, hope deflated like a balloon pierced by a pin. The junction between the door and frame revealed unnatural melting marks. The metal had fused like wax before solidifying, creating an insurmountable barrier. Damn, should I cry or laugh? Gao Yuan's emotions oscillated wildly. He pushed against the door with all his might, but remained utterly unyielding. Stepping back, he threw his entire weight against it. Pain shot through his shoulder, yet the door didn't even tremble. The AI system issued a warning. Heart rate accelerated to 150 beats per minute, body temperature rising rapidly. Impact detected. Please exercise caution. Anger began to accumulate within Gao Yuan's chest. He drew a dagger, attempting to insert it into the door's seam. The blade sparked against the superalloy, but left not even a scratch. Gao Yuan's breath grew labored, the fogging system of his mask barely keeping pace with the heat he exhaled. Damn it, he bellowed, striking the door with a fist. The pain in his knuckles only intensified his fury. He stood dazed before the vault door. Minutes later, a calm as frigid as ice began to wash over him, and he felt a twinge of shame for his earlier loss of control. Steady now, Gao Yuan, he admonished himself, gradually regaining composure. There was a silver lining and a shadow. The good news was that the vault door had been melted and locked tight. It was highly likely that all the valuables inside remained intact. The bad news was that this vault had become an impenetrable chamber. Given the structural integrity of a national bank vault, it was nearly impossible to breach by force. Gao Yuan's tactical gloves grazed the door. He suddenly noticed several charred, cutting marks on the lock, clearly evidence of a prior, unsuccessful attempt at forced entry. Faced with a mountain of treasure, yet barred from access, Gao Yuan was unwilling to relent. He used the vault door as his starting point, exploring the third and second underground levels. Hours passed, and he had to concede that he was at an impasse. With a click, he replaced the third battery of his warrior suit into the chest slot, stowing the depleted one in his ring space. Unless he employed massive, specialized machinery or an abundance of engineering explosives, this vault was an invincible fortress. Chapter 17. A moment of clarity, Gao Yuan returned to the bank's main hall on the ground floor. The temperature was slightly warmer here, the visibility more expansive, resulting in reduced energy consumption for his warrior tactical suit. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, occasionally punctuated by the thunderous sound of debris being swept away. Ascending the spiral staircase at the front of the hall, he reached the second floor, discovering a small office that was relatively intact and free from drafts. After a brief tidying, he prepared to spend the night there. Ready to rest, he set up a security system. Gao Yuan positioned a disk-scanning radar at the corridor entrance of the office, configuring it for automatic monitoring. Today had been rather unlucky, despite being a bank. He had found nothing of value aside from worthless paper currency, with not a gram of gold in sight. From his ring space, he retrieved a 200,000 milliamp power bank to charge his phone. The countdown timer on the phone screen indicated that he had 11 hours remaining to satisfy the ring's cooldown period. The long night stretched ahead, and sleep eluded him. Perhaps a diversion with the computer would be in order. Feeling somewhat dejected, Gao Yuan pulled out the military-grade laptop he had purchased from old Ivan. This laptop was also a crucial component of the Warrior 20 system, capable of data sharing with the AI system of the tactical suit. Upon powering it on, The laptop's startup screen displayed a star trail image from the Russian Federal Space Agency. At this moment, the operating system and hard drive contents of the laptop bore little distinction from those of common laptops. However, this computer is equipped with two specially designed USB drives, one red and one black, and each laptop is uniquely hardware locked. Gao Yuan retrieved the red USB drive and inserted it into the computer's USB port, simultaneously entering a preset password. The laptop's interface gradually transformed into an alternate operating system. It successfully connected to the Warrior's Special Operations 20 system, with hardware validation completed, and the system data began to share and transfer. Once the data transfer was complete, Gao Yuan retrieved the footage of his recent encounter with a mutated rat, analyzing its movement patterns in slow motion. The AI system annotated various data regarding the mutated rat, attack speed, jumping height, reaction time, among others. Based on behavioral analysis, the AI concluded, this organism exhibits high aggression and may possess pack hunting tendencies. It recommended raising the alert level. Understood, he thought, backing up all data from today. Gao Yuan then issued another command, Warrior Combat System, enter standby mode, activating the UFO surveillance mode. After completing these tasks, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and momentarily relaxed his nerves. A few minutes later, the system notified him that the data backup was complete. Gao Yuan removed the red USB drive, and the computer interface reverted to the ordinary operating system. I had downloaded a few movies in advance. Let us watch one to unwind, he murmured, casually selecting a film titled as desired. This was an early American Hollywood dark comedy. The plot revolved around a thief who, after much effort, infiltrated a bank vault but inadvertently locked himself inside by shutting the vault door behind him. Ironically, he had chosen this particular weekend as it was a day of rest for the bank, leaving the premises entirely deserted. As the oxygen within the sealed vault dwindled, the thief stood atop countless gold bricks, utterly despondent. What a foolish little thief, he chuckled. The actors' performances were compelling, drawing Gao Yuan deeper into the narrative. Could he not have prepared 2 oxygen tanks in advance? Perhaps he could have escaped when the bank staff changed shifts. The thief's lack of foresight was exasperating. Gao Yuan laughed heartily. Suddenly, as he gazed at the film before him, his laughter abruptly ceased. The notion of escaping a sealed vault with oxygen tanks struck him like a flash of inspiration, and a new plan swiftly took shape in his mind. On this night, in a post-apocalyptic realm, the outdoor temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees, accompanied by a blizzard laden with high radiation. Aside from a few mutated creatures, the world lay in silence. Gao Yuan was gradually adapting to this environment. His sleep was far from restful. Yet the presence of a surveillance device improved the quality of his rest significantly. The following day, there were no signs of the blizzard abating. He decided to remain holed up in the small cabin, even taking out 2 Russian textbooks to study for half the day, surprisingly achieving decent progress. With the cool-down period over, he could begin his journey through dimensions. With the mechanical sound serving as a reminder, Gao Yuan activated the ring with his mind and returned to the modern realm. A familiar sensation washed over him as the world before him twisted, and his consciousness momentarily halted. Upon regaining clarity, he picked up the remote control from his bedroom's bed and turned off the camera. He then extracted the SD card containing the stored data. Subsequently, he placed the SD card into the card reader and connected it to the desktop computer on his desk. By maneuvering the mouse to adjust the playback of the surveillance video, Gao Yuan confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it was a complete spatial transfer. After activating the ring, his body vanished, only to return to the modern realm 24 seconds later. Gao Yuan glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the computer screen. It was just past 2 in the morning, yet he felt no trace of sleepiness. His biological clock was thoroughly disrupted. After a night's sleep in that realm, returning felt akin to having consumed a stimulant. This was untenable. He needed to plan his traversal time, while also attempting to adjust his daily routine. Feeling rather bored, Gao Yuan instinctively clicked on the game icon on his computer screen. After a few rounds of StarCraft II on the European server, he found himself rather disenchanted and closed the game. To his surprise, he realized he no longer wished to spend his time on computer games. Before long, he would become a super-rich individual. Was it too lowly to idly play games all day? At that moment, Gao Yuan felt as though his thoughts had ascended to a new realm. Perhaps he needed to seek a more meaningful way of life, such as becoming a top-tier influencer on a live-stream platform, where beautiful women would perform headstands while washing their hair, or purchasing a luxurious yacht to indulge in pleasures worldwide. The more he contemplated, the happier he became, tossing the mouse aside. Yes, This was indeed the life a wealthy person should lead. Of course, he could not be merely a wasteful spender. The wasteland realm was perilous, and, at the very least, he needed to acquire some life-saving skills. Otherwise, earning money without the means to enjoy it would be a tragedy. Lost in delightful fantasies, time flew by, and before he knew it, the morning alarm rang. Time to embark. Following his plan, once he secured the vault of the Kazan Central Bank, an endless supply of cash awaited him. Gao Yuan felt invigorated, his spirit renewed. Standing tall and brimming with confidence, after a brief tidying up, he casually selected an outfit, pushed open the door to his rented room, and strode toward the exit of the apartment building. Chapter 18. Entering the vault in the midday of Kazan, a hint of early winter's chill permeated the air. As Gao Yuan pushed open the heavy glass doors of the Kazan Central Bank, the opulent interior decor starkly contrasted with his modest attire. He wore a simple dark gray overcoat and slightly worn leather shoes, appearing like any ordinary office worker hustling for a living in this city. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The receptionist lifted her gaze, briefly scanning Gao Yuan before addressing him with a courteous yet tepid tone. "I wish to rent a private safe," Gao Yuan articulated, his voice resonating with a balanced confidence. The receptionist raised an eyebrow slightly and picked up the internal phone. "Andrei Petrovich, a gentleman inquiring about our safe services." Within 3 minutes, a middle-aged man with a stout build and slicked-back hair approached briskly, dressed in a well-tailored navy suit. He bore the bank's name tag on his chest. Andrei, the manager, he introduced himself, habitually adjusting his tie. Andrei's gaze lingered on Gao Yuan longer than that of the receptionist, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. The receptionist elaborated. "This gentleman wishes to learn about our safe services." A professional smile adorned Andrei's face, yet a flicker of skepticism danced in his eyes. "Of course, we're delighted to assist you. However, are you familiar with our safe rental standards?" Gao Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "The annual rent starts at 50,000 rubles, increasing with size, requiring a one-time payment for both the yearly rent and an equivalent deposit." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Andrei's eyes, swiftly concealed. "It appears you have done your homework. However, I must clarify that this service is reserved for select clients." "I understand the bank's concerns," Gao Yuan calmly interjected. "Perhaps we could first tour the vault? Should it meet my satisfaction, I am prepared to complete the formalities on the spot." Andrei hesitated momentarily. This unassuming young man from Huagua neither exuded the airs of a wealthy magnate nor those of a con artist. Yet his composed confidence made refusal difficult. The Chinese tend to be understated. Perhaps he is an eccentric scion of wealth? The bank's policy dictated that it would rather err on the side of caution, especially given the recent pressures on performance. "Very well, please follow me. However, we must first conduct a security check." Andrei ultimately made his decision, reasoning it was merely a matter of spending a bit of time. They arrived at the bank-side security room, where a guard signaled for Gao Yuan to place his belongings in the tray. Gao Yuan retrieved a seemingly ordinary wallet and a smartphone from the inner pocket of his coat, then removed a copper ring from his finger. "Is this necessary?" he inquired, gesturing toward his pocket watch chain. "All metallic items, sir," the guard replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Gao Yuan nodded and extracted a golden pocket watch from the inner pocket of his waistcoat. The guard sent the tray through the X-ray machine, and moments later, the device emitted a soft beep. The guard stared at the screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. Adjusting the image contrast, he turned to Gao Yuan, his demeanor suddenly becoming exceedingly respectful. Andrei furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there a problem?" The guard lowered his voice. "Manager, you ought to see this." Andrei leaned closer to the screen, where the X-ray image vividly revealed the intricate inner workings of the pocket watch. The case was fashioned from solid gold, and the mechanical structure exhibited an exceptional degree of precision. More significantly, the inner side of the cover was adorned with a circle of at least 20 small diamonds encircling a central sapphire. Such craftsmanship and materials held a market value of no less than several million rubles. Suddenly, Andrei turned sharply to gaze at Gao Yuan, who was calmly adjusting his cuffs, seemingly indifferent to the commotion at the security checkpoint. The manager swallowed hard, his expression transforming instantaneously from suspicion to an almost obsequious smile. As Andrei bowed deeply, he heard the crack of his cervical vertebrae, and upon raising his head, he donned his most sincere and fervent demeanor. "Mr. Gao, how rude of me. I had no idea you were such an aficionado," Andrei exclaimed, his voice unexpectedly elevating several octaves. "Please forgive our cumbersome procedures. They are all in the interest of our client's safety." Gao Yuan merely nodded slightly, accepting the pocket watch, which the security officer had almost reverently returned, and elegantly placed it back into his inner pocket. Now, may we proceed to the vault? He inquired, his tone remaining composed. Of course. Absolutely. Andre nearly leaped to guide him. This way, please. I shall escort you through the VIP passage. After passing through several security doors requiring card access, they arrived at the elevator. Andre swiped his ID card to open the elevator, courteously pressing the door button while waiting for Gao Yuan to enter. Our vault is situated 30 meters underground and is protected by German-made composite armor, capable of withstanding any conventional explosive and drilling attempts, Andre elaborated, his enthusiasm unabated as he occasionally stole glances at Gao Yuan's reactions. Last year, we upgraded our biometric system. Now, dual authentication via palm print and retinal scan is required to access the core area. The elevator descended smoothly, and upon the doors opening, they were greeted by a brightly lit corridor flanked by fully armed guards. Noticing the manager personally escorting a guest, the guard stood at attention and saluted. The guard shifts here change every 2 hours, and the monitoring center is staffed around the clock, with all entry and exit logs preserved for 10 years, Andre proudly stated. I can assert without exaggeration that the security system of the Central Bank of Kazan is second to none throughout the Tatar Republic. Gao Yuan's gaze swept across the cameras in the ceiling and the sensors in the corners, and he nodded appreciatively. Impressive. Encouraged by this affirmation, Andre continued with even greater fervor. We offer 3 sizes of safes, the smallest for documents and jewelry, the medium size suitable for artworks or small valuables, and the largest can even accommodate a medium-sized sculpture. They approached a massive circular metal door, where Andre placed his palm on the identification panel while aligning his eyes with the retinal scanner. After a few moments, accompanied by the hum of the hydraulic system, the heavy blast door, weighing several tons, began to slowly slide open. Gazing at this familiar yet foreign metallic portal, Gao Yuan's expression was laden with meaning. This is our vault's core area. Andre lowered his voice as if introducing a sacred place. The temperature was a constant 20 degrees, and humidity was meticulously controlled at 45, perfectly adhering to international preservation standards for precious items. Gao Yuan stepped in slowly, his gaze sweeping across the neatly arranged wall of metallic safes. Each vault door gleamed with a bright metallic sheen, numbered from 001, extending into the exclusive VIP section at the back. This innermost area was reserved for esteemed clients, featuring not only standard security, but also an independent alarm system and additional blast protection. Andre guided Gao Yuan further inside, noting that the rental fees would naturally be a bit higher. Chapter 19. Progressing smoothly in the contemporary realm at the Central Bank of Kazan, Gao Yuan paused before a row of medium-sized safes. Are there any vacancies in this specification? He inquired. Andre's eyes lit up. Absolutely. There are several available in Zone B, with a splendid view and proximity to the exit, making it exceedingly convenient. He swiftly retrieved a floor plan from his tablet. How about B111? Centrally located. It also has favorable feng shui. Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Feng shui? Andre chuckled awkwardly. We have quite a few clients from Huagua, and I've picked up a bit of knowledge. If that does not suit you, there's also B188, which is considered a lucky number. Let's go with 111, Gao Yuan decided. Can we proceed with the paperwork now? Andre could hardly contain his eagerness. Of course. Please follow me to the VIP room, where I will personally assist you. They ascended to the upper level, traversing the lavishly decorated VIP corridor. Andre ushered Gao Yuan into an office adorned with thick carpets and oil paintings, personally serving coffee and refreshments. First, you'll need to fill out this application form. He respectfully handed over the tablet, which included fields for personal information and contact details. Rest assured, all information will be kept strictly confidential. Gao Yuan accepted the tablet and filled it out swiftly. Andre couldn't help but glance at the screen, noticing that the address field was filled with Kazan University. Are you here in Kazan for business, Mr. Gao? Andre inquired tentatively. Studying abroad, just sightseeing? Gao Yuan replied without looking up. Once the form was complete, Andre meticulously reviewed it. Perfect. Next, we will select a safe service package. We offer 4 tiers, standard, silver, gold, and platinum, differing mainly in additional services and insurance coverage. Standard package will suffice, Gao Yuan interjected. Andre appeared slightly disappointed, but quickly regained his composure. Very well. The annual rental for B111 is 120,000 rubles, plus a deposit of the same amount. totaling 240,000. How would you prefer to make the payment? Gao Yuan retrieved an envelope from the inner pocket of his trench coat and slid it across the table to Andre. Cash. Andre blinked, swiftly adopting a professional demeanor once more. Of course. He carefully opened the envelope and began counting the bills with practiced finesse. After confirming the amount, Andre retrieved a delicate key and a magnetic card from his drawer. Here are your safe key and access card. Please note that the key is unique, if lost. A replacement fee of 50,000 rubles is required, along with re-verification of identity. Gao Yuan received the key and card, placing them into his inner pocket. Lastly, there were rules regarding the use of the safe deposit box. Andre opened a small booklet, stating that access is available 24 hours a day, but requires a reservation 2 hours in advance. Each entry to the vault must be accompanied by a bank employee. The storage of flammable, explosive, radioactive materials, or any illegal items is strictly prohibited. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring whether he needed a staff member present while placing personal items into a safe. I understand your concerns, Mr. Gao. Our bank has explicit regulations. Andre, having encountered such inquiries from clients before, responded swiftly. We have designated private rooms where clients can enjoy 5 minutes of solitude without interruption. That seems more reasonable. A smile graced Gao Yuan's face as he twirled the copper ring on his left pinky with his right middle finger. After reviewing the booklet, he asked, "Is there anything else I need to sign?" Andre handed over the final document. This is a disclaimer and privacy agreement. Additionally, he hesitated for a moment, stating that, in accordance with anti-money laundering regulations, we need to understand the general nature and source of the items you intend to deposit. Of course, this is merely a formality. Gao Yuan's expression soured. I am depositing personal collectibles, and their provenance is legitimate. The specifics are my private matter. Andre, eager to retain the client, quickly nodded. Certainly. This is just a routine procedure. You need not provide detailed information. He promptly checked the option for art collectibles on the form. Once all formalities were completed, Andre personally escorted Gao Yuan to the bank's entrance, bowing significantly lower than when he welcomed him. Mr. Gao, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me. Here is my personal business card. Gao Yuan accepted the gilded card, nodding slightly. Thank you for your service, Andrei Petrovich. He then acknowledged him with a nod and stepped into the frigid winter of Kazan, feeling the weight of the safe deposit key in his pocket. A barely perceptible smile tugged at Gao Yuan's lips. The first phase was complete. Andre stood at the door, gazing at the seemingly ordinary yet enigmatic figure, feeling both joy and bewilderment as he touched the thick stack of cash in his pocket. After leaving the central bank of Kazan, Gao Yuan visited a sporting goods store in the city center, purchasing a complete set of diving equipment, including 6 oxygen tanks. The store owner found this somewhat peculiar. Each tank could supply underwater oxygen for 6 hours, raising questions about the diving conditions that warranted such duration. However, given that Gao Yuan selected the finest and most expensive brand of diving gear and paid in full with cash, the owner chose to remain silent and temporarily forget his curiosity. Gao Yuan utilized the Yandex taxi application on his mobile device to summon a cab, subsequently transferring all his acquired diving gear into the trunk of the vehicle. Greetings, please take me to Sunshine City Community. He casually relayed an address to the taxi driver. This residential area, which he had previously passed through, is situated on the outskirts of Kazan and predominantly features mid to large-sized multi-story residential buildings. While fuel prices in Russia are relatively inexpensive, taxi fares can be quite steep. The address Gao Yuan provided is located over 20 kilometers from the pickup point. Constitutino a substantial fare. Throughout the journey, Gao Yuan admired the street scenery of Kazan while contemplating a pressing issue. His diverse array of equipment required daily replacements, and various spare batteries needed constant charging. Additionally, many items were sensitive to exposure. The cramped and insecure conditions of his current rental accommodation prompted him to consider relocating to a place with better amenities and enhanced safety. Moreover, given Kazan's vastness and sparse population, possessing a private vehicle would not only be more efficient time-wise, but also facilitate the discreet transportation and concealment of items that should remain hidden. Having a fine car would certainly elevate my stature, he mused. The driver remained silent as Gao Yuan's thoughts wandered. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at its destination, the entrance of a multi-story apartment building. After bidding farewell to the departing taxi, Gao Yuan seized the opportunity with no one around to witness, to carry his diving equipment into the building one piece at a time. Typically, Russian apartment buildings feature an insulated entryway designed to buffer against the harsh outdoor cold and maintain indoor warmth. Such spaces, devoid of surveillance equipment, allowed Gao Yuan to swiftly stash his diving gear within upon each entry. After several trips, the entire set of diving equipment, along with several oxygen tanks, vanished without a trace. Chapter 20. Coercion and Temptation. The winter campus of Kazan University was bathed in golden hues by the setting sun. Ginkgo leaves swayed gently in the breeze, cascading onto the stone pathways, producing a subtle, rustling sound. Gao Yuan emerged from the lecture hall. Clutching a few hefty Russian language textbooks, he resolved to take a shortcut, traversing the sparsely populated maple grove at the northwestern corner of the campus to reach his apartment building. Deep within the grove, muffled sounds of a tense altercation reached his ears. Slowing his pace, he followed the sound, gradually venturing deeper into the woods. Behind a natural barrier formed by several sturdy maple trees, he witnessed a scene that sent chills through his veins. Li Yunzi, the impeccably dressed assistant professor from the Chinese language department, was cornering a young woman against the tree trunk. In that moment, he resembled a serpent shedding its skin. His gold-rimmed glasses were askew upon his glossy nose, and the narrow eyes behind the lenses glimmered with a sinister green light in the shadows. Xiao Yu, I've already given you ample time. Li Yongji's voice, typically gentle in the classroom, was now laced with a metallic chill. 80,000 rubles, plus interest over the past 2 months, has now escalated to 110,000. When you intend to repay it? The girl known as Xiao Yu was recognized by Gao Yuan as Yu Haixia, a Chinese art student and one of the most acknowledged beauties at Kazan University. At that moment, Yu Haixia leaned against a tree trunk, her hands clenched into fists upon her chest, resembling a startled fawn. She wore a simple white knitted sweater and light blue cropped jeans, complemented by a woolen skirt, all designer pieces. Her long, dark hair fell in disarray over her shoulders, accentuating her petite, pale face. Most striking were her almond-shaped eyes, now brimming with tears, glistening like trembling amber in the setting sun. Mr. Li, I implore you for an extension of 2 weeks. My family will send the living expenses soon. Yu Haixia's voice was faint as a whisper, laced with evident tremors. Li Yongji suddenly stepped forward, his slender frame exuding an unexpected aura of intimidation. He extended his pale, elongated fingers, grasping her chin and forcing her to meet his gaze, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Extension? He scoffed. Yu Haixia, do you think this is a charitable organization? With his other hand, he retrieved a piece of paper from his suit pocket, waving it before her. Gao Yuan squinted, barely discerning that it was a promissory note, black ink on white paper, featuring her signature alongside a copy of her student ID. Li Yongji's voice dropped to a sinister whisper, brimming with a sticky malice. I have a proposition. Accompany me a few times, and I shall waive the interest. Otherwise, he elongated his tone, you will repay me in full by tomorrow. Yu Haixia visibly trembled, tears finally spilling over, cascading down her cheeks. No, Mr. Li, you cannot do this to me. Cannot do what? Li Yongji's face twisted grotesquely. The facade of civility completely shattered. He suddenly seized her waist, the cold metal of his glasses brushing against her nose, his breath reeking of a carnivorous decay. How about this? He said, pushing aside a stray lock of hair to reveal her pearl-like earlobe. Accompany me to a hotel in downtown Kazan tonight, and the interest will be waived. No. Yu Haixia jerked her head away, her hair brushing against the bloated eyelids of the man. This act of defiance ignited Li Yongji's fury. He yanked her hair backward. The scholarly smile that usually adorned his face contorted into that of a malevolent specter, veins bulging ominously at his temples. What pretense of purity is this? He spat, slamming the promissory note against her face, the paper's edge leaving a crimson mark upon her porcelain skin. Including principal and interest, it totals 11,000 rubles. You could be sold to the red light district and still not repay. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Gao Yuan deliberately stepped down hard on a twig, producing a sharp crack. Instantly, Li Yongji released Yu Haixia as if jolted by electricity, his demeanor shifting as if a switch had been flipped. Adjusting his glasses and smoothing his suit, he restored his voice to a deliberately gentle tone. Xiao Gao. Li Yongji's voice regained its previous warmth. What a coincidence. Are you here for a stroll as well? Gao Yuan feigned a casual approach, nodding slightly as he greeted. Hello, Teacher Li. I took a shortcut back to the apartment. He deliberately glanced at the still trembling girl. Yu Haixia, you don't look well. Do you need assistance? Yu Haixia raised her tear-filled eyes, locking gazes with Gao Yuan for a fleeting moment, her expression a tapestry of gratitude, shame, and despair. Swiftly, she lowered her head, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand. And no, it's all right. I was just heading back to the dormitory. Liungzi naturali stapatacida. Allowing Yu Haixia path. Xiaoyu and I were just discussing her thesis. She is under considerable pressure, and her emotions are rather unstable. He turned to Yu Haixia, his voice remaining gentle, yet his gaze was as cold as steel. Isn't that right, Xiaoyu? Yu Haixia's shoulders flinched slightly as she nodded meekly. Thank you, Teacher Li. As she bowed her head, a single tear fell onto the fallen leaves. I will revise the thesis. When she turned to leave, the hem of her woolen skirt snagged on a thorn bush, tearing open to reveal a slender calf as smooth as congealed fat. Yu Haixia had no time to dwell on this, hastening away as if fleeing for her life, her delicate figure swiftly vanishing into the depths of the maple grove. Li Yongji turned to Gao Yuan, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Xiao Gao, how has your studying been lately? I hear you're preparing to apply for the entrance exam at Moscow University? His words carried an implied meaning. I have some connections there. Perhaps I could be of assistance. A chill ran down Gao Yuan's spine. This seemingly caring inquiry, in light of what he had just witnessed, was unmistakably a blatant threat. He suppressed his revulsion, responding calmly. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Li. I will do my best. Li Yongzi nodded in satisfaction, patting Gao Yuan's shoulder. That hand, pale and slender with meticulously trimmed nails, reminded Gao Yuan of the limbs of a venomous spider. All right, Xiao Gao, Li Yongji said with a smile. It's getting late. You should head back to the apartment. If you're considering applying for campus financial aid, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting the setting sun's rays, glaring like blood. You can come to me. I can offer you the most favorable conditions. Having said this, he straightened his suit collar and departed with steady strides, his polished shoes crunching on the leaves before fading away into the woods. Damn, what a scoundrel! Gao Yuan stood rooted in place, a surge of anger welling up within him, a fierce impulse to draw his MP5 from the spatial ring. He gazed toward the direction Yu Haixia had taken, clenching his fists, followed by a resigned sigh. This Li person is truly despicable. Money is indeed a wicked thing, yet it can resolve 99 problems in the world. Gao Yuan lowered his head, silently departing, completing the thought in his mind. And the one problem it cannot solve is because you simply don't have enough of it. Chapter 21. Life Choices. Yu Haixia hurried back to the front of her rented apartment. The outdoors had already succumbed to the encroaching dusk. As she unlocked the dormitory door with her fingerprint, the shards of diamonds on her manicure traced a delicate line across the sensor. Upon entering, she cast aside her Jimmy Choo-embellished heels and relished the sensation of the handcrafted wool carpet from Central Asia beneath her bare feet. As her toes sank into the soft fibers, a cat-like sigh escaped her lips. Yu Haixia carelessly tossed her phone, adorned with rhinestones, onto the entryway cabinet. The surface reflected her meticulously crafted broken makeup of the day, eyelids adorned with teardrop-shaped sequins and mascara deliberately smudged to evoke the fragility of a rain-kissed begonia. This was a fishing-style makeup look she had learned from a popular Korean influencer on Instagram. Her roommate, Zhang Jing, a dance major studying abroad, called out, "Xia, you have a package." Zhang was practicing grand jumps in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, her honey-hued skin glowing with an amber sheen in the afternoon light. The dancer's taut arches cut through the air gracefully, and as her waist twisted beneath her black camisole, the contours of her spine undulated like the black keys of a piano. She nodded towards a coffee table where a parcel emblazoned with the double C logo lay. Yu Haixia opened the package with a sense of ritual, her diamond-studded nails refracting starlight under the illumination. A satisfied sigh escaped her lips as the latest Chanel CF bag revealed itself. She caressed the quilted leather as if it were a lover, oblivious to the relentless debt collection notifications flashing on her phone screen. Didn't you just buy Delvaux last week? Zhang Jing inquired, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat that trickled down her body, following the curves of her hourglass figure into the low-rise pants. As she casually tied her chestnut hair into a bun, her shoulder blades appeared like a pair of butterflies poised to take flight. That was the spring-summer collection. This is the autumn-winter limited edition, Yu Haixia explained as she transferred the content from her old bag into the new one, her movements suddenly halting. Nestled within the old bag's compartment lay a business card from Li Yongji, its golden edges glimmering with a serpentine phosphorescence in the shadows. She swiftly crumpled the card and discarded it into the trash bin, where last month's dried roses rested, their petals still clinging to a Prada price tag. As Yu Haixia passed by Zhang Jing, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. "Xia, have you bought a new perfume again?" Zhang Jing inquired. Lifting her gaze from the yoga mat, her long dancer's neck arched gracefully like a swan. She had changed into a sports bra, her abdominal muscles subtly revealing themselves beneath her sun-kissed skin, radiating a healthy glow after her Pilates session. "Just switching brands to lift my spirits," Yu Haixia replied casually, tossing the Chanel shopping bag onto the sofa. A perfume bottle tumbled out, casting prismatic reflections that danced across her face. She turned to the antique Venetian mirror in the entryway, playfully adjusting her hair. The reflection revealed a porcelain doll-like delicacy. Her almond-shaped eyes were misty, her nose elegantly defined, and her full lips still bore traces of the YSL glossy lip stain applied that morning. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with urgency. 5 unread messages, all from Teacher Li. The final message was accompanied by a photograph, a close-up of a signed IOU, with the amount circled in crimson ink, beside which an ominous blood-red exclamation mark had been drawn. What was amiss? Zhang Jing handed her a glass of lemonade, droplets cascading down the sides of the cup, pooling in a small puddle at her palm. "It's nothing, just some harassing messages." Yu Haixia abruptly locked her phone, the fading blush on her neck appearing particularly stark in the mirror. She tugged at her turtleneck sweater. From the refrigerator, she retrieved the caviar purchased 2 days prior. The sound of the silver spoon scraping against the glass jar resembled some insect gnawing away. As their conversation meandered, they shifted topics to various gossip surrounding Kazan University. "I heard Gao Yuan's father is in business and recently secured a substantial contract for American household goods," Zhang Jing suddenly interjected. She was in the process of stretching her legs atop the bar, the flexibility of a professional dancer allowing her long limbs to nearly fold into a perfect 180-degree angle. "He now receives 50,000 rubles as pocket money each month." The silver spoon clattered onto the marble countertop. Yu Haixia recalled the unkempt, ordinary boy she had seen in the woods earlier that day. "Is that true?" Her voice unexpectedly rose, only to quickly soften, akin to melting chocolate. "I mean, he appears rather unassuming." Zhang Jing smiled faintly. As she turned, the edge of her athletic shorts revealed the dimples of her lower back, resembling 2 symmetrical goblets. "It must be true. He tends to spend generously on gaming, earning him the nickname Little Tycoon among friends." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Moreover, it seems he has been secretly fond of you." Yu Haixia's steps toward the bathroom faltered imperceptibly. The mirror reflected the fleeting upward curl of her lips, which vanished in an instant. Warm water cascaded over her body. She gazed at the Cartier bracelet adorning her wrist, a splurge that had maxed out her credit card the previous month. Consequently, she had fallen behind on the interest for her payday loan by another month. Outside the bathroom, Zhang Jing's phone was playing TikTok videos, snippets of Moscow's student sponsorship landscape mixing with the sound of running water. Yu Haixia wiped the foggy mirror, her fingertips unconsciously sketching the ruble symbol on the glass. She emerged wrapped in a La Perla silk bathrobe. Zhang Jing had already changed into her robe, ready to take her turn in the shower. The sound of water echoed from within. Zhang Jing hummed the melody of Swan Lake amidst the steam, her stunning silhouette dancing on the frosted glass. Her legs seemed to account for 2/3 of her height, the taut lines during a kick resembling a bowstring drawn tight. Yu Haixia glanced down at her newly done diamond-studded manicure, suddenly seizing her phone to activate the front camera. The beauty captured within the frame exuded an air of luxury, even the strands of hair whispering of opulence. Hair treatments cost 3,000 rubles, and the misty blue highlights required weekly touch-ups, not to mention the monthly visits to the beauty salon. She zoomed in on her phone's camera to scrutinize the corners of her eyes, only breathing a sigh of relief once satisfied that no fine lines were present. "I have learned from Chao Haiyang that Gao Yuan is considering upgrading to a more luxurious apartment." As Zhang Jing emerged wrapped in a towel, droplets of water danced along her collarbone. "In truth, I believe our upscale apartment building should suffice for his needs. It would be quite delightful to have another classmate as a neighbor." Yu Haixia's fingers trembled slightly as she applied La Mer cream. The mirror reflected her suddenly brightened eyes, reminiscent of a feline detecting a scent. Seemingly casually, she tossed her hair. Wasn't his previous apartment one that required a year's rent in advance? That's typical of nouveau riche. Zhang Jing, in front of the mirror, smeared Vaseline on her legs. This motion rendered her calf muscles with a texture akin to marble sculpture. With wealth, who cares about a year's rent, especially when the amount is not substantial? Suddenly, Yu Haixiao's phone vibrated with a new message from Li Yongji. Repay the debt within 3 days, or the promissory note will be revealed to everyone in your contacts, or consider the proposal I just mentioned. Yu Haixia abruptly slammed her phone down, the diamond-encrusted case producing a jarring sound against the table. I need some fresh air. She grabbed her newly purchased handbag, but inadvertently knocked over yesterday's Jimmy Choo shoebox at the entrance. The Volga River shimmered under the night sky. Yu Haixia stood before a luxury store's window, touching up her makeup. In the glass reflection, her expression was marked by gravity and contradiction. Chapter 22. A surprise attack in the snow in the wasteland, remnants of walls were scattered everywhere. The temperature lingered below 0 degrees Celsius. Yet the sky remained devoid of snow. A faint yellow sunlight streamed down, marking a rare good day. Amidst the ruins, after a distortion of time and space, Gao Yuan appeared abruptly in the open space, clad in full tactical gear. He inspected his hands. The branch in his left hand had withered into a lifeless stick, while the canned fruit in his right hand showed no signs of change. He bent down and placed both items on the ground. Immediately, Gao Yuan retrieved the electronic watch he had previously left in a crevice of the wall. The LCD display indicated that time had recorded 0 and progressed to 24 hours and 30 seconds. Once again confirming, after 24 hours in the modern realm, time in the wasteland has likely advanced by approximately 24 seconds. Gao Yuan stored the electronic watch in his ring space, and then took out a military dagger to pry open the fruit can. Inside, the fruit had deteriorated into a dark, putrid mass. What on earth is this? This looks utterly revolting, and Gao Yuan lacked the courage to test its edibility. With a thought, he released another can of fruit from his ring space, of the same brand. Upon prying it open, the fruit inside was in pristine condition. It seems that items carried along during the crossing are susceptible to some form of decay. Only the collectibles within the ring space remain fresh. The warrior system of the Special Operations Suit, known as the Warrior 20, has successfully completed its activation and diagnostics. Today, Gao Yuan has chosen the exploration target to lie in the northwestern direction of the offline map. There, in the modern realm, the urban area of Kazan boasts a bustling commercial street. He hopes to glean some valuable findings from this location. Gao Yuan walked over 1,000 meters toward the northwest. The biting cold wind howled through the ruins, stirring up fine dust that struck against his visor, producing a faint crackling sound. He adjusted the focus of his tactical goggles, and the scene before him gradually came into sharper relief. The once majestic Kazan Kremlin now lay nearly leveled to the ground. AI, has the scan been completed? Gao Yuan inquired softly, his breath condensing into tiny droplets on the inner surface of his mask. Scan complete, came a mechanical electronic voice of the AI system in his ear. Radiation levels detected at 192 millisieverts. Recommended stay duration not to exceed 4 hours. Gao Yuan nodded, pressing onward through the thick blanket of snow. A tremendous explosion had nearly erased this historic architectural complex from a map. The once towering Soyambikata now stood as merely a charred pedestal. The blue dome of the Kul Sharif Mosque had long since collapsed, with debris scattered across the snow-covered ground for hundreds of meters, resembling shards of broken time. He crouched down, brushing away snow from a stone slab to reveal a blurred relief pattern beneath. This had once adorned the outer walls of the Kremlin. Now, like the artworks themselves, they had succumbed to the dust of history. Suddenly, the AI system issued a warning. Life sign detected, 10 o'clock direction, distance 50 meters. Gao Yuan immediately became alert. The MP5 submachine gun sliding into his hands from its tactical sling. He slowly turned, peering through the swirling snow at that direction. At first, he saw nothing, only undulating snowdrifts and debris stirred by the wind. Then he noted the unusual snowdrift moving. It was not a natural displacement caused by the wind, but rather a rhythmic, almost imperceptible undulation. Gao Yuan narrowed his eyes as the tactical goggles automatically adjusted to thermal imaging mode. Suddenly, 6 indistinct heat sources appeared against the white backdrop. They were arranged in a semicircle, slowly advancing toward him. AI, analyze the targets. Number of targets, 6. Size resembles that of medium-sized cannons, but thermal signals indicate an abnormally high metabolic rate. Caution advised. Gao Yuan's fingers lightly rested on the trigger. As the first creature leaped from the snow, he barely registered what it was. It was completely white, about the size of a wolf. Yet its long ears and short tail unmistakably revealed its identity, a rabbit. or rather, a creature that had once been a rabbit. Its red eyes no longer held a gentle demeanor, but were filled with the predatory glare of a hunter. Its forepaws had evolved into sharp claws, and its incisors had sharpened to resemble small daggers. Damn it! Gao Yuan squeezed the trigger, and the MP5 erupted with flames, striking down the first of the mutated rabbits mid-air. Warm blood splattered across the snow, manifesting an eerie fluorescent green hue. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The remaining mutated rabbits seemed to have received a signal, simultaneously leaping up from the snow. No longer in hiding, they exhibited astonishing coordination. 3 advanced from the front as a feint, while 2 flanked to the sides. The final one attempted a surprise attack by leaping down from a broken wall at the rear. AI, assist with shooting, semi-automatic mode, Gao Yuan commanded. He swiftly pivoted, executing a precise shot that felled the airborne assailant, then sidestepped to evade a frontal lunge. The AI system highlighted all threats in his line of sight, outlining each attacker in vivid red. Attention to the left, the AI warned. Instinctively, Gao Yuan raised his left arm, the tactical bracer absorbing the mutated rabbit's sharp fangs. The creature gnawed frantically at the reinforced fiber material, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down his spine. MD, these creatures are vicious, Gao Yuan thought, redirecting his firearm and firing almost at point-blank range against its head, brain matter and shattered bone splattering across his armor. The remaining 3 mutated rabbits altered their strategy, no longer launching reckless assaults, but instead darting around Gao Yuan with remarkable speed. Their snow-white fur seamlessly blended with the surroundings, only revealing itself momentarily during rapid movement. One suddenly halted, its hind legs propelling it off the ground, kicking up a cloud of snow that obscured visibility. The AI system instantaneously completed its analysis. Tactical recommendation: deploy a stun grenade or retreat. Gao Yuan swiftly retrieved a small stun grenade from his belt. With a thumb, he disengaged the safety pin, silently counting to 2 before tossing it into the air. A blinding white light and a deafening 170 decibel explosion erupted on the snowy terrain. The pack of mutated rabbits plunged into chaos, writhing in agony as their hypersensitive auditory systems were utterly compromised. The subsequent cleanup became effortless. Strike while the iron is hot, Gao Yuan thought, advancing steadily as he precisely shot each temporarily incapacitated mutated rabbit. The fluorescent green blood quickly stained a large swath of snow, casting a morbid orange hue under the setting sun. When the last mutated rabbit convulsed and fell, Gao Yuan finally exhaled with relief. He checked his ammunition supply. 2.5 magazines remained, sufficient for another similar encounter. Crouching down, he used his tactical knife to inspect a deceased mutated rabbit. Its fur was unusually thick, possessing a rubber-like texture, clearly an adaptation to the harsh environment. Its teeth and claws were evidently evolved for predation rather than herbivorous characteristics. Gao Yuan pondered this in silence. In such an extreme cold environment, where vegetation was scarce, it was quite plausible that herbivores had adapted to become omnivorous or carnivorous. Rising to his feet, Gao Yuan surveyed the desolate surroundings. Twilight began to envelop the ruins, and the wind grew increasingly fierce. He must find a suitable refuge before darkness descends, for the wasteland becomes even more perilous at night. Chapter 23, A Worthy Journey. In the wasteland dimension, a rare, clear morning dawns. Gao Yuan emerges from a partially collapsed underground parking lot, shaking off the dust from his body like an oversized groundhog. He spits out the remnants of debris. Although the space is confined, it offers a sense of security. Gao Yuan activates the thermal imaging mode on his tactical helmet, meticulously scanning his surroundings. The encounter with the mutated rabbit horde yesterday has rendered him more cautious. Once he confirms his safety, he proceeds further. After returning to the modern dimension, I must adjust the time lapse between the 2 realms. Estimating, there should be a time difference of approximately 16 hours. I could traverse at 4 in the afternoon, aligning the wasteland's time to around 8 in the morning. At intervals, he allows the AI system to automatically initiate thermal scans. This mode indeed reveals a hidden group of mutated rabbits and 2 mutated rats. To conserve ammunition, he opts for a detour. Around 9 in the morning, he arrives at his destination. Lennon Street lies beneath a blanket of gray-white snow, the remnants of neon lights flickering beneath the frost. Under the unique slate-gray sky of the wasteland, the luxurious shop windows appear like hollow eye sockets. The bulletproof glass of the Gucci store is shattered in a spiderweb pattern. A half-corpse clad in a fur coat lodged in the crevice. The towering buildings lining the street now stand as mere skeletal remains, their glass facades completely obliterated. The darkened windows resemble countless indifferent eyes, coldly observing Gao Yuan. He glances upward to see a frozen corpse suspended in the fifth-floor window frame, resembling an eerie ornament. The individual, dressed in a suit, likely a white-collar worker, has now become an ice sculpture, swaying gently in the wind. His gaze sweeps across the street, where charred remnants of vehicles lie scattered. Some are even piled atop one another, forming grotesque metallic sculptures. A small body curls up in the back seat of one of the cars, presumably a child, now reduced to a charred silhouette. Crunch! The sound of Gao Yuan's tactical boot crushing an icy eyeball resonates like the shattering of glass marbles. This human eyeball, tethered to nerve fibers, has frozen into the asphalt, remarkably preserved after years of extreme cold. Gao Yuan forces himself to avert his gaze. Any scene, when witnessed too often, becomes numbing. He has gradually adapted to certain rules of this dimension. The shops along the commercial street are not spared, all having been thoroughly looted. When he kicks open the distorted titanium alloy frame of the Prada flagship store, 3 bodies in a wax-melted state pile before the fire door. The human fat layer, having boiled in the moment of a nuclear blast, rapidly froze, forming amber-colored frozen remnants. Inside the luxury store, shelves lie in ruin, scattered with shards of glass and remnants of packaging. He crouched down, using his dagger to sift through the debris, hoping to uncover some glimmering metal. Yet, aside from a few frozen insect carcasses and several packages of ice-encrusted tissues, his search yielded nothing. The crux of the matter lay with the jewelry store on this street. Gao Yuan located what once was an upscale jewelry establishment. Its entrance had long been blown apart, leaving only a charred frame of its former opulence. The interior of the store lay in disarray, with display cases shattered, the sound of glass crunching beneath his feet. Filled with hope, Gao Yuan rummaged through various items with his dagger, when suddenly, a flash of gold caught his eye. He knelt down, clearing away shards of glass and ash. A gold necklace lay quietly, shimmering with a faint glow under the meager light filtering through the dilapidated ceiling. As he extended his finger to pick it up, its weight quickened his heartbeat. "My precious, at long last, we meet again," he murmured, suddenly struck by a realization, and began to frantically search. For the next hour, Gao Yuan, as if possessed, scoured every corner of the jewelry store. Behind a collapsed safe, he discovered 3 small gold bars, beneath a shattered display case. He found a box of scattered gold rings. He even stumbled upon a bag of coins next to a charred corpse, the deceased clutching them tightly until their last breath. Unable to purchase even a moment more of life. "Ha ha ha, today is my day." Gao Yuan's laughter resonated through the empty ruins until the AI system issued a warning. "Caution. Heart rate exceeds 120 beats per minute, body temperature rising abnormally, oxygen consumption doubled. Please be aware of your mental state. Calm down, calm down. This gold is merely a trifle. There will be more treasures to come." He gradually regained his composure, contentedly organizing his spoils. Tossing a coin high into the air, Gao Yuan watched it flip in the dim light. The visage of the czar on the coin had become blurred, yet it did not diminish its worth. "Once I return to the modern realm, I shall devise a splendid plan. Luxury cars, opulent mansions, alluring women from across the globe. Those are mere basics. I shall aim for something even grander." Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from afar, jolting Gao Yuan from his reverie. He swiftly stashed the gold into the spatial ring, raised his weapon, and warily glanced toward the source of the sound. Fantasies were delightful, but the harsh reality was that he remained in peril. The gold could neither provide warmth nor stave off hunger, nor guarantee his safety. Casting a final glance at the ruins of the jewelry store, Gao Yuan activated the combat mode of his AI system and began to advance toward the direction of the gunfire. The cold wind howled as his figure gradually vanished into the swirling dust, leaving behind a solitary trail of footsteps, soon to be blanketed by fresh snow. Moments later, he activated the scanning function of the warrior system. AI, scan for signs of life within a 500-meter radius. Gao Yuan murmured softly. His voice transmitted through the skeletal headset of his mask to the AI system. The system was scanning and detected 4 human life signals approximately 427 meters to the southeast, along with multiple unidentified biological signals. The AI's electronic voice resonated in Gao Yuan's ear, advising heightened vigilance as the unidentified biological signals exhibited an unusually active state, strikingly similar to that of mutated rabbits. Gao Yuan adjusted the direction of his tactical helmet's telescope, quickly locking onto the silhouettes of 4 figures in motion. They were clad in makeshift armor typical of the wasteland, wielding modified rifles, cautiously navigating through a derelict building. Upon discerning the faces of the 2 central figures, Gao Yuan's breath hitched. Ahu and the notorious bandit leader, Scarface. He gritted his teeth, uttering their names, his fingers tightening reflexively around his weapon. These were faces he would never forget, the ones that first made him acutely aware of the precariousness of his life, held in the hands of others. Detected increase in heart rate and elevated adrenaline levels. It is advisable to remain calm, the AI cautioned. Gao Yuan inhaled deeply, forcibly calming himself. This was not a moment for impulsiveness. He needed intelligence to ascertain the identities of these bandits' accomplices and the location of their hideout. Chapter 24. Life and Death. Gao Yuan cautiously approached, narrowing the distance to about 100 meters. Through the tactical helmet's lens, he observed the 4 individuals pausing beside a rusted truck. Ahu kicked the tire and spat on the ground. Damn it, just another heap of scrap. His voice, despite the distance, was distinctly audible. This area has been picked clean. We need to head north. Boss, if we go any further north, we'll exit the safe zone. A slender young man said nervously. Last time, the Bloodwolf gang went there, they never returned. Shut up, rat. A burly bald man kicked the skinny one. With the boss here, what are you shouting about? Their leader was the Scarface Gao Yuan had encountered last time. The man stood around 6 feet tall, with a square jaw and in his 30s. The scar on his left cheek added an intimidating aura to his presence. Scarface smiled slightly. Ahu oil drum, rat. It's all right. This safe zone isn't a fixed area. We just need to be cautious. Ahu grinned wickedly, patting the flamethrower at his waist. Indeed, we've got this guy now. There's nothing to fear. At that moment, the AI suddenly issued a warning to Gao Yuan. Multiple biological signals detected rapidly approaching the target. Abnormal speed. Gao Yuan hastily adjusted the scope, and to his horror, he witnessed several grayish-white shadows darting out from the ruins at the edge of the building. They were not 5, but 7, and more than 10 mutated rabbits. Their size was comparable to that of large dogs, their hind leg muscles exceptionally developed, and their eyes glowed ominously red in the dim light. Enemy attack. The rat was the first to sense the impending danger, shrieking as he brandished his firearm, firing indiscriminately. Bullets shattered the remnants of glass on a nearby truck, but only struck the foreleg of a mutated rabbit. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, not retreating, but rather becoming enraged. It opened its maw, revealing 2 rows of sharp, triangular teeth, lunging toward the rat. Back to back. Do not scatter. The scarred man commanded sharply, his modified rifle spitting flames. Bullets tore through 2 of the advancing mutated rabbits, yet more surged from the flanks. Fire! Fire! Ahu bellowed, pulling the trigger of a shotgun, which erupted with steel pellets, obliterating the mutated rabbit before him. However, the gunfire served as a signal, drawing forth a greater multitude of mutated rabbits from all directions. The bald, muscular man swung a machete, cleaving a rabbit that lunged at his face in twain. Yet, in an instant, 3 rabbits leapt onto his back. Gao Yuan witnessed as the rabbits, with their sharp claws, shredded the man's protective gear, their teeth sinking deep into his shoulder and neck. Help me, boss. Save. The plea from the barrel-like man abruptly ceased as one rabbit clamped down on his throat, blood spraying onto the snow, rapidly crystallizing into dark crimson ice. The rat's plight was even direr, his modified firearm jammed. In a frantic attempt to reload, 2 mutated rabbits tackled him simultaneously. One seized his wrist, the sound of crunching bone resounding clearly. The other ripped open his abdomen, his entrails steaming in the frigid air as they spilled forth. The rat's screams escalated in pitch before abruptly halting, as a rabbit punctured his trachea. AI, record the combat data, Gao Yuan murmured from a distance, his voice trembling with an unacknowledged fear. Ahu displayed remarkable combat prowess, discarding his spent shotgun to draw a flamethrower. A jet of flame swept across, transforming 3 mutated rabbits into blazing fireballs. The creatures writhed on the ground, emitting a nauseating stench of charred flesh. Come on, you beasts! Ahu continuing to unleash flames. Yet, the number of mutated rabbits was overwhelming. One particularly large specimen, likely the leader of the pack, launched a side attack, its sharp claws slicing through Ahu's protective suit at the thigh. Blood gushed forth, staining his pant leg crimson. Stumbling slightly, Ahu turned and incinerated the assailant. but the fuel in his flamethrower was dwindling. The remaining mutated rabbits seemed to sense this, beginning to employ a strategy of encirclement, slowly closing in from various directions. In this life-and-death moment, the scarred man made a motion that caused Gao Yuan's pupils to constrict in horror. He redirected his firearm, aiming at Ahu's thigh and pulling the trigger. Bang! Ahu's thigh was severely wounded, dropping him to the ground, incredulously staring at his once-esteemed leader. "Boss, you." "Forgive me, Ahu," the scarred man said coldly. Retreating swiftly, someone had to hold the rear. The mutated rabbits, invigorated by the scent of fresh blood, became even more frenzied. They immediately abandoned their pursuit of the scarred man and lunged towards the injured Ahu. Seizing the opportunity, the scarred man dashed in a straight line, fleeing without a backward glance. Through the telescope, Gao Yuan observed Ahu's face contorted in fear and agony. Ahu leaned against the truck as the flamethrower emitted its final tongue of fire, followed by the sound of a clicking empty rotation. 3 mutated rabbits pounced at that moment. Ahu drew the machete from his waist and accurately plunged it into the head of the first rabbit. However, the other 2 had already sunk their teeth into his arm and side. Ahu roared, shaking off one, and cleaved the other's skull with his machete, paying the price of a deep gash on his side. The remaining 3 mutated rabbits launched a simultaneous assault. One bit into Ahu's right leg, its sharp teeth piercing through muscle to grip his bone. Another leaped onto his back, claws digging deeply into his shoulder. The last and largest one lunged directly for his throat. Ahu shielded his neck with his left hand, while the rabbit's teeth sank deeply into the bone of his forearm. He switched the machete to his right hand and thrust it backward into the abdomen of the one on his back. The mutated rabbit convulsed and released its grip, but the other 2 held on tenaciously. "Shanjian, damn your ancestors!" Ahu bellowed, unhesitatingly pulling the pin from the grenade at his lower back. He staggered and fell, the mutated rabbits swarming over him. The machete pierced one rabbit's eye at the last moment, but it was too late to alter the outcome. Ahu's screams lasted less than 10 seconds before they transformed into a gurgling sound as his throat was torn open. Boom! In the snow, blood spread outward from Ahu's body. Fragments of the grenade shredded the bodies of all living creatures within a small radius. The ruins fell silent for several seconds, devoid of sound. Whoosh! Half a minute later, the area was engulfed by a horde of mutated rabbits. They fought over the fresh human flesh and remnants of their own kind, the sounds of tearing and satisfied shrieks ringing out distinctly in the desolate wasteland. Gao Yuan slowly switched the lens of his scope, feeling a wave of dizziness. As he turned to leave, he suddenly realized that in this wasteland realm, death came so easily and revenge felt so hollow. The backstab by the scarred man Shan Jian and Ahu's tragic demise were merely ordinary occurrences in this brutal world. Amidst the wind and snow, he tightened the collar of his special operations uniform and embarked on a new path. Behind him, the sounds of the mutated rabbits tearing flesh and bone gradually faded beneath the cold wind. Yet the scene of betrayal and death would forever be etched in Gao Yuan's memory. Chapter 25. The Luxury Apartment. In the modern realm, at the break of dawn. In an old apartment building in Kazan, Russia, after finishing his shower, Gao Yuan entered his bedroom and began to organize the spoils he had acquired in the wasteland dimension. A golden necklace, 3 gold bars, 7 gold rings, and some coins. He paused to count. As he meticulously tallied the coins, he admired the exquisite designs adorning each piece. In total, there were 33 coins. He placed all the glittering items on the newly purchased electronic scale. Soon, a number appeared on the LCD screen. 2,233 grams. Taking out his phone, Gao Yuan opened the calculator app, and with a flurry of taps, he concluded that their worth amounted to approximately 1.73 million yuan, or about 53 million rubles. Astonished, he found himself momentarily dazed, grappling with the enormity of such wealth. How should I spend this fortune? He mused. The most extravagant game skins cost around 1,888 yuan each, allowing him to purchase a staggering 918 sets in one go. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of disdain for himself. What a waste. Playing games is trivial. This money was earned at the cost of my life. It must be spent wisely. Gazing at the untidy state of his rented room, a sense of annoyance washed over him. I no longer wish to reside in this shabby place. First, I will melt down 2 gold bars and exchange them for cash at Old Ivan's. Then I shall move to a larger, more splendid apartment. The following afternoon, after classes, outside the main gate of Kazan University, Chao Haiyang emerged from the school, tightening his ordinary down jacket. Old Gao, how long have you been waiting? Gao Yuan appraised Chow Haiyang from head to toe, his gaze lingering momentarily on the faded jacket. Haiyang, it's time for you to get a new coat. Shall I buy you one? Chow Haiyang chuckled and waved his hand. No, this one keeps me warm. Let us go. That apartment isn't far from here. He pointed southeast. The building had once been Kazan's finest star-rated hotel, which had since been transformed into one of the city's premier apartments. As they walked down Nekrasov Street, Gao Yuan commented on the luxury cars they passed, while Chow Haiyang merely echoed his remarks. Turning a corner, a splendidly adorned Russian-style building came into view. The deep crimson brick walls were embellished with white reliefs, and the arched windows glimmered in the sunlight. This is the place, Chow Haiyang announced, introducing the building. Our schoolmates Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing rent here. They said we could check out the layout and interior design first. The elevator in the building had a vintage brass style, emitting a gentle hum as it ascended. Gao Yuan adjusted his hair in the mirror of the elevator. Which floor are we going to? The 7th floor, the best one, Chow Haiyang replied. As the elevator doors opened, a corridor lined with thick carpets greeted them. Chow Haiyang rang the doorbell of room 722, and moments later, the door swung open. You're here, exclaimed a girl with a delicate makeup appearance standing at the threshold. Yu Haixia possesses the quintessential visage of an Eastern beauty, with almond-shaped eyes shimmering beneath long lashes and skin so fair it appears almost translucent. She is adorned in a form-fitting pink sweater, and around her neck hangs a prominent Chanel necklace. Yu Haixia, this is my friend Gao Yuan, introduced Chow Haiyang. Yu Haixia's gaze swiftly traverses Gao Yuan, pausing momentarily on his attire, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Yes, I know Gao Yuan. Please come in. It's quite chilly outside. The interior of the apartment dazzled Gao Yuan. In the foyer, a grand mirror framed in gold loomed magnificently, beneath which stood an antique Russian-style shoe bench. The spacious living room boasted hardwood floors, with a vast Russian carpet adorned in intricate and opulent patterns at its center. The sofa, crafted from deep brown leather, complemented the coffee table, which displayed an exquisite tea set and a crystal ashtray. The walls were adorned with several oil paintings that appeared to be originals rather than reproductions. What splendid decor! Gao Yuan exclaimed, his fingers grazing the armrest of the sofa. All the landlord's taste, came a bright voice from the inner room, followed by the emergence of a girl with a high ponytail, clad in a fitted dance outfit. Her long legs appeared, even more elongated beneath black leggings. While she may not possess Yu Haixia's breathtaking beauty, the gentle grace that radiated from her eyes and brows compelled one to steal glances. This is Zhang Jing from the dance department, Yu Haixia introduced. Jing, this is the friend who wishes to rent a room, as mentioned by Chow Haiyang. Zhang Jing approached, extending her hand. Hello, you must be Gao Yuan? I hear you're a preparatory student from the economics department? Gao Yuan took her hand, feeling a soft yet firm grip. Yes, I am preparing to take the university entrance exams in Russia next year. Chow Haiyang cleared his throat beside them. Shall we take a look at the rooms? Yu Haixia guided them to the master bedroom. At the center rested a beautifully carved four-poster bed, draped in heavy velvet curtains, flanked by 2 crystal bedside lamps. The vanity was characteristically Russian, its lacquered surface adorned with traditional kokloma patterns. This bed is a replica from the late 19th century, Yu Haixia proudly declared. The original is housed in the Winter Palace Museum. Adjacent to the master bedroom, a small study had been transformed into an art studio, with shelves brimming with an array of paints and brushes, while unfinished oil paintings of abstract color combinations hung on the walls. Gao Yuan noted several shopping bags emblazoned with designer logos piled in the corner, the most recent being a Chanel box. The kitchen, designed in an open concept, was equipped with a full suite of German Miele appliances, while the refrigerator was a double-door Sub-Zero. Most astonishing, however, was the bathroom, featuring a vintage freestanding bathtub at its center, surrounded by Italian-imported mosaic tiles. The shower area was as spacious as an ordinary bathroom, and the ceiling was adorned with LED lights, creating a starry effect. This place, Gao Yuan stood beside the bathtub, envisioning the idyllic scene of sipping champagne while soaking in a bath. It was utterly perfect. Do you like it? Yu Haixia inquired, drawing closer. The scent of her Dior perfume wafted into Gao Yuan's nostrils. In truth, this building's finest layout surpasses mine in both size and quality. Gao Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This is 100 times better than my dormitory. He turned to Chow Haiyang. What do you think? Chow Haiyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite impressive, but the price. Price is not an issue, Gao Yuan interjected, shifting his focus to the 2 young women. Are there any available units in this building? preferably on the same floor. Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing exchanged a knowing glance. Zhang Jing responded, "It seems there are 2 units left on the 7th floor, both larger than ours, the prime layout." "Splendid." Gao Yuan clapped his hands. "Let us head to the property management right away." As they descended, Gao Yuan excitedly remarked to Chao Haiyang, "Haiyang, I intend to rent 2 units, one for myself and one for you, so we can be neighbors." Chao Haiyang abruptly halted. "What? No, Gao, that's far too extravagant. Don't be so formal." Gao Yuan threw an arm around his shoulder. "We're practically family. Besides, the place you're currently living in is quite shabby." Chao Haiyang pulled away, his expression grave. "Gao, I recognize that you're financially well off now, but this is inappropriate. Helping a friend is one thing. Personal favors are another." Gao Yuan furrowed his brow, then chuckled as he shook his head. "Haiyang, you possess an inexplicable pride. All right, I'll heed your advice. Feel free to visit me whenever you have time." Behind them, Yu Haixia's eyes sparkled, while Zhang Jing smiled silently. Chapter 26. Renting and shopping. In the property management office of the apartment building, Manager Ivanov was sipping tea. He was a quintessential middle-aged Russian man, sporting a thick beard and a prominent beer belly. Upon hearing that Gao Yuan intended to rent the finest apartment, he nearly choked on his tea. On the 7th floor, there are units 701 and 705, both 180 square meters with the best views and the latest renovations. However, the price. The manager introduced the apartments in heavily accented Tatar-inflected Russian, all the while assessing Gao Yuan's modest attire. Gao Yuan promptly retrieved his wallet. "Let's go with 701 then. I'll pay a year's rent up front. Is there a discount?" Ivanov's eyes lit up. "Certainly. If paid in full, you can waive 2 months' rent." He quickly calculated. "The total for a year is 500,000 rubles. I'll take this one. I'm ready to sign the contract now." Gao Yuan pulled out his wallet, revealing a thick stack of rubles. Chao Haiyang murmured beside him, "Gao, perhaps you should reconsider." "Reconsider what?" Gao Yuan looked at him in confusion. "This place is fantastic. So close to the school, and there's an elevator. You can visit, and I'll leave the guest room for you." "All right, you have the money. You're the boss. Do as you please." Chao Haiyang sighed with a wry smile, ceasing his persuasion. The 2 individuals participated in each other's lives only to a limited extent, maintaining a delicate distance that ultimately fortified their relationship. Stepping out of the property management office, Gao Yuan eagerly contemplated how to arrange his new abode. "I shall transform the study into a traditional Chinese style and adorn the walls with several ink wash paintings. And I must procure a high-end sound system." Observing the 2 stunning women beside him, whom he could previously only admire from afar, Gao Yuan now brimmed with confidence. "By the way, Yu Haixia, Zhang Jing, I appreciate your assistance today." He extended an invitation to the 2 ladies. As dinner time approached, "Why don't I treat you to a meal at the nearby French restaurant? I've heard that it features an authentic French chef." Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before agreeing. 20 minutes later, Gao Yuan and Chao Haiyang stood outside the apartment building, exchanging silent stares. Women are indeed troublesome. They said they would be down shortly, yet it has been ages. Gao Yuan muttered, his breath forming visible puffs in the cold air. "Gao Yuan, Gao Haiyang." A sweet voice called from behind. He turned to see Yu Haixia jogging toward him. She had changed into a pink Chanel tweed coat, paired with knee-high boots. Her hair styled into glamorous waves, and her makeup was notably more exquisite than usual. Following her was Zhang Jing. The latter sported a simple high ponytail and a black Max Mara coat, yet her exceptional figure rendered her even more captivating. "Apologies for the delay," Yu Haixia panted, her flushed cheeks contrasting strikingly against the white fur collar. "The makeup took far too long," Zhang Jing quipped, arching an eyebrow. "It was you who changed outfits 3 times. Gao Yuan's gaze flitted between the 2 ladies. "Wow, both of these girls are stunning. No wonder they are the belles of Kazan University." 19-year-old Yu Haixia resembled a delicate doll, while 18-year-old Zhang Jing exuded a mature grace beyond her years. Standing between them, he suddenly realized that not only was he the youngest, but he also appeared the most juvenile. "I've made a reservation at the restaurant." Gao Yuan endeavored to sound more mature. "It's Turandot, reputedly the finest French restaurant in Kazan." Yu Haixia's eyes lit up. "That place is notoriously hard to book. The chef was poached from a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Paris." Zhang Jing frowned slightly. "Gao Yuan, it's quite expensive there." "It's all right." Gao Yuan straightened his posture, insisting, "I'll cover the expenses." The Turandot restaurant is situated on the top floor of a 19th century building. The interior is elegantly retro, with crystal chandeliers casting warm yellow light upon the pristine white tablecloths. The waiter led the trio to a window-side table, offering a breathtaking view of the Volga River. The waiter presented the drink menu. What would you like to drink? Just as Gao Yuan was about to speak, Yu Haixia interjected. Let us start with a bottle of champagne. Do you have Dom Perignon? The waiter displayed a hint of discomfort. Sir, may I inquire if you have reached the age of 18? Gao Yuan's face flushed crimson. I am still a few months shy. Russian law stipulates that minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol, the waiter apologetically noted, and I cannot order drinks on behalf of others. Yu Haixia shrugged. Surely juice is permissible? The ordering phase turned into a calamity. Faced with a menu entirely in French, Gao Yuan felt utterly at a loss. Alas, wealth alone cannot solve every predicament. One must learn and observe diligently. Yu Haixia adeptly ordered foie gras, truffle pasta, and lobster soup. Zhang Jing opted for simple steak. I'll have this one. Gao Yuan ultimately settled for the priciest dish on the menu, even unaware of what it entailed. You have ordered burgundy beef stew, Yu Haixia remarked with a smile. A stroke of luck, it's the signature dish. When the waiter inquired about the desired doneness of the beef, Gao Yuan faltered once more. Zhang Jing timely intervened. Medium rare. Thank you. She turned to Gao Yuan, lowering her voice. 3/4 cooked, the most tender texture. Throughout the meal, Gao Yuan remained in a state of mild embarrassment. Eventually, he came to a realization. Everyone has their first time. I'm the one paying, so why fret? Yu Haixia animatedly discussed the latest collections from various luxury brands. Zhang Jing dined quietly, occasionally offering Gao Yuan an encouraging smile. When the waiter presented the bill, Gao Yuan nearly snatched it, paying without a glance. As they left the restaurant, Gao Yuan suggested they stroll to aid digestion. The luxury boutiques on Bauman Street dazzled under the glow of Christmas lights. You three go ahead. I have an exam to finish. Chao Haiyang made an excuse to depart. As he left, he secretly gave Gao Yuan a thumbs up. Old Gao, don't panic. Just perform well. Let us head to LV first. Yu Haixia exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the flagship store nearby. I've been eager to see their new, early spring collection. The Louis Vuitton employee was a blonde, blue-eyed Russian girl. Upon their entrance, she swiftly assessed their spending potential. Noticing the Cartier bracelet adorning Yu Haixia's wrist, her expression became even more sincere. The employee greeted them with a smile. English or Chinese is fine, Gao Yuan replied. Wonderful. I am Anna, and I will assist you today. Anna switched to fluent Chinese. What would you like to see? Yu Haixia, feeling right at home, headed straight for the handbag section. I'd like to see the newly arrived Capucines collection. I heard there's a limited edition in cherry blossom pink. The employee Anna's eyes lit up. You truly are an expert. That particular piece has just arrived. There are only 3 in all of Kazan. Zhang Jing casually browsed the scarf section, her fingers brushing over the tassels of a cashmere scarf. Gao Yuan stood in the center of the store, suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort. Although he had become wealthy, he remained almost entirely ignorant of these luxuries. Yu Haixia's meticulous examination of the stitching on the handbag made him acutely aware of the distance that still lay between him and the old money elite. Nonetheless, it mattered little. I'm undoubtedly the fastest in making money, and I set no limits on my spending. Chapter 27. The Allure of Wealth. Kazan, Louis Vuitton Boutique. Anna carefully cradled a pale, pink handbag as she approached. Capucines BB, crafted from calf leather and entirely hand-stitched. Yu Haixia took the handbag and immediately struck a pose in front of the mirror. How does it look? Does it complement my new coat? Gao Yuan replied dryly. It looks good. The price was 5,800, which could also be converted to 400,000 rubles. Anna smiled as she said this. Gao Yuan did not even raise an eyebrow. Wrap it up. Yu Haixia gasped in delight, covering her mouth. Really? Is that it? Didn't we agree that whatever you fancy today, I would cover the bill? Gao Yuan turned to Zhang Jing. Why don't you pick one as well? Zhang Jing shook her head. I don't really use this kind of handbag. Thank you. What about that scarf? Gao Yuan pointed to the one she had just touched. I see you like it. Zhang Jing hesitated. It's too expensive. If it weren't expensive, I wouldn't give it to you. Gao Yuan told Anna. I'll take that scarf too. As they left LV, Yu Haixia cradled her new handbag as if it were a precious treasure. Zhang Jing, on the other hand, immediately wrapped the scarf around her neck, the soft cashmere accentuating the gentle contours of her jawline. Just as they were about to exit the store, Gao Yuan suddenly said, Wait a moment. He walked into the adjacent jewelry store and emerged a few minutes later with 2 small bags. A token of gratitude for you both. He handed a bag to each of Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing. Yu Haixia eagerly opened hers to find a Tiffany key necklace, while Zhang Jing discovered a minimalist Cartier bracelet in hers. This puts me in a difficult position. Zhang Jing frowned. Gao Yuan chuckled. You both have worked hard accompanying me today. Yu Haixia had already put on the necklace, taking selfies with her phone. Gao Yuan, you are amazing. Today has been the happiest day since I arrived in Russia. In the taxi on the way back, Yu Haixia excitedly counted her spoils. Zhang Jing gazed out the window, occasionally stealing glances at Gao Yuan in the front seat. She gently touched her new bracelet on her wrist and suddenly said, Gao Yuan, thank you for your gifts today. But you needn't be so extravagant in the future. Gao Yuan smiled dismissively. Isn't money meant to be spent? Zhang Jing wanted to say something, but ultimately sighed and turned back to look out the window. The neon lights cast shifting shadows on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. Haixia, Jing, I'm planning to buy a car. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Gao Yuan ventured from the passenger seat. Hee women. Indeed, they're softened by the kindness of others and become reliant on their generosity. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing showed no negative reaction to his more affectionate address. Great. I would also like to visit the car dealership, Yu Haixia replied without hesitation. Zhang Jing hesitated for a moment before politely declining. I have a club activity tomorrow afternoon. Let's reschedule for a couple of days later. Upon returning to his new apartment, Gao Yuan was suddenly engulfed by a sense of emptiness. The thrill of spending extravagantly was exhilarating, yet he found himself increasingly perplexed. Although he understood that Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing were primarily interested in his wealth, he remained indifferent. A man like me, with an ordinary appearance and average height, if I don't indulge women, I might as well become a monk. Gao Yuan approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, taking in the panoramic night view of Kazan. After all, in this lifetime, I must enjoy myself to the fullest before contemplating marriage. Girls like Yu Haixia possess a strong sense of vanity, making them unsuitable as wives. However, she has a significant advantage. As long as the money is spent appropriately, she will undoubtedly reciprocate, far surpassing the so-called gold diggers mentioned online. The alluring figures of Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing flashed through his mind, igniting a fervent fire within him. Damn it, how strange. I consider myself a man influenced by Japanese educational films, yet why do I feel an uncontrollable desire for women these past few days? In haste, Gao Yuan rushed to the opulently designed bathroom to take a cold shower, yet the flames within him remained unquenched. Oh no, this is bad. I have entered a phase of heightened desire. I should quickly secure a girlfriend to balance my yin and yang. The next afternoon, at the end of school, Gao Yuan, fully prepared, met Yu Haixia at the school gate, and they left together. They took a taxi to the central bank of Kazan. The bronze doors of the bank shimmered with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Yu Haixia, in her new Jimmy Choo heels, carefully followed behind Gao Yuan, cautious not to step into the small puddles formed by melting snow. What are we doing at the bank? She asked, her large eyes blinking in curiosity. She had made an effort with her makeup today, her almond-shaped eyes accentuated by eyeliner, making her even more captivating. Gao Yuan smiled mysteriously, lightly toying with the safe deposit box key in his hand. I want to show you my little collection. Yu Haixia's red lips parted slightly in a perfectly timed expression of surprise. She wore a fitted Moncler down jacket that accentuated her slender waist, resembling a model stepping out of a fashion magazine. Inside the bank hall, ordinary customers queued up to conduct their transactions. However, Gao Yuan walked directly towards a discreet side door. He used a magnetic card for verification. The green light illuminated, and the door slid open silently. Mr. Gao. Hello. Andre approached briskly, shaking Gao Yuan's hand with a bow that nearly formed a right angle. Your presence is our honor, and this beautiful lady is? Yu Haixia, my friend, was briefly introduced by Gao Yuan. Andre immediately turned to Yu Haixia, taking her hand to perform a standard hand-kissing gesture. Miss you. Your presence today has illuminated the entire central bank of Kazan. A faint blush tinged Yu Haixia's cheeks. This old-world gentlemanly courtesy was a novel experience for her. The subtle fragrance of Andre's cologne mingled with a distinct sense of paper and metal that permeated the bank, creating a peculiar yet delightful ambience. Please, follow me. Andre gestured invitingly, guiding them through a corridor lined with sumptuous carpets. On either side of the corridor hung portraits of Russian financiers throughout history, each framed in gilded gold. Yu Haixia observed that with each door they passed, Andre would swipe a card, input a password, and sometimes even undergo iris verification. These stringent security measures quickened her heartbeat, a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Mr. Gao is one of our most esteemed private clients, Andre explained as they walked, his tone laced with palpable flattery. "And I believe he will become one of our bank's most promising major clients." The elevator was luxuriously adorned, with deep red velvet lining and crystal buttons. Andre personally pressed the button for the B3 level before stepping back respectfully to stand in the corner. "Miss you, are you studying in Kazan?" Andre initiated a conversation. "Yes. At the Fine Arts Department of Kazan University," Yu Haixiao replied, her fingers unconsciously caressing the LV logo on her bag. "No wonder you possess such elegance." Andre s'alarmait dramatiquement. "I dare say you must be the most outstanding student in your faculty." As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a softly lit corridor that led to an X-ray security machine. Gao Yuan placed his briefcase, the copper ring on his finger, and his gold diamond pocket watch into designated storage boxes for inspection, when a scanning device revealed exquisitely crafted gold jewelry within a briefcase. Both the security personnel and Andre exchanged relieved smiles. After the security process, Gao Yuan meticulously retrieved his belongings from the storage box. The gold diamond pocket watch particularly captured Yu Haixia's fascination. "Wow, it's stunning. It's a perfect piece of art." Gao Yuan, however, paid little heed to her enraptured gaze. His focus instead directed toward the imposing metal door at the end of the corridor. Andre approached, inputting a lengthy password, followed by fingerprint and iris recognition, to unlock the bank's circular vault door. The sight within the vault took Yu Haixia's breath away. Hundreds of safes, varying in size, were neatly arranged along the surrounding walls. In the center stood a massive wooden table, surrounded by genuine leather chairs. A vintage crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle light that filled the entire space. "This way, please." Andre guided them to the innermost section, where the safe was conspicuously larger and more opulent than those outside. He paused before the safe marked B111, Mr. Gao's exclusive vault, equipped with Switzerland's most advanced security system, capable of thwarting any form of theft or vandalism. Andre, possessing a silver tongue, certainly merits consideration for any future banking dealings. Gao Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His ascent to the managerial position was indicative of his extraordinary character. He entered the passcode, and the safe door slowly creaked open. Inside lay a metallic box secured with a hidden lock, approximately 40 centimeters in length, width, and height. The outer shell of the box was thin and weighed less than 3 kilograms, primarily designed to house personal valuables. Andre stepped forward, lifting the metallic box and leading Gao Yuan to a secluded chamber. "Mr. Gao, please be advised that you have only 5 minutes of private time to store your items." Gao Yuan smiled faintly. 5 minutes is ample time. Andre accompanied Yu Haixia to a nearby VIP lounge. Gao Yuan placed his phone on the table and set a 5-minute countdown using the alarm app. He then took a minute to meticulously inspect the entire chamber, confirming the absence of surveillance devices. From the spatial ring, he summoned a complete set of special operations gear, along with an oxygen tank. Swiftly, he donned the suit, connecting the standard breathing apparatus to the oxygen tank. Glancing at his phone, he noted that 2 minutes had already elapsed. 2 minutes remaining, plenty of time. Gao Yuan promptly activated the ring with his mind. A wave of familiar, unconscious darkness enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, he surveyed his surroundings. Darkness, absolute darkness. The oxygen circulation system embedded in the tactical helmet emitted a faint hum. With the external oxygen tank's assistance, this system theoretically offered limitless endurance. "AI, initiate environmental scan," he commanded softly, his voice muffled and solitary within the completely sealed helmet. The holographic display before him illuminated a series of data. O concentration, 164, continuously declining. CO concentration, 38, danger threshold 40. HS, 00001, safe. CH, 0000, safe. Radioactive particles, undetected. The carbon dioxide levels were nearing the threshold, and Gao Yuan furrowed his brow, adjusting the valve on the oxygen tank strapped to his back. This wretched place is sealed even more effectively than I had anticipated. The helmet's night vision system activated, gradually dispelling the darkness, revealing the vault's interior bathed in a green glow. Indeed, the ring's spatial traversal is a fixed-point transfer. I must now be situated within the vault. The sight before him caused his breath to momentarily hitch, as the surrounding environment resembled a tomb forgotten by time. Fortunately, I do not suffer from claustrophobia. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits. Various documents lay scattered across the ground like autumn leaves, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. He carefully navigated through the disarray of papers, each inscribed with remnants of information that had not been entirely obliterated in haste. A stack of rubles lay carelessly discarded in a corner, their denominations astonishingly high. Yet, they held no value for Gao Yuan, as the printed date on them was 2051. AI, activate the helmet's illumination and simultaneously assess the life support system, he commanded. The mechanical voice responded calmly. Life support system alert. Oxygen reserves at 97. Estimated duration of use, 5 hours and 12 minutes. On either side of the main corridor of the vault, dozens of safe doors stood wide open, as if ravaged by a tempest. Proceeding forward, his light captured a faint glimmer on the ground. Kneeling down, Gao Yuan unearthed a small velvet jewelry box from the thick layer of dust. Though the box was moldy, its contents remained intact. Inside lay a golden ring, adorned with a cherry-sized ruby that glimmered like congealed blood under the light. A truly exquisite gem. He raised the ring to his eye, the ruby appearing to dance with an inner flame. Indeed, this ruby alone justifies my visit, he mused. Taking a few more steps, Gao Yuan made another discovery. He crouched and retrieved a small velvet pouch from beneath a pile of documents. Loosening the drawstring, 3 gemstones tumbled into his palm. 2 sapphires and an emerald, their pure hues still discernible under the green glow of his night vision goggles. Gao Yuan gazed at the gems for a full 3 minutes, entranced by their beauty. How splendid, he whispered to himself, placing the 3 stones and the ruby ring into the space within his ring. Passing through a slightly ajar metallic door, he arrived at the VIP safe area. Some safe doors had already been opened, their metallic boxes removed, leaving them utterly vacant. As he surveyed the safes, one numbered B111 caught his eye, halting him in his tracks. My personal safe number is B111. I wonder what treasures it might hold in this desolate realm. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he made an instant decision. Although the metallic shells of these safes were composed of high-strength alloy, their thickness was merely a few centimeters, making them ideal for testing his newly acquired equipment. Gao Yuan released a non-oxygen electric welding device from the space within his ring. This apparatus, powered by a high-energy battery and special alloy welding rods, could function in an oxygen-deprived environment. A second-hand purchase he had made at a premium from a diving equipment specialty store. Ah, the advantages of capitalism. As long as one possesses wealth, anything can be acquired, he thought. With that, he activated the device, initiating the welding and cutting program. The blue electric arc blazed brilliantly amidst the darkness. The scent of molten metal lingered faintly even through the filtration system. In less than 2 minutes, the lock mechanism of the safe had been completely compromised. Gao Yuan forcefully pried open the safe door, which yielded with a resounding click. From within, he retrieved a metallic box adorned with a concealed lock. Shall I attempt to use this key? After a moment's contemplation, he deftly maneuvered within the confines of his ring and produced the private safe key entrusted to him by Andre. Click! The key slid into the lock with precision. After several turns, the metallic box was successfully opened. Astonishingly, it was indeed an identical lock. Chapter 29. Gains and Losses in the Desolate Realm of the Wasteland. Within the confines of the bank vault lay a solitary blue USB drive nestled quietly in the corner of the box. The drive bore no markings, its design unremarkably rectangular. Gao Yuan cautiously extracted it, scrutinizing it beneath the illumination of his helmet. The casing was composed of a simple plastic material, featuring a straightforward flip-top design, with a standard USB interface. Perhaps upon returning to the desktop computer, he might uncover valuable data contained within. Gao Yuan carefully stowed the USB drive within the confines of his ring. His gaze shifted to the non-oxygen welding equipment he had recently utilized, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. This tool was remarkably user-friendly and did not consume oxygen. His attention then turned towards the far end of the vault corridor, where the main repository of gold reserves awaited. Gaining access to this repository necessitated the unlocking of a high-strength alloy door. Situated within the vault, this metal door lacked the formidable presence of the hydraulic circular entrance, which weighed over 4 tons. Upon reaching the entrance of the gold repository, Gao Yuan discovered that the metal door was inexplicably ajar, not fully secured. This was troubling news. A wave of unease washed over him. He hastened forward, shouldering the heavy metal door open, as the dust swirled in the beams of light, forming a veil. As the dust settled, the sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath. The vault lay utterly bare, devoid of even a single gold ingot. Standing in stunned silence for several minutes, Gao Yuan's emotions gradually steadied. Alas, All his intricate scheming had come to naught. He offered a bitter smile, clinging to a thread of hope as he meticulously searched the vault. Regrettably, not a single gram of gold residue was to be found, yielding only a ledger. Click! He flipped open the front panel of his suit, replacing it with a spare battery, and began to peruse the ledger under the glow of his helmet's light. The pages were filled with detailed daily records of gold ingot transfers. He quickened his pace, swiftly reaching the final page. Transport record, December 27th, 2076, 3:55 a.m. Authorized by President P. Kuznetsov, Military Representative K. Volkov, destination, Russian Birch Forest Military Base. Transport quantity, all gold, 110,000 ounces. 110,000 ounces. Gao Yuan utilized the calculator app on his phone to convert this figure, which is approximately 3 tons. Goodness, 3 tons of gold. Just like that, vanished. He could hardly contain his swirling emotions, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Unfortunately, there was no one around to share in his lamentations. After cursing repeatedly, Gao Yuan could only hang his head and leave in dismay. Upon returning to the corridor, he took a moment to collect himself. After sipping a pouch of yogurt through a specialized straw in his helmet's breathing apparatus, his spirits gradually lifted, though the grand prize was no longer within reach. There remained a plethora of consolation prizes. These unopened private safes likely held numerous treasures. Gao Yuan ventured back to the private safe area, wielding his welding equipment with determination. His sights set on the innermost VIP safe. Adjusting the oxygen tank on his back, he approached the first target, safe number B7. The non-oxygen welding torch in his hand ignited with a ghostly blue arc, piercing through the vault's utter darkness. 5 minutes later, the safe door crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The illumination from Gao Yuan's helmet revealed neatly arranged metal document boxes within. He extracted the first one and lifted the lid, revealing a stack of shares adorned with gilded lettering. Gazprom, Rosneft, Lukoil. Gao Yuan softly pronounced the names of these once mighty titans of the global energy sector, each certificate denoting an astronomical number of shares. The owner of this safe must be an ultra-wealthy individual. Now, they were worth less than a single piece of toilet paper. Without a second thought, Gao Yuan tossed the document box aside, the metallic clang echoing in the vault. The second box contained property deeds, a penthouse near Hyde Park in London, a duplex on Fifth Avenue in New York, a private castle on the Côte d'Azur in France. Each document was accompanied by exquisite photographs showcasing the owner's extravagant lifestyle. Indeed, these were valuable items, yet alas, they were of no use to him. Though somewhat disheartened, Gao Yuan had learned to swiftly regulate his emotions after the earlier encounter with the gold vault. It was not until he reached the third box that he discovered something of true worth, a deep blue velvet jewelry box. The moment he opened it, even through the gloves of his tactical suit, he could feel the silky texture of the premium velvet. Inside lay a sapphire necklace, featuring a central stone the size of a thumb, encircled by 2 rows of perfectly cut diamonds. The gem radiated a cornflower blue under the light, appearing as if starlight flowed within. Delightful. This consolation prize was indeed gratifying. Gao Yuan let out a whistle, carefully stowing the necklace in his ring space, and continued his search. Safe B36 likely belonged to the wife of a high-ranking official. Upon cutting open the cabinet door, Gao Yuan discovered it was intriguingly divided into 3 layers. At the topmost layer lay a row of golden Swiss bankbooks, the zeros trailing behind the numbers dizzying to behold. The middle layer contained several passports, each adorned with the same woman's photograph, yet bearing different names and nationalities. Ah, the quintessential escape package for the affluent. Gao Yuan remarked with sardonic amusement as he perused them, though they proved of little use. The true treasure resided in the bottom layer, an entire set of ruby jewelry, bracelets, earrings, necklaces, and hair ornaments, each piece encrusted with Burmese pigeon blood rubies, the smallest akin to a pea in size. Gao Yuan lifted a bracelet to the light, the blood-red gem within appearing to pulse with life, devoid of any impurities. Even without a profound understanding of gemstone valuation, he could grasp the rarity of such stones. In the third and fourth private safes, he found only paper certificates of wealth, which held no allure for him. As he employed a welding torch to slice open the B89 safe, the battery of the welding equipment emitted a power alert. Damn, the welding battery was running low. He would need to bring extra batteries next time. The cutting of B89 proved more time-consuming than the previous safes, clearly reinforced with special fortifications. Moreover, after the power alert, he could not maintain the heavy-duty cutting mode for long. When the safe door finally collapsed, Gao Yuan was astonished to discover a black metal box within. The box bore an embossed triangular silver shield, the emblem of the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation. Now this was intriguing. He promptly severed the box's lock with a welding torch. Inside, the box was lined with deep crimson velvet, neatly arranged with 12 crystal vials, each containing raw gemstones of various hues: emeralds, alexandrites, and peruiba, tourmalines. Most striking was a rare red diamond, the size of a hazelnut, shimmering with a fiery brilliance under the light. This red diamond, known as a blood diamond, sent a tremor of excitement through Gao Yuan's voice. He had once watched a film titled Blood Diamond, where countless lives were sacrificed in the pursuit of such a gem, even leading to the obliteration of a small nation over it. This artifact was indeed priceless. Chapter 30. Heart blooming with joy in the modern realm. At the central bank of Kazan, Gao Yuan materialized silently within a small chamber. He glanced at the alarm clock on his phone. Over 24 seconds had elapsed, corresponding with the 24 hours of his existence in the wasteland dimension. The countdown still had over 80 seconds remaining. With a gentle touch of his ring, tactical gear and oxygen tanks were instantaneously stored within its spatial confines. Opening the accompanying metal box of the safe, he swiftly placed several pieces of gold jewelry from his briefcase inside, approximately 30 seconds passing in the process. After locking the metal box, Gao Yuan nonchalantly exited the enclosed chamber. Accompanied by a bank attendant, he placed the metal box into the B-111 safe. Upon returning to the VIP lounge, he found Andre and Yu Haixia beaming with joy, deeply engrossed in conversation. "Would you care for a drink?" Andre inquired. "We have a 1982 law fight, or perhaps some champagne," Gao Yuan casually suggested. "Monsieur has a fondness for Dom Perignon." "I'll arrange it immediately." Andre promptly strode to the intercom on the wall. In a brief moment, while Andre was away, Yu Haixia leaned closer to Gao Yuan, so near that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. "Do you often bring many ladies to see these?" Gao Yuan chuckled lightly. "You're the first." This response caused Yu Haixia's heart to skip a beat. Today, she had adored her lips with the latest YSL lip gloss, and she unconsciously bit her lip, leaving a tempting imprint. This woman, though vain, undeniably possessed a captivating allure. Gao Yuan found himself somewhat flustered, his gaze wandering. Andre soon returned, accompanied by a uniformed waiter pushing a trolley. On the trolley were chilled champagne, caviar, foie gras, and an array of exquisite delicacies. "This is a small token of our appreciation." Andre personally poured a glass of champagne for Yu Haixia. "It is our honor to serve a beauty such as yourself." The champagne flutes were crystal with gilded rims. Yu Haixia carefully accepted the glass. "To a wonderful encounter." Gao Yuan toasted. Yu Haixia took a sip of the champagne. The effervescence bursting on her tongue made her squint in delight. "Mr. Gao, do you have any recent financial arrangements?" Andre respectfully inquired. "We have just launched a structured deposit with an annualized yield of 25. Gao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not discuss business today." His gaze remained fixed on Yu Haixia. "Just giving Miss Yu a tour." Andre, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly stepped aside to organize documents, providing the pair with a moment of privacy. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Haixia moved closer to Gao Yuan, her ample bosom nearly brushing against his arm. "Why are you being so kind to me?" she asked, tilting her face upward, her almond-shaped eyes misty. Gao Yuan gazed at her meticulously crafted visage, his eyes lingering momentarily on her slightly parted crimson lips. "Because you deserve the best." This statement struck a chord deep within Yu Haixia's heart. She had always yearned to be cherished like a princess, to live the glamorous life depicted in magazines. And now, this young man, a year her junior, was fulfilling all her fantasies in the most direct manner. Upon leaving the bank, Andre escorted them to the entrance, even personally opening the taxi door for Yu Haixia. "I look forward to seeing you again, miss you. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me. I am at your service 24 hours a day." The taxi turned down 2 streets, arriving at the Automotive Trade Center in Kazan. The glass facade of the Kazan Gaz Auto City reflected the blinding winter sun. As soon as Yu Haixia alighted from the taxi, she eagerly retrieved her phone. She adjusted the camera settings to selfie mode, ensuring that both she and her newly purchased Chanel earrings would be perfectly framed. "Hurry up," she turned back to urge Gao Yuan, her red lips slightly pouting, her voice imbued with a touch of playful reproach. Today, she had deliberately adorned herself with full makeup, her almond-shaped eyes remarkably accentuated by the dark eyeliner. Her cheeks were brushed with the trendiest peach blush, her beauty reminiscent of the Hong Kong actress. Ling Gao Yuan leisurely settled the fare before exiting the vehicle. He was clad in a winter business suit from the Red Star Irk brand, exuding an air of sophistication amidst its simplicity. Is there really a Chinese car for sale here? Yu Haixia linked her arm with Gao Yuan's. I've heard that the import taxes on Russian cars are quite steep. Gao Yuan puffed out his chest, declaring, it's fine, supporting domestic products is worth it. Money is not an issue. The automatic doors slid open, releasing a wave of warmth mingled with the scent of new leather. In the center of the showroom stood several Mercedes-Benz and Land Rovers, surrounded by a few sharply dressed salesmen explaining the vehicles to Russian clients. As Yu Haixia and Gao Yuan entered, only one young salesman lazily cast a glance in their direction before returning to his phone. Yu Haixia immediately detected the disdain in his gaze. Intentionally raising her voice, she remarked in Russian, "There's no need to look at these inferior brands, is there?" Simultaneously, she repositioned her Hermes Kelly bag to a more conspicuous spot. "Excuse me," Gao Yuan called out in halting English, "I want to buy a car." Yu Haixia couldn't help but stifle a laugh. His pronunciation bore a heavy northern Chinese accent, turning car into ka. The salesman then slowly approached them. "How may I assist you?" he inquired. "Please speak Chinese," Gao Yuan replied in Russian, then turned to Yu Haixia to explain, "All the salespeople here speak Chinese. There are many Chinese customers in Kazan." Indeed, the salesman promptly switched to fluent Mandarin. "What cars would you like to see? What is your budget?" His gaze swept over Gao Yuan's somewhat indistinct attire, the corners of his mouth slightly drooping. Yu Haixia had already pulled out her phone to begin recording. "Look, everyone. Today we're here to buy a car." She directed the camera towards the showroom, deliberately capturing the luxury car logos. "Guess what kind of car my little gaming tycoon is going to buy?" Gao Yuan headed straight towards a black SUV in the corner of the showroom. "This one. The top configuration. I want it now." The salesman paused momentarily. "This is the Chinese brand Tank 500, just arrived. You want the top model? How much?" Gao Yuan interrupted, already pulling open the car door and sliding into the driver's seat. $85,000, plus higher tariffs, the salesman replied. "Get a manager," Gao Yuan commanded, tapping the genuine leather steering wheel. "I want to add all the optional configurations." Yu Haixia walked to the front of the car, assessing it from the angle of her selfie. The Tank 500 was indeed more impressive than she had anticipated, with its massive grille, sharp LED headlights, and gleaming 22-inch wheels. She swiftly searched her mind for suitable phrases. Kazan life, Huawei manufacturing, affluent friends. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair jogged over. His name tag read sales manager. "Igor, welcome, welcome." Igor warmly grasped Gao Yuan's hand, bending at the waist like a shrimp. Upon seeing Yu Haixia, his eyes visibly brightened. "Greetings to this beautiful lady." Yu Haixia elegantly extended her hand for a gentle handshake, subtly adjusting her Cartier bracelet to a more prominent position. She noticed Igor's gaze linger on the bracelet for a moment, and her heart surged with delight. Gao Yuan smiled silently beside her, pleased that the bait had been taken. Ah, the vanity of women. Truly formidable. Chapter 31. Enraptured and confused within the automobile city. Igor continued to adeptly present the vehicle's features. "We have 3 top-tier models available, each in different colors." Like a magician, he produced a configuration sheet from his pocket. "You can add 22-inch custom wheels, a starlit ceiling, and Napa leather seats." "All of them," Gao Yuan replied without a glance. "Let's add red calipers and carbon fiber accents." "No problem." Igor quoted a figure. Yu Haixia swiftly converted it into Huawei currency in her mind, nearly 600,000 yuan. She discreetly adjusted her phone angle, ensuring she could record the forthcoming scene. Igor's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. "Will you be financing or using a credit card?" Gao Yuan unzipped his briefcase, revealing stacks of cash. "Full payment." All eyes in the showroom converged on them. The previously young salesman stood nearby, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Yu Haixia noted this detail, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over her. She intentionally approached the salesman. "Could you please help us take a photo?" Her voice was sweet enough to drip honey. In the photograph, she intimately linked arms with Gao Yuan, with the brand new Tank 500 behind them. She instantly shared the picture on her social media, captioning it, "He insists on buying me a car, and no one can stop this sweet surprise." An hour later, the Tank 500, adorned with a temporary license plate, drove out of the automobile city. Yu Haixia sat in the passenger seat, already basking in over 100 likes and countless envious comments. Content. She set her phone down and gazed through the panoramic sunroof at the falling snowflakes. Are you hungry? Gao Yuan inquired. I found a lovely Italian restaurant online to Vittorio. Yu Haisha's eyes lit up, recognizing it as Kazan's finest Italian establishment, renowned for its reputation. In her mind, she envisioned the photos she would capture: crystal chandeliers, exquisite cuisine, and the night view of the Kazan Kremlin outside. The Vittorio was located within a 19th century building. At this moment, there were few diners, and the two quickly secured a private room. The private room is semi-enclosed, adorned with scenic paintings of Venice, while in the corner, an antique phonograph plays My Sunday. Yu Haixia gracefully takes her seat, placing her designer bag on a specially prepared stool, ensuring the recognizable Hermes logo faces the entrance for all to see. The waiter presents a gilded menu, which Gao Yuan promptly hands to Yu Haixia, urging her to order, as he admits he is unfamiliar with the offerings. She takes the menu, her delicate fingers gently turning the pages, engaging the waiter in fluent French. For the appetizer, she chooses burrata cheese paired with Parma ham, followed by seafood soup, a main course of Milanese veal cutlet, and lobster pasta, concluding with tiramisu for dessert. She closes the menu and orders a bottle of 2010 Sassicaia wine. Gao Yuan gazes at her in astonishment. Your French is quite impressive. He remarks. I have been self-studying French. She explains to him, the cuisine and art of France are equally captivating. The sommelier presents the red wine, and Yu Haixia expertly inspects the label, nodding in approval. Italian dining emphasizes the order and pairing of dishes. She elucidates while slicing into the burrata cheese. The appetizer should be light and appetizing. Gao Yuan clumsily attempts to navigate the various utensils, accidentally dropping his napkin onto the floor. Yu Haixia refrains from mocking him, instead softly explaining the proper way to enjoy each dish. When he nearly uses the wrong fork, she discreetly swaps her fork with his. This girl possesses considerable knowledge. She is not merely a decorative vase. Gao Yuan's admiration for Yu Haixia grows steadily. After dinner, Gao Yuan suggests they admire the night view by the Volga River. The heated seats of the new car provide a spring-like warmth within the enclosed space. Yu Haixia removes her coat, revealing a form-fitting cashmere dress. She notices Gao Yuan's gaze linger on her bare shoulders for a moment, and a sense of pride swells within her. The Volga River presents a dreamlike scene in winter. The surface has frozen over, blanketed in thick snow, glistening like a vast silver mirror under the moonlight. Trees along the banks are adorned with crystalline frost, resembling sculptures of glass from a distance. The Kazan Kremlin stands illuminated in the distance, its golden spires sparkling against the night sky, reflected on the frozen river. This creates a symmetrical, fantastical tableau. Gao Yuan parks the car at a scenic overlook by the river, leaving the engine idling. Inside, only the sound of their breathing and the gentle hum of the heating fill the air. Yu Haixia gazes out at the enchanting scenery, momentarily forgetting her desire to capture the moment for social media. Are you cold? Gao Yuan asks, his voice slightly hoarse as he observes her delicate figure. A little. Yu Haixia softly replies, yet she does not reach for her coat. Gao Yuan awkwardly adjusts the temperature of the air conditioning, inadvertently brushing against Yu Haixia's arm. She does not withdraw, instead leaning in slightly, narrowing the distance between them. Gao Yuan grasped her hand, the warmth of his palm igniting a rapid flutter within Yu Haixia's heart. Yet, this sensation was not fueled by the allure of branded bags or luxury cars, but rather by a more primal and authentic thrill. Haixia, Gao Yuan's voice dropped to a hushed whisper, I like you. In an impulsive motion, Yu Haixia turned, her crimson lips nearly brushing against his ear. Call me Xiaoxia. Her breath, imbued with the aroma of red wine, gently caressed Gao Yuan's earlobe. Unbeknownst to him, his arm had encircled her waist, the tactile sensation of her skin beneath the cashmere fabric quickening his pulse. Yu Haixia closed her eyes, her long lashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks, her lips slightly parted. Suddenly, a loud crash startled them apart. A group of intoxicated university students had stumbled by, accidentally kicking a garbage bin beside the car. Yu Haixia brushed her hair back, her cheeks flushed. She gazed out the window, where the Volga River lay serenely bathed in moonlight, the frost along the banks swaying gently in the breeze, as if engaged in a silent dance. We should head back, she suggested, her voice softer than usual. On their return journey, a contemplative silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Gao Yuan, focusing on the road ahead, inquired Xiaoxia, why do you have such a fondness for luxury goods? Yu Haixia pondered for a moment before responding, because they never betray you. She lifted her gaze, a fleeting emotion flickering in her eyes that Gao Yuan could not decipher. A bag, if cared for properly, remains eternally in its original form. People, however, are different. As Gao Yuan parked in the underground garage of the apartment building, Yu Haixia suddenly asked, "Can we go out together again tomorrow?" Gao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a radiant smile. Of course. The two walked side by side, taking the elevator up from the garage. Gao Yuan noted that the elevator seemed unusually swift today, reaching the 7th floor in the span of just a few exchanged words. The layout of the Russian apartment building reflected the historical adage that grandeur equates to beauty. Each floor's corridor was entirely open, with all apartments on the same level, sharing a single, often extensive hallway that could stretch dozens or even hundreds of meters. Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing shared apartment number 722, while Gao Yuan had just rented 701, located at the southern end of the corridor. "Xiaoxia, it's still early. Shall we go to my place for a bit longer?" he suggested. "Hee, are you implying something?" she teased. No, if you're unwilling, then never mind." "Well, not today. Jingjing knows about us, so let's make it tomorrow, all right?" "All right, Xiaoxia, it's a deal then." Chapter 32. Exchanging information, Gao Yuan returned to the site where Ahu had battled the mutated rabbits the previous day. His dinner date with Haixia was set for 6 o'clock that afternoon, allowing him time to explore the wasteland dimension first. The territory of the scar-faced man overlapped with the location of his rental's crossing point, and until this safety hazard was eliminated, every journey through time and space would remain perilous. The frigid wind howled, carrying fine snow as it weaved through the surrounding ruins. The temperature-regulating system of the Special Operations suit shielded him from the biting cold of -30 degrees, while the mask displayed environmental data analyzed by the AI system. The radiation index stood at 42 sieverts, advising a reduction in activity duration within this area. The vital signs scan concluded, revealing no active targets within a radius of 500 meters. The AI voice echoed in his ear, detecting recent biological activity. Gao Yuan crouched down, brushing aside the snow. The remains of a mutated rabbit bore clear signs of disturbance. All carcasses had been skinned. They, along with human corpses, were thoroughly devoured, leaving only scattered bones. Unnoticed by anyone, chaotic human footprints extended southeast, marked on the offline map as heading towards the Volga River. Someone had returned to the scene, likely the scarred man. Gao Yuan murmured to himself. Following the footprints, his special ops boots left faint imprints in the snow. 2 hours later, the gray-white ice of the Volga River came into view. Beneath a few desiccated trees along the bank lay scattered bones, the origin of which remained a mystery. Suddenly, the AI alarmed. Biological life signs detected at 10 o'clock, 50 meters away. Gao Yuan swiftly concealed himself behind a dead tree, the TT-33 pistol slipping into his palm. Through the thermal imaging feature of the mask, he observed a small, frail shadow curled behind the rocks by the riverbank. "Come out," he commanded in a hushed tone. "I know you're there." A rustling sound emerged from behind the rocks, and a diminutive, emaciated boy slowly rose to his feet. He was wrapped in a patchwork of animal skins and plastic, his exposed wrists as thin as twigs, and his sunken cheeks gave his large, dark, gleaming eyes a skeletal appearance. "Don't shoot," the boy croaked, raising an arm akin to a withered branch. "I'm just looking for food." Gao Yuan maintained his vigilance. The gun unwaveringly aimed at the boy. "What is your name?" "Xiao Chong," the boy replied, forcing a ghastly smile, reminiscent of a cockroach that refuses to perish. Gao Yuan mused to himself. Indeed, he resembled a cockroach, his body shriveled like an insect in winter. He scrutinized this seemingly fragile boy, who carried a makeshift bone knife at his waist, wore rudimentary snowshoes fashioned from tire rubber and wire, and adorned his neck with a string of animal teeth. "Did you disturb the mutated rabbit's remains?" Gao Yuan inquired. Xiao Chong's eyes darted, as if weighing the risks of honesty. "I heard gunshots yesterday, and came to take a look this morning." Suddenly, he bent over, coughing violently, his frail body trembling, blood froth splattering onto the snow. "Water. Give me water, and I'll tell you more." Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment, retrieving a bottle of unlabeled mineral water from his tactical pouch. Xiao Chong's eyes instantly brightened, yet he did not rush forward. "Throw it over," he rasped, stepping back 2 paces slowly. The water bottle arced through the air, and Xiao Chong caught it with the eagerness of a starving wolf. He did not drink immediately. Instead, he meticulously inspected the bottle for any pinholes, shook it to listen for the sound of water, and only then did he cautiously twist off the cap with trembling hands. He carefully took a small sip, savoring it in his mouth before swallowing slowly, mindful to avoid a spasm in his stomach from excessive drinking after prolonged dehydration. Have you seen anyone else? Gao Yuan slightly lowered his gun. For individuals that passed by, Xiao Chong finally spoke, his gaze fixated on the water bottle. They came from the Suya settlement. They're with the Bloodbear gang. What did they say? Xiao Chong took another sip of water. Some mentioned that Shan Jian lost 3 subordinates and is looking for some young man. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Is it you? Are they searching for you? Gao Yuan did not respond, yet Xiao Chong seemed to have gleaned the answer from his hesitation. The boy's expression transformed into a grin, revealing a set of uneven teeth. That bastard Shan Jian. Xiao Chong's voice suddenly brimmed with venomous hatred. He deserves to die. The intensity of his loathing was strikingly incongruous coming from such a frail youth. Gao Yuan casually inquired, "Do you know Shan Jian?" Xiao Chong's demeanor instantly shifted to one of wariness. He is the son-in-law of the leader of the Suya settlement. The boy spoke rapidly, as if eager to divulge information in exchange for greater rewards. That settlement houses over 300 people, controlled by the Bloodbear gang. The leader is named Yuri, and he has several lackeys, including Shan Jian, none of whom are good people. He smirked. Of course, there are no good people in the wasteland. Gao Yuan noticed that when Xiao Chong mentioned the settlement, his left hand instinctively tightened around a small cloth pouch at his chest, which seemed to contain something of significance. How do you know this information? Gao Yuan asked directly. Xiao Chong's eyes turned icy. He slowly stepped back, suddenly whistling. A rope sprang up from the snow behind Gao Yuan, and had it not been for the AI system's timely warning, he would have nearly tripped. That's enough. Xiao Chong had retreated to a safe distance. The exchange of information for water was complete. Gao Yuan was astonished by the boy's clever trap. The rope camouflaged by the ice and snow, blending seamlessly into the environment. What shocked him even more was that despite Xiao Chong's apparent frailty, he maintained such vigilance and aggressiveness. Wait. Gao Yuan holstered his gun and retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits. More information for this. Xiao Chong's throat moved, but this time he did not immediately acquiesce. In the distance, the howl of a mutated creature echoed, causing the boy to shudder, reminiscent of a frightened little beast. Are you looking for Shan Jian? Xiao Chong suddenly stated on the night of the 3rd day. The Bloodbear gang will be trading weapons at the old factory ruins across the river. Shan Jian might be there. Gao Yuan tossed the biscuits toward him. Why help me? Xiao Chong caught the food and quickly tucked it into his coat. I'm not helping you. He revealed a cold smile that belied his youth. I merely wish to see Shan Jian die. With that, the boy turned and dashed towards the river, nimbly leaping over patches of thin ice. His movements as agile as a weasel. Before disappearing, he cast a glance back at Gao Yuan. In his eyes, there was both vigilance and a subtle hint of anticipation. His vital signs vanished. 2 minutes later, the AI reported. The target has exited the tracking range. Gao Yuan stood still, snowflakes melting quickly upon his mask. A lone individual, tenaciously surviving like a cockroach. He recalled the solitude he felt when he first arrived in Russia. Perhaps he was a spiritual orphan. And this Xiao Chong might indeed be a true orphan. The boy named Xiao Chong was shrouded in enigmas. His hatred for the Shangxi construction, his extraordinary survival skills, and those eyes that concealed secrets. AI, initiate data backup for the previous recording. Gao Yuan continued along the riverbank. We require further intelligence. Chapter 33. The unfathomable human heart in the wasteland dimension. By the banks of the Volga River, the biting cold wind sliced across Gao Yuan's mask, while the temperature control system of his Warrior 20 tactical suit emitted a faint hum. In the distance, a makeshift enclosure fashioned from ruins appeared in the helmet's telescopic view. Some of the collapsed walls had been patched with scrap metal and barbed wire. Through the gaps in the fence, various rudimentary dwellings constructed from broken walls, wooden boards, and plastic could be faintly seen. Was this the Suya settlement? Gao Yuan refrained from approaching recklessly and instead circled cautiously along the periphery. The AI system projected a thermal image on his mask, revealing a half-collapsed 5-story building on the eastern side of the settlement, with faint signs of life within. A solitary inhabitant? Gao Yuan murmured to himself, gripping his handgun. The exterior of the building was riddled with bullet holes and burn marks. One corner of the 3rd floor was crudely sealed with plastic sheeting and wooden boards, likely the only refuge inside. Gao Yuan silently ascended the broken staircase and paused at the entrance. A wind chime, crafted from animal bones and empty cans, hung from the doorframe, serving both as decoration and an alarm device. After a moment's consideration, Gao Yuan kicked the wind chime. Who was out there? A hoarse, sandpaper-like voice, aged and weary, emanated from within. Gao Yuan relaxed his grip on the gun slightly. Just a passerby, seeking to exchange some information. A corner of the plastic sheeting was lifted, revealing a wrinkled face. It was an elderly woman in her 60s, her left eye clouded and white, while her right eye shone with remarkable clarity. She was so thin she seemed almost skeletal, wrapped in layers of tattered cloth, with a necklace made of small stones hanging around her neck. Gumin, the old woman coughed. The radioactive snow is on its way. The interior, barely 10 square meters, was arranged with meticulous care. A stove fashioned from an automobile fuel tank flickered with a weak flame, while various metal pieces nailed to the walls reflected the firelight, enhancing the brightness. In one corner, neatly piled scrap materials, screws, plastic fragments, and wires, appear to be valuable treasures in this wasteland. The elderly woman, who referred to herself as Maria, poured a cup of tea for Gao Yuan using a chipped enamel mug, though it was merely hot water steeped from the roots of some mutated plant. "Are you here to cause trouble for the Bloodbear gang?" Maria inquired abruptly, her soul intact, eye fixated on Gao Yuan's tactical suit. Gao Yuan refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question of his own. "What is the situation like in the Suya settlement?" Maria let out a raspy laugh. "What else is there? Over 300 people live like dogs." She gestured towards a window. "Do you see that chimney? Below it lies the only industrial well still capable of yielding water, and it is under the control of the Bloodbear gang. That well, 200 meters deep, was excavated by Russians before Judgment Day." Drawing a diagram in the dust with a twig, Maria's knuckles were swollen like tree galls. Initially, it was discovered that a layer of basalt separated the well's bottom, preventing radiation from contaminating the deepest waters. However, Yuri and his men later seized control of this well. The elder recounted the survival rules of the settlement. Each morning, the residents queued for long hours, exchanging labor or goods for their ration of clean water. Those who dared to steal water would find themselves suspended on the fence, frozen for half a day. Those who dared to resist would be cast into the lair of mutated beasts across the river. "I have grown old and can no longer work," Maria lamented, touching an empty water can, forced to reside on the outskirts, relying on scavenging to barter for water. Gao Yuan noticed a pile of empty bottles in the corner, each with a few drops of water lingering at the bottom. The elder would invert these bottles overnight, striving to collect those precious droplets. "Here," Gao Yuan said, retrieving a bottle of unlabeled mineral water and a piece of hard bread from his backpack. Maria's hands trembled, yet she did not immediately accept the offering. Instead, she scrutinized Gao Yuan with caution. "What do you want?" "A place to stay for the night, and further information regarding the Bloodbear gang." Maria swiftly snatched the food and water, hiding them in her bosom like a protective beast with its young. Every morning at 6, when the bell tolls, everyone must line up by the well. She suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, pulling out a rusted pocket watch from her garments. "Look, this is the water meter. Everyone's water allocation time is measured to the second." Gao Yuan observed that the watch face had been bizarrely remarked, the edges etched with numerous markings. Maria explained that ordinary residents labored for 12 hours each day to earn a mere 300 milliliters of water, while members of the Bloodbear gang could take as much as they pleased. Those are Yuri's rules. The elder instinctively lowered her voice upon mentioning his name. "Water is distributed according to value. Some can repair things, others can farm, hence they are worth 450 milliliters. The elderly and children are only worth 150 milliliters, unless." She abruptly halted, her single eye glistening with murky tears. "Unless what?" Gao Yuan pressed. Maria rolled up her pant leg, revealing horrifying burn scars on her calf. "Unless an elder or a child over 10 years of age is willing to work in the steam room. That is where the hides of mutated beasts are cleaned, with temperatures exceeding 60 degrees. The elderly woman suddenly erupted into a neurotic laughter, revealing 3 uneven blackened teeth. Yet this was not the most distressing aspect. She leaned closer to Gao Yuan, emanating a foul odor reminiscent of mildew and urine. Every Sunday, Yuri conducts a water ritual. According to her account, this grotesque ceremony takes place in an abandoned factory workshop. Yuri has proclaimed himself the water god, with Shan Jian as his messenger, both adorned in ceremonial robes fashioned from strung-together plastic bottles. The pair arbitrarily selects residents to partake in a series of cruel games. At times, they compel 2 individuals to lick the same piece of ice, with the first to relent facing the severance of their tongue, subsequently imprisoned to perish of thirst in a desiccated cell. On other occasions, they force 2 participants to race in radioactive snow, with the losers stripped of their clothing and left in the wilderness to become a frozen statue. There are various other torturous games, most of which are conceived by Shanjian. The old woman's solitary eye glimmered with a morbid light, as if discussing this tormenting subject provided her with a perverse enjoyment. Outside, the wind from the Volga River whipped fine snow against the plastic sheeting, creating a rustling sound. Gao Yuan's mask automatically adjusted its transparency, obscuring any changes in his expression. However, the AI's physiological monitoring indicated that his heart rate had surged to 120 beats per minute. Is there truly no one to resist? Resist? Maria emitted a hooting laugh, pointing toward the settlement outside. Do you see that fountain and flagpole? Through the shattered window, Gao Yuan glimpsed several iron poles in the distance, the tops puncturing weathered skulls. The smallest skull among them was particularly diminutive, adorned with a faded piece of red cloth draped over its ribs. That was a creation of Yuri and Shanjian. The old woman's voice suddenly took on a terrifying calm, recounting how they extract blood from the living using a pump, mixing it with well water and spraying it into the air, claiming it to be a sacred vision of blood. Shanjian is Yuri's son-in-law, yet in reality, he is also Yuri's lover. She spoke slowly, revealing that Yuri places great trust in Shanjian, with the vast majority of schemes originating from Shanjian's mind. Chapter 34. The Night Assassin. As night fell, the radioactive snow enveloped the Svaya settlement and the surrounding area as anticipated. The radiation levels began to rise. Maria skillfully dragged several lead plates from the corner to shield the window. Gao Yuan lay upon the makeshift bed Maria had prepared for him, composed of several moldy car seats, feigning sleep. Within the helmet's visor, the AI system displayed the old woman's vital signs: rapid heartbeat, irregular breathing. There was something amiss with this elderly woman. What was she anxious about? Indeed, as Gao Yuan emitted loud snores, signifying deep slumber, Maria quietly rose. The moment she lifted the plastic sheeting, Gao Yuan, peering through the visor, noticed the old woman glance back. That one intact eye glimmered with a cunning light in the darkness. Her stooped figure swiftly vanished into the radioactive dust, heading toward the settlement. AI report. Target's direction confirmed. Proceeding toward the settlement. Gao Yuan was poised to rise and follow when suddenly, another heat source flickered across the visor of his helmet. A diminutive figure was stealthily trailing Maria. Upon magnifying the image, Gao Yuan recognized the skeletal silhouette. It was Xiao Chong. Moments later, amidst the swirling snow, the trio was on the move. Maria led the way, followed closely by Xiao Chong, with Gao Yuan trailing a short distance behind. The radioactive snow thickened the night air. The surface of Gao Yuan's Warrior 20 Special Forces suit glimmered faintly, a reflection of the adaptive camouflage in low-light conditions. On the visor, Maria's vital signs pulsed 80 meters ahead. The elder's hunched figure navigated through the ruins, moving with a speed that belied her 60-plus years. AI scanned both targets. Gao Yuan commanded in a hushed tone. An electronic window flickered to life in the corner of his visor, revealing a small heat source gliding across the ground like a gecko. Enlarging the image, Gao Yuan beheld Xiao Chong, the gaunt body pressed against the earth, every rib conspicuously visible, the vertebrae jutting out like serrated edges. The boy resembled a moving skeleton, his skin taut against his bones, with scarcely a hint of muscular definition. Yet, within this malnourished frame, an astonishing agility was on display. Xiao Chong alternated between crawling like a lizard and sliding along the shadows like a serpent. The makeshift walls of the settlement came into view. Suddenly, Maria halted. She retrieved an orange reflective strip from her bosom, fastening it to a gnarled tree branch, and began to sway it rhythmically. A minute later, the searchlight on the wall flickered 3 times. Biometric confirmation. The AI whispered in Gao Yuan's ear. 2 adult males, armed with standard weapons. Gao Yuan slipped behind a crumbling wall, watching as a small gate in the perimeter opened. 2 burly men clad in patchwork armor emerged, wielding modified firearms. Maria rushed forward, a glimmer of sycophancy flashing in her single eye. Inform Lord Yuri. The old woman's voice suddenly turned sharp and piercing. I bring the latest intelligence on an enemy. This sentence struck Gao Yuan like a needle, piercing deep into his chest. A wave of intense anger and humiliation washed over him. This old woman had successfully manipulated me. She was handing some token to the patrolman of the Bloodbear gang, the object shimmering with metallic luster in the moonlight. It was a pocket watch, the very one she claimed recorded the water meter time. The TT-33 pistol silently slipped into position. Gao Yuan's index finger rested on the trigger, the sights firmly locked on the back of Maria's head. However, his finger did not pull the trigger. His breath caught in his throat. The struggle of taking a life, of killing a living person, was a torment he had never before experienced. Maria continued her incessant chatter. "Hurry, take me to him. This enemy is a plump sheep. His equipment is top-notch." Her words abruptly ceased. A dark shadow surged forth from the depths behind her. Xiao Chang's movements were unnaturally swift, akin to those of a predator. His right leg, as frail as a withered branch, propelled him forward, his spine compressing and then releasing like a coiled spring, hurtling toward Maria with the velocity of a released arrow. The youth's left hand clamped over the elder's mouth, while his right brandished a bone knife, which traced a ghastly arc in the moonlight. Gao Yuan's visor automatically slowed the frame capture speed. The bone knife sliced precisely into the left side of Maria's neck, following the path of the carotid artery until it reached the right trachea. So sharp, so expertly executed. In the instant blood erupted. Xiao Chang had already dragged Maria back into the shadows. Maria convulsed like a rag doll, her single eye wide open, filled with disbelief. Her fingers clawed futilely at the boy's emaciated arm, leaving only a few crimson scratches, the skin already marred by countless similar scars. It was only then that two patrolling guards reacted, yet they made a fatal error, turning simultaneously toward the source of the sound. Xiao Chang's bone knife had already left his hand, striking true into the eye socket of the guard on the left. As the guard on the right aimed his weapon, the boy pounced like a ravenous wolf, sinking his teeth directly into the man's throat. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 15 seconds. The burly man struggled desperately, but Xiao Chang's limbs ensnared his upper body with the tenacity of a binding rope, stifling any resistance. After another minute, the man fell to the ground, convulsing amidst low, guttural cries. Gao Yuan finally released his finger from the trigger, not out of mercy, but from a complex blend of emotions, shock, shame, perhaps a tinge of admiration. This boy, who appeared on the brink of starvation, executed his actions with such decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. When Xiao Chang turned to glance at his hiding spot after dispatching the two guards, Gao Yuan felt an odd sense of relief wash over him. The youth's bloodied visage in the moonlight resembled that of a malevolent spirit, yet his gaze was disturbingly clear. "I know you were there." Xiao Chang's voice echoed through the mask's audio system. "Come out, lest I be compelled to seek you." Gao Yuan slowly rose, his handgun dangling at his side. He suddenly became aware of his advanced tactical gear, yet felt a flicker of trepidation in the presence of this skeletal boy. It was not a fear of violence, but rather a disquiet over his own inner frailty. Maria's corpse lay quietly in a pool of blood, her single eye still open, frozen in an expression of disbelief. Just 3 hours prior, those same eyes had feigned kindness toward him. Why kill her? Gao Yuan heard his voice echo, as if from a distant place. Xiao Chang tossed the blood-stained pocket watch towards him, and Gao Yuan instinctively caught it. In the ruins, it was rare for anyone to live past 40. Maria had been one of Yuri's lovers in his youth, and without Yuri's special care, she would have perished long ago. Inside the watch's cover was a photograph of a young Maria, affectionately entwined with the arm of a robust Russian man. This revelation was akin to the final straw that shattered the remnants of moral struggle within Gao Yuan's heart. As it turned out, he was the prey ensnared by the trap all along. A distant whistle echoed, signaling the change of patrol. Xiao Chang, like a startled beast, tensed his body. Yet his gaze remained unsettlingly calm. He swiftly scavenged the corpses, dragging the 3 bodies to a pre-dug pit, revealing that this had all been meticulously planned. "Now you understand?" the youth remarked, sheathing his bone knife at his waist. "Let's depart from this place swiftly." Chapter 35. Xiao Chang's den in the wasteland. The moonlight, tainted as if mixed with lead powder, poured murkily onto the floor of Maria's abode. Xiao Chang squatted by the wall, dipping his fingers into the still fresh blood of mutated rats, inscribing the crooked Russian words "Blood Wolf Gang, Revenge" upon the surface. He stepped back to appraise his work, then tossed a handful of dirt over the writing to give it an appearance of age. This old woman had hidden quite a few treasures, all acquired through the betrayal of others. The boy grinned, retrieving a tin box from the depths of the hearth, neatly containing 5 potatoes and half a bag of coarse salt. Without hesitation, he swept everything into a burlap sack, his movements as deft as a lynx gathering its prey. Gao Yuan observed as Xiao Chang deliberately selected every reflective object, shards of mirror, pull tabs, even half a sheet of tinfoil. "What purpose do these serve?" he inquired. signal mirrors, trap triggers, and they can be traded for other items. Xiao Chong replied without lifting his gaze, tearing Maria's tattered blanket into strips to bind spoils. In the wasteland, every item must possess at least 3 uses. Once finished, the youth stepped back to inspect the fabricated scene, then turned to Gao Yuan, his dirty face revealing unmasked pride. What do you think? Enough for both the Bloodbear gang and the Bloodwolf gang to share a drink, I presume? Xiao Chong slung the sack brimming with supplies over his shoulder, his protruding scapula forming sharp angles against his tattered clothing. Let us go. I shall take you to my home. They traversed through the irradiated mist for approximately half an hour, until Xiao Chong abruptly halted before a collapsed subway station. He gestured for Gao Yuan to wait, then crawled along the ground like a gecko, inspecting the vicinity for any unfamiliar traces. Once assured of safety, the youth lifted a piece of corrugated steel disguised as rubble, unveiling a dark, gaping entrance. "Welcome to my little den," he announced with an exaggerated bow, though a sudden fit of coughing caused him to curl up. The sound resembled sandpaper being torn within his chest, ending with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He swiftly wiped it away with his sleeve, feigning ignorance to Gao Yuan's concerned gaze. The interior was more spacious than anticipated, approximately 20 square meters, meticulously organized. At the far end lay a bed fashioned from bus seats, draped with layers of cleaned anti-radiation fabric. Along the left wall stood several plastic barrels marked with dates, connected by a homemade filtration system. On the right side of the workbench lay an assortment of tools fashioned from discarded iron bars and surgical instruments, a self-assembled water purification system. Xiao Chong tossed a burlap sack into the corner, giving a kick to the plastic barrels. Each barrel required 7 days for sedimentation, followed by filtration through activated carbon. The carbon derived from dismantled gas masks. His tone was matter-of-fact, yet the slight lift of his chin betrayed a sense of pride. Dozens of plant specimen bags hung from the ceiling, meticulously categorized by color and filled with desiccated mutated flora. Xiao Chong plucked one and tossed it to Gao Yuan. Purple and green plants are generally edible, and those with pale purple leaves possess the best flavor. Gao Yuan caught the cloth bag, noticing intricate classification markings etched with a needle. A hand-drawn map was pinned to the wall beside the workbench, indicating all water sources, radiation zones, and mutated beast layers within a 20-mile radius. Do you often study these? Gao Yuan couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Chong, kneeling on the ground to tally his spoils, did not lift his gaze. Understanding the enemy is essential for survival. Gao Yuan observed Xiao Chong's solitary struggle for existence, reminiscent of himself far from home, seeking solace in the virtual world. You need not kill Maria. Her transgressions do not warrant death. Xiao Chong raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over Gao Yuan. You ought to pose that question to those rebels, strung up on flagpoles, drained of their lifeblood due to her betrayal. A wave of heat surged to Gao Yuan's head. Even without a mirror, he recognized his face had flushed crimson with shame. Damn! The moral compass of this world should not be judged by my former conventional standards. Suddenly, Xiao Chong erupted into a violent cough, spitting blood this time. The boy quickly wiped it away with his sleeve, yet Gao Yuan had already seen the evidence. AI, scan his biological parameters, Gao Yuan commanded in a hushed tone. The mask soon displayed a comprehensive analysis. Bilateral pulmonary fibrosis accompanied by fungal infection, suspected to be a rare form of tuberculosis. Xiao Chong, what is your true name? He Ching Feng, but it matters little. Xiao Chong is quite a fitting name, he replied. Xiao Chong retorted, and you? Gao Yuan, Gao from Tall Mountain, Yuan from Deep Abyss. Gao Yuan continued, how long have you lived alone? 2 years and 4 months, Xiao Chong replied, prying open Maria's iron box. Since my sister went missing. His gaze remained steady, yet the veins on the back of his hand throbbed visibly as he grasped the knife. After organizing the items he had retrieved, Xiao Chong ignited a small alcohol stove, beginning to brew a certain deep green soup. The flickering flames accentuated the hollows of his cheeks and the prominence of his cheekbones, rendering him even more unsettling. This is for you, Gao Yuan suddenly offered, extending a handful of pills and a bottle of mineral water. Twice daily. The boy tensed like a startled animal, his eyes darting between Gao Yuan and the pills. What is this? Itraconazole, for treating fungal infections. Do you know what illness I have? Xiao Chong squinted, his voice suddenly sharp. Similar to chronic pulmonary tuberculosis, the condition had deteriorated significantly. Gao Yuan calmly stated, these medications cannot cure your ailment, but they may reduce your coughing up of blood. The air in the air raid shelter descended into an uncanny silence. The flickering flame of the alcohol stove danced within the boy's pupils, revealing a tumult of doubt, struggle, and a subtle, barely perceptible yearning. Suddenly, he seized the pills and swallowed them. Then, as if fearing they might be snatched away, stuffed the remaining bottle into the most concealed pocket of his clothing. "Don't think this means I owe you anything," Xiao Chong retorted defiantly, yet discreetly nudged the intelligence map intended for trade towards Gao Yuan. "Tomorrow, I shall gather the latest intelligence on the Sui settlement." Gao Yuan feigned ignorance of the boy's reddened eyes and lowered his head to study the intelligence map. 2 hours later, Gao Yuan consumed a bag of yogurt through a specially designed straw. He then produced 2 packs of compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water, offering them to Xiao Chong. The boy's eyes instantly sparkled like searchlights, yet he maintained a facade of bravado. "Hey, are you this generous with everyone?" "For my enemies, I would only offer them a bullet," Gao Yuan deliberately replied. "Moreover, I have my own channels to procure these provisions." The boy suddenly grinned, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. "These items of yours are premium goods on the black market." He seized a bottle of water and gulped down half of it, his Adam's apple bobbing vigorously on his slender neck. "I won't take anything for free. I am a person of value." Gao Yuan nodded. Pretending not to notice, Xiao Chong hastily wiping his eyes with his sleeve. His attention was drawn to a photograph on the workbench, a family portrait of 4. A man in an engineer's uniform embraced a woman in a white dress, flanked by a round-faced little boy and girl. The photograph bore signs of fire damage, yet the smiles of the 2 children remained intact. As the night deepened, the flame of the alcohol stove gradually diminished, casting flickering shadows on the walls of the shelter. Xiao Chong curled up in a corner of the mattress, cradling the bone knife, but his breathing had steadied considerably. Gao Yuan leaned against the doorframe, keeping vigil, listening to the boy's occasional murmurs in his sleep. He called out for his father and mother. Moonlight streamed in at an angle through the ventilation shaft, illuminating the workbench where the family portrait had been turned over. On the blank reverse side, it bore the inscription in Chinese, "Live well, no matter how difficult it gets. For our treasures, He Qing Feng and He Qiangwei." Outside the air raid shelter, radioactive snow swirled in the night wind. Yet, at this moment, within this humble refuge, a long-lost, fragile sense of security began to take shape. Much like the mutated moss sprouting through the cracks in the wall, small yet tenaciously alive. Chapter 36, Military Instructor in the Wasteland Dimension. The morning sun dully filtered into the cave. Crack! The melodious sound caused Xiao Chong to spring into action. He rolled to the corner, gripping the bone knife, cautiously surveying his surroundings. "You're awake." Gao Yuan inserted a spare battery into the slot on his suit's chest and greeted Xiao Chong. "Get up. The sun is about to shine on your backside." I found myself in a state of profound slumber. For once, Xiao Chong's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized our prior agreement to take turns keeping watch. "No matter. I'm not fatigued in the slightest." Gao Yuan handed a loaf of bread and a bottle of water to Xiao Chong, placing a walkie-talkie upon the adjacent workbench. "Hurry, Xiao Chong, consume your meal and hydrate. Then take this walkie-talkie to the vicinity of the settlement. Let us test the effective range of this device." "Understood. I shall depart at once." Xiao Chong carefully stowed the bread and mineral water in a plastic bag, cradling it against his chest, before taking the walkie-talkie and stepping outside. Through the helmet's thermal imaging system, once I confirmed that Xiao Chong had exceeded the maximum detection range, I promptly activated the ring with my mind, initiating my return to the modern realm. The ring has a cooldown period of 24 hours, and each traversal to another dimension takes approximately 24 seconds, which affords me ample time to navigate the temporal expanse. Even if Xiao Chong were to return midway, it would take him several minutes at best. My consciousness momentarily halted, and upon regaining awareness, I found myself within the rented apartment of the old building. Next time, I might attempt to traverse from room 701 in the new apartment. Just as this thought emerged, I swiftly dismissed it. What if the new building in the wasteland dimension had completely collapsed? I could easily find myself entombed within its ruins. A tragic fate indeed. However, with a bit of refinement, this notion might not be entirely unfeasible. I lower my gaze slightly, delving into contemplation. By utilizing a current real-time map and cross-referencing it with the dilapidated structures of the wasteland dimension, I could potentially identify zones safe in both realms, thereby achieving pinpoint teleportation. I momentarily set this idea aside, hastily showered and changed, and then proceeded to meet Yu Haixia for our rendezvous. 2 hours later, at the Thorns Knights Military Enthusiast Club on the outskirts of Kazan. From the outside, it resembled a heavily fortified military base, with 3-meter-high walls topped with barbed wire. and 2 security guards in tactical vests stationed at the entrance. My tank 500 off-road vehicle roared as it entered the club's private parking lot, the tires crunching over the gravel, sending up a flurry of fine snow dust. Yu Haixia sat in the passenger seat, peering through the window at the opulent structure concealed in the outskirts of Kazan. Today, she donned a fitted Burberry trench coat paired with Jimmy Choo-pointed heels. Her wrist adorned with a Cartier bracelet I had gifted her a few days prior, exuding an air of elegance and style. To her astonishment, the interior of the walls revealed an entirely different world. In the neatly trimmed lawn, several armored vehicles stood poised, and in the distance, a decommissioned MiG-21 fighter jet served as an unusual ornament. The main building was a fusion of modern aesthetics and military elements, constructed for fiberglass, with a doorman in military attire stationed at the entrance. "Welcome to the Thorns Knights Club, Mr. Gao." The doorman saluted with a precise military gesture. "Mr. Makarov is awaiting your arrival." This establishment certainly did not appear to be a venue accessible to the ordinary individual. Yu Haixia softly spoke, her fingers gently playing with her hair, while her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Gao Yuan flashed a confident smile, reassuring her, "Do not worry here. Money is the ultimate passport." He opened the car door and extended his hand to assist Yu Haixia out. Her high heels stumbled slightly on the gravel, prompting Gao Yuan to instinctively wrap his arm around her waist, his palm lingering for a brief moment before he casually released her. A blush crept onto Yu Haixia's cheeks, a sense of pride swelling within her. She relished this feeling of being cherished, especially when such affection was accompanied by wealth and privilege. The opulence of the club's decor took Yu Haixia by surprise. A crystal chandelier, crafted from bullet casings, hung from the 6-meter-high ceiling, while the walls were adorned with flags and emblems of various special forces from around the globe. The floor was covered with a deep red Persian carpet, upon which several genuine leather sofas and tactical displays were arranged. Most astonishing was the bar, entirely reconstructed from armored vehicle steel plates. "Mr. Gao, welcome to the Thorn Knights." A deep voice resonated from the second floor. Gao Yuan looked up to see a burly, bald man striding down the staircase, dressed in a custom deep blue suit, adorned with a golden emblem on his chest. The sound of his polished shoes striking the marble steps was steady and authoritative. "Makarov," Gao Yuan greeted, extending his hand. "I brought a friend." Makarov's gaze lingered on Yu Haixia for a moment before a smile broke across his face. Beautiful ladies are always a welcome sight. A sense of pride welled within Gao Yuan. By mere standards of beauty, Yu Haixia undoubtedly deserved such compliments. Makarov gestured invitingly. "Would you like a tour?" Yu Haixia was taken aback to find that this man, who appeared to be a crime lord, spoke with such eloquence. Nodding, she instinctively tightened her grip on Gao Yuan's arm. The first floor of the club served as a leisure area, featuring a library, cigar room, and luxurious bar. The second floor was a true haven for military enthusiasts, boasting a well-equipped shooting range, a tactical training room, and even a parachuting simulator. Makarov proudly introduced that the club's members included retired generals, wealthy tycoons, and dignitaries, essentially comprising elite individuals. To become a member, 2 current members must recommend you, followed by a background check, Makarov said, casting a meaningful glance at Gao Yuan. "Of course, we do have exceptions for certain exceptional talents." Gao Yuan promptly retrieved his wallet, inquiring, "What is the cost for the highest level of membership?" Makarov chuckled. "The diamond membership is 3 million rubles annually, which includes private weapon storage, a dedicated trainer, and access to global partner clubs." Yu Haixia watched in awe as Gao Yuan swiped his credit card without hesitation, once again struck by the display of such extravagant wealth. She noticed the curious glances of several members, who were savoring fine wines nearby, and unconsciously straightened her posture. Following Gao Yuan, she invariably became the center of attention. "I hear there is a former Special Forces instructor here." Gao Yuan tucked away his bank card, expressing his desire to meet him. Makarov's smile faltered momentarily. "Are you referring to Artyom Kozlov? He has been rather selective with private lessons lately." "Double the price," Gao Yuan stated decisively. 10 minutes later, they found themselves in the tactical conference room of the basement, face to face with this legendary figure. Yu Haixia envisioned a former Special Forces soldier as a muscular, sharp-eyed tough guy, yet the man before her, Kozlov, was a slightly overweight middle-aged individual. His thinning blonde hair clung to his scalp, and he breathed with a slight wheeze. He wore a snug tactical vest adorned with several faded medals. "This is Major Artyom Kozlov," Makarov introduced, a former tactical instructor for the Signal Flag Special Forces, having participated in 2 Chechen wars and awarded 3 bravery medals. Chapter 37. Reaching an Agreement, Thorn Nightclub. Kozlov rose to his feet, and Gao Yuan noted with surprise his unexpectedly agile movements. Despite his bulk, there was no unnecessary motion as he stood. "Just call me Artyom," he said, his voice deep and gravelly, now merely an old man teaching others to wield air guns. Gao Yuan was evidently disappointed. "Did you really used to be a Special Forces instructor?" Kozlov's eyes suddenly sharpened, a gaze that sent a chill down Yu Haixia's spine, as if locked onto by a predator. "Little one," he drawled, "do you think all Special Forces operatives should resemble the muscular heroes from the movies with six-pack abs, capable of taking down a tiger with their bare hands?" Gao Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Kozlov abruptly snatched a tactical pen from a table and, with blinding speed, pressed it against Gao Yuan's Adam's apple. Yu Haixia nearly gasped, unable to comprehend how swiftly his hand moved. True killing techniques, Kozlov's voice was chillingly cold, require no muscles, only the knowledge of where to strike. Makarov hastily intervened. "Artyom, Mr. Gao is our diamond member." Kozlov withdrew the tactical pen, reverting back to the wheezing middle-aged man. "Apologies. Occupational hazard," he said, pulling out a chair. "I hear you wish to learn shooting?" Gao Yuan rubbed his throat, his eyes now filled with a measure of reverence. "Not just shooting. I wish to learn authentic tactical skills." "Why?" Kozlov's piercing gaze bore into Gao Yuan, questioning whether it was a mere hobby or a desire to show off. Naturally, Gao Yuan could not disclose that his intention was to thrive in a wasteland dimension. So he replied, "I have a passion for the military." Kozlov scoffed lightly, his gaze shifting to Yu Haixia. "The young lady, your boyfriend seems quite affluent." Yu Haixia smiled subtly, her fingers delicately playing with her Cartier bracelet. "He's doing all right," she replied nonchalantly, yet a wave of indescribable satisfaction surged within her. She revels in the sensation of being enveloped by flattering words, relishing the envious glances cast upon her by others. At that moment, she observed that while Kozlov appeared disheveled, his hands were remarkably clean, with neatly trimmed nails, a striking contrast to his physique. "My fees are quite steep," Kozlov declared, "and my lessons are no mere child's play. If you simply wish to pose for a few handsome photographs with a firearm for social media, you can easily find any coach downstairs." Gao Yuan's stubbornness flared up. "How much?" 8,000 rubles per hour, with a minimum commitment of 2 hours. Kozlov lit a cigarette, adding, "And I cannot guarantee that you will learn anything. I will pay you double." Gao Yuan locked eyes with Kozlov. "But I have conditions. Let's draft a wager." Kozlov raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Pray, elaborate." 2 months, 3 hours each day, Gao Yuan specified. "You must ensure that I become a competent marksman. If you fail, I will pay you nothing. If you succeed, I shall grant you an additional 500,000 rubles as a bonus." The conference room fell into a hushed silence. Makarov's mouth hung agape, while Yu Haixia anxiously regarded Kozlov. This condition was exceedingly stringent, with all the leverage resting with Gao Yuan. Kozlov's expression became inscrutable. He slowly rose, approaching the display case against the wall, and retrieved an old AK-74 rifle. "This weapon," he gently caressed its body, "has been with me for 15 years. In Grozny, it saved my life thrice." He suddenly turned to Gao Yuan. "Do you know why the attrition rate among Special Forces is so high?" Gao Yuan shook his head. "Because most individuals," Kozlov's voice was as rough as sandpaper, "have no true understanding of what they desire. They believe being a Special Forces operative is glamorous, until they find themselves staring down the barrel of a gun, wetting their pants, or even losing their lives." He set the rifle down. "Are you certain you wish to engage in this game?" Gao Yuan swallowed hard, but defiantly nodded. Kozlov abruptly produced a photograph from his pocket and slid it across the table towards Gao Yuan. The image depicted a blonde, blue-eyed girl, around 17 or 18, gracefully gliding across an ice rink. "My daughter," his voice softened, "is currently studying at a prestigious university in Moscow. The tuition is exorbitant." Yu Haixia suddenly grasped the implication, gently touching Gao Yuan's arm. "Gao Yuan, it's a deal." Gao Yuan extended his hand, "Starting tomorrow." Kozlov clasped Gao Yuan's hand. Gao Yuan noted the substantial strength of his palm, calloused at the base, entirely inconsistent with the physique of a man of his size. "Every morning from 5 to 8. Kozlov instructed, "Arrive 1 minute late, and the session for that day will be forfeited." He turned to Yu Haixia. "Young lady, will you also need to endure for 2 months?" Yu Haixia blinked in surprise. "Me? Why?" High-intensity training requires complete focus and optimal physical condition. Kozlov offered a faint smile, remarking that if the two of them were to squander their energy in bed daily, he would be unable to fulfill the agreement. Yu Haixiao's face flushed a bright red. Akin to an apple, as she exclaimed, "You are utterly ridiculous." Subsequently, under the notarization of the club owner, Makarov, Gao Yuan and Kozlov formalized a betting agreement, with certain adjustments made to its terms. According to their arrangement, Gao Yuan initially deposited 500,000 rubles into the Thorn Knight Club's account, which constituted Kozlov's basic remuneration. Makarov also endeavored to safeguard the fundamental interests of his club's instructors. As Yu Haixia exited the club, her spirits soared. She sat in the passenger seat of a Tank 500, her fingers gently caressing the leather upholstery, while her gaze remained fixed on Gao Yuan's profile. She inquired, "Will you truly train for 3 hours every day?" Gao Yuan flashed a grin, affirming, "Of course, I keep my promises." Yu Haixia lightly bit her lip, a peculiar thrill stirring within her. She had encountered many affluent individuals, yet none possessed the audacity to spend lavishly while exuding an indomitable spirit like Gao Yuan. Memories of Makarov's respectful demeanor towards Gao Yuan, Kozlov's eventual concession, and the envious glances from other members flooded her mind. All of this was a testament to the power of wealth, and she, Yu Haixia, stood at the very center of this golden vortex. Her lips curled into a subtle smile as her fingers lightly rested on Gao Yuan's arm. "May I come watch you train tomorrow?" Gao Yuan turned to her, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "Certainly." Yu Haixia beamed, already contemplating what outfit she would wear the next day to shine brightest among the club's affluent patrons. Observing her delicate skin and enchanting expression, Gao Yuan felt a blaze of desire igniting within him. "Xia, soon it will be our exclusive time together." Yu Haixia was mentally prepared. She did not respond, but returned Gao Yuan a sultry smile. Chapter 38. Winter Night, Spring Vibes Kazan, Miramar Hotel. As the SUV drove through the hotel entrance, Yu Haixia noticed that the entire front plaza had been cleared. 2 rows of uniformed attendants stood at attention. The moment the car door swung open, the attendants on either side of the red carpet bowed in unison. "Good evening, miss you." The lobby manager approached personally, stating, "Mr. Gao has reserved the entire top-floor restaurant. Please follow me." The elevator ascended directly to the top floor, and as the doors opened, Yu Haixia was nearly breathless. The entire restaurant had been transformed into a winter garden. Thousands of white roses and baby-esque breath formed a floral sea, with a crystal pathway leading to the sole dining table. A chandelier of crystal hung from the ceiling, refracting ethereal light, while the floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the nightscape of Kazan. "What a splendid view!" Gao Yuan's voice came from behind her. He had reserved the entire observation deck solely for this evening. Outside the expansive window, the entire nightscape of Kazan unfolds before them, with the Volga River shimmering under the moonlight, and the golden dome of the Kazan Kremlin radiating brilliance in the twilight. The dining table is adorned with a hand-embroidered Italian tablecloth, and each dish is presented as a work of art, with silver cutlery gleaming in the candlelight. "Do you like it?" Gao Yuan inquires softly, his fingers gently caressing her waist. Yu Haixia's breath quickens, excitement sparkling in her almond-shaped eyes. "Did you book the entire restaurant?" she asks. Gao Yuan smiles, offering no answer, merely pulling out a chair for her to sit. A waiter approaches, respectfully presenting the menu, which is entirely in French and devoid of prices. Yu Haixia's fingertips glide over the gilded lettering, her lips parting slightly. Truffle foie gras, caviar with champagne jelly, French lobster soup. With each dish she names, her voice softens further. Gao Yuan addresses the waiter directly. "The chef's full recommendations, and please uncork a bottle of 1990 Romanicani." Yu Haixia's eyelashes flutter. The price of that wine could cover her living expenses for half a year. When the first appetizer arrives, she hesitates to use her knife and fork. Black truffle shavings like delicate snowflakes are scattered over the foie gras, with gold leaf accents, resembling an edible oil painting. "Try it," Gao Yuan says, cutting a small piece and bringing it to her lips. She slightly parts her mouth, and the richness of the foie gras combined with the aroma of truffle explodes on her palate, causing her to emit a soft hum. The second dish features caviar accompanied by champagne jelly. The waiter gently scoops a spoonful with a mother-of-pearl spoon, placing on her hand the most traditional method, allowing her body heat to slightly melt the caviar before savoring it in one bite. Yu Haixia closes her eyes, experiencing the burst of salty freshness of the caviar. while the cool sweetness of the champagne jelly balances the richness, prompting her to lick her lips involuntarily. Gao Yuan's eyes glimmer, and he suddenly reaches out, his thumb brushing against her lower lip. You got some on you. Her face flushes instantly. The main course consists of Kobe beef accompanied by a black truffle sauce. So tender it nearly melts in the mouth. Gao Yuan cuts a piece, but does not directly offer it to her. Instead, he gently lifts it with his fork, his gaze suggesting, open your mouth. Yu Haixia's heart races as she obediently takes the fork, her tongue inadvertently grazing the metal. Gao Yuan's breath becomes noticeably heavier. Xia, you are truly a top-notch beauty. The ensuing dinner feels like a dream. King crabs from Hokkaido, truffle braised French foie gras, and the main course wrapped in platinum leaf Kobe beef, each dish paired with a different rare wine. Yu Haixia gradually relaxes, the alcohol warming her cheeks and clouding her gaze. When dessert arrives, she is already slightly tipsy. A raspberry chocolate lava cake, accompanied by gold-flaked vanilla ice cream. The waiter pours hot chocolate sauce at the table, and as the lava flows, it mirrors the atmosphere that is poised to spiral out of control this evening. After dinner, Gao Yuan wraps his arm around her waist, taking a private elevator directly to the top-floor royal presidential suite. Upon entering the suite, Yu Haixia revealed a satisfied smile. The living room floor was adorned with a Persian hand-woven carpet, while Monet's renowned painting, Water Lilies, graced the walls. The king-size bed in the bedroom was draped with Egyptian long-staple cotton sheets, with Baccarat crystal glasses and Dom Perignon champagne elegantly positioned on the bedside. The bathroom was entirely crafted from marble, featuring a circular jacuzzi at its center, accompanied by a dual steam shower, with toiletries from Hermes' exclusive collection. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the nightscape of Kazan unfolded, as if the entire world lay at her feet. Are you happy tonight? Gao Yuan inched closer from behind, his soft lips brushing against her ear, his voice husky. Yu Haixia's fingertips trembled slightly, her heart racing. She had never experienced such opulence, such a sense of control. Turning around, she found their faces mere inches apart. The blend of alcohol, candlelight, and the scent of expensive perfume heightened her pulse. She felt the urge to strategize, to maintain her composure. Yet, at that moment, she simply wished to succumb to the enchantment. Why are you so good to me? She whispered. Gao Yuan's fingers caressed her cheek. Because from the first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were mine. Suddenly, she pivoted, grasping his collar with both hands, her crimson lips pressing against his. The kiss, imbued with the sweetness of champagne and the brininess of caviar, was fervent enough to take one's breath away. Gao Yuan paused for a moment, then took the lead, his palm cradling the back of her head as he deepened the kiss. As his lips descended, Yu Haixia closed her eyes. The kiss was tender yet resolute, imbued with the richness of red wine and the taste of power. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself cradled in the master bedroom. Her fingertips traced Gao Yuan's chest as she unfastened the buttons of his shirt, her voice quivering slightly. Tonight, I am yours. Gao Yuan loosened his tie, revealing a sturdy chest. Yu Haixia suddenly realized that this would be her first time. She had intended to reserve her initial night for her future husband, but at that moment, the allure of wealth made her cast aside all reservations. Are you afraid? Gao Yuan sensed her tremors. Yu Haixia shook her head, willingly unfastening the straps of her dress. As the silk fabric cascaded down, she beheld the desire in Gao Yuan's eyes. This empowered her in an unprecedented way. She realized that beauty and sensuality could indeed serve as formidable weapons. Gao Yuan's gaze darkened entirely as he scooped her up, tossing her onto the million-dollar bed. Yu Haixia's long hair spread across the pristine sheets, her almond-shaped eyes hazy. Her lips slightly parted, the Dior haute couture gown in disarray, revealing her fair shoulders and neck. She lifted her hand, wrapping it around Gao Yuan's neck, whispering breathily in his ear, "Take me." She was utterly lost in the moment. The subsequent events unfolded like a lavish descent. In a mirror on the ceiling, she saw herself as a butterfly with broken wings, pinned to the cross of wealth and desire. In the stillness of the night, as Gao Yuan lay in a deep slumber beside her, Yu Haixia, barefoot, approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, snow began to fall, blurring the city lights in a delicate haze. She traced the kiss marks on her skin and the expensive bracelet adorning her wrist, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks. She was uncertain whether her heart belonged to Gao Yuan or to his wealth. Yet, at this moment, there was no turning back. Gao Yuan stirred awake on the bed, his eyes fluttering open to behold the graceful silhouette of Yu Haixia standing naked before the window. A profound smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. His first experience felt utterly perfect. Chapter 39. Military Training as Dawn Broke. The skyline of Kazan remained shrouded in indigo darkness beyond the suite's expansive windows. Gao Yuan was jolted awake for the 5th time by the blaring alarm. Springing upright from the sheets, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A glance at his pocket watch revealed the time. 4:17. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Rushing barefoot into the bathroom where cold water splashed against his face, momentarily shaking off the remnants of sleep. Last night, he had experienced a passionate rendezvous with Yu Haixia, and the memory lingered, invigorating him with the vitality of youth. A few minutes later, a Tank 500 roared down the empty street towards the Thorn nightclub. With one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other pouring a bottle of concentrated coffee into his mouth, the bitter liquid slid down his throat, awakening him further. By the time he arrived at the training ground, the horizon was just beginning to hint at dawn-esque light. Artyom Kslov stood at the edge of the shooting range, idly handling a Glock 17 pistol. "You are 2 minutes late," he remarked, his voice icy, not bothering to look up. Gao Yuan, panting heavily, replied, "Sorry. There was a truck overturned on the road. I do not require excuses." Artyom finally lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as a blade. "On the battlefield, a 2-minute delay could mean your comrade's death." Gao Yuan clenched his jaw, refraining from retorting. Artyom scrutinized him for a few moments before suddenly scoffing. "At least you showed up." The training ground was lined with non-slip rubber flooring, and flags of various military forces adorned the surrounding fences. Artyom tossed Gao Yuan a weighted vest. "Put this on and run 5 kilometers." Gao Yuan caught the vest, feeling its considerable weight, at least 10 kilograms. He frowned but donned it nonetheless. "What's wrong? Is it too heavy?" Artyom sneered. "The Special Forces standard is 30 kilograms. I've already given you a discount." Without a word, Gao Yuan set off at a run. The first 2 kilometers were manageable, but by the third, his lungs felt as if ablaze, and his legs were burdened as if filled with lead. Artyom leisurely rode his bicycle alongside him, offering sarcastic remarks. "With that kind of stamina, do you think you can learn tactics? You rich kid, do you need someone to twist the cap off your bottled water for you? Run faster. Even a snail would outpace you." Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and pushed through to complete the 5 kilometers. As he entered the final lap, his vision began to blur, and beads of sweat trickled down his chin onto the ground. Yet, he pressed on, only collapsing to his knees after crossing the finish line, gasping for breath. Artyom stood before him, looking down with a sense of superiority. Not bad. Not as useless as I had imagined. Gao Yuan looked up, forcing a smile. "Thank you for the compliment?" Artyom scoffed, though the disdain in his gaze had lessened somewhat. After the run, Artyom led him into the closed combat training room of the club. The center of the room was laid with thick mats, and the walls were adorned with an array of cold weapons, daggers, batons, knuckle dusters, and even a Nepalese cookery. True combat was not about the flashy moves seen in films. Artyom removed his jacket, revealing muscular arms marked with scars. "In 3 seconds, it will either be your demise or mine." He gestured for Gao Yuan to step on a mat and suddenly struck, delivering a knife-hand blow straight to Gao Yuan's throat. Caught off guard, Gao Yuan felt a tightness in his throat, his breath abruptly cut off. He stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. The first lesson, Artyom retracted his hand. The most vulnerable areas of the human body are the Adam's apple, temples, the nape, and kidneys. Attacking these spots can incapacitate an opponent with a single blow. Gao Yuan rubbed his throat, coughing a couple of times. "Could you at least give a heads up before demonstrating?" Artyom grinned, revealing a few yellow teeth. "Do you think your enemy will notify you before they strike?" Gao Yuan was left speechless. For the next hour, Artyom taught him several fundamental combat techniques. How to shatter an opponent's jaw with an elbow strike, how to jab their eyes with fingers, and how to crush their ribs with a knee. Remember, real combat has no rules. Artyom's voice was grave. Only those who survive are entitled to speak of morality. Gao Yuan studied intently. Although his movements were still awkward, his focus gradually sharpened. Artyom noticed this change and softened his tone slightly. "You are learning faster than I anticipated." Gao Yuan wiped his sweat. "Because I paid for it." Artyom chuckled coldly. "Money cannot buy life, but attitude can." After the combat class, Artyom took Gao Yuan to the underground shooting range. The range was entirely enclosed, its walls lined with sound-absorbing material, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and gun oil. Artyom retrieved an AK-12 assault rifle from the armory and tossed it to Gao Yuan. "Do you know how to use this?" Gao Yuan caught the rifle and shook his head, I've only played with it in games. Artyom shrugged, moving behind him to adjust his stance. Shoulders tight. Don't let the recoil shatter your collarbone. Eyes, sights, target. Align them in a straight line. Following his instructions, Gao Yuan aimed at the target 25 meters away and pulled the trigger. Bang! The recoil jolted his shoulder, and the bullet veered off course, missing the target entirely, not even grazing the edge of the paper. This is also the reason why Gao Yuan chose not to wield a rifle in the wasteland, but instead opted for an MP5. The submachine gun offers greater stability and minimal recoil, making it easier to control. Artyom sighed, clearly perceiving him as a novice. He began to patiently correct every detail of Gao Yuan's technique, his breathing rhythm, the pressure on the trigger, and his grip on the weapon. Half an hour later, Gao Yuan finally achieved a barely passing score. 5 shots fired, 3 hitting the target. Progress was evident, and Artyom, uncharacteristically, praised him, stating, "At least you didn't shoot the ceiling." Gao Yuan grinned. "Is that a compliment?" Artyom remained silent, but retrieved a more exquisite rifle from the cabinet, the SV-98 sniper rifle. "Give this a try." Gao Yuan took the firearm, its weight substantial, the wooden stock engraved with the name of its former owner. "This was my old partner." Artyom's voice softened momentarily, used during the Chechen War. Gao Yuan paused, suddenly grasping the significance of the weapon. He inhaled deeply and aimed with renewed seriousness. Bang! The shot struck the bullseye. Artyom raised an eyebrow. Fortune favors the bold. Gao Yuan beamed with pride. Artyom squinted, intrigued by this young upstart's burgeoning marksmanship. After the training session, Artyom tossed a crumpled note to Gao Yuan, which listed several books. Close Quarters Combat Manual, internal document, unpublished. Urban Counterterrorism Tactics, compiled by the Russian General Staff, and Psychology of the Sniper on the Battlefield, top secret, for special forces only. These volumes were not available for purchase. Artyom lit a cigarette, remarking that Makarov had the connections to procure them. Gao Yuan took the note and smiled. "How much?" Artyom exhaled a ring of smoke. "For a tycoon like you, it should be negligible." Without hesitation, Gao Yuan pulled out his phone and messaged Makarov. 10 minutes later, Makarov personally delivered a sealed brown paper bag, all smiles. "Mr. Gao, here are the items you requested at a friendly price of 350,000 rubles. Gao Yuan didn't bat an eye and swiped his card. Artyom watched this exchange with a complex expression. He had initially thought Gao Yuan was merely a frivolous rich kid, but now he sensed that this young man was perhaps more than he seemed. "Tomorrow, at 5 o'clock, Artyom said, turning to leave, adding, "Don't be late." Gao Yuan watched his departing figure and replied loudly, "Rest assured, I will be punctual." Chapter 40. The top brother at 8 in the morning, after completing his training, Gao Yuan drove swiftly back to Kazan University to continue his classes. When the lecture concluded, he disabled the Do Not Disturb mode on his phone. A flurry of notification sounds erupted, all messages from Yu Haixia. Gao Yuan responded with a remark, primarily focusing on direct communication. "Shall we gather tonight?" After a brief pause of half a minute, Yu Haixia's avatar began to sway. "Could you grant me a day of rest?" Accompanied by an emoticon depicting shyness. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Yuan provided an affirmative reply, subsequently transferring 130,000 rubles to Yu Haixia via the QQ wallet. "This is to assist you in resolving your issues. I am delighted for your happiness, Xia." Yu Haixia's avatar remained momentarily silent. Gao Yuan refrained from sending further messages, choosing instead to silence his phone and concentrate on his studies. Upon the conclusion of the second major class in the morning, he unlocked his phone, and the QQ notification displayed that the transaction had been successfully received, accompanied by a message that read, "Darling, I will come to your apartment tonight." Rose emoji, heart emoji. Upon reading this message, Gao Yuan felt an immense sense of joy, preparing to fulfill another aspiration of his, to become the top donor on a live streaming platform. He unlocked his phone, tapping on the familiar blue icon for Shark live streaming. The login interface revealed his account details. Username, Wealthy Woe, level 9, fan badge 2. Total donations, 3 fish fins. Gao Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. This account had been registered for over a year, yet he had not even managed to secure a beginner's fan badge. Each time he encountered a favorite streamer, he would only dare to send a 666, hesitating to spare even the cheapest fish balls. Today was different. He gently tapped the recharge button, his fingers trembling slightly as he entered the amount. 1,000,000 fish fins, equivalent to 100,000 yuan. Within the StarCraft 2 game section, a live stream titled Master Rank Difficulties seeking family support caught his attention, boasting a mere 87 viewers. Upon entering, the stream displayed a young man in his early 20s, sporting heavily worn headphones, with a wall behind him adorned with several yellowing esports posters. A bucket of instant noodles rested on the streamer's desk, and the camera angle captured the well-worn WASD keys of his keyboard. Brothers, if I can hold this wave, I'll send everyone a free gift. The streamer's voice carried an evident tone of fatigue and anxiety. The barrage of comments was sparse. Just practice more, noob. My skills exceed yours. Stop sending gifts, streamer. StarCraft 2 is an antiquated game whose popularity has long waned. Those who stream and watch live broadcasts are true aficionados of the game. Observing the beads of sweat forming on the streamer's forehead, Gao Yuan suddenly began typing in the chat box. Wealthy woe. Streamer, are you willing to accept a challenge? The streamer, Ajia, caught sight of this message and, with a wry smile, wiped his brow. This esteemed brother, Wealthy woe, do you see how close I am to being overwhelmed? Gao Yuan sent another message directly. Wealthy woe, if I successfully execute a quick attack at the start, I'll donate a rocket. If you win a game with a random race, I'll send another. Do you dare to play? The live streaming room fell into a momentary silence for 2 seconds, followed by an explosion of comments. No way. Is he the real boss? With such a low ID level, could he be a freeloader? Streamer, you must agree. A slight tremor passed through Ajia's hands as he adjusted his slipping glasses. Are you serious, brother? I've never received a rocket in my streaming room. No sooner had he spoken than the entire streaming room was suddenly engulfed by dazzling special effects. The wealthy big spender sent a super rocket. Ajia sprang to his feet, his plastic chair crashing to the ground behind him. He covered his mouth with both hands, eyes wide with disbelief. The old boss is generous. The comments scrolled frantically. No way. A true tycoon has arrived. The streamer is about to soar. Gao Yuan leisurely typed. Wealthy big spender. Continue. There's more to gain if you succeed in the attack. The ensuing matches became Ajia's shining moments as a streamer. In the first game, he executed a 6D quick attack successfully, and Gao Yuan immediately sent a rocket. In the second game, randomized to the human faction, he struggled to victory and earned 2 more rockets. In the third game, a Protoss mirror match, Ajia played until his fingers cramped, winning 3 additional rockets. Boss, His voice quivered with emotion as he fumbled for his phone. I must capture this moment. I've been a streamer for a year, and this is the first time I've received rockets. Gao Yuan noticed the excitement in Ajia, who was rendered nearly speechless in the frame. But his attention was drawn to the bandage wrapped around Ajia's wrist and the stack of instant noodle boxes in the corner. Seizing a moment between matches, Ajia quietly confessed, Actually, I sort packages at the delivery station during the day, and I can only stream at night. I haven't even paid this month's rent. The community of StarCraft 2 streamers in China is relatively small, and acquaintances are well aware of each other's circumstances. Gao Yuan understood that Ajia was not seeking sympathy. He was speaking the truth. Ajia's revelation was interrupted by another rocket. Wealthy big spender sent 5 super rockets. Boss, Ajia suddenly stood up, deeply bowing to the camera. I don't know what to say. The comments section revealed more. This streamer is truly struggling. He was sick last week, but still streamed. He is an honest person, not one to curry favor with the big shots. Now that StarCraft 2's Chinese server is gone, it's truly commendable that he persists. After a moment of silence, Gao Yuan activated an annual subscription and clicked continuously. Wealthy big spender sent 10 super rockets. The site-wide banner began to scroll. Wealthy big spender is wildly sending super rockets in the StarCraft beginners streaming room. The number of viewers soared from 200 to 5,000, and the comments flooded in. The boss is confused. Is this a money printing machine come to life? The streamer is making a fortune today. In the streaming room, with reddened eyes, GS said, Boss, can I add you on WeChat? I want to thank you personally. Gao Yuan pondered for a moment and sent a private message. Just focus on your streaming. No need for WeChat. As he closed the live streaming room, he glanced at today's expenditure record. 58 super rockets, totaling 290,000 fish fins. Outside, the winter sun in Kazan remained warm. Gao Yuan recalled his own dreams of being a streamer, envisioning overnight fame as a youthful fantasy. For the sake of greater fame and fortune, one cannot relinquish the desolate realm. Gao Yuan smiled softly and exited the live streaming platform. He had 2 objectives: to fulfill the wish of the top contributor and to indulge in a moment of joy, both of which had now been accomplished. Later that afternoon, in the international student dormitory of Kazan University, Li Yongji's office, Yu Haixia stood before the desk, her slender fingers pushing a stack of rubles forward, an exact total of 110,000, down to the last kopeck. Li Yongji had settled the debt, principal and interest, entirely. Her voice was soft, yet each word pierced Li Yongji's ears like a knife. He did not hastily take the money. Instead, he leisurely removed his gold-rimmed glasses and wiped the lenses with the corner of his shirt. He deliberately performed this action slowly, his gaze fixated on Yu Haixia's chest. "Little Yu," he finally spoke, his voice dripping with a sickly sweetness akin to a venomous snake coated in honey. "I find it rather curious that you managed to gather the funds so swiftly." Before Yu Haixia could respond, the office door was abruptly thrust open. A bald man clad in black leather entered, a wolf head tattoo emblazoned on his neck, the emblem of the local gang, the Black Wolf Society. Li, the bald man, intoned, his voice low and gravely. "I hear someone intends to repay their loan ahead of schedule." Li Yongji's expression shifted instantly, his previous lewdness vanishing, replaced by an ingratiating smile of utmost servility. "Victor, one unexpected visit." This trivial matter, Victor disregarded him, striding directly to Yu Haixia. He counted the stack of money and nodded at her. "You may leave now." Feeling as if a weight had been lifted, Yu Haixia turned to depart. Li Yongji, in a panic, instinctively reached out to detain her. Smack! Victor's palm struck the desk with force, causing the calculator to leap. "Li, you do well to remember the rules." His eyes were cold. "We lend based on trust. Clients are expected to repay on time. Anyone who dares entertain ill thoughts." He deliberately left his sentence unfinished. Yet the glint of steel visible from his sleeve spoke volumes. Cold sweat beaded on Li Yongji's forehead. His facial muscles twitched momentarily before he forced an exaggerated smile. "A misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Miss Yu is one of our esteemed clients. How could I?" As he spoke, he hastily retrieved the promissory note and settlement certificate from his drawer, signing and sealing them with rapid precision. After Yu Haixia departed, Victor took the money and exited as well. The moment the office door closed, Li Yongji's expression twisted grotesquely. He seized the vodka bottle from the table and hurled it against the wall, causing glass shards and alcohol to scatter everywhere. "Filthy wench," he gasped, squeezing the words through gritted teeth. Do not presume that ascending to lofty heights is a remarkable feat. He retrieved his mobile device and scrolled to the clandestinely captured photographs of Yu Haixia. Those images were taken when she last visited to solicit a loan, under the pretense of reviewing documents. In the photograph, Yu Haixia's eyes were rimmed with red, embodying a fragile yet exquisite beauty. The prospect of acquiring 111,000 rubles intrigued Li Yongji, who caressed the screen with his thumb, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. "I am eager to uncover the identity of this benefactor." He accessed his contacts and located a number labeled Mole, a local informant specializing in background investigations for a fee, undoubtedly eager for this business opportunity. At the moment Li Yongji made his call, Gao Yuan was traversing dimensional planes. Within the confines of a rental apartment in an old building, he clutched an ammunition box tightly with both hands and activated the ring with his mind. After a whirlwind of disorientation, he examined his hands, pleased to find that the ammunition box had been successfully transported to the wasteland dimension. The 1 cubic meter space of the ring was proving insufficient, and this portable method allowed him to carry additional items. Gao Yuan glanced at the stopwatch left in the wasteland dimension, reaffirming that 24 hours in the modern dimension equated to merely 24 seconds in the wasteland. He adjusted the intercom channel. The signal strength indicator on the mask of his Warrior 20 Special Forces suit flickered to life. Aiming at the communication channel, Gao Yuan spoke, "Xiao Chong, test your position." A crackling response came through the earpiece immediately. "Received. I am nearly a kilometer away from the spy settlement." The youth paused briefly before continuing. The intercom signal was clear, though the battery had already drained to 20%. Both individuals returned sequentially to the air raid shelter near the subway. Gao Yuan retrieved 2 original maps of Kazan from a waterproof pouch. High-precision maps he had purchased from the Modern Dimension S library. "Xiao Chong, please mark all the information you possess upon these maps." Xiao Chong's reaction took Gao Yuan by surprise. The boy delicately traced the edges of the map as if handling a priceless treasure, his fingertips trembling slightly upon the paper. These maps were far more precious than food in the wasteland. They accurately detailed the subterranean structures of every building in the Kazan area, along with municipal pipelines and various geographical intelligence about the surrounding regions. Do not place too much trust in these maps. Their age may render them inconsistent with current realities. Gao Yuan cautioned. You must verify the data on-site, marking any discrepancies on the maps. He simultaneously pushed a second-hand infrared rangefinder toward him, the labels of which had been erased in anticipation of its sale. Are you familiar with this device? I need coordinates precise to the meter. I am. My father once taught me, Xiao Chong replied, receiving the rangefinder as though it were a rare gem. A sudden pallid flush swept across his sunken cheeks. Upon noticing that the calibration screw on the side of the device was slightly loose, Xiao Chong, without a moment's hesitation, removed the back cover using a makeshift screwdriver. Its handle fashioned from the canine tooth of a mutated rat. Don't be reckless. Gao Yuan instinctively attempted to intervene, but found himself frozen in place. The boy's deft disassembly of the intricate apparatus was as fluid as water. With his index finger gently pressing the circuit board's clasp, his thumb deftly pried apart the ribbon cable connector, while his pinky nail deftly lifted the loose potentiometer. Intriguingly, he bit off a segment of insulating tape, folded it, and placed it beneath the potentiometer, perfectly resolving the issue of the loose screw. The entire process took less than 20 seconds, as if he were innately attuned to every nerve of the device. Is this what your father taught you? Gao Yuan couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Chong shook his head, his dirty bangs swaying on his forehead. I once found a copy of Optical Instrument Repair, 2023 edition. As he spoke, he calibrated the device. The infrared beam precisely striking the rusted support of a water tower 800 meters away. The principles of the rangefinder were akin to those of a sniper scope. As the sunlight grew increasingly brilliant, Xiao Chong's efficiency astounded Gao Yuan. He moved like a human surveying instrument, swiftly transitioning to the next observation point after marking each coordinate. At times, he relied solely on visual estimation to assess distances. Gao Yuan later discovered that the boy employed triangulation by comparing known heights from debris, such as standard height stairwells. In the afternoon, the two retreated to the air raid shelter to rest. Xiao Chong's workbench was already spread with meticulously annotated maps. Different colored markers distinguished various intelligence. Red indicated the patrol routes of the Blood Bear gang. Blue represented the lairs of mutated creatures, and green denoted concealed passages. Here, Xiao Chong pointed to an underground pipeline in the industrial area. It leads directly to the trading site of the old factory, but it passes through a densely populated area of mutated rats. Suddenly, he began to cough violently, and blood splattered onto the edge of the map. Gao Yuan silently retrieved 2 boxes of specialized medication. The aluminum foil packaging glimmered with a cold light under the kerosene lamp. The expiration date on it rendered nearly illegible. Xiao Chong's gaze immediately fixated on the medicine box, his expression complex, before he stubbornly turned his face away. Let me first teach you how to remove the magazine. Gao Yuan abruptly shifted the topic, pulling out a Walther P99 pistol from his leg pouch. This clumsy attempt at distraction worked, as the boy immediately took the bait. Chapter 42. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. In a wasteland dimension, Xiao Chong took the pistol with remarkable proficiency. His left hand cradled the slide, while his right index finger remained carefully positioned outside the trigger guard, and his thumb applied just the right amount of pressure to the magazine release button. The moment the empty magazine slid into his palm, he had already pinched the new magazine with his ring and pinky fingers, an agility far beyond that of a novice. Have you used a handgun before? I've only read about them. Xiao Chong disassembled the slide to inspect the barrel, his movements precise, akin to that of an old watchmaker. The diagram for disassembly is on page 42 of the Light Weapons Maintenance Manual. He suddenly lowered his voice, mentioning that Shangxi Construction had a similar model, which he had seen several times. Caution was advised. It was then that Gao Yuan noticed the boy's gaze while inspecting the firearm. It was not curiosity, but rather an intense focus, as if he were mentally superimposing each component onto the diagrams etched in his memory. When Xiao Chong attempted to fire the empty gun, his finger on the trigger remained steady, undeterred by tremors, despite the visible sinews of his slender arm. The recoil of this weapon was minimal. Gao Yuan handed over 2 loaded magazines, instructing him to lock his wrist in such a manner. Yet, Xiao Chong had already assumed the stance of a perfect marksman, feet staggered, elbows slightly bent, forming a human buffer. He unleashed 3 shots at an imaginary target. The speed with which he realigned his aim was astonishing. Such talent could not be acquired merely through reading. It undoubtedly stemmed from countless hours of practice and simulation. When Gao Yuan pushed the special medication towards him, the boy suddenly fell silent. He mechanically accepted the box, his fingers tracing the edge of the aluminum foil. his breathing heavy like a worn-out bellows. The only sound in the air raid shelter was the crackle of the kerosene lamp wick. This medication for lung disease was sufficient for 3 months. Gao Yuan deliberately spoke in a neutral tone, stating, "Take it twice daily after meals." Xiao Chong abruptly turned to organize the map. Yet Gao Yuan had already noticed the veins bulging on the back of his neck and the trembling of his shoulders. The boy feigned interest in the coordinates, but he had inverted the map. When the first tear fell upon the paper, he angrily wiped it away with his sleeve, smudging a recently marked geographical point in the process. Gao Yuan chose to lower his head, tending to his TT-33 pistol. Amidst the subtle clinks of metal parts, he heard Xiao Chong blowing his nose, followed by the crisp sound of the aluminum foil being carefully torn open. The two busied themselves back to back until twilight descended. As night fully enveloped them, Xiao Chong suddenly spoke. "Tomorrow, during the day, I will continue to draw the map." The Blood Bear Gang typically conducts their transactions at 2 in the morning. He pointed to a newly added arrow on the map, his voice having regained its calmness. "If you plan to act tomorrow night, I can fire from this position to divert their attention." Moonlight slanted through the vent, illuminating the Walther pistol resting on the workbench. In the cold reflection of the steel surface, the boy's determined expression was faintly visible. Around 8 o'clock the following morning, Gao Yuan concocted an excuse to temporarily disappear from Xiao Chong's sight. A few minutes later, he casually returned to the air raid shelter. In truth, Gao Yuan had returned to the modern realm, having spent a fulfilling 24 hours. In the evening, he indulged in exquisite cuisine with Yu Haixia, followed by a session of partner yoga in his upscale apartment, both reveling in joy. After a night of rest, he departed at 4 in the morning to undergo 3 hours of rigorous comprehensive military training with Artyom. The day continued with normal classes, and, at noon, he had arranged to dine lavishly with Chow Haiyang. Around 4 in the afternoon, I returned to the old apartment for rent and activated the ring with my mind, once again entering the desolate wasteland. Regarding the 2 ammunition boxes filled with bullets and grenades that Gao Yuan had brought to the air raid shelter, Xiao Chong remained silent. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Those who chatter too much do not survive long in the wasteland. Shortly after Gao Yuan and Xiao Chong set out again to continue mapping the ruins, the clouds in the sky suddenly shifted. Within half an hour, the sunlight was obscured, and the heavens transformed into a leaden hue. A blizzard was approaching, and they hurried back to the air raid shelter. Xiao Chong called out to Gao Yuan to return swiftly. The blizzard arrived with astonishing ferocity. In the previous moment, the wind was merely a low, mournful wail. In less than 10 minutes, it morphed into a frenzied beast, sweeping up a storm of radioactive snow that engulfed the entire world. The snowflakes ceased to float gently, instead being torn into fine ice crystals by the howling winds, striking Xiao Chong's exposed skin like countless tiny blades. The temperature plummeted within minutes, dropping from several degrees below zero to a chilling -40. The breath he exhaled crystallized into frost on his eyelashes and scarf before it could even take shape. Xiao Chong lifted the concealed steel door and, together with Gao Yuan, entered the air raid shelter. He then pulled out several thin, lead sheets from a corner, covering all ventilated openings. Soon, a stark contrast in temperature and environment emerged between the inside and outside of the shelter, separated by the metal door. This blizzard came swiftly and departed just as quickly, but it was best to remain indoors for the day. Xiao Chong, with his wealth of experience, remarked, then pulled out a tattered magazine and offered it to Gao Yuan. "Care for some reading? It will help pass the time." Gao Yuan glanced at the faded image of a woman in a swimsuit on the magazine cover and shook his head. "I have something better." He retrieved 2 books from his backpack, the Battlefield Psychology of Snipers and the Close Quarters Combat Manual for Special Forces. After a moment's thought, Gao Yuan handed the latter to Xiao Chong. "Xiao Chong, this book looks more thrilling. Give it a look." Upon seeing the title, Xiao Chong's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he accepted the book. Gao Yuan noticed a distinct decrease in Xiao Chong's wariness towards him and made a light-hearted joke. "Be careful not to damage the book. It's quite valuable." "I know," Xiao Chong replied, handling the book with care yet eagerness. Such literature was beyond the reach of most, and it was rumored to be worth 5 adult slaves or 2 fertile women on the black market. "Oh, is that so?" Gao Yuan chuckled softly, falling into silence. He lowered his gaze to the text, contemplating that while the value systems of the 2 realms were entirely different, specialized knowledge remained invaluable. Shortly after dusk, the blizzard gradually subsided. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Gao Yuan and Xiao Chong began their endeavor. The ice of the Volga River glimmered with a ghostly bluish hue beneath the moonlight. The surface of Gao Yuan's Warrior 20 Special Operations suit was coated in frost, its optical camouflage rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the snowy expanse. On the helmet visor, the AI is marking the thermal signals ahead. 17 mutated rodents, each resembling a small orange cat, are gnawing on some animal remains within the abandoned oil pipeline along the riverbank. A slight left turn of 15 degrees is executed. The voice of Xiao Chong crackles through the earpiece, distorted further by the electrical interference, his already hoarse tone rendered even more indistinct. Avoid that pile of fragmented ice. There are voids beneath the surface, he warns. Gao Yuan adjusts his stride, the anti-slip spikes on his boots leaving nearly imperceptible scratches on the icy ground. 300 meters away, the former Russian factory, once capable of producing 1,000,000 tons of cement annually, looms like a stranded steel behemoth at the water's edge. The shattered preheating tower juts into the night sky, resembling a rusted, broken sword. Chapter 43. The Yellow Sparrow awaits the two men split up at a breach in the factory's perimeter wall. Xiao Chong's slender figure clings to the rusted steel framework as he scales the western raw material warehouse. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan stealthily makes his way toward the eastern firing workshop. As he ascends the 30-meter-high cyclone preheater, the visor suddenly flashes red. 3 unidentified heat sources are moving through the underground passage. Be cautious, there's movement below. Gao Yuan whispers. Acknowledged, I've spotted them. It's the Blood Wolf gang. They've breached the old material pipeline, Xiao Chong replies. Gao Yuan fine-tunes the focus of his visor, observing several figures emerging from the pit, swiftly dispersing throughout the factory grounds. They are clad in grayish-white camouflage, moving with remarkable agility. Furthermore, these individuals display an intimate knowledge of the cement plant's layout, navigating even the most severely collapsed areas with ease. At 1:08 a.m., the Steel Alliance's convoy traverses the icy expanse. 3 modified trucks stir up a cloud of radiated snow mist, led by a fuel tanker reinforced with steel plates, atop which rests a DSHK heavy machine gun. The deputy leader, Boris, a burly man with a face full of flesh, has a somewhat comical appearance with his large face and small eyes. He occupies the passenger seat, incessantly tapping on the door with his fingers clad in copper rings. The cargo of the Steel Alliance is on the third vehicle. Observe the tire impressions, Xiao Chong whispers. Gao Yuan adjusts the focus, and indeed notices that the rear wheels of the third truck are significantly more sunken. Upon disembarking, the members of the Steel Alliance immediately fan out in a defensive formation, pairs standing back to back in vigilance. All are outfitted in composite bulletproof vests, their weaponry far superior to that of the Blood Bear gang, featuring not only the commonly modified rifles but also standardized AK-47s. At 1:33 a.m., the Blood Bear gang's sled team appears at the factory's southern gate. 6 human-drawn sleds carry blocks wrapped in lead sheeting, exuding wisps of white vapor under the moonlight. These are pure ice blocks frozen from deep underground water, one of the region's most valuable hard currencies. The arrival of Yuri induces a sense of psychological discomfort in Gao Yuan. What the hell? This freak is utterly revolting. This self-proclaimed water god is clad in a robe strung together with thousands of plastic bottles, producing an excruciating clatter with each movement. His face is adorned with indigo patterns, and he wields a staff topped with a glass jar containing a preserved fetal specimen. Brother Boris, Yuri's voice eerily echoes through the ruins tonight. We shall partake in the holy water together. The transaction unfolded within the confines of the central mixing chamber. The cement floor bore a multitude of bullet holes and brown stains, while several frozen corpses lay piled in the corners, serving as a grim warning. Each party dispatched 5 individuals for inspection, while the remaining members kept their fingers poised on their triggers. The Blood Bear gang's ice inspector, a hunchbacked old man, utilized a bone needle to extract samples of ice, testing them upon the tongue of a mutated lizard. The creature's pupils immediately constricted to mere slits, yet its green skin remained unchanged. The crystalline ice, at a temperature below -10 degrees, was deemed by the inspector to possess a radiation level not exceeding 0. 3 sieverts, making it safe for direct consumption. On the opposing side, a gunsmith from the Steel Alliance swiftly disassembled a modified rifle for inspection. Suddenly, Boris seized the weapon, fired 3 rounds into the sky, the deafening gunfire startling a flock of mutated crows. Listen to that commotion. Boris laughed heartily. My goods surpass your wretched ice by far. 20 well-maintained rifles, and 5 crates of ammunition. Yuri, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. A young boy from the Bloodbear gang approached the ice block and licked its surface with his tongue. 10 seconds passed, and the boy exhibited no adverse reactions, instead breaking into a joyful smile from hydration. "My children are living test instruments," Yuri remarked with a grin, suddenly directing his staff towards Shan Jian. "Darling, show Boris our sincerity." Shan Jian, a middle-aged man with a scar over his left eye, approached with a grim demeanor, retrieving a small lead box from his coat. Inside were 5 pale, blue syringes, glimmering with an eerie luminescence under the moonlight, potent hallucinogens extracted from mutated plants. These can embolden soldiers in battle and induce ecstasy in ordinary individuals, Yuri explained. Boris's small eyes sparkled with interest, signaling his subordinates to collect the goods. Just as both parties prepared for the exchange, a thunderous explosion erupted from the west side materials warehouse. A buried propane tank had been detonated. The Bloodwolf gang was launching an assault, resorting to black-on-black tactics. Little Chong is shouting over the intercom. Chaos ensued. The scene rapidly descended into turmoil. At least 30 members of the Bloodwolf gang, draped in white camouflage, surged forth from underground. All donned gas masks, targeting vital areas of their enemies with precision. The initial wave of attack felled a machine gunner from the Steel Alliance and 3 gunmen from the Bloodbear gang. Gao Yuan observed as Boris roared, unleashing a hail of bullets from a heavy machine gun, shattering the cement columns into flying debris. Yuri's entourage scattered like startled fish, with 2 being hurled into the clinker warehouse by the force of the explosion. Shan Jian pulled Yuri to take cover behind a lead-lined ice block as remnants of the Bloodbear gang swiftly began to retaliate. "What now?" Little Chong's voice was tense. "Wait," Gao Yuan calmly assessed the battlefield, allowing them to engage in mutual destruction. The Bloodwolf gang appeared well-prepared, igniting the Steel Alliance's fuel tankers with Molotov cocktails. Amidst the towering flames, Gao Yuan spotted a Bloodwolf sniper stealthily aiming at Boris. Bang! The bullet struck Boris in his right eye, causing the deputy leader of the Steel Alliance to scream and collapse. Seizing the moment, Yuri directed the remaining subordinates to seize the weapons cache, only to be suppressed by the crossfire from the Bloodwolf gang. Suddenly, Shan Jian erupted, snatching an AK-47 and unleashing a frenzied barrage, temporarily clearing a path drenched in blood, just as they were on the verge of breaking through. An RPG from the Steel Alliance howled in from the shattered kiln's edge, obliterating the last line of defense of the Bloodbear gang. It was time. Gao Yuan observed as Shan Jian dragged Yuri towards the Eastern Mixing Workshop. "Xiao Chong, execute Plan B." Xiao Chong descended along the steel wire with the agility of a nimble monkey, his bone knife glistening coldly in the moonlight. Gao Yuan's MP5 had an effective range of only 120 meters, rendering him incapable of engaging the enemy from a distance. I must find an opportunity to learn how to wield a rifle and a sniper rifle. He could only rely on the thermal imaging and infrared scanning capabilities of the Warrior 20 system to track the enemy's movements, relaying the information to Xiao Chong in advance. The cement factory had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, with 3 factions embroiled in a chaotic melee amidst the ruins. Bullets shattered frozen corpses, exploded precious ice, and carved countless sparks into the concrete walls. Within the mixing workshop of the factory's debris, a damp, moldy odor mingled with the metallic scent of rust. A shattered concrete mixer leaned askew in the corner, its iron walls riddled with bullet holes and dried bloodstains. As Shan Jian dragged Yuri into this space, he was already panting heavily, his left arm grazed by a bullet, blood dripping from his fingertips. "Damn it, those bastards are pursuing us too closely." Shan Jian cursed under his breath, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Yuri, once the water god, now bore no semblance of divinity. His robe, crafted from thousands of plastic bottles, lay in tatters, the indigo paint smudged by sweat, resembling a melting wax figure in its absurdity. He gasped for breath, yet his gaze remained cold and calculating as it scanned the surroundings. "Do not panic, dear." Yuri's voice was sweet, akin to a blade smeared with honey, as his fingers gently brushed over Shan Jian's wound. "We still have a way out." Shan Jian abruptly shook off his hand, sneering. "A way out? You men are all dead. Yuri, it's just the 2 of us now." Yuri's smile froze on his face, his expression darkening abruptly. Chapter 44. Replacement from the shadowy corner of the mixing workshop. A third voice suddenly emerged. "Oh, is it just the 2 of you left?" A hoarse voice resonated from the darkness, laced with a mocking cadence. The leader of the Bloodwolf gang, Krigny stepped forth from the shadows. He was a diminutive Russian man, every inch of his skin adorned with indigo-hued rune tattoos, resembling a living totem of some malevolent cult. His eyes were narrow and serpentine, with a smile that danced on the edges of his lips, as if he were savoring an impending spectacle. Look at our water god. How pathetic he appears. Krigny. Shan Jian's body tensed instantly, his hand resting on the gun at his waist. Do not be nervous, Scarface. Krigny spread his hands, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. I am merely here to observe the spectacle, he said, gently waving his hand. From the surrounding shadows, 5 gunmen from the Blood Wolf gang silently emerged, their weapons steadily aimed at Shan Jian and Yuri. Krigny's voice suddenly softened. We can discuss this. You are aware that my underground reservoir is the finest resource in this region. Shut your mouth, old glass, Krigny bellowed suddenly, the tattoos on his neck twisting grotesquely with the tension of his muscles. Within moments, his expression regained its icy calm. I offer you a chance at survival. The one who remains alive may leave. Shan Jian's face flickered in the darkness as his fingers stealthily moved toward the gun at his waist. Yet, Krigny was quicker, raising his hand to shoot the weapon from Shan Jian's grasp. The bullet ricocheted off the concrete wall, grazing Yuri's ear. No, Scarface. Krigny admonishid, shaking his finger as his tongue brushed over his jagged teeth. We shall do this with hands, with teeth, in the most primal manner. The Blood Wolf gang members behind him erupted in howls of laughter, tossing aside 2 rusted steel pipes. Suddenly, Yuri lunged at Shan Jian, not to attack, but his emaciated fingers caressed the Scarface's cheek. My dear, let us join forces. Before the words fully escaped his lips, a hidden poison needle from his sleeve struck towards Shan Jian's neck. However, Shan Jian seemed to anticipate this, sidestepping just in time, the needle merely grazing his skin. 3 years, Shan Jian roared, seizing the steel pipe. You always have to apply that damned anesthetic before every encounter. In a sudden fit of rage, Shan Jian swung the pipe violently towards Yuri's throat. Yuri, ever prepared, deftly evaded the blow. A second poison needle slipped from his sleeve, aimed viciously at Shan Jian's body. But Shan Jian was quicker still, feinting to avoid the strike. Yet, in the next instant, Yuri's knee collided forcefully with his groin. Shan Jian let out a heart-wrenching scream, staggering backward. To his horror, a needle had been concealed beneath Yuri's knee, plunging deeply into his most vulnerable spot. The potent toxin spread rapidly, causing his entire leg to grow numb. He collapsed to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down like rain. You old bastard. He gritted through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. Yuri sneered, delivering a kick to his chest. Did you think I was oblivious? You have long desired to usurp me, Shan Jian. He seized a piece of steel pipe from the ground and struck it mercilessly against Shan Jian's knee. The sickening crack of bone echoed sharply. Shan Jian felt a wave of pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness, but he understood that pleading for mercy was futile. He had to fight with all his might. Grasping Yuri's ankle, he yanked with all his strength. Yuri lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Shan Jian, enduring excruciating pain, rolled over to pin him down, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. Thud, thud, thud. Yuri's nose shattered, teeth flew from his mouth, and blood splattered across Shan Jian's ferocious visage. You old fool, do you think you can control me for a lifetime? Shan Jian roared, seizing a steel pipe and striking Yuri's head with ferocious force. The first blow shattered Yuri's left eye. The second blow caved in his cheekbone. The third blow, splash. Yuri's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, crimson and white matter splattering across Shan Jian's contorted face. Just as Shan Jian gasped for breath and staggered to his feet, an explosive sound echoed. The iron gate of the cement factory was blown away. Reinforcements from the Steel Alliance had arrived. A dozen fully armed members of the Steel Alliance charged in, automatic rifles blazing in a frenzy. Krigny's expression changed drastically as he let out a sharp whistle, prompting the Blood Wolf gang to scatter in retreat. Kill him, Krigny sneered, pointing at the severely injured Shan Jian. He is but a worthless wretch. Shan Jian realized his fate was sealed. One of his legs was incapacitated, and the poison coursing through his veins rendered him nearly unable to stand. Krigny. He struggled to grasp Krigny's pant leg, his voice trembling. Take me with you. I know all the secrets of the Blood Bear gang. The location of the underground reservoir. The hidden armory. Krigny looked down at him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, now you wish to beg for mercy? Sha Jian nodded desperately, his single eye filled with fear and flattery. I can pledge my loyalty to the Blood Wolf gang. I can help you deal with the Steel Alliance. I will be a loyal dog. Krigney placed his foot on Sha Jian's face, sneering coldly, drag him away. Members of the Blood Wolf gang hoisted Sha Jian and swiftly vanished into the dark passageway. On the roof of the mixing workshop, Gao Yuan and Xiao Chong observed the entire scene through the cracks in the crumbling structure. Sha Jian is still alive, Xiao Chong murmured. His eyes ignited with the flames of vengeance. Gao Yuan nodded. This is good news. We still have the chance to deal with him ourselves. Xiao Chong looked at Gao Yuan, adorned in exquisite special operations gear, and suddenly asked with grave seriousness, Gao Yuan, I wish to become the new leader of the Suya settlement. Will you help me? Gao Yuan did not provide a direct answer, but countered with a question. Even if both Yuri and Sha Jian are finished, seeking to take their place is no simple matter. How confident are you? The chances of success are quite high. Xiao Chong replied, his expression radiating confidence. This settlement originally had only one industrial well, discovered and repaired by my father. Unfortunately, he was too kind-hearted. Whenever someone came seeking help, he took them all in, ultimately leading to our family's downfall and his own demise. Currently, there are three main factions within the settlement. The Huagua people form the largest group, comprising half of the population, yet they remain at the lowest tier. Moreover, with Sha Jian, the traitor, assisting foreigners in oppressing his own people, the vast majority of Huagua individuals remember my father's kindness and would not oppose my ascension. Xiao Chong clearly pondered this plan often, analyzing it with great meticulousness. Another third of the population consists of Tatars, who, in their quest for potable water, willingly serve as henchmen and accomplices for the Russians. Yet, they too are victims of Russian oppression, harboring deep-seated grievances. The recent mysterious death of their spokesperson, Ahu, has further intensified their discontent, leading many to potentially adopt a neutral stance amidst the unfolding conflict. Yuri's close companions number fewer than 20, all of whom have been summoned to engage in this arms transaction, and they have all perished. The remaining Russians in the settlement are predominantly the elderly, weak, and young, posing little threat. All we need to do is charge in, display our might, and naturally, others will join us in the struggle for resources. Chapter 45. Cutting through the tangled web, observing Xiao Chong's eager gaze, Gao Yuan silently sighed. Although merely 18, Gao Yuan had experienced much family discord, studying abroad, and living independently. He was no longer the naive youth driven solely by passion and loyalty. Through their recent interactions, he sensed a similar maturity in Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, our acquaintance is a rare fortune, so allow me to share some heartfelt words. Gao Yuan resolved to be forthright with Xiao Chong. To be candid, my purpose here is to seek wealth, not to seize territory and assume the role of a leader. If you aspire to usurp Yuri's position, I can offer some support, but it is utterly impossible for me to personally engage in perilous endeavors. Upon hearing Gao Yuan's response, Xiao Chong felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was somewhat anticipated. Their relationship lacked familial ties or a bond forged in blood, so Gao Yuan's willingness to assist was already a testament to his sincerity. Xiao Chong promptly articulated his thoughts. All right, I require some weapons and ammunition. Consider it your investment. Should I prevail, you may set any demand you wish. If I fail, I shall repay the debt in my next life. In the early morning, a thick fog enveloped the dilapidated walls of the Suya settlement. Gao Yuan stuffed the last magazine into his tactical backpack, the sound of metal clinking resonating sharply in the stillness. That's it, he remarked, patting the bulging backpack. It contained a TT-33, an MP5, 7 magazines, and 2 grenades. Beyond this, you won't be able to carry any more. Xiao Chong's slender fingers deftly counted the weapons, moving with remarkable familiarity. His sunken cheeks appeared skeletal in the moonlight, yet his eyes sparkled with an unsettling intensity. This is sufficient. He secured the pistol at his lower back and slung the submachine gun across his chest. After all, failure equates to death. Carrying more would be futile. Gao Yuan paused, his eyes scrutinizing the emaciated yet fiercely determined youth behind his mask. You need not rush. We could take our time. Xiao Chong grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. With my condition, tomorrow may never come. He adjusted the straps of his backpack and continued. This opportunity is too precious to squander. Stay sharp. If things go awry, retreat swiftly. Gao Yuan placed a walkie-talkie into Xiao Chong's backpack to maintain communication. Should you require anything, inform me promptly. Understood. If I perish, please ensure my remains are collected. Xiao Chong turned and walked towards the shadow of the wall, raising his withered arm in a gesture of farewell. His figure swiftly vanished into the darkness of the ventilation duct, akin to a droplet merging with the night. 10 minutes later, he clung to the inner wall of the duct like a gecko, peering through the rusted mesh to observe the surroundings. Yuri had taken most of the combat force, yet those remaining adhered to a 2-hour patrol cycle. 2 Russians accompanied a Tatar, armed with antiquated shotguns. Fools! A silent grin crept across Xiao Chong's lips. The patrol route of these guards mirrored precisely that a year ago, unchanged and predictable. After the patrol passed, he deftly pried open the vent cover with a dagger. The metal emitted a faint creak, but under the cover of the night breeze, it was barely perceptible. Xiao Chong's slender frame slipped out of the duct, landing silently in the shadows of the storeroom, which was cluttered with moldy sacks of grain and several empty water barrels in the corner. Yuri strictly regulated the daily rations, leaving even his guards only partially sated. Xiao Chong retrieved a small cloth pouch from his tactical waste pack and poured a few blue pills into the 3 water barrels. These were sedatives he had acquired from Gao Yuan, sufficient to render the drinkers unconscious for half a day. Bang! The first gunshot shattered the stillness of the settlement at 4:02. Xiao Chong crouched on the rooftop of the dining hall, observing the ensuing chaos below. 2 Russian guards lay in pools of blood, their foreheads blossoming with wounds, and Xiao Chong felt a surge of satisfaction with his marksmanship. Yuri was dead. He shouted in both Russian and Chinese, his voice echoing across the square. The Blood Bear gang has been obliterated. He intentionally allowed a 3rd Tatar guard to escape alive, the man stumbling towards the residential area while screaming. They've come back. He Xinhua's son has returned. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Chong's mouth. Fear serves as the finest amplifier. The blacksmith shop in the settlement flickered with dim light. Xiao Chong tapped a specific rhythm on the door. 5 knocks, a pause, followed by 3 more. This was a secret signal agreed upon during childhood games with Chen Yi. The door opened a crack, revealing Chen Yi's face, darkened by the smoke of the furnace. Xiao Chong, is it truly you? His voice was barely above a whisper, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yi-ge. It's been over 2 years. You've put on some weight. Xiao Chong slipped inside, noticing the homemade machetes and farming tools piled in the corner. It seems your business is thriving. Chen Yi offered a wry smile, touching the stub of his left pinky finger. That was the prize for the last time weapons were secretly made and discovered by the Shaanxi construction. Suddenly, he grasped Xiao Chong's shoulders. You say Yuri is dead? His head was smashed like a watermelon by Shaanxi construction. Xiao Chong drew his handgun. The Blood Bear gang has been completely annihilated. Chen Yi's breath quickened, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. So, you've come to reclaim what belongs to us. Xiao Chong handed the pistol to Chen Yi and then retrieved a submachine gun from his backpack. How many capable fighters are there in the Chinese district? Excluding the elderly, the infirm, and women, there are scarcely 30 who are both willing and able to fight. Chen examined the pistol, but questioned the situation with the Tartars. Xiao Chong smiled slightly. Ahu is dead. The rest are merely fence-sitters. The key is the water tower. Anna will undoubtedly have the last of the Russian loyalists guarding it. At 6 a.m, chaos erupted in the Chinese district of the Sviat settlement. Over 30 Chinese laborers armed with improvised weapons surged out of their shanties, with Xiao Chong leading the charge, brandishing an MP5 submachine gun. The Tartar guards they encountered either surrendered or were shot down in a hail of bullets. Xiao Chong specifically instructed to leave a few alive to carry the message. Listen, Xiao Chong shouted from atop the granary, his voice hoarse with excitement. The well was discovered by my father. From today onward, each person shall receive 2 liters of clean water daily, distributed according to labor. Below, a long repressed cheer erupted. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, knelt and cried out in his dialect. Finally, someone stands up for us. But the jubilation was soon interrupted by gunfire. A barrage of bullets rained down from the direction of the water tower, striking the iron sheet at Xiao Chong's feet, sending sparks flying. Traitors! Anna's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. If you dare approach the water tower, I will blow up the pump. Xiao Chong squinted. The water tower was the highest point in the settlement, easily defensible. More troublesome was the fact that Anna indeed held control over the well-S valve, a mechanism that Yuli had forced his father, Xinhua, to install years ago. At 7:42 in the morning, a piercing crackle erupted from Gao Yuan's walkie-talkie. I need 5 more submachine guns. Xiao Chong gasped, his breath ragged, and as many grenades and stun grenades as possible. In the background, screams and sporadic gunfire could be faintly heard. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow. What is happening over there? The Russians are more formidable than anticipated. Xiao Chong coughed again. That bitch Anna has hidden a light machine gun. Damn it. All right, I'll prepare it for you, Gao Yuan replied, glancing at the time. Around 8:20. Meet me outside the settlement gate to receive the equipment. Chapter 46. A new day. Suddenly, communication was cut off. Gao Yuan stared at the walkie-talkie for 2 seconds before turning toward the ammunition box. At 8 o'clock, his cooldown period would reset. Soon, old Ivan would make a tidy profit. This time, my demands are substantial. At 8:23, when Gao Yuan arrived at the agreed location with the supplies, he was immediately struck by a heavy metallic scent of blood. Fresh blood splattered across the iron wall, and shell casings lay scattered on the ground. Xiao Chong leaned against the wall, his left arm hanging awkwardly, blood dripping from his fingertips. Grenades! He shouted upon seeing Gao Yuan, and stun grenades. Gao Yuan tossed him a bulging backpack and asked, Are you sure you want to go through with this? If we blow up the water tower, the underground water source will be ruined. Who claimed that I intended to blow up the water tower? Xiao Chong revealed a sly smile. What I desire is the control room. Gao Yuan tossed over a medical kit. Were you shot? A bullet grazed my shoulder, Xiao Chong replied nonchalantly, tearing open the first aid package with his teeth. 7 of them perished, and over 10 were injured. The Tatars have surrendered. Yet the Russians refused to vacate the water tower. Gao Yuan handed over new weaponry, noticing that Xiao Chong's right knuckles were scraped, evidently a result of close combat. Is it worth it? Just for a well? Xiao Chong hesitated momentarily while loading the MP5. That well was discovered and repaired by my father. He lifted his gaze, fire burning coldly in his eyes. I shall make Yuri's daughter kneel by the well and personally avenge my father's death. The midday sun hung high in the clouds, casting their shadows against the blood-stained wall, contorting them into grotesque shapes. Xiao Chong summoned 5 of the most agile youths, distributing 2 stun grenades to each. Await my signal, and throw them through the windows from 5 directions simultaneously. Remember, accuracy is paramount. As 5 explosions erupted almost simultaneously in the water tower control room, Xiao Chong dashed toward the stairs like an arrow released from a bow. Through his helmet's telescopic lens, Gao Yuan glimpsed the slender figure flickering amidst the thick smoke, moving with a speed that defied human capability. The scene within the control room was nothing short of horrific. Anna and the last 2 guards were left bleeding from their ears and noses, sprawled on the ground in convulsions. Xiao Chong kicked aside the detonator and smashed the control panel with the butt of his gun. Look at me, Anna, he demanded, gripping Yuri's daughter by the chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. I want to tell everyone how Yuri murdered my parents. Anna, around 30 years old, with golden hair and fair skin, possessed a voluptuous figure. Her swollen lips trembled, her eyes filled with fear rather than hatred. Trained by Yuri to be a socialite, she lacked the fortitude of a true warrior. At 3 in the afternoon, the gates of the Suya settlement creaked open. Xiao Chong stood at the entrance, bloodied yet standing tall, followed by a dozen armed men and women, both of Tatar and Chinese descent, their expressions wary yet reverent. Gao Yuan, welcome to my territory. Xiao Chong rasped, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Gao Yuan surveyed the scene in the square. 5 corpses lay neatly arranged by the roadside, each felled by a single shot. The windows of the water tower control room were shattered, revealing the interior splattered with blood. Several Russian captives were bound to the ground. Among them Yuri's daughter, Anna. What do you intend to do with her? Gao Yuan inquired, gesturing towards Anna. Initially, I planned to have her confess and then execute her, Xiao Chong replied, a look of frustration crossing his face. Who would have guessed she was pregnant? And she can't even tell if the father is Shan Jian, a who, or some other man. Oh, what do you plan to do then? Gao Yuan fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chong's face, acutely aware that the latter's response would dictate the nature of their future interactions. The individuals on this desolate land tend to possess extreme perspectives. However, in the absence of fundamental humanity, I would choose to maintain my distance. Xiao Chong shook his head. Forget it. At least let's wait until she gives birth to the child. Indeed, this is a positive development. Your territory will gain another life. Gao Yuan chuckled sincerely, and those around them exhibited a semblance of relief. Xiao Chong let out a wry smile as he ascended a platform, addressing the gathered crowd with an elevated voice. From today onward, water consumption shall be equitable. Each elder, child, and woman shall receive a guaranteed minimum supply of 2 liters of water daily. A suppressed cheer erupted from the crowd. The faces, long marred by servitude, began to shed their fear, slowly replaced by hope. Gao Yuan noticed that Xiao Chong walked with a slight limp, clearly suffering from significant injury. Nevertheless, the young man stood tall, like a spear thrust into the ruins. Gao Yuan, what do you seek in return? During their private moment, Xiao Chong suddenly inquired, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gao Yuan. Observing this boy, who had transformed overnight from a homeless child into a new leader, Gao Yuan smiled faintly. I intend to establish a supermarket within the settlement. I require your assistance in providing a storefront along with water and electricity. Xiao Chong paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the ruins. He patted the handgun at his waist. No problem. You may choose any location for your store. The sunlight stretched their shadows long, ultimately intertwining and casting them upon the deep well that would determine the fates of countless individuals. At the edge of the well, the inscriptions of congratulations, etched by Xiao Chong's father long ago, were finally revealed to the light once more. With the emergence of a new leader, myriad tasks awaited. Xiao Chong, alongside his newly appointed deputy Chun Yi, hurried through various corners of the settlement. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan meandered alone, seeking a suitable site for the supermarket. After wandering for over an hour, he discovered a location that pleased him, an abandoned drilling platform. This 20-meter-high structure, made of high-strength alloy, was among the sturdiest edifices within a 2-kilometer radius. Although 3 sides of the control room at the top had been shattered, it afforded a splendid view of the entire settlement. Satisfied with the sight, Gao Yuan kicked aside a rusted steel plate, revealing hydraulic machinery beneath, along with an operational crane that might be salvaged with some repairs. His tactical helmet was scanning the architectural integrity of the structure. This drilling platform, a remnant from the days preceding the Judgment, had been constructed to military standards, and its main framework remained intact. Most intriguingly, a maintenance passage connected the platform directly to the water well below. Had it not been for the thermal imaging system detecting mutated rats within the passage, Gao Yuan would have never unearthed this secret. Gao Yuan, what type of store do you plan to open? Xiao Chong's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Unbeknownst to Gao Yuan, the youthful leader had ascended the platform and now perched on the railing like a poised feline. A grocery supermarket, also collecting some supplies, Gao Yuan replied. Gao Yuan did not turn around, contemplating the sale of various goods such as food, weapons, and condoms. Anything that could yield profit was up for consideration. Xiao Chong chuckled, revealing his sharp, tiger-like teeth. Very well, I could trade either drinking water or dry ice. No problem, Gao Yuan replied, turning back. Additionally, gold, jewels, books, and valuable intelligence can also be exchanged. Gold is less useful than steel, murmured Xiao Chong. After Judgment Day, various gemstones were instantaneously decomposed, while jewelry holds greater value. He leapt down from the railing, extending his hand. Once your supermarket opens, I'll inform everyone to come and support you. He glanced at the crowd in the settlement and softly remarked, however, first, I must stabilize the situation here. Chapter 47. Calculated moves in the wasteland dimension at the settlement. The 3 newly inscribed Chinese characters for Qingfeng Fortress were emblazoned upon the settlement's entrance, replacing the previous Russian signage of Svaya. Xiao Chong stood atop a scaffold, personally supervising the final stages of the process. The acrid scent of burning wood mingled with fine dust, creating a peculiar aroma reminiscent of nature. 2 inches higher on the left, he directed, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse. The residents below displayed a variety of expressions. Elderly Chinese men wiped away tears, recognizing the handwriting as an imitation of the late Xinhua's calligraphy. Groups of Russians stood at a distance, their gazes wary, while the Tatars gathered around Nikolai, the young man appointed as the third in command by Xiao Chong, who was whispering something in Tatar. Gao Yuan took out an infrared rangefinder to survey and plan the transformation of the drilling platform into a supermarket. Clad in superior gear and wielding advanced instruments, he appeared conspicuously out of place amidst the surrounding desolation. The inhabitants of the settlement gazed at him with a mix of curiosity and reverence, convinced that without the assistance of this enigmatic figure, Xiao Chong would never have risen from his previous plight, destined instead to join the bones scattered across the wilderness. In response, Gao Yuan remained indifferent. He was unfamiliar with anyone in this dimension, and as long as they did not obstruct his path to wealth, there would be no genuine conflict. The evening's watch signal interrupted Gao Yuan's work. The convoy of the Iron Alliance stirred up a cloud of radioactive dust, 5 modified pickups forming a battle formation outside the settlement. Daniel, one of the vice leaders of the Iron Alliance, emerged, a Slav with black hair and eyes, his thick lips leaving a lasting impression. As he stepped out, he deliberately displayed the gold-plated Desert Eagle holstered at his waist, one of the most ostentatious weapons in the wasteland. Xiao Chong greeted him at the entrance alongside Chun, Yi, and Nikolai, the three forming a subtly arranged formation. Gao Yuan noticed Nikolai stealing glances at the Iron Alliance's convoy, his gaze flickering uncertainly. "Congratulations on the Blood Bear Gang's new leader." Daniel's voice was steady. "We come bearing gifts." He gestured for his men to bring forth 2 wooden crates, one filled with vodka, the other with modified rifles. Xiao Chong, delicately pried, opened the box lid with his toes, a broad smile adorning his face. "Thank you for the friendship of the Iron Alliance. However, I am quite straightforward. Why not get to the point?" Daniel cleared his throat and spoke loudly. "The Blood Wolf Gang has assembled dozens of members, led personally by Shan Jian, and is preparing to attack this place." He stepped forward. "We can assist you in mutual defense." "No need," Xiao Chong interjected. "Qingfeng Fortress can hold its ground. Is that reliant on your meager firearms?" Daniel glanced at the crowd behind Xiao Chong. "We have received intelligence that the Blood Wolf Gang possesses heavy weaponry." Suddenly, Xiao Chong chuckled and turned to the settlement, shouting, "Bring out our new toys." Gao Yuan squinted, observing intently. Soon, Chun Yi appeared, accompanied by a dozen young Chinese men, carrying 2 boxes covered in oilcloth. As the oilcloth was removed, Daniel's expression froze. Before them lay 2 well-preserved Maxim machine guns, the dust covers on the barrels glistening with oil. "Yuri's armory still holds fine treasures," Xiao Chong mused, gently caressing the barrel, eager to test its might against the Blood Wolf Gang. After the Iron Alliance departed in disgrace, Gao Yuan, from the drilling platform, spotted their convoy not far off, setting up camp 2 kilometers away. As night fell, Qingfeng Fortress entered a state of readiness. Xiao Chong positioned the Maxim machine guns atop the water tower, ensuring coverage of the main entrance while safeguarding the well. The residents of Qingfeng Fortress were organized to craft Molotov cocktails, while women and children dug traps within the walls. Xiao Chong approached Gao Yuan. "Do you have any weapons or ammunition left? Extend me credit, and I will repay you double later." Gao Yuan retorted, "Do you think I'm a magician, conjuring whatever you desire? The ring space only holds 1 cubic meter, and it can only be activated every 24 hours. Even if I wish to assist you, I am powerless." "Fine, I'll give it all to you," Gao Yuan conceded, leading Xiao Chong into the control room on the 3rd floor of the drilling platform. From a corner, he produced several grenades, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, 3 walkie-talkies, and the infrared night vision device he had purchased long ago, laying them all before Xiao Chong. "Remember your promise. After securing Qingfeng Fortress, I expect these items to be compensated at double the price. They are valuable assets." Xiao Chong nodded, cradling the infrared night vision device, inspecting it thoroughly. With this treasure, should the Blood Wolf Gang dare to launch a night raid, they would surely suffer greatly. Gao Yuan suddenly inquired, "Why rename it Qingfeng Fortress? Aren't you a bit self-absorbed?" Xiao Chong gazed toward the well. "People leave their names, geese leave their calls. I, He Qingfeng, do not care for my life, but I hope to leave a name." The youthful leader's voice was fervent, then turned resolute. "If Qingfeng Fortress cannot withstand the assault, it would be prudent for you to leave beforehand. The Iron Alliance is not benevolent. Tread carefully in your dealings with them, lest you be sold out." The 2 remained silent for a moment. As the distant sound of the night watchman's gong echoed through the air, Gao Yuan gazed towards the settlement, where a few lights still flickered in the Chinese district, and the elders prepared food for the combatants. From the Russian tents, the melody of an accordion floated out, yet the tune was none other than the Chinese classic Jasmine Flower. Laughter erupted from the Tatar camp as they drank to bolster their courage for the impending battle. Further away, strange auroras occasionally flickered through the clouds, resembling neon lights illuminating the ruins. At the break of dawn, the AI system of the Special Operations Suite emitted an alert. Xiao Chong stood atop the highest water tower of Qingfeng Fortress, his fingers lightly tapping on the rusted metal railing. They were coming. Gao Yuan's voice crackled through the intercom, accompanied by a slight static. Xiao Chong squinted. The infrared night vision allowed him to distinctly discern the moving heat signatures a kilometer away. Over 30 red dots were advancing in a fan shape towards the fortress's front, while another dozen circled towards the western side of the settlement. Just as anticipated, Xiao Chong pressed the communication button on the intercom. "Changyi, have Team A take their positions. Nicola, are your men ready?" 2 confirmations echoed through his earpiece. A cold smirk crept across Xiao Chong's lips as he turned towards the staircase. The sound of his boots echoed dully against the metal rungs, like a grim drumroll heralding the imminent slaughter. Meanwhile, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Krigney, stood on the fourth floor of a derelict building, observing the defensive layout of Qingfeng Fortress through binoculars. His body was adorned with runic tattoos, and his slender frame was enveloped in a heavy wolf fur coat, resembling a chilling vulture. Shan Jian, are you certain the ventilation ducts are accessible? Krigney's voice rang out abruptly. Shan Jian, once known as Scar, now a loyal hound of the Blood Wolf gang, touched the scar on his face and replied with a cold smirk. I've fought there for over a decade. I've crawled through every duct. Krigney narrowed his eyes. Then let us proceed as planned. 30 men will feign an assault at the front, while 13 infiltrate through the ventilation ducts, coordinating our efforts. Shan Jian nodded, though his eyes flickered with uncertainty. If Krigney successfully seized Qingfeng Fortress, he would lose all value. He concealed a crucial detail. Xiao Chong was far more familiar with those ducts than he was. Chapter 48. The Battle of Offense and Defense in the Desolate Wasteland. Outside Qingfeng Fortress, at 3:25 a.m., Blood Wolf Gang's deputy leader, Bell, led the charge into ventilation duct number 3. Behind him, 12 elite members of the Blood Wolf Gang closely followed. They were clad in white camouflage, their faces smeared with anti-freeze grease, and armed with melee weapons at their sides. In the narrow confines of the duct, cold steel was often more effective than firearms. The walls of the duct were thick with frost, and the beam of their flashlights created eerie halos as it refracted through the ice crystals. Bell moved with great care, yet with every meter of progress. The metal duct emitted faint groans. Stop! Bell suddenly raised his hand in a gesture to halt, his gloves smeared with rust and ice debris. Ahead lay a fork in the path. Take the left. At the rear of the team, Victor suddenly whispered, Boss, there's powder on the pipes. Bell squinted and indeed noticed a layer of luminescent substance scattered at the bottom of the conduit, emitting a faint green glow in the darkness. His heart raced. It was a trap. Retreat. Quickly. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a deafening explosion reverberated through the pipe. Bell felt a ringing in his ears. His vision engulfed in blinding white. It was a flashbang. Instinctively, he rolled to evade but collided with the wall. Behind him, screams pierced the air, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Bullets poured in through the shooting apertures on both sides of the pipe. Bell witnessed one of his subordinates' heads burst like a watermelon, red and white splattering against the frost-coated wall. Another was ensnared by a wire trap, his legs flailing uselessly in the air. They had fallen into a trap. Gritting his teeth, Bell drew his pistol, but the pipe was too narrow for an effective counterattack. He could only crawl desperately forward, heedless of the bullets whistling past him. As the massacre unfolded within the ventilation duct, the Blood Wolf Gang's front forces launched their assault. For the Blood Wolf Gang, bellowed Ivanov, the burly leader, as flames erupted from his AK-47. Over 30 gunmen advanced in a loose formation, bullets striking the walls of Clearwind Fortress and sparking countless flames. The guards on the wall immediately returned fire. Chun Yi directed the Chinese gunmen to shoot in an orderly fashion, changing positions after every 3 rounds. The new Tatar leader, Nikolai, manned a Maxim machine gun, its barrel quickly heating from the continuous fire. A few Russian men, wielding machetes, guarded the exits of several pipes. Conserve ammunition. Xiao Chong's voice reverberated through the entire defense line. They are merely feigning an attack. Indeed, the Blood Wolf Gang's offensive was loud but lacked substance. Ivanov and his men halted 50 meters from a wall, taking cover and firing haphazardly. Their true objective was to divert the defenders' attention, creating an opportunity for the infiltration team. However, Xiao Chong had already seen through this ruse using infrared night vision. 1 kilometer away, the Iron Alliance-S reconnaissance team observed the situation through high-power binoculars. The infiltration team of the Blood Wolf Gang is doomed, a spotter murmured. The deputy leader, Daniel, pressed his thick lips into a straight line. Notify Group B. We must not act recklessly at the Blood Wolf Gang's base. His subordinate hesitated, but the leader's orders were. Roman seeks victory, not death, Daniel replied coldly. If we charge in now, we will be the next Blood Wolf Gang. Krigney had only brought half of his gunmen. The Blood Wolf Gang's base would undoubtedly be on high alert. Thus, the 2 teams of the Iron Alliance remained motionless, like 2 venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. At 3:35 a.m., the gunfire within the ventilation duct gradually subsided. Xiao Chong personally led 5 gunmen into the tunnels to eliminate the remaining foes. The beam of his tactical flashlight illuminated contorted corpses and congealed blood. 9. Chun Yi counted the bodies, noting that 4 remained. Xiao Chong crouched down, dipping his fingers into the bloodstains on the ground. It was still warm. They hadn't fled far. The team advanced further. At the 3rd corner, the foremost gunman suddenly screamed, clutching his neck as he fell, a thin wire gleaming ominously in the darkness. Beware of traps. Xiao Chong quickly pressed himself against the wall to conceal his presence. It appeared the enemy had not forgotten to retaliate, even while retreating. After moving another 20 meters, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the end of the tunnel. Xiao Chong signaled the team to halt and retrieved a stun grenade from his waist. It must be the Blood Wolf gang. He shouted, "Surrender now. You have nowhere to escape." In response, a hail of bullets greeted him. Xiao Chong scoffed, disengaging the safety and deftly tossing the stun grenade towards the source of the sound. Boom! After the blinding white light and deafening noise, Xiao Chong charged ahead. There lay Bell and the last 3 of his subordinates, writhing in agony. It was over. Xiao Chong aimed his gun at Bell's head. Despite his bloodied visage, Bell grinned maliciously. "You think this is the end? Craney will not let this slide." Before Bell could finish, Xiao Chong struck him with the butt of his gun. "Take him away. Lock him in the water dungeon. I recognize this guy. He is a big fish." The front line of the Blood Wolf gang soon realized that their infiltration team had failed to create the chaos as planned. "Damn it, Bell has failed." A minor leader of the Blood Wolf gang cursed, "Retreat." But it was too late. Xiao Chong fired precise bursts with his AK-47, assisted by infrared night vision. The members of the Blood Wolf gang became easy targets on the snowy ground. Bang, bang, bang. With pinpoint accuracy, the gunmen of the Blood Wolf gang fell one after another. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the radiation-laden clouds, the battle concluded. The front line of the Blood Wolf gang retreated in disarray after losing 8 men. The 2 teams of the Steel Alliance also quietly withdrew. The residents of Qingfeng Fortress began to clear the battlefield. Women and children collected spent shells while the men repaired the damaged walls. Gao Yuan stood before his drilling platform supermarket, watching as bodies were transported out of the settlement. "Thank you for the equipment provided last night." Xiao Chong approached, removing his dust mask to reveal a fresh bruise on his face. "Just remember to repay the debt." Gao Yuan handed Xiao Chong a bottle of pure water. "The Blood Wolf gang will not relent." Xiao Chong took a sip, his gaze icy. "I know, but next time I will take the initiative." After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, Xiao Chong ascended to the platform in the settlement square and announced loudly, "We have achieved victory. Today, every person's drinking water will be distributed at 3 liters per individual." The Chinese laborers erupted into joyous cheers, finally believing that this youthful leader could sustain their lives. The Russians remained silent, yet the hostility in their eyes had lessened somewhat. The Tatar Nikolai wore a complex expression, but he had to concede in his heart that Xiao Qiang, the seemingly frail Chinese boy, indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Gao Yuan stood on the 2nd floor of the drilling platform, which was being transformed into a supermarket, quietly observing the reactions of the crowd. Through this defensive battle, Xiao Qiang's prestige in Qingfeng Fortress had soared, solidifying his foothold. My investment in him had not been in vain. Chapter 49. Building the supermarket in the wasteland dimension, Qingfeng Fortress. The situation had stabilized temporarily, and Gao Yuan officially commenced the renovation of the drilling platform. "Xiao Qiang, I have hired all the hands you do not need, such as the elderly and children. Their compensation will be food and drinking water," Gao Yuan discussed. "I will provide the food, and for drinking water, we shall utilize the purified water from the water tower, deducting from your debt according to consumption." Xiao Qiang's eyes brightened. "I like this deal. Feel free to recruit as many as you can." Thus, the chief contractor of Qingfeng Fortress, Gao Yuan, officially began his work. The morning mist enveloped the drilling platform like a veil of gray gauze. Gao Yuan stood on the rusted steel staircase, gazing at the more than 50 elderly, women, and children gathered below. They wielded an assortment of tools, hammers fashioned from rolled tin, crowbars adapted from car springs, and even chisels crafted from the bones of mutated beasts. "Today, we shall clear the 2nd floor space of the drilling platform." Gao Yuan unfurled a hand-drawn design, sketched on the back of a hospital record. Every metal sheet, plastic tarp, and shard of glass was a treasure. Gao Yuan was compelled to construct the supermarket in this manner, as his ring space could only transport a few essential materials. The majority of the construction supplies had to be sourced on site. The eldest Tatar, Granny Masha, approached with a cane made from rebar and tire rubber. Young man, the insulation from those oil pipelines can be removed. I learned some weaving skills in my youth. Gao Yuan's eyes lit up. Excellent. For every 5 meters of insulation you remove, you will receive a pack of crunchy noodles. The children cheered and rushed toward the pipeline area near the settlement. 10-year-old Alyosha, like a nimble monkey, climbed 3 meters high onto the pipeline, using a homemade hook to begin dismantling the insulation. His sister, Natasha, stood below, carefully rolling up the removed materials. The surface of the ruins was covered with a thick layer of permafrost. Gao Yuan's design supermarket was situated on the second floor of the platform, and the renovation work commenced there. The second floor of the drilling platform, once a machinery room, was now filled with various treasures. Scrap car seats had been stripped of their leather and laid upon a steel frame to create makeshift sofas. Shattered bulletproof glass was reassembled and glued with melted tire rubber to form display cabinets. Rusty oil pipelines were cut into segments and welded with iron plates to become shelf supports. Xiong the blacksmith, accompanied by his 3 apprentices, was engaged in welding the main counter. He was the adoptive father of Chun-Yi, a relationship that, though not of direct bloodline, was a common phenomenon in the wasteland realm. They adorned the counter with gears salvaged from a tractor's transmission and crafted the frame from a twisted rebar that they had straightened with hammers. This angle needs to tilt 5 degrees more, Gao Yuan gestured, ensuring that customers could clearly view the merchandise beneath the counter. Old Zhang led the women in organizing bookshelves salvaged from the ruins of the library. They fashioned planes from surgical blades to refine the edges of the wooden boards. What exquisite grain this board possesses! The Russian matron, Shekania, caressed the oak bookshelf, reminiscing about the fine wood from before Judgment Day. Meanwhile, Grandma Martha's team of seamstresses had completed the first batch of shopping bags. They stitched these bags from the lining of radiation suits, while the outer layer, made of metallic fiber cloth, served as a security net for the windows. With each bag finished, they branded the corners with a red-hot iron, marking them with the characters of Lao Gao Supermarket. Fu Wei, the children's leader in the Chinese district, guided the youngsters in assembling shards of glass. They utilized melted tire rubber as an adhesive, piecing together the various shapes of glass fragments into a display cabinet. This blue piece resembles a car's windshield, truly beautiful. Young Andre lifted a shard, and sunlight streamed through, casting azure speckles on the ground. 2 days later, the second floor of Lao Gao Supermarket began to take shape, and chief contractor Gao Yuan conducted a thorough inspection of the construction quality. The staircase leading to the supermarket was a spiral steel staircase, barely accommodating 2 people at a time. The security gate was repurposed from a jeep door, outfitted with a second-hand radiation detector that Gao Yuan had transported. The shoe brush mat at the entrance was crafted from slices of truck tires, allowing each customer to clean the snow from their soles upon entry. The trading area of the stores spanned approximately 60 square meters, with a non-functional elevator at the back, merely a decorative feature for now. 5 rows of shelves were constructed from oil pipelines and scaffolding steel pipes, spaced 12 meters apart. The first row was designated for food, currently stocked with only a small supply of compressed biscuits, crispy noodles, and some glass bottles containing drinking water. The second row was for daily necessities, presently barren as Gao Yuan had yet to restock. The third row, a miscellaneous section, housed various small items scavenged from the wasteland, interspersed with practical tools like screwdrivers and pliers. The fourth row was reserved for high-end goods and luxury items, such as vodka and brandy, favorites among the Russians and Tatars alike. The fifth row served as a consignment area, where all items customers wished to sell were displayed, with the method and quantity of exchange determined by the consignors themselves. While Gao Yuan only collected a nominal commission, the cash register, located at the entrance, was originally a controller from an oil drilling platform, with a support frame still in usable condition below. The countertop was polished from a car hood, and the edges were adorned with a bicycle chain. The cash register is an antiquated solar-powered model unearthed from the remnants of a bank, positioned beside a safe, ingeniously repurposed from a fire extinguisher. Most notably, a sign hangs on the wall, a price list meticulously carved from scrap aluminum, with each numeral inlaid with glimmering, inexpensive gemstones. Satisfied with the setup, Gao Yuan nodded. The supermarket represented his inaugural fixed point in this desolate realm, serving primarily as a public marketplace for the exchange of goods, far safer than scouring the ruins for valuables. "Let us commence transactions today," he declared, producing a small ledger that recorded the names of each worker and their daily output. Based on the intensity and nature of the labor, the wages were categorized into 3 tiers: 4 heavy labor and specialized welding positions. The first tier offered 6 packets of instant noodles and 2 liters of drinking water daily, for lighter physical tasks and professional auxiliary roles. The second tier provided 4 packets of noodles and 12 liters of drinking water, for casual labor and scavenging for scraps. The third tier allotted 2 packets of noodles and 600 milliliters of drinking water. In a modern context, such remuneration would undoubtedly attract public outcry and social media backlash, potentially leading to ideological re-education. Yet within the confines of the Clean Wind Fortress in this wasteland, every individual aspired to work. Had Gao Yuan not limited the number of hires and negotiated recruitment quotas with the Chinese, Tatars, and Russians, he could have effortlessly supplanted the local authority and seized control of the entire fortress. Indeed, economic foundations determine the superstructure. Gao Yuan swiftly integrated into the microcosm of Clean Wind Fortress, rising to prominence comparable to that of the local leader, Xiao Chong. However, Xiao Chong remained unconcerned. He had keenly discerned some of Gao Yuan's intentions. Gao Yuan regarded the ramshackle fortress with disdain, and there was currently no fundamental conflict of interest between the two. Chapter 50. The Supermarket Opens Wasteland Dimension, May 26, 2125, 9 o'clock a.m. Gao Yuan's first supermarket opened in Clean Wind Fortress. He had now confirmed the precise timeline of this dimension. Through the collection of various intelligence, Gao Yuan believed he could unveil further secrets of this realm's timelines. The Laogao supermarket is located in the northern central part of Clean Wind Fortress, ranking as the second tallest structure nearby, perfectly aligned with the highest water tower to create a twin tower layout. Xiao Chong personally delivered a congratulatory gift, a sign meticulously crafted and polished from aluminum, emblazoned with the name of Laogao Supermarket in both Chinese and Russian. Gao Yuan hung it at the entrance, where it sparkled under the sunlight. "This place is even more comfortable than my abode by the water tower," Xiao Chong remarked, surveying the surroundings, his fingers brushing against the anti-theft netting made from various scrap metals. Gao Yuan smiled silently, handing the first customer, Granny Martha, a packet of sewing materials as a complimentary opening gift. The elderly woman's trembling hands accepted the offering, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. "In my childhood, I had only glimpsed a supermarket, and I never anticipated that years would pass so swiftly." Outside the supermarket, the line of people continued to grow longer. "Yuan, you truly remain a benevolent soul. It is astonishing how others can exchange mere trinkets of gold and discarded items for sustenance, drinking water, and even tools. Such a waste." Xiao Chong grumbled about Gao Yuan, yet his spirits were remarkably buoyant. As you aptly stated, when one has wealth, one can afford to be capricious and indulge in whims. "Do you still require labor?" "Certainly, the upper levels of the supermarket are in need of further renovation. I still need to hire a cashier, 2 security guards, and there are numerous other miscellaneous tasks that require personnel." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong's happiness surged, alleviating the pressure he had accumulated over the past few days. The individuals in line, upon catching Gao Yuan's words, spread the news rapidly, and soon everyone was elated, especially those with elderly family members or children who glimmered with hope. Xiao Chong lowered his voice and offered a few reminders. "We should employ our fellow Chinese as the cashier for the security guards. Let one be Russian and the other Tatar. Should anyone dare to betray us, inform me immediately." "Agreed. Please assist me in finding 3 trustworthy individuals." Gao Yuan pointed to the conspicuous sign on the wall indicating no credit. "In the future, if you wish to procure goods from me, exchange them directly for the equivalent amount of supplies. You already owe me quite a debt." "Very well. I understand. I still have official matters to attend to. You may continue with your tasks." Xiao Chong, unusually flushed, hurriedly departed, leaving Gao Yuan and those around him in hearty laughter. The selection of goods in the supermarket was painfully sparse, and the crowd's attention was riveted on the iron bulletin board, where 2 sheets of paper, affixed with magnets, conveyed the latest announcements. The most crucial points were twofold. 1 gram of gold could be exchanged for a pack of crispy noodles or 1 liter of drinking water. They continued to hire laborers according to a tiered daily wage system, gathering supplies to renovate both the supermarket and the entire drilling platform. Around 3 in the afternoon, as Gao Yuan transformed into a foreman overseeing the workers, the hand-cranked alarm of Qingfeng Fortress blared. He ascended to the 4th level of the drilling platform and utilized his helmet as a long-range lens for observation. As the Steel Alliance's convoy traversed the frozen ground, the tracks carved deep brown furrows through the snow. The convoy consisted of 5 makeshift pickup trucks, reinforced in certain areas with steel plates. All the vehicles halted in a designated area before the gates of Qingfeng Fortress, precisely in a blind spot of the wall-mounted machine guns. Daniel emerged from the top hatch of one truck, wearing a smile. Leader Xiao Chong, as per our usual arrangement, ice blocks in exchange for weaponry and ammunition. Today, Xiao Chong donned tidy attire, with a compact and exquisite Walther P99 pistol holstered at his waist. He nodded slightly. Very well. Let us inspect the goods. As the cargo door of the pickup truck slowly opened, 20 modified rifles were neatly arranged on a custom rack, each accompanied by 5 magazines. Gao Yuan scrutinized the weapons through his lens. The barrels had been shortened. The craftsmanship was crude, yet the steel material of the gun bodies appeared satisfactory. The MP5K replica, specifically modified for close-quarters combat, was drawn by Daniel, who discharged a few rounds into the air. Rest assured, our weapon modification capabilities at the Steel Alliance are exemplary. Xiao Chong nodded towards Chun Yi, who approached the pickup truck and meticulously inspected each firearm. The rifling exhibited slight deformations, resulting in significant inaccuracies at long range. Though acceptable for close combat, Daniel, you may bring in one vehicle for individuals and the ice inspector. Xiao Chong signaled for his subordinates to open the gates of Qingfeng Fortress. In the plaza of the settlement, 6 manually operated flatbed carts awaited, each covered with thick waterproof tarpaulins. Upon entering Qingfeng Fortress, Daniel and his companions were guided to the flatbed carts. As the tarpaulins were lifted, pale blue ice blocks refracted an eerie halo in the sunlight. The hunchbacked ice inspector, Old Ketchigan, approached and sampled the ice with a bone needle, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. At a chilling -42 degrees, the radiation measured 0.25 sieverts. After consulting the testing device, Old Ketchigan reported a value, then tasted some ice shavings at the back of his tongue, slightly purer than last time. He continued to test 6 cubic ice blocks, each with a diameter of 1 meter, all passing inspection. Daniel felt a sense of relief. The transaction was secured. The group began to push the flatbed carts out of Qingfeng Fortress, transferring the ice blocks into the pickup truck's cargo bed. Daniel then approached Xiao Chong and whispered, "There is something I wish to discuss with you. Shall we find a place for a private conversation?" "Certainly. Let's go to the 3rd floor of Lao Gao's supermarket." Xiao Chong and Daniel made their way to the lower level of the supermarket, where Gao Yuan offered, "May I borrow your warehouse on the 3rd floor?" "No problem. Come on up." Gao Yuan waved his hand dismissively, noticing Gao Yuan clad in a special operations suit. Daniel's gaze narrowed slightly as he followed Xiao Chong to the supermarket's 3rd floor warehouse. The warehouse was still under renovation, cluttered with discarded materials salvaged from the ruins. Glancing at Gao Yuan, who had come to join them, Daniel inquired, "Who is this?" "A friend of mine, the owner of this supermarket." Xiao Chong replied without mentioning Gao Yuan's name, then turned to Daniel. "Now that we are alone, please get to the point." "All right," Daniel began. "Our leader Roman wishes to discuss a matter with you. Since the Blood Wolf gang has been covertly undermining us, we cannot allow them to go unpunished. The Steel Alliance intends to collaborate with Qingfeng Fortress to jointly launch an offensive against the Blood Wolf gang. I would like to know your thoughts on this." Daniel looked at Xiao Chong, then continued, "If you agree, we can proceed to discuss the specifics. If you prefer not to partake in this endeavor, consider my previous words mere air." Xiao Chong pondered for a moment before responding. If Qingfeng Fortress were to participate in this operation, how many personnel would be required? How would the spoils be divided? Chapter 51. Profitable goods. The Steel Alliance evidently had a contingency plan in place for Xiao Chong's inquiries. "You, the Clearwind Fortress, must dispatch at least 30 marksmen to launch a feigned assault on the Blood Wolf gang stronghold, as long as a portion of their combatants is drawn into the base. The commitment will be fulfilled." Daniel covertly glanced at Gao Yuan, the youthful leader of Clearwind Fortress, who evidently held a deep trust in the armored figure before them. After thoroughly defeating the Blood Wolf gang, 1/3 of their population could be relocated to Clearwind Fortress, thus tripling your own numbers. Xiao Chong hesitated, neither accepting nor declining. "I need to contemplate this. Of course, the Blood Wolf gang is not to be underestimated. We must prepare meticulously in advance," Daniel replied with a smile. "In a few days, the monthly black market will commence. On that day, you may engage in a personal discussion with our leader." "Excellent. I shall have a thorough conversation with Leader Roman then," Xiao Chong responded, a smile gracing his face. "Today marks the grand opening of Old Gao's supermarket. Let's explore together. Perhaps we might uncover some treasures." The trio made their way to the 2nd floor of the supermarket. As they pushed aside the radiation-proof curtain, The wind chimes made of beast bones and iron rods emitted a crisp sound. How intriguing, Daniel remarked, his gloved fingers gently tinkering with the chimes. The nearly 2-meter-tall Slavic man stood at the center of the supermarket, resembling a polar bear that had wandered into a porcelain shop. With the supermarket newly opened, many items had yet to be stocked. Gao Yuan, embodying the spirit of a proprietor, accompanied Xiao Chong and Daniel, providing introductions as they strolled. Upon spotting several packets of crispy noodles in the food section, Daniel's interest was piqued. These must be from New Moscow City, correct? They fetch a hefty price at the black market, and if paired with complimentary seasoning packets, the price could multiply several times over. Indeed, Leader Daniel is well informed. Gao Yuan complimented, though internally he was taken aback. Is it possible for such a delicacy to be mass-produced in this wasteland? My intelligence on these details is sorely lacking. Daniel's words successfully diverted Xiao Chong's thoughts. So Gao Yuan's supply channel originates from New Moscow City. No wonder his equipment is of such high quality. This is splendid news. The supermarket was modest in size, and the trio soon arrived at the final row of shelves, where an aluminum sign marked the consignment area in both Chinese and Russian. As Daniel's gaze swept over the consignment section, it suddenly fixated on a pristine magazine. He stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, his pupils dilating in astonishment. What is this? His voice turned hoarse. Following his line of sight, Gao Yuan beheld a beautifully printed edition of Sports Illustrated featuring a swimsuit special. The cover girl, clad in a red bikini, smiled against the backdrop of a Hawaiian beach, the existence of which remained uncertain in this realm. 2024 limited edition. Gao Yuan discreetly donned white gloves and cautiously turned the pages, discovering them intact, free of radiation contamination, and with a paper quality of 100. Daniel's hand trembled slightly as he swallowed, the Adam's apple rolling on his scarred neck. Beside him, Xiao Chong failed to mask his expression, his eyes filled with longing. I want this. Name your price, Daniel rasped. Gao Yuan's gaze swiftly traversed Daniel's entire figure. Unfortunately, this fellow boasted neither a heavy gold chain nor a bulky gold ring. Daniel glanced at the trade-in sign nearby, then at the items on his person, his face flushing slightly. Suddenly, he drew his gold-plated Desert Eagle from his waist and slammed it onto the counter. I'll trade this. The gilded engravings on the gun glimmered under the light of the kerosene lamp, entwined with a rose and a skull, its eye sockets adorned with 2 tiny rubies. Gao Yuan feigned hesitation. This might be insufficient. This is an antique from before Judgment Day, possessing considerable value. Add this. Daniel then placed a cigarette holder that appeared to be crafted from gold, hefty enough to weigh several grams, onto the counter. Deal. As Gao Yuan placed the magazine into a radiation-proof bag, he intentionally let a photograph slip out, a centerfold poster of a swimsuit model silhouetted against the Hawaiian sunset. Daniel's breathing quickened. The transaction concluded smoothly, yet Xiao Chong expressed regret. Oh, with such a treasure, you didn't even think to mention it to me. He half-jokingly chided Gao Yuan, insisting that for such a limited edition item, he would pay any price he could afford. Go on, you haven't settled your debts yet. Gao Yuan pushed Xiao Chong toward the door. When you have something good, come back to seek favors. Upon returning to the consignment area, Daniel glanced at Xiao Chong lingering at the entrance and quietly inquired, does the boss have a channel to procure goods from New Moscow City? Gao Yuan remained nonchalant. That's a secret. Daniel tucked away the magazine, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Yuan. You can acquire certain high-end goods from the black market? Gao Yuan polished the newly acquired handgun. It's hard to say. What do you need? There's a great deal missing. One could say we lack everything. Daniel suddenly leaned closer, the scent of oil and sweat wafting towards Gao Yuan. The Steel Alliance needs such channels. For instance, his gaze shifted towards the supermarket's food section. Instant noodles with seasoning packets? Gao Yuan smiled slightly. I am a businessman. Any suitable trade can be negotiated. Of course. Of course. Daniel stepped back, revealing his yellowed teeth in a smile. Next time, I'll bring even more intriguing items for exchange. With that, he turned and exited the supermarket, leaving the drilling platform with Xiao Chong. Quite remarkable, indeed. I've stumbled upon a lucrative commodity. Gao Yuan caressed the gold-plated Desert Eagle, jotting down in his ledger, Swimsuit Magazine 1, exchanged for gold-plated Desert Eagle 1. Through the supermarket's window, he observed Xiao Chong and Daniel chatting animatedly as they approached the gates of Windy Castle. To the casual observers, the rapport between the two individuals appeared quite amicable. Outside the gates of Qingfeng Fortress, 6 cubic blocks of ice, each roughly a meter in length on each side, had been loaded onto the modified pickup truck of the Steel Alliance, each weighing nearly a ton, causing the tires to sink slightly. Leader Xiaoqiang, for our next transaction, we will require 10 blocks of pure ice. Very well. No problem, Xiaoqiang replied with a cheerful wave to Daniel. I will finalize the details of our transaction after I meet with Leader Roman. Members from both parties exchanged jovial banter before returning to their respective camps. However, as the convoy of pickup trucks gradually faded from view, Xiaoqiang's expression darkened instantly. To think they want us at Qingfeng Fortress to serve as cannon fodder. What an absurd dream. Inside the driver's cabin of the pickup, Daniel's smile vanished in an instant. Qingfeng Fortress had previously been limited to a solitary water well as its only resource. But now, with the unpredictable variable of the Laogao supermarket, he would return to inform Roman and let him grapple with this new complication. Chapter 52. The Wasteland Black Market in the Wasteland Dimension. On June 1st, 2125, the day could barely be deemed sunny. A biting wind howled through the remnants of crumbled buildings, stirring up dust from the ground and forming tiny whirlwinds beneath the gray, overcast sky. Gao Yuan tightened the collar of his Special Forces suit to ensure its overall seal before stepping toward the monthly black market in the Kazan region. The black market's regulations dictated that each faction leader could bring a maximum of 4 bodyguards, and there was no need for him to occupy Qingfeng Fortress's quota. The market was approximately 13 kilometers from Qingfeng Fortress. Once a factory producing tractors, this location had transformed into the liveliest spot in the Kazan area. Gao Yuan glanced at the radiation data displayed on his tactical helmet visor, noting a reading of 87 Renkin, slightly lower than in previous days. It seemed that the environmental conditions were gradually improving following the nuclear winter triggered by the Judgment Day in 2076. However, a complete restoration to their former state remained a distant prospect. Lost in his thoughts, Gao Yuan entered the black market. Many others around him wore masks to obscure their identities, most of whom were solitary wanderers or recluses in the wasteland. Boss Gao, what fine goods have you brought this time? Daniel from the Steel Alliance leaned against a concrete ruin, his thick lips curling into a smile that revealed yellow teeth. Behind him, 2 henchmen eyed Gao Yuan's backpack with covetous glances. Gao Yuan nodded in response and patted the TT-33 pistol at his waist. Just a few inexpensive trinkets. Hopefully, they will yield something of greater value this time. Daniel's gaze swept over Gao Yuan, lingering for a few extra seconds on the Special Forces suit. Noticing the unusual looks from his 2 subordinates, he swiftly delivered a sharp slap to their faces. Boss Gao is a friend of our Steel Alliance. Pay attention and step aside. The eyes of the 2 henchmen indeed cleared up, and they silently moved further away. The caravan for New Moscow City is set to arrive today, Daniel whispered, as the ruler of that city, Vlar II, had dispatched his most trusted minister, Pavel, to lead the expedition. Thank you for the heads up, Gao Yuan replied, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his backpack and handing it to him. Daniel grinned, revealing his toothless gums to the air, and swiftly tucked the cigarettes into his pocket, as Gao Yuan navigated through the makeshift defenses formed by abandoned trucks. The clamor of the black market enveloped him. Members of the Blood Wolf gang were unloading coal trucks, the dark lumps of coal stark against the snowy ground. Water vendors from Clearwind Fortress stood guard over their galvanized iron barrels, using funnels to serve customers. The Steel Alliance's stalls overflowed with rough steel ingots and barbed wire, alongside a few modified rifles lacking ammunition. More vendors scattered to the corners, laying out plastic sheets to commence their trade, showcasing an array of bizarre goods, most of which were salvaged from the ruins. In the central area, the blue tents of New Moscow City had been erected, yet no merchandise was visible for sale. Gao Yuan quickly scanned the surroundings, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he failed to spot any valuable items like gold. Well, I suppose I shall set up shop and bide my time, he thought. He located a half-collapsed office, the sign barely legible, still hinting at its former identity as the finance room. From his backpack, he produced a small folding table and began to arrange his wares. 3 bottles of medical alcohol, 2 packs of sutures, several disposable lighters, and his piece de resistance, 2 copies of the 2025 edition of Playboy. Barely had he finished setting up when a commotion erupted at the entrance. Gao Yuan looked up to see a group clad in blue uniforms entering the factory. The rotund leader stood out, his height scarcely reaching 5'3", with a bulbous nose and a double chin nearly swallowing his neck. Yet his eyes were unexpectedly sharp. A frail old man running a stall muttered, "Pavel is truly leading the charge himself. Could there be a significant deal at hand?" These individuals were pushing several modified tricycles, covered with waterproof tarps. The crowd parted instinctively, everyone craning their necks to catch a glimpse of what treasures might be brought forth. Pavel strolled leisurely past the stalls, akin to an inspector surveying his domain, pausing occasionally to inquire about prices, yet seldom engaging in actual transactions. His gaze swept over every item of potential worth, resembling a finely tuned appraisal machine. As his eyes fell upon Gao Yuan, the latter distinctly sensed a flicker of interest from those small eyes. Pavel approached him directly, flanked by two heavily armed guards. "Sir, your equipment is quite exceptional," Pavel remarked, his voice unexpectedly clear and melodious, a stark contrast to his stout appearance. He gestured to Gao Yuan's tactical suit, reminiscent of the Russian Special Forces gear from the pre-apocalyptic days. Gao Yuan nodded, refraining from a direct response. In the wasteland, revealing too much information was undoubtedly unwise. Pavel's gaze swept across Gao Yuan's stall, pausing momentarily upon the sight of two exquisite photo albums. He licked his lips. "Are these your trade items?" "Indeed," Gao Yuan replied succinctly. Pavel chuckled, the flesh of his cheeks accumulating as he extended his right hand towards Gao Yuan. "I am Pavel, the leader of the merchant caravan from New Moscow City, serving directly under the illustrious Tsar, Vlar II. I am Gao Yuan." Gao Yuan made no intention to shake hands. In the wasteland, maintaining a safe distance provided a sense of security for both parties. Pavel appeared unfazed, his attention captured by the photo album. This album is quite rare. Such well-preserved prints from before Judgment Day are few, even in the museums of New Moscow City. Gao Yuan gently closed the album. "Not for sale. For display purposes." "Oh." Pavel squinted. "What would entice you to reconsider? Food? Weapons? Or perhaps residency in New Moscow City?" His words sparked a hushed murmur among the surrounding crowd. In legend, the right to reside in New Moscow City signified a safe haven, ample food, and medical assurance. One of the most precious currencies in the wasteland. Goodness, why not just ask for gold, you little chubby one? Hand me a hefty gold ingot, and the album is yours. Gao Yuan cursed internally, but merely shook his head. "I shall consider it, but I have no need for the offerings you propose." Pavel's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned. "Well, everyone has their treasures." His gaze shifted back to Gao Yuan's tactical suit. "And what of that ensemble?" "Not for sale," Gao Yuan replied calmly. "It has saved my life on numerous occasions." Pavel sighed and retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, placing it on Gao Yuan's stall. "Try this from a pre-Judgment Day recipe. Perhaps next time, you might change your mind." Gao Yuan did not touch the chocolate, merely watching as Pavel turned to leave, his corpulent figure still conspicuous amid the crowd. His two bodyguards glanced back at Gao Yuan, their expressions unfriendly. "You've stirred up trouble, Gao Yuan," Xiao Chong remarked, having appeared beside him. "The people of New Moscow City are quite domineering. They seldom relinquish what they desire." Gao Yuan tucked the photo album away, burying it deep in his backpack. "Let him try." Chapter 53. The slave trade. Gao Yuan and Xiao Chong moved to a corner of a half-collapsed office, continuing their hushed conversation. "I just spoke with Roman from the Iron Alliance. He is quite displeased with the Blood Wolf gang's actions at the old cement factory, and it indeed presents a solid reason to strike against them." Xiao Chong scoffed, however. "If the Iron Alliance wishes to enlist the aid of Qingfeng Fortress, they must present sufficient sincerity. I will not take unnecessary risks." Gao Yuan retrieved a bottle of mineral water, sipping heartily through a special straw. "Do you have any specific plans?" "My adversary is Shanjian, not Craney. There is no need to engage in a relentless struggle against the Blood Wolf gang." Xiao Chong lowered his voice. Among the three major factions, the Steel Alliance possessed the most formidable overall strength. The Blood Wolf gang controlled the coal mines and had the largest population, while our Qingfeng Fortress was the weakest. And we must not hastily choose sides or deplete our own resources. As they conversed, a sudden cheer erupted from the center of the factory. The caravan from New Moscow City began to formally showcase their goods: crates of canned food, brand new weapons, and even a few solar chargers. Pavel stood atop a makeshift wooden crate, gesturing like a circus ringmaster. "Esteemed guests, today we bring you the blessings of the Lord of Light, Vlar II." His voice echoed throughout the vast factory. "Not only do we have food and weapons, but also medical equipment and seeds. Yes, you heard correctly. Seeds for crops that can be cultivated." The crowd erupted in excitement. In the wake of Judgment Day, the Kazan region had entered a prolonged period of extreme cold and nuclear winter. The ability to cultivate crops represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Gao Yuan noticed that the leaders of the two factions had gathered in the front row. Roman, the head of the Steel Alliance, was a tall, bald man with a meticulously groomed beard that flowed elegantly. Cligny, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, resembled a true werewolf, slight yet fierce. His tattoos left an indelible impression. I shall join the excitement. Xiao Chong called out to Gao Yuan, leading his guards toward Pavel's side. Pavel, exhibiting the skill of a seasoned politician, alternated between conversing with the three leaders, occasionally patting one on the shoulder or whispering to another. Yet every so often, his gaze would drift over the crowd to rest upon Gao Yuan. This fellow still has his sights set on me. Gao Yuan utilized the AI system of his special operations suit to analyze the armed strength of Pavel's caravan. As long as he was not overwhelmed, he could employ guerrilla tactics to gradually exhaust them. At that moment, Gao Yuan's attention was drawn to a newly added metal cage beside the tents. Inside, three ragged young individuals huddled together, their wrists branded with the letters NMC, the property mark of New Moscow City. When the smallest girl looked up, Gao Yuan noticed her left eye was a murky gray-white. Is this caravan engaging in human trafficking? Gao Yuan lowered his voice and inquired of an elderly man nearby, offering a pack of cigarettes, crafted by hand from a shop in the modern realm, the most inexpensive kind. The old man accepted the cigarettes, tucking them into his pocket, and whispered, "They say they are debt slaves." Actually, he gestured with his hand, indicating that some solitary wanderers or recluses might suddenly vanish, as could the defeated from various faction conflicts, among others. Gao Yuan clenched his fists. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the wasteland, yet each sighting still turned his stomach. Just as he intended to move closer for a better look, a diminutive figure obstructed his path. Gao Yuan. Xiao Chong looked up at Gao Yuan, his nose red from the cold and speckled with snowflakes, urgency evident in his demeanor. He hastily pulled Gao Yuan to the corner, retrieving an object from his pocket. It was a golden longevity lock, inscribed with the characters for longevity for 100 years on one side, while the reverse was adorned with exquisite rose engravings. A quintessential example of traditional Chinese craftsmanship. I discovered it moments ago at Pavel's stall. Xiao Chong's voice trembled. This was the birthday gift his parents had bestowed upon his sister for her 7th year, and he would recognize it without a doubt. Gao Yuan had already begun to grasp the tragic fate that befell Xiao Chong, He Qingfeng, and his sister, He Qiangwei. 3 years prior, amidst the settlement, Yuri had suddenly turned hostile, and Shan Jian had covertly betrayed them. Xiao Chong's parents perished in the ensuing chaos, and the 13-year-old fled, while his 11-year-old sister's whereabouts remained unknown. Are you certain? Gao Yuan inquired, noticing the engraving that marked Qiangwei's birthday. Xiao Chong flipped the longevity lock over, the blurred etching faintly readable as 211-1613. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Pavel undoubtedly held knowledge of some truth. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the distant crowd. Pavel stood atop a wooden crate, proclaiming, "In celebration of our great Tsar, Vlartu's 5th anniversary of ascension, all merchandise is now available at a 10 discount." His garlic-like nose gleamed with oil, and he gesticulated excitedly. Xiao Chong's hand instinctively rested on the firearm at his waist. Gao Yuan swiftly restrained him. "Do not act impulsively. Let's first gather information." As they squeezed to the front of the merchant's tent, Pavel was demonstrating a medical device marked with a production date of 2055. His gaze swept over the crowd, visibly brightening upon spotting Gao Yuan. "Ah, Mr. Gao Yuan," Pavel exclaimed, extending his short, plump arms. "Have you considered my proposal?" Gao Yuan chose not to engage, pointing towards a cage. "Is this also part of the merchandise?" Pavel maintained his grin. "Indeed, they are all willing commodities." He leaned closer, the scent of sour alcohol wafting through his helmet's visor. "This girl hails from New Moscow. She has a slight defect in one eye. Yet she is of prime reproductive age and still a virgin. I can offer you a special price." Xiao Chong suddenly surged forward, demanding, "Where did this longevity lock come from?" He nearly thrust the golden trinket into Pavel's face. An immediate hush fell over the scene. The Blood Wolf gang paused their work, while Iron Alliance guards discreetly surrounded them. Pavel retreated a couple of steps, shrinking behind his guards, his small eyes narrowing into slits. "What do you mean by that? Leader, he?" Gao Yuan stepped slightly to shield Xiao Chong, whose sister had vanished 2.5 years ago. Pavel examined the longevity lock for a moment, dismissively stating, "This is merely an old item we collected from the market." He casually returned the golden lock to Xiao Chong. "Let us continue trading, everyone. Precious cheese will arrive this afternoon." "Nonsense." Xiao Chong suddenly drew his gun, aiming it at Pavel. "Where's Qiangwei?" "She was sold in the black market by Shan Jian." His voice echoed throughout the factory, causing some solitary figures to begin retreating quietly, while several masked vendors hastily packed their wares. Gao Yuan felt a surge of dread. Pavel's chubby face twitched, while the guards swiftly readied their weapons. Roman from the Steel Alliance appeared on the right, his bald head casting an ominous shadow. Nearby, Cligny from the Bloodwolf gang stood, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Chief Pavel slowly raised his hands. Are you intending to disrupt the black market's regulations? I merely seek clarity regarding my sister's whereabouts. Xiao Chong let out a cold laugh. I have done my research. The caravan that the Shangxi construction interacted with back in the day hailed from New Moscow. Chapter 54. The deceitful merchant. The atmosphere in the black market was tense, charged with palpable hostility. Ah, I see. Pavel suddenly smiled. Chief I believe you're mistaken. Our esteemed Tsar commands several caravans, and I have not traversed the Kazan route in the past 5 years. I can attest to this. Roman leisurely interjected. The last time I encountered Mr. Pavel was 6 summers ago. Is that so? Xiao Chong appeared skeptical, yet the muzzle of his pistol gradually lowered. Chief I can empathize with your feelings, but I implore you to remain calm. Pavel gestured for his guards to lower their weapons as well. As I stated, all the slaves I procure are willingly sold. I did not engage in the dealings of other caravans. It seemed that Xiao Chong's sister was indeed his greatest vulnerability. He had acted too recklessly moments ago. Gao Yuan recognized this, fully understanding Xiao Chong's predicament, for he too had a beloved younger sister. It was truly a misunderstanding. Xiao Chong acted impulsively. Mes apologies, Pavel. Gao Yuan chuckled, attempting to smooth over the situation. However, upon witnessing the unfriendly glares from Pavel's entire caravan, he inwardly sighed, alas, to quell this turmoil. I must concede some losses. This girl, Pavel, name your price. She is quite a fine specimen, indeed. Pavel's eyes sparkled as he invited Gao Yuan into the blue tent. This girl's name is Alina. She has received an elite education befitting nobility. I shall offer her to you at half price, merely a single album for her. Pavel displayed a sincere demeanor. This transaction will undoubtedly be to your great advantage. What you say may bear some truth, yet this is not New Moscow. A noble lady holds lesser value than a capable farmhand here. Gao Yuan sighed. On behalf of Xiao Chong, I extend my apologies. Regardless of the losses, I shall accept this deal. He gestured to a set of golden candlesticks and tableware on the table. I find myself in need of these items for dining. Consider them a gift for this transaction. Agreed. The moment Gao Yuan's words concluded, Pavel's hand struck the table. In addition to this set, I shall gift you a splendid tea set. Fearing that Gao Yuan might retract his agreement, Pavel hastily packed the entire set of tableware and tea utensils into a wooden box, along with the girl who had a defect in her left eye, and thrust it all into Gao Yuan's hands. Alas, what a significant loss. Gao Yuan wore a frown as he retrieved 2 volumes of Playboy from his backpack, meticulously selecting one before handing it to Pavel. Pavel gingerly accepted the magazine, wrapping it in a piece of crimson velvet and placing it directly against his chest. Observing Gao Yuan depart the stall with a girl and a large wooden crate, Pavel and the surrounding guards exchanged satisfied glances. The black market transactions persisted into the afternoon, the sun beginning its descent, casting elongated shadows through the dilapidated rooftops. Most individuals had acquired what they sought, and an uncommon sense of contentment permeated the air. Even the members of the 3 major factions, often at odds, were peacefully assessing their gains from the market. As Gao Yuan began to pack up his stall, preparing to return to Qingfeng Fortress before nightfall, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Without turning, his right hand instinctively rested upon his TT-33. Do not be alarmed, Boss Gao, Pavel's voice resonated. I merely wish to bid you farewell. Slowly, Gao Yuan turned to find Pavel alone, his guard standing several meters away. Pavel, is the caravan departing? He inquired. Indeed. We must reach the next trading post by tomorrow, Pavel replied, rubbing his ample palms together. Have you truly no interest in joining New Moscow? Individuals of your caliber would be highly valued by our Tsar. I am accustomed to solitude. Gao Yuan continued to organize his belongings, carefully stowing each item back into his backpack. Pavel sighed, remarking, freedom is indeed a blessing, yet in this world, no one can truly survive alone, especially when possessing high-value items. Gao Yuan halted his movements, locking eyes with him. Is that a threat, Pavel? Certainly not, Pavel exclaimed, dramatically spreading his arms. Merely a friendly reminder. The wasteland is fraught with peril, while the walls of New Moscow rise 10 meters high, offering far superior living conditions than here. I appreciate your concern, Gao Yuan interjected, but I still prefer a life of freedom. Pavel's smile remained unchanged. I once shared your perspective, Boss Gao. Safeguard the remaining volume of the magazine. Perhaps next time we meet, I shall present you with an offer you cannot refuse. He turned and ambled toward his caravan, his portly figure swaying as he walked. Gao Yuan noticed him whispering to his subordinates. One of the guard leaders glanced back at Gao Yuan before nodding. Swiftly, Gao Yuan finished packing the last of his belongings, adjusting his MP5 submachine gun and TT-33 pistol for easy access. As he exited the factory, the setting sun bathed the wasteland in a sanguine hue. The cold wind howled, stirring up dust to dance in the air. Gao Yuan cast one last glance at the bustling black market, where members of the three factions were counting their earnings for the day, ordinary survivors hurriedly leaving with their acquired food, and Pavel's caravan was fully prepared for departure. With the assistance of the Warrior 20 exoskeleton system, he effortlessly carried a wooden box brimming with gilded cutlery and tea sets, followed closely by an exceedingly slender girl. They hurried along, and had it not been for Gao Yuan's relentless tugging, Alina would have nearly fainted several times, possibly from exhaustion or perhaps from hunger. The biting cold wind whipped up radioactive dust, striking the glass of the old Gao supermarket, producing a delicate, crackling sound. After securely locking the supermarket's iron gate, Gao Yuan conducted a thorough inspection before turning to the shivering figure behind him. We have arrived. Gao Yuan disengaged the helmet's closed-loop system, and the white vapor from his breath condensed in the air. Welcome to the old Gao supermarket. Alina surveyed the structure with her healthy right eye. Her silvery hair cascaded like a frozen beam of moonlight over her shoulders, the tips still dusted with coal ash from the black market. The slave brand of New Moscow was faintly visible on her wrist, with the letters NMC surrounded by reddened skin. Master, is this your territory? Alina's voice was soft. After walking several kilometers in the frigid wilderness, her pale lips quivered incessantly. Gao Yuan sighed and nodded slightly. Alina, can you do arithmetic and bookkeeping? Master, I know a little. Good. You shall be the cashier of the supermarket from now on. No salary, but I will provide food and shelter. Yes, master. Gao Yuan frowned. I'm not accustomed to being called master. Just refer to me as boss. Yes, master. Seeing Gao Yuan's expression darken, Alina quickly amended her words. I understand, boss. Remember that. Gao Yuan retrieved 2 packets of crispy noodles and 2 bottles of purified water from the supermarket's food section, presenting them to Alina. Your dinner. Consume it. Nothing should go to waste. Chapter 55. Employing staff. Alina ravenously devoured the crispy noodles, scarcely pausing for water, and within moments, she had polished off both packets. She then looked around in astonishment. Since leaving New Moscow, she had encountered only drafty tents or dim basements. And this was her first sight of such a dry and tidy 5-story supermarket. The second floor consists of shops. The third is the warehouse and your living quarters. The fourth is my private space. Gao Yuan led her into the supermarket's second floor. The interior was considerably warmer, causing Alina's tattered cotton coat to emit a damp odor, a telltale sign of long-term wear without drying. She was astonishingly thin, standing at 170 centimeters and weighing perhaps no more than 45 kilograms, yet her posture was unexpectedly upright, suggesting she had received some form of etiquette training. The cashier's counter is here. Gao Yuan tapped on a modified counter resembling a car door. Your future responsibilities will include bookkeeping, handling payments, and simple inventory checks. Concealed within the hidden compartment beneath the counter was a loaded shotgun, but there was no need to disclose that to her just yet. Alina's fingers gently caressed the keys of the vintage calculator, her movements imbued with a sense of nostalgic familiarity. I will strive to work diligently, esteemed boss. She suddenly bowed deeply, her silver hair cascading down and reflecting a silky glow under the light. The Russian she spoke was tinged with the distinctive rolled aura of Moscow's residents. Thank you for your kindness. Gao Yuan frowned. The Alina mentioned by Pavel had received an education befitting nobility from a young age. It might well be a form of psychological indoctrination. Alina, first, let us inspect your dwelling. The staircase leading to the third platform was adjacent to the back door of shop on the second floor. The third floor, a storage area for the supermarket, had been transformed into a semi-residential, semi-storage space, initially intended for 2 supermarket security guards to reside in. Gao Yuan pushed open the reinforced iron door, the kerosene lamp in his hand illuminating an area of approximately 70 square meters. On the right side was the shelving area, lined with several rows of shelves. To the left, a makeshift living area had been created, partitioned into a bedroom, a bathroom, and a small kitchen using container panels. Here, Gao Yuan pointed to the cubicle in the corner. Is temporarily your room. Alina cautiously stepped inside. The room was about 6 square meters, featuring a foldable bed fixed to the wall with a mattress fashioned from numerous discarded garments, stuffed with dry mutated moss. A turned-over ammunition box served as a nightstand, upon which rested a mirror modified from a car's rearview mirror. Are you satisfied? Gao Yuan inquired. Alina suddenly knelt, her forehead touching the ground. I am very satisfied. Thank you for your hospitality. Get up. Gao Yuan's voice rose slightly, startling her into a shiver. Do not do that. Noticing her continued trembling, he added, I am not accustomed to others kneeling at every opportunity. Do you understand? Yes, yes, boss. She slowly rose, her left eye glistening under the light like a murky pearl. Gao Yuan observed that her eyelashes were a rare shade of pale gold, almost translucent against her pale skin. He opened a wooden box and retrieved a blue work uniform. Change into this. Your old clothes glimpsing Alina's flushed face, instinctively clutching her tattered cotton coat. Gao Yuan amended. You may keep it to handle as you wish. When Alina emerged clad in the work uniform, Gao Yuan almost failed to recognize her. The complete ensemble finally made her appear as a living person rather than a mere shell, although the excessively wide shoulders still revealed her frail form. Come along, Alina. I will show you around the 4th floor. Gao Yuan led her through the iron door on the opposite side of the 3rd-floor warehouse, then to a vertical ladder ascending to the 4th platform. This 10-meter-high metal ladder was the sole access point to the 4th floor. Climbing up the ladder, he produced a key and unlocked the metal door to the 4th platform. The entire 4th floor had been opened up into a spacious living area, with a panoramic view of the Wind Castle under the starlit sky. If there is an urgent matter, you may press this. Gao Yuan indicated the intercom by the door. But do not come up here unnecessarily. Alina stood at the threshold, hesitant to step inside, her gaze sweeping across the interior. The most striking feature of the room was a grand bed measuring 3 meters in width and 4 meters in length, its frame constructed from several automobile tires. The mattress was adorned with the exquisite pelts of mutated beasts, while the sheets were fashioned from pristine cotton. In comparison to the opulent 4-poster beds of the nobility in New Moscow, this arrangement appeared somewhat modest. However, when juxtaposed with the heaps of wild grass I had previously endured, it was undoubtedly a lavish indulgence. Against the wall stood a wooden rack upon which rested 2 rifles, while the workbench was strewn with electronic components and various tools. Scattered across a desk by the window were a few books. Gao Yuan had refrained from allowing Alina into the room, apprehensive that certain modern artifacts had yet to be stored within his ring space. All right, you may rest on the 3rd floor. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your formal duties. Very well, good night to you. Observing Alina as she carefully descended the vertical ladder, Gao Yuan retrieved the Warrior 20-disc scanning device, affixing it above the ladder before securing the door and retiring for the night. By 9 o'clock the following morning, the Old Gao supermarket resumed operations. Through the black market transactions of the previous day, Gao Yuan discovered a plethora of goods brought by the Pavel caravan from New Moscow, encompassing a diverse array of daily necessities, thereby enriching the offerings available in the supermarket. Engaging in conversation with the residents frequenting the supermarket, Gao Yuan discerned that most of them were nearly illiterate, with individuals like Xiao Qiang, who could read, being exceedingly rare. Alina was astute. The transactions at Old Gao supermarket were not overly complex. After Gao Yuan provided a general overview, she was able to grasp the essence with remarkable accuracy. All the goods here can be exchanged for gold. For instance, a pack of crispy noodles is equivalent to 1 gram of gold, and a 500-milliliter bottle of drinking water is likewise valued at 1 gram of gold. The checkout counter was equipped with an electronic scale and a metal detector, which would authenticate gold as long as its purity exceeded 90. Upon hearing this, Alina suddenly remarked, Boss Gao, you're truly a good person. Taken aback by this unexpected commendation, Gao Yuan blinked in surprise, questioning, what makes you say that? In these times, the most precious commodities are food and drinking water. Gold holds little value. You are secretly aiding those on the brink of survival. Is that not an act of kindness? Well, if you say so, I concede that I am indeed a good person, Gao Yuan admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt for a fleeting moment. The cost to procure a pack of crispy noodles was 2 huayuan, while a 500-milliliter bottle of mineral water cost 15 huayuan. Currently, the market price for a gram of gold hovered around 1,100 huayuan, resulting in a staggering profit margin exceeding 90,000 huayuan, an outrageous figure indeed. An inquiry had lingered in Gao Yuan's mind, and he posed the question aloud. Why has the value of gold diminished to the point of being less than that of steel? Alina, do you know the reason? He did not expect her to answer, yet the girl surprised him with a response. I once perused a tome in the library of the Petrov family, which precisely chronicled this segment of history. It recorded that in the year 2043, prior to Judgment Day, the state of Hua was engaged in the extraction and smelting of various resources on the lunar surface. Following the return of the first shipment of gold via spacecraft, the global gold market experienced a catastrophic collapse. Chapter 56. The caravan under attack at midday. Gao Yuan stood before the cash register, delighting in the tally of a substantial collection of gold artifacts. He had meticulously weighed them 3 times on the electronic scale, and each reading confirmed a weight of 2,233 grams. Suddenly, the wind chimes jingled, and the door curtain was flung aside, allowing a gust of frigid air to sweep in. Gao Yuan's right hand instinctively rested upon the shotgun concealed beneath the counter, only relaxing upon recognizing the visitor as Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, swathed in a patchwork fur coat, bore a face flushed from the cold, with frost clinging to his brows and beard. He cast a wary glance at Alina before hastening to Gao Yuan's side. Brother Yuan, there's an urgent matter, he whispered, his breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. We need to speak privately. Gao Yuan narrowed his eyes and turned to Alina. Alina, please watch the shop. Xiao Chong, let's head to the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the supermarket's 3rd level, Xiao Chong promptly secured the door and produced a metal flask from his coat, taking a hearty swig before offering it to Gao Yuan. The pungent odor of poor-quality alcohol filled the confined space. Pavel's caravan was ambushed last night in the riverside lowlands. Xiao Chong's voice was hoarse, his fingers unconsciously tapping the counter. 4 guards were killed, and 7 or 8 were injured. The caravan managed to take down 5 assailants, including 2 of them. He licked his cracked lips. They were from Qingfeng Fortress. Gao Yuan's fingers tightened suddenly, the flask emitting a slight creaking sound. He slowly placed it back on the counter. What transpired? I visited the scene this morning. Those 2 were Russian members of the Qingfeng Fortress Guard. Xiao Chong produced a bloodstained cloth from his pocket, emblazoned with a red emblem, a rose swaying in the wind, the mark of Qingfeng Fortress. I found this at the site. The corpses of these 2 men did not appear to have just died. Something is amiss here. Yet, Pavel's men have already begun inquiring about the identities of the attackers. Gao Yuan moved to the window, gazing through the frosted glass. In the central square of Qingfeng Fortress, several tightly wrapped residents were engaged in trading goods. Beneath the facade of tranquility, undercurrents were beginning to stir. What is the reaction from New Moscow? They have yet to make an official statement. But Pavel has hinted at a demand for retribution. Xiao Chong leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. To make matters worse, Roman from the Steel Alliance sent emissaries this morning, proposing the annexation of Qingfeng Fortress under their command. Gao Yuan whirled around abruptly. What are their terms? The pretext of peaceful integration requires Qingfeng Fortress to submit entirely to the Steel Alliance's command, surrendering the water wells and all weaponry. Xiao Chong scoffed, oh, and they've halted the trade of ice blocks for weapons. Damn it. Gao Yuan's fist struck the wall with a resounding thud, causing the jars and bottles on the shelves to rattle ominously. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. What about the Blood Wolf gang? That pack of hyenas would not let this opportunity slip away. Xiao Chong nodded gravely, a flicker of concern in his eyes. They have openly declared their intention to join forces with Pavel to launch an assault on Qingfeng Fortress. The scouts I dispatched have reported seeing individuals in Pavel's convoy uniforms active at the Blood Wolf gang's camp. Gao Yuan moved behind the counter and unfurled a hand-drawn map from a hidden compartment. The map delineated the territories and resource points of the surrounding factions. His finger lingered over the red circle representing Qingfeng Fortress before tracing a path to the blue area of the Iron Alliance and the black mark of the Blood Wolf gang. We are besieged on 3 fronts. Gao Yuan's voice was somber. What is the situation inside the fortress? The atmosphere is tense. Xiao Chong rubbed his temples, noting that families have begun hoarding supplies. The old John's family sneaked away to the east this morning, taking all their food and valuables with them. What is the condition of your people now? The Huagua people are fully behind me, while the Tatars are divided. Half wish to fight, and the other half wish to flee. The Russians are utterly unreliable. Xiao Chong tugged at the collar of his protective suit, revealing an old scar on his collarbone. 2 sentinels have gone missing. They are likely defectors to the Blood Wolf gang. Suddenly, he grasped Gao Yuan's wrist, urging, Brother Yuan, you must help me. The immense pressure finally unveiled some of the 16-year-old's vulnerability, but only in his private moments with Gao Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Yuan inquired, "Do you intend to fight to the bitter end or seek a temporary retreat? What is the distinction?" Fighting to the bitter end means we leverage the geographical advantages of Qingfeng Fortress, fortifying our stronghold. There are wells here, providing an inexhaustible supply of drinking water. And I can offer ample food. We could endure for several months, or even half a year, while our besieging enemies would surely falter first. And what about seeking a temporary retreat? We would take the most loyal and reliable individuals, abandon Qingfeng Fortress for now, and engage in guerrilla warfare. You need not worry about logistics. I will take care of that, gradually wearing down the enemy's strength, ultimately turning the tide in our favor. I will not abandon Qingfeng Fortress. I would rather perish here. Xiao Chong resolutely chose the former, continuing, "While the enemy has yet to encircle the fortress, Brother Yuan, you must leave here first. I will requisition all the goods from your supermarket, and if we survive, I shall compensate you tenfold. Let it go. You are merely a dreamer, a scoundrel with grandiose plans. I am finally beginning to understand the bank's plight." Gao Yuan withdrew his hand and patted Xiao Chong's shoulder, advising him to be cautious and not to fall. "I will create disturbances at the periphery to alleviate some of your pressure." Xiao Chong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, ready to speak when the intercom crackled with Chun Yi's voice. "Qingfeng, there's an urgent matter. I am waiting for you in your room." "All right, I will be there shortly." Xiao Chong hurriedly exited the Gao supermarket, noticing many people on the second floor hoarding food, adhering to the daily exchange limits imposed by the supermarket. As he passed through the central square of Qingfeng Fortress, Nikolai approached him. "Leader, I apologize." The two fleeing sentinels were Tatar traders without families. I should have reassigned their posts sooner. After his earlier conversation with Gao Yuan, Xiao Chong felt a surge of confidence and regained his composure, dismissively waving a hand at Nikolai. "It is of no concern. This is not your fault. If those two had turned traitor at a critical moment, we would have been in greater peril. Their early departure is, in fact, a blessing. Those scoundrels. If I catch them, I shall personally flay them alive," Nikolai said darkly, his words laced with seriousness. "When they defected, they took with them 2 modified rifles and some ammunition, which could pose a significant issue." Xiao Chong calculated briefly and said to Nikolai, "At 3 this afternoon, come to the water tower. I shall provide you with 5 rifles and 200 rounds of ammunition." "Thank you for your trust, leader." Nikolai's expression brightened. "In the future, when I recruit members for the guard, I shall only accept residents with families. Single men will be relegated to labor." "You speak wisely, Nikolai." A cold gleam flickered in Xiao Chong's eyes. "Lately, I have been rather lenient with the residents of Qingfeng Fortress. They have forgotten the terror imposed by Yuri and Shanjian." Chapter 57. The eve of the final battle, Xiao Chong instructed Nikolai to enhance vigilance within Qingfeng Fortress before retreating to his room in the water tower. "Qingfeng, someone discreetly handed me a walkie-talkie moments ago." Chun Yi placed a compact walkie-talkie into Xiao Chong's hands. The individual was unfamiliar. He merely stated that this device could connect directly with Pavel. Xiao Chong nodded, steadying his emotions, and then turned on the walkie-talkie. After a crackling sound, a stranger's voice emerged. "Is this leader He Qingfeng of Qingfeng Fortress?" "It is I." "All right, please hold." After a brief pause, Pavel's distinctive, clear voice resonated through the device. "Leader Xiao Chong, I narrowly escaped death last night. I almost met my maker." "Pavel, let me explain. This matter has nothing to do with me." Xiao Chong's words were abruptly interrupted by Pavel. "Leader Xiao Chong, are you alone? I wish to speak with you privately." Upon hearing Pavel's words, Chun Yi glanced at Xiao Chong's expression, nodded, and silently exited the room, closing the door behind him. "All right, Pavel, what is it?" Meanwhile, inside the old Gao supermarket, Gao Yuan glanced at the mechanical clock on the wall. There were still 3 hours until nightfall. He hung a bilingual sign stating closed at the supermarket entrance and greeted Alina. "Alina, I need to discuss something with you." "Please, go ahead." "There may be fierce fighting in Qingfeng Fortress soon. I plan to leave and hide for a couple of days. Would you prefer to accompany me or remain here?" Alina's expression was remarkably composed as she acknowledged your command. "Very well. You shall remain in Qingfeng Fortress. The ruins outside might not be safer than the battlefield." Alina reached for the concealed shotgun hidden beneath the cash register. "Rest assured, I will safeguard the supermarket, ensuring the security of all its goods." "No need for that. I have already lent everything from Laogao Supermarket to Qingfeng Fortress. Your primary concern is your own safety." Noticing Alina's slight unease, Gao Yuan gently reassured her, Alina. I will have Xiaoqiang arrange for you to stay in the room within the water tower, regardless of which faction ultimately prevails. They would not dare to damage such a precious well. Having made these arrangements without delay, he swiftly gathered all the gold items from the cash register drawer and placed them into his tactical backpack before departing from Qingfeng Fortress. On the frozen plains and within the ruins, aided by the mechanical exoskeleton of the Warrior 20 suit, Gao Yuan ran continuously for over 6 hours, thoroughly collecting battlefield intelligence from the periphery of Qingfeng Fortress. The training received from Artyom proved effective. He felt a noticeable enhancement in his physical capabilities. He meticulously marked all reconnaissance information onto a paper map before proceeding to the air raid shelter previously concealed by Xiaoqiang. The items within had undergone little change. Since Xiaoqiang became the new leader of Qingfeng Fortress, this place had largely been abandoned. Under the dim light of a kerosene lamp, Gao Yuan analyzed the situation depicted on the map. Pavel's armed convoy was advancing slowly from the north side of Qingfeng Fortress, while the Blood Wolf gang rapidly encircled from the southwest. Currently, the only safe passage between Qingfeng Fortress and the outside world was in the southeastern region controlled by the Steel Alliance. The Steel Alliance, led by Roman and others, harbored ulterior motives, deliberately surrounding the southwest side of Qingfeng Fortress without attacking, seeking to instigate internal discord through escalating pressure and ultimately seize the largest share of the spoils. Reflecting on the battlefield details acquired through various technical means, Gao Yuan murmured to himself. The population in the wasteland dimension was alarmingly sparse in the Kazan region. The most formidable faction, the Steel Alliance, boasted a total population of fewer than 8,000, with no more than 300 individuals available for combat, equivalent to a single battalion of a modern military force. It was no wonder Pavel was so audacious. According to Alina's account, the population of New Moscow exceeded 2 million, nearly depleting the surrounding able-bodied youth, and it also had a stable power supply. This was nothing short of an industrial civilization's overwhelming assault on the wasteland world. At 5 a.m, Gao Yuan stealthily approached the southeastern outer wall of Qingfeng Fortress, establishing communication with Xiaoqiang via radio and handing over the map marked with the latest intelligence. Yuan Gu, Xiaoqiang hesitated momentarily before finally advising, be extremely careful and stay safe. I am well aware. I won't take unnecessary risks, Gao Yuan replied, waving goodbye to Xiaoqiang before disappearing into the darkness. 3 hours later, he returned to the modern dimension through his ring. It was now past 4 p.m, coinciding with the dismissal time at Kazan University. Leaving the old apartment building, he walked to the roadside 200 meters from the university, awaiting the arrival of Yu Haixia. His Tank 500 off-road vehicle has been commandeered by Yu Haixia. Among the Chinese students studying in Russia, few have purchased cars, making a fine vehicle quite conspicuous on campus. On the main thoroughfare of Kazan University, a towering, pitch-black SUV arrogantly parked in front of the academic building, its engine's deep rumble attracting the attention of passing students. The door slowly ascended, and Yu Haixia emerged. Stepping out in her Jimmy Choo diamond stilettos, her long legs encased in a form-fitting door skirt, each stride resembling a walk down the catwalk. Draped over her shoulder was a Hermes Birkin bag, and the Cartier bracelet on her wrist shimmered in the sunlight. With a slight smile on her crimson lips, her almond-shaped eyes swept across the envious gazes of surrounding girls, a wave of exhilaration washing over her. Is that car your boyfriend's gift? A female classmate approached, her eyes fixed on the new vehicle. Yu Haixia nonchalantly tossed her hair. Yes, he said this car is rather understated and primarily very safe. She deliberately emphasized the word understated, and amidst the gasps of admiration, she leisurely took out her phone, snapping a selfie with the Tank 500. Captioning it for her social media. Someone said this car is beneath me. I'll be switching to a better one next week. Within a minute, likes and comments flooded her post. 2 hours later, in a luxurious suite at a high-end apartment building, Gao Yuan pinned Yu Haixia against the entrance wall as soon as she stepped inside. His hand crept beneath her skirt, and his lips descended roughly upon her neck. Wait, I just did my hair, she playfully protested, yet he swept her up and tossed her onto the Italian leather sofa in the living room. Gao Yuan loosened his tie, revealing a more muscular torso honed by military training, his physique exuding aggression. He secured her wrist with one hand while deftly unzipping her skirt with the other. The way you flaunted the car on social media today. His voice was husky and low, making me want to pin you against the hood right then and there. Yu Haixia's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as she both reveled in the sensation of being conquered and felt a twinge of fear. Gao Yuan's stamina seemed to grow with each encounter, often leaving her utterly exhausted, and on 2 occasions she had even fainted. Chapter 58. Desires between men and women. The morning sunlight poured gently through the smart dimming glass into the bedroom of the 701 apartment. Yu Haixia lazily turned over, her fingers brushing against the cool silk sheets. Yet Gao Yuan was not beside her. He religiously attended training every dawn. What a relentless fellow. The diamond watch on the bedside table read 7 o'clock in the morning. Stretching, she padded barefoot onto the cashmere carpeted floor. The apartment's climate control system maintained a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius. She casually pressed the control panel by her bed, and the blackout curtains of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows slowly ascended, unveiling a panoramic view of Kazan. Yu Haixia made her way to the dressing room, a space as ample as the living room of an average apartment, adorned with garments that Gao Yuan had procured for her over the past fortnight. She casually selected a Fendi silk robe, wrapping it around herself, the sash accentuating her delicate waist. In the bathroom, the marble bathtub was filled with warm water infused with sea salt and essential oils, fresh rose petals floating serenely on the surface. Yu Haixia slipped into the water, enveloped by its comforting warmth. Since that romantic night 2 weeks ago, her life had transformed entirely, evolving from a financially troubled international student into one of the most envied women at Kazan University. She sipped her juice, a delightful blend of sweetness and tartness. Ever since becoming Gao Yuan's girlfriend, financial worries had become a thing of the past. In return, her sole obligation was to fulfill all of Gao Yuan's desires, especially in the bedroom. Recalling the previous night's fervor made her ears flush with warmth. Since Gao Yuan had enlisted Artyom as his personal trainer, his strength, stamina, and prowess had markedly improved over the past fortnight. Last night, he had requested her 3 times before the floor-to-ceiling windows, and by the end, she had nearly pleaded for mercy. What if he grew weary of her? She bit her lip, her fingers instinctively tightening around her glass. Gao Yuan's desires were intensifying, and she was beginning to find it challenging to keep up. Once, when she had feigned immense pleasure, he had seen through her act. Although he had not shown anger, the disappointment in his gaze had left her shaken. Perhaps I should consider finding a partner for the bedroom? A bold thought flashed through Yu Haixia's mind. No, I must be out of my mind. She quickly shook her head, banishing the absurd notion. Meanwhile, at the Thorn nightclub, morning light streamed through the shooting range's glass windows, casting a golden hue on Gao Yuan's sweat-drenched tactical vest. He had just completed the final set of sniper training arranged by Artyom, his shoulder numb from the recoil of the SV-98, yet his gaze was decidedly sharper. Your performance today was commendable, Artyom remarked, rarely offering praise as he tossed the disassembled handgun parts into the toolbox. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to handle various surveillance systems. Gao Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, poised to respond when the automatic doors of the club slid open, admitting a sharply dressed middle-aged man. The newcomer, approximately 50 years old, had meticulously combed silver-gray hair and wore a deep blue-tailored suit that hugged his slightly portly frame, a crocodile leather briefcase in his right hand. Mr. Gao? The man came to a halt before Gao Yuan, a standard professional smile gracing his lips. Sergei Dmitrievich Popov. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. His Russian was tinged with the distinctive rolled R characteristic of Moscow, his pace leisurely. Gao Yuan, puzzled, replied, "Do we know each other?" Popov's smile remained unchanged. "We did not 5 minutes ago, but now I believe we can become excellent partners." Artyom snorted dismissively, picking up the toolbox and turning to leave. "You two converse." In the VIP lounge of the club, Popov retrieved a sleek laptop from his briefcase. The moment the screen illuminated, Gao Yuan glimpsed his photograph appearing in the internal records of the Russian tax authority. "Mr. Gao, your recent expenditures in Kazan have drawn considerable attention," Popov remarked, his fingers gliding over the touchpad to summon a series of data. A Tank 500 off-road vehicle, purchased a fortnight ago, valued at 8 million rubles. Luxury purchases along Bauman Street last week, totaling 1.2 million rubles, and the diamond membership at this club, with an annual fee of 600,000 rubles. He raised his gaze, the gray pupils behind his lenses gleaming with shrewdness. "Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Leaning back on the leather sofa, Gao Yuan feigned nonchalance and shrugged. "It implies I am wealthy? It indicates that you have entered the monitoring list of the Federal Tax Service of the Russian Federation." Popov's voice lowered ominously. According to Article 228 of the Russian Tax Code, non-citizens who make a single purchase exceeding 5 million rubles within Russia, or accumulate annual expenditures surpassing 30 million rubles, are required to declare the source of their funds and pay a 35 tax on cross-border assets. He clicked on the screen, revealing a densely packed legal document. Should you fail to demonstrate the legitimate origin of these funds, the tax authority reserves the right to freeze all your assets within Russia and impose a penalty of up to 200. Gao Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He had indeed overlooked the tax implications, a grave oversight. And, Mr. Gao, someone has recently lodged anonymous complaint against you to the Kazan tax office. Oh, who could it be? Who is of little consequence. All affluent individuals inevitably attract envious gazes. Popov astutely noted the shift in Gao Yuan's expression, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, these matters can be resolved, provided you are willing to pay a modest service fee. From his briefcase, Popov produced a folder with a gilded cover and slid it across the table to Gao Yuan. My proposal is straightforward. Establish an offshore company in Cyprus, under whose name a subsidiary can be set up in Russia. All expenditures will be processed through this subsidiary, and profits can be repatriated to Cyprus as international consulting fees, effectively reducing the tax rate to below 5. He opened the document, pointing to one of the pages. The specific operations include fabricating 3 multinational technical service contracts, establishing a shell company office in Moscow, and employing 2 nominal local staff members. The entire process will not exceed 2 weeks, and you would only need to pay a trifling sum, which is 20 of the tax evasion amount. Gao Yuan glanced at the estimated figures at the end of the document, based on his current spending levels. This scheme could save him at least several million rubles in taxes annually, whereas Popov's legal fees would exceed 2 million rubles. 20 is not insignificant. Gao Yuan closed the folder, noting that other lawyers would charge no more than 10, or even less. Popov suddenly laughed, a smile that reminded Gao Yuan of a mutated rat in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, where beneath its seemingly adorable fur lay razor-sharp, flesh-eating teeth. Other attorneys will not disclose to you that last year, the Russian tax authorities ensnared 17 affluent foreign businessmen using this very scheme, confiscating assets amounting to a staggering 9 billion rubles. He gently tapped the folder. As for the clients I have represented, they have maintained an impeccable record thus far. Chapter 59. Tension mounts outside. Sunlight bathed the horizon of Kazan in a warm glow. Popov retrieved a gilded business card from his inner pocket, on the reverse side etched with a series of numbers. This is my private telephone number. You may wish to contemplate my proposal. Gao Yuan toyed with the card before suddenly inquiring, what if the origins of my funds are somewhat ambiguous? Popov's expression remained utterly unperturbed. My professional ethics adhere to 3 principles. First, I do not take sides. Second, I do not engage in terrorism. Third, he took a sip of his coffee, never questioning the source of his client's wealth. After all, even the curtains in the presidential office in Moscow are draped with smuggled Italian fabric to evade taxes. Morality is a conundrum only the impoverished need to ponder. Popov activated his mobile phone, displaying a photograph of his estate on the outskirts of Moscow, a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked beside the helicopter landing pad. Do you see that vehicle? It was gifted to me last year by a client in a situation akin to yours. He is currently sport fishing for tuna in the Caribbean, and the Russian tax authorities have no record of his expenditures. Popov stowed his phone. So, Mr. Gao, how long will you contemplate this? I may need to return to Moscow shortly to address some affairs. Gao Yuan rose and approached the window. From the club's shooting range, the sounds of wealthy patrons training with sniper rifles faintly reached his ears, the bullets shattering target paper. Give me 3 days, he ultimately declared. I need to verify your flawless record. Popov slowly stood. A wise decision. However, allow me a moment to remind you, he said as he walked to the door, glancing back with a knowing smile. The safe you opened at the Central Bank of Kazan has yet to appear on the tax authorities' monitoring list. But this loophole will only last for a maximum of 72 hours. As the door closed, Gao Yuan struck the wall with his fist, the pain sharpening his awareness. Indeed, it was power and influence that preserved wealth. Otherwise, he was merely a fat sheep. He gained a deeper understanding of the old Chinese saying, wealth must not be revealed. Upon returning to school, he would immediately enlist Chao Haiyang's assistance in investigating this lawyer's background, if he could indeed navigate the intricacies of Russian officials. Sharing in the spoils would be a viable option. On his way back to the old apartment building from the club, Gao Yuan abruptly turned the steering wheel towards Ivan's grocery store, acquiring a batch of AK-47 rifles and ammunition. This vintage firearm, produced in the millions worldwide, posed no scarcity issues. By around 8 in the morning, Gao Yuan arrived once more at the desolate wasteland's designated location. This area had transformed into the fringes of the battlefield, and he activated the thermal imaging scanning system, detecting several passing members of the Bloodwolves gang. On that night, Gao Yuan traversed the desolate wasteland, having grasped the tactical arrangements of the three factions concerning Qingfeng Fort. The Bloodwolf gang spearheaded the front lines, having committed a substantial portion of their resources, demonstrating a resolute intent to seize Qingfeng Fort. The armed personnel of Pavel's caravan followed closely behind the Bloodwolf gang, appearing more like cheerleaders than warriors, yet their prowess remained formidable, presenting a significant variable on the battlefield. The elite soldiers of the Iron Alliance had largely emerged from their stronghold, establishing a camp 3 kilometers southeast of Qingfeng Fort, maintaining a state of silence. At dawn on the first day, the Bloodwolf gang, under the command of Krigny, launched their initial assault. Gao Yuan crouched atop an abandoned water tower, 500 meters southwest. Through the telescopic lens of his combat helmet, he observed a throng of raiders clad in patchwork leather armor, their faces painted with radioactive pigments, surging like a tide towards the walls of Qingfeng Fort. The roar of modified motorcycles and the jubilant howls pierced the cold morning mist. At 12 o'clock, a heavy machine gunner was positioned. Gao Yuan whispered into the radio channel, having lent the majority of his weaponry to Xiao Chong, leaving only a pistol for personal defense at his waist. Xiao Chong's voice crackled through his earpiece, accompanied by the sounds of fierce gunfire. The breach had been sealed, but they resorted to suicide charges, crashing through the western wall. Gao Yuan swiftly assessed the situation. At the breach, the defenders of Qingfeng Fort retaliated with makeshift Molotov cocktails. Krigny's figure appeared at the rear of the battlefield, today donning a rusted wolf skull mask, brandishing a pistol, urging more raiders to charge forward. Gao Yuan inquired about the situation on the eastern front. Pavel's men remain unmoved, yet their snipers have taken down 2 of our watchtowers. Xiao Chong gasped for breath, noting that the Iron Alliance's scouts had set up observation equipment on the eastern high ground. Gao Yuan spat in disdain. Roman, that venomous serpent, awaited the moment both sides would suffer substantial losses. At noon, the battlefield momentarily quieted. The first wave of the Bloodwolf gang's assault had been repelled, leaving over 30 corpses in their wake, while Qingfeng Fort had also suffered the loss of 15 guards and a crucial segment of its wall. Gao Yuan stealthily approached the supply line behind the Bloodwolf gang, discovering 5 pickup trucks loaded with ammunition parked outside the makeshift camp. He retrieved the last 3 remote-controlled explosives from his backpack, carefully placing them beneath the vehicles. Just as he was about to retreat, a conversation in Russian piqued his interest. 2 individuals clad in Pavel's caravan uniforms were exchanging supplies with the quartermaster of the Bloodwolf gang. This was the final batch of 762 ammunition. The caravan personnel handed over a list, stating that their leader demanded the southern gate be captured by tomorrow. Gao Yuan quietly withdrew, pressing the detonator at a safe distance. A series of explosions engulfed the entire supply camp. Yet it was evident that Pavel's caravan was providing substantial logistical support to the Bloodwolf gang. As night descended, Gao Yuan daringly crossed the battlefield, slipping back into Qingfeng Fort from the unencircled northwest corner. The central square had transformed into a makeshift hospital, with groans echoing throughout. Xiao Chong scrutinized a hand-drawn defense map within the command center, his left arm wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage. Pavel was providing them with support. Gao Yuan dropped his backpack, which contained the last remnants of medical supplies from the ring space, along with at least 5 vehicles worth of ammunition. Xiao Chong smiled wryly, realizing why their firepower had suddenly intensified that afternoon. He pointed to the map, noting that they had lost 2 watchtowers in the southwest, but managed to hold the main gate. The water purification system was functioning normally, and they had enough food to last for another 7 days. Gao Yuan noticed a silver-haired figure curled up in the corner. Alina was bandaging an injured soldier, her uniform stained with blood. Is there any movement from the Iron Alliance? The intel reported that Roman had called in a mortar squad. Xiao Chong lowered his voice, revealing that there was a pipeline leading out of Qingfeng Fortress in the northern underground storage room, prepared as a final escape route, albeit only capable of accommodating 30 individuals. Gao Yuan remained silent, fully aware of the unspoken truth that Qingfeng Fortress housed over 300 residents, and even if this passage was secure, it would only allow a select few to flee. The battles of the second and third days were monotonous yet bloody. Qingfeng Fortress benefited from a strategic advantage of occupying the heights of the walls and the water tower. while Gao Yuan employed various tactics to disrupt the Blood Wolf Gang supply lines from the periphery. Each day, he managed to transport some bread as sustenance and a few antibiotics via the ring space, which significantly bolstered the morale of Qingfeng Fortress. Chapter 60. Who is the traitor in the wasteland dimension? The siege of Qingfeng Fortress entered its third day. At dawn, the modified mining vehicles of the Blood Wolf Gang rumbled across the frozen ground, the engine's roar startling the mutated crows. Krigney stood atop the command vehicle, his body adorned with runic tattoos shimmering indigo in the morning light, resembling a venomous serpent emerging from the depths of hell. First team, smoke grenades, he commanded, waving his pistol. Instantly, the southwestern wall of Qingfeng Fortress was shrouded in grayish-white smoke, courtesy of the special ammunition supplied by Pavel to the Blood Wolf Gang. Gao Yuan crouched on a high ground kilometer away, his binoculars piercing through the smoke to observe over 20 gunmen from the Blood Wolf Gang rushing towards the breach, a scar left by the Iron Alliance's misfire from the previous day. Xiao Chong, they brought flamethrowers. Gao Yuan pressed the communicator, but only static greeted him. He swiftly switched to a flare gun, sending a red illumination round streaking across the sky. Upon seeing the signal, Xiao Chong immediately sounded the siren. Pre-placed barrels of gasoline ignited at the breach, erupting into 3 walls of flame. The leading soldiers of the Blood Wolf Gang were instantly transformed into human torches, their screams drowning out the sound of gunfire. Krigney screamed madly. Second team, advance with the ice wall. Amidst the piercing screeches, the Blood Wolf Gang pushed forward with their makeshift ice shields. These 2-meter-high ice blocks encased wrecked vehicles and rebar, with bullets merely leaving white dents upon impact. Damn it! Xiao Chong slammed his fist against the parapet, turning to Chun Yi and shouting, "Bring out the fire dragon cannon from the cellar." 10 minutes later, 6 peculiar devices emerged from the defenses of Qingfeng Fortress, fire-breathing contraptions cobbled together from automobile engines and fire hoses. As the Blood Wolf Gang's ice shield approached within 50 meters, a fiery dragon, infused with thermite, roared forth. The ice shield evaporated instantaneously, and the gunners behind it were scorched alive. Crane, in the command vehicle, erupted in fury. Shan Jian, how could you say they lacked heavy weaponry? Shan Jian lowered his head, fiddling with a dagger, the blade reflecting his sinister grin. You see, Yuri does not entirely trust me. He has secretly concealed some new equipment within the armory, surely keeping it from my knowledge. As dawn broke, an eerie calm enveloped the battlefield. The Blood Wolf Gang's offensive abruptly weakened, while Pavel's armed convoy retreated 500 meters. Only the Iron Alliance's scouts patrolled the eastern ridge, resembling vultures awaiting carrion. What were they waiting for? Xiaoqiang stood atop a bullet-riddled watchtower and suddenly spotted 3 green signal flares rising in the north. The danger signal he had agreed upon with Gao Yuan. New Moscow had deployed 3 tanks to support Pavel. Gao Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. Yet the magnified image clearly revealed 3 genuine heavy tanks. AI analyzed the specifics of these tanks. Momenzlate. The AI's impassive electronic voice reached Gao Yuan's ears. The tanks bore resemblance to the Russian T-14 Armada series, yet their composite armor exhibited notable differences. And their power system was a hybrid of oil and electricity, with no corresponding data in the database. Ah, I see. Gao Yuan mused inwardly. A hybrid power system. This is certainly a technological achievement beyond what the Russians could attain in the modern realm. It appears the wasteland dimension also harbors advanced technologies and valuable resources. Hurrah! Hurrah! The appearance of the 3 heavy tanks thoroughly invigorated the morale of the Blood Wolf Gang, who charged forward with wild fervor, their eyes gleaming with a lust for plunder. The machine guns mounted on the water tower of Qingfeng Fortress unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the tanks, all of which ricocheted off the armored shells, leaving only a few white marks. The armor of these tanks was remarkably advanced, and they were accompanied by Pavel's reinforcements. Gao Yuan whispered into the communication channel, "Xiaoqiang, prepare for the worst-case scenario." Xiaoqiang's voice crackled with static. "The fortress reserves can sustain us for another 2 weeks, but morale is very low. We currently have no means to contend with these tanks." Gao Yuan's gaze swept beyond the tanks, spotting at least 200 fully armed soldiers equipped with standardized military gear. Further away, the marauders of the Blood Wolf Gang prowled on modified motorcycles, akin to hyenas waiting to feast. "Xiaoqiang, what about the Iron Alliance?" "They remain on the northern ridge, observing, with a force of at least 200. Xiaoqiang coughed a few times. "Yuan Go, if we truly face defeat, I will ensure some escape to find you." In the morning hours, the battlefield situation had become clear. 3 tanks formed a fan-shaped encirclement around the southern side of Qingfeng Fortress, with the Bloodwolf gang occupying the western ruins, while Pavel's main forces deployed in formation to the east. The banner of the Iron Alliance was faintly visible on the northern ridge. The walls of Qingfeng Fortress were riddled with wounds, yet remained standing. A final ultimatum was issued. Xiao Chong communicated through the intercom, demanding that Qingfeng Fortress surrender the perpetrator along with all weapons and ammunition within 2 hours, or face a full-scale assault. Gao Yuan inquired about the preparations. According to our plan, all non-combat personnel had already been relocated to the underground shelter. The last 3 anti-tank mines were buried behind the main gate. Xiao Chong hesitated for a moment, but in the face of those tanks, their efficacy seemed limited. At precisely noon, the gunfire from the Bloodwolf gang erupted like a torrential downpour, signaling the commencement of the decisive battle. The main cannons of the tanks roared, and after the 3rd shelling, the southern wall of Qingfeng Fortress crumbled. Seizing the opportunity, the marauders of the Bloodwolf gang charged forward, howling as they leapt over the ruins. At that moment, Pavel's 3 tanks unexpectedly turned towards the right flank of the Bloodwolf gang, forming a wedge-shaped array just 800 meters from the wall. Through Gao Yuan's telescopic lens, he observed a small hatch on the side of the lead tank's turret open, revealing a signal flag slot unique to the armored units of New Moscow. A blue and white flag unfurled in the wind and snow. A ceasefire flag? Gao Yuan furrowed his brow. But in the next second, the flag flipped over to reveal a blood-red wolf's head design, marked with a large cross in red thread. The battlefield was thrown into chaos in an instant. Even more shocking, the 3 tanks suddenly reoriented their cannons and opened fire on the rear positions of the Bloodwolf gang. Gao Yuan's radio suddenly received a transmission on an unfamiliar frequency. Qingfeng Fortress, this is Leonid, escort leader of Pavel's convoy. The evidence has been confirmed. Proceed with the plan to encircle the Bloodwolf gang. On the walls of Qingfeng Fortress, Xiao Chong smirked coldly, drew his pistol, and leaped from cover. All units attack. Target the command vehicle of the Bloodwolf gang. In a mere 10 minutes, the tide of battle had completely turned. The Bloodwolf gang, which had originally prepared to besiege Qingfeng Fortress, suddenly faced a fierce counterattack from Pavel's forces. The high explosive shells from the tanks sent the ranks of the Bloodwolf gang into disarray, while the assault team of Qingfeng Fortress sliced in from flank. Chapter 61. Understanding Humanity. Krigny was gnawing on a frozen piece of mutated rat meat inside the command vehicle of the Bloodwolf gang. Upon witnessing the tanks reorient their cannons, the morsel fell from his mouth. The people of New Moscow were indeed untrustworthy. He howled as he reached for the intercom to call for the reserves. Before he could finish his sentence, a dagger plunged into his kidney from behind. Shan Jian's face contorted like a demon in the dim light of the vehicle. The reserves have long been gone, boss. Krigny struggled to reach for his gun, only to find that all the weapons were devoid of ammunition. Shan Jian methodically continued to stab Krigny several more times. You are even worse than that old man Yuri. At least he could give me a bit of pleasure. But you were just a silver candle head? He kicked open the rear door of the command vehicle. Not long ago, I had just sent Yuri on his way. Now, it was your turn. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically within mere minutes. Pavel's 3 tanks formed a lethal formation, utilizing their active defense systems to intercept the Bloodwolf Scant 3 RPG rounds. Suddenly, the western gate of Qingfeng Fortress swung open, unleashing 20 soldiers clad in Bloodwolf uniforms, meticulously chosen Tatar warriors by Xiaoqiang and Nikolai. Under the dual assault, the morale of the Bloodwolf gang swiftly crumbled. Some began to flee, while many more stood in bewilderment, leading to a total collapse of order. Traitor! Kriegny's roar drowned out even the cacophony of battle. He struggled to raise his dagger, but Shan Jian had already circled behind him, tightening a wire around his neck. Gao Yuan adjusted the focus of his long-range scope, clearly observing the twisted glee on Shan Jian's face. Kriegny's wolf skull mask fell away, revealing a tattooed visage. Shan Jian dragged the gasping leader to the rooftop and, in full view, slit his throat, then raised the bloody dagger in a signal towards Pavel's forces. The resistance of the Blood Wolves disintegrated rapidly with the death of their leader. In truth, they were much like Qingfeng Fortress, having spent 3 days in depletion. Now at the end of their tether, by the time Kriegny was dragged before the tank, this tattooed thug was barely recognizable. Shan Jian personally flayed him with a specialized knife used for executing traitors within the Bloodwolves. Behold! Shan Jian leapt atop the tank's barrel, brandishing the bloody skin. declaring the fate of those who betray New Moscow. Pavel peered halfway out of the tank hatch. This portly man with small eyes was delicately wiping a finely crafted Makarov pistol with a handkerchief. It seems Mr. Kryegny did not anticipate how easily we would uncover his flaws during the attack on my convoy. At that moment, Xiaoqiang arrived beside the tank, observing the flayed skin in Shan Jian's grasp, and suddenly laughed. Shan Jian, our grievances should now be resolved, shouldn't they? I beg your pardon, He Qingfeng, but I am now the personal property of Mr. Pavel. Shan Jian jumped down from the tank and knelt before Pavel with a thud. I voluntarily sell myself into servitude to Mr. Pavel. He is my master. Indeed, replied Pavel with a slight smile. It is thanks to Shan Jian's voluntary allegiance that we could see through Kryegny's cunning scheme so clearly. He is a clever man, and I have high hopes for him. Noticing the intense gaze of Xiaoqiang, who held his pistol tightly, ready to turn hostile at any moment, Pavel felt a pang of headache. I have no desire to meddle in the feud between you two. Pavel's mind raced, and he swiftly reached a decision. Very well. I once promised Shan Jian that I would ensure his safe passage to New Moscow. As for what happens after that, it will be left to his own fortune. With that, he fixed an inscrutable gaze upon Xiaoqiang. Leader, you once mentioned your quest to locate your sister. I shall assist you in uncovering her whereabouts. When the time comes, and you arrive in New Moscow City, I shall remain uninvolved in the grievances between you and Shan Jian. Xiaoqiang's expression fluctuated tumultuously, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped his weapon. It took him a full 3 minutes to regain control over his emotions. Very well. Shan Jian, I shall come seek you out in due course. Seeing that Xiaoqiang had momentarily spared Shan Jian, Pavel felt that he had been granted sufficient respect. A smile appearing on his face. Excellent. In accordance with our prior agreement, the territories and coal mines of the Blood Wolf Gang shall be entirely merged into Qingfeng Fort. We, in New Moscow City, shall exchange various materials with you for pure ice and fuel coal. No problem. I am now headed to take possession of the Blood Wolf Gang stronghold. We shall discuss the specifics of the agreement later. Xiaoqiang forced a smile and, accompanied by the Qingfeng Fort's guard, hurried towards the stronghold and coal mine of the Blood Wolf Gang. Pavel glanced at the retreating figures of the Qingfeng Fort team before redirecting his gaze back to Shan Jian, who was kneeling on the ground with utmost reverence, displaying remarkable obedience. Shan Jian, did you hear our previous conversation? Yes, master. I am profoundly grateful for your protection. Shan Jian discreetly lifted his gaze. Noticing that Pavel appeared to be in good spirits, he crawled towards Pavel's feet like a devoted dog, gently kissing the leather boots of his superior. I rarely encounter someone like you, of Chinese descent. Pavel's laughter was abundant, yet there lingered a hint of wariness in his eyes. Such an intriguing individual, so ruthless. You shall undoubtedly thrive in New Moscow City. On a distant high slope, the AI system of a tactical helmet had already issued a warning. The enemy's tank demonstrated an extraordinarily high accuracy rate, presumably employing ultra-long-range fire control radar. Please make every effort to avoid detection within their radar scanning range. Gao Yuan flipped his body, gazing up at the sky, where a pale blue mist shrouded his vision, allowing only a faint glimpse of sunlight. His face bore the joy of witnessing Qingfeng Fort's swift turnaround to victory. It was accompanied by a weighty sense of disappointment. Pavel and Xiaoqiang had undoubtedly engaged in prior discussions, concocting a plan against the Blood Wolf Gang. Yet Xiaoqiang had not divulged a single piece of information to me. Not even a word. Damn it. My father once remarked that in the realm of adults, only exchanges of interests exist. Do not trust in emotional bonds or loyalty. I had always thought him overly extreme, but reality continually slaps me in the face. Gao Yuan let out a bitter laugh, slowly rising to leave the high slope. If I were in Xiaoqiang's position, I too would refrain from disclosing any information pertaining to life and death to anyone else. Yet, why do I feel so deeply troubled? It is truly maddening. A sense of spiritual fatigue began to weigh heavily upon Gao Yuan's steps. The appearance of Lawyer Popov and the reasonable concealment by Xiaoqiang deeply provoked Gao Yuan, who felt an overwhelming need to find an outlet for his emotions, to release the pressure building within him. This evening, he intended to unwind with Xiaoxia. It was peculiar. He sensed his body becoming increasingly robust and his desires soaring. Was it merely an illusion of his own making? Chapter 62. Heart-to-heart with a best friend in a modern setting. Room 701 of an upscale apartment complex. Yu Haixia had been clandestinely meeting with Gao Yuan, occasionally staying overnight for an entire month. The sound of a door opening could be heard from the bathroom, followed by heavy footsteps. Awake? Gao Yuan's voice resonated alongside the sound of water from the shower. Yu Haixia, wrapped in a bathrobe, entered the master bedroom to find Gao Yuan changing his clothes. In the morning light, the contours of his back muscles were defined, beads of sweat trickling down his spine into the towel cinched at his waist. Compared to a month ago, his shoulders appeared broader, and his abdominal muscles were sculpted like a work of art. Did Artyom torment you again? Yu Haixia approached him, her fingers gently tracing the new scars on his back. Gao Yuan turned and pulled her into his embrace, the warmth of his post-training body enveloping her. Just some basic combat training. His palm glided down her waist. I didn't hurt you last night, did I? Yu Haixia shook her head, though she instinctively shivered. Gao Yuan chuckled apologetically, giving her a playful pat on the backside. I've been under a lot of stress lately. I might have been a bit rough. I'll be more careful in the future. The daytime classes passed in a blur as Yu Haixia sat in the classroom, her mind elsewhere. Since becoming Gao Yuan's girlfriend, she had acquired everything she once dreamed of: limited edition bags, haute couture fashion, a private car, and more. However, she had recently begun to experience the same nightmare repeatedly, dreaming of being back in the days when Li Yongji was hounding her for debts, his chilling gaze making her tremble. I must completely bid farewell to that life, no matter the cost. In her heart, she recalled an offhand comment from a Russian classmate, given Gao Yuan's wealth and youth. Wasn't it quite normal for him to have several lovers? Having spent over a year in Russia, Yu Haixia had come to understand some of the romantic perspectives of Russian women. Due to the long-standing influence of Western ideals, many Russian women had become exceedingly open-minded. They typically began exploring romantic relationships around the age of 14 or 15, engaging in all sorts of casual affairs. And both Russian men and women were inclined toward passionate encounters, resulting in a significant number of young single mothers. Consequently, Chinese men often sought wives, rarely considering Russian women, who were generally viewed as temporary flings, sharing the same mindset. Yet, she felt entirely ill-equipped to handle such a situation alone. The thought of being overwhelmed to the point of exhaustion was truly disheartening. Yu Haixiao's face flushed as that previous notion resurfaced in her mind. To maintain a lasting relationship with Gao Yuan, one must wholly satisfy his desires. Perhaps I genuinely need to seek a suitable companion. During the midday break on campus, Yu Haixiao invited Zhang Jing for a cup of coffee. The autumn sunlight in Kazan filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the old oak tree cafe, casting a warm glow on the cappuccino before Yu Haixia. She gently stirred the heart-shaped foam atop her coffee with a small silver spoon. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Jing across the table. Today, Zhang Jing wore a beige turtleneck sweater, accentuating her already fair skin to the point of translucence. The elegant lines of her long neck, characteristic of a dancer, created a delicate beauty as a few strands of dark hair fell softly across her collarbone when she slightly bowed her head. She seemed lost in thought, staring at her now cold Americano, her fingertips subconsciously tracing the rim of the cup. Jing, what has been troubling you lately? Yu Haixia reached out and placed her hand over Zhang Jing's. This is your third cup, and you haven't taken a sip. Zhang Jing appeared startled, forcing a smile. It's nothing, just pondering choreography. Yu Haixia narrowed her eyes. They had lived in the same apartment since their first year, and she knew that when Zhang Jing lied, the corner of her right eye would twitch ever so slightly, a secret known only to her. Is it about money? She probed directly, feeling the fingers beneath her palm tremble. I saw you searching for student loans on your phone the day before yesterday. Zhang Jing's eyelashes fluttered violently for a moment before her shoulders slumped in resignation. My father's factory went bankrupt due to the trade war between Hua country and the United States. Her voice was almost a whisper. Last week, he called to discuss next semester's tuition and living expenses. A single tear plopped into her coffee, sending faint ripples across the dark liquid surface. Yu Haixiao's heart began to race. She withdrew her hand, pretending to fix her hair, using the motion to gather her thoughts. Actually, she began deliberately, pausing until Zhang Jing lifted her tear-filled eyes to continue. I have a way to help you. She pulled out a black bank card from her Hermes bag and gently slid it across the table to Zhang Jing. This is a supplementary card from Gao Yuan, with a limit of 500,000 rubles. Seeing Zhang Jing's eyes widen in shock, she lowered her voice. Moreover, he seems quite fond of you. Zhang Jing recoiled in alarm. Xia, do you realize what you're suggesting? Of course I do, Yu Haixia replied, moistening her lips, a gesture that made her crimson mouth appear even more alluring. Gao Yuan has particularly strong needs. Her fingertips traced circles around the cup's edge. Sometimes, I truly cannot manage alone. Suddenly, the sunlight outside was obscured by clouds, casting a brief shadow over the cafe. Taking advantage of this change in light, Yu Haixia scrutinized Zhang Jing's expression. Shock, shame, struggle, finally settling into a complex hesitation. You've lost your mind. Zhang Jing's voice trembled. We are best friends. Yu Haixia abruptly grasped her hand. Precisely because we are best friends, I sought you out. Her nails nearly dug into Zhang Jing's skin. Do you believe I would willingly share a man? Yet at least you are my good friend, which is far better than him seeking out those Russian girls elsewhere. This reasoning struck Zhang Jing like a heavy blow to the face. She recalled the scene from last week, where Gao Yuan leaned against that sleek black car, waiting for Yu Haixia after class, while passing dance students eagerly slipped their phone numbers into his hands. Furthermore, Yu Haixia's tone suddenly softened as her fingers gently caressed the old watch on Zhang Jing's wrist, a gift from her father on her 18th birthday. Its strap now worn beyond recognition. Are you truly willing to forfeit the opportunity to pursue your studies in Moscow merely due to a lack of funds? Zhang Jing's body trembled violently. For the past 2 weeks, she had limited herself to a single meal each day, all to save for the journey to the interview in Moscow. Would he agree? Zhang Jing's voice was barely a whisper. Yu Haixia recognized this as a sign of Zhang Jing's defenses beginning to falter. She leaned closer, her breath warming the delicate earlobe. Last night, in bed, he called out your name. Take this card for now. Yu Haixia slipped a black bank card into Zhang Jing's coat pocket, her fingertips lingering intentionally on that flat abdomen for a fleeting moment. I will create opportunities for you to understand that following Gao Yuan will not lead to our detriment. As they exited the cafe, Yu Haixia adjusted her hair in the reflection of the window. In the glass, she saw Zhang Jing still seated, her trembling fingers repeatedly touching the black card in her pocket. Do not blame me, Jingjing, she silently admonished, if blame is to be placed. Let be on this damned world. Inside the cafe, Zhang Jing finally succumbed, collapsing onto the table. Her tears soaked her sleeves, yet she clutched the card that could resolve all her troubles. Outside, a flock of pigeons fluttered past, the sound of their wings reminiscent of the applause she first heard when performing Swan Lake in her hometown theater. Chapter 63. Reopening in the desolate wasteland. The old Gao supermarket reopens. Gao Yuan and Xiao Chong crouched on the third level of the platform, observing the cleanup process at Qingfeng Fortress. Once towering walls, now appeared gnawed like the bones of a great beast, with jagged edges scattered throughout. In the distance, several cleanup crew members donned gas masks, using hooks to drag the bloated corpse of a Blood Wolf gang member onto a cart. The East District has been fully disinfected. Xiao Chong's left eye bore a scar still crusted with blood. This battle was perilous, and if Qingfeng Fortress could not withstand the Blood Wolf gang's fierce assault, Pavel would not hesitate to lend his support to them. Indeed, for someone like Pavel, tangible benefits far outweigh personal sentiments. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement, his expression concealed behind the visor of his tactical helmet. Pavel took Shan Jin away? Yes, he left yesterday afternoon. With a wry smile, Xiao Chong replied that Pavel had promised to assist him in locating his sister in New Moscow City, and he had also agreed to transfer all the territory and resources of the Blood Wolf gang to Qingfeng Fortress. I cannot afford to disregard his request. It is essential to maintain a long-term perspective. The world cannot operate solely according to the logic of any one individual. Gao Yuan spoke in a calm tone, both reassuring Xiao Chong and reminding himself, by adjusting one's mindset, the issues of life and death become less significant. His gaze turned toward the interior of Qingfeng Fortress, where the breach in the southwest corner of the wall had been hastily sealed with coal trucks and steel bars. A severed limb of a Blood Wolf gang soldier caught in the gap. The heavy machine gun on the watchtower stood empty, its inferior barrel long since melted from overheating. The outer wall was marred with scars from radiation burns, resembling an abstract charcoal drawing. After 3 days of fierce combat, nearly 100 lives had vanished from this world. How was it on the coal mine front? Better than expected. The Blood Wolf gang had indeed invested considerable effort in constructing the mine. Xiao Chong pulled a gleaming piece of coal from a plastic bag. The deep mineral vein remains intact, sufficient to fuel us for centuries. The challenge lies in the transportation route, which must traverse the territory held by the new Moscow garrison. Gao Yuan took the coal in hand, weighing it thoughtfully. This piece of black ore should symbolize hope, yet both he and Xiao Chong felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon them. Currently, Qingfeng Fortress housed 2,800 mouths to feed, several times the pre-war population. In the distance, The sound of a baby crying emerged from the temporary tents in the Western District, where women and children from the Bloodwolf gang had been relocated. I will take a stroll through the residential area. Xiao Chong stood up, hesitating for a moment before bending down earnestly to say to Gao Yuan, "Brother Yuan, I apologize. I'm not trying to deceive you, but I am uncertain whether Pavel can fulfill his promise." Gao Yuan smiled, rising as well, and gently patted Xiao Chong on the shoulder. "Our positions differ, leading to different decisions. Mutual understanding is all that is required." Watching Xiao Chong's retreating figure, Gao Yuan remained silent for a moment before descending the stairs to the second floor of the old Gao supermarket. His supermarket was one of the few intact buildings in Qingfeng Fortress. The windows had acquired several new cracks, cleverly stitched with lead wire, creating a web-like decorative pattern. Sparse items adorned the shelves, canned goods left by Pavel's convoy, tea leaves, and a few everyday necessities unearthed from the ruins. Alina was on her toes, polishing a glass jar, her silver hair glistening under the light with an unusual silkiness. Today, 60 liters of purified water and 93 compressed biscuits were exchanged. Without turning her head, she spoke, her voice significantly subdued compared to pre-war days. 222 grams of gold are in the drawer at the cash register. Gao Yuan noticed a new scar on her left ring finger, a remnant from caring for the injured 2 days prior. He walked to the back room, retrieved half a vial of penicillin from his ring space, and returned to the shop, placing it in Alina's hands. "Remember to take the medicine. Do not let yourself become infected." Gao Yuan turned and walked towards the supermarket entrance, reminding his employee to perform diligently. As night fully descended, he dreamt once more of the grotesque sight of Kriegni's skin being flayed, blood and flesh in disarray. He jolted awake, cold sweat soaking his undershirt. The moonlight outside was ghostly pale, illuminating the Walter PPK handgun that never left his side at the bedside. Outside the walls of Fortress Qingfeng, the searchlights of the new Moscow garrison swept across the night sky. Although Pavel had departed, 200 soldiers and 3 tanks remained stationed at the old concrete factory by the riverside. Gao Yuan donned his attire and stepped outside, the night breeze carrying radioactive dust against his tactical helmet. He descended the stairs to the control room on the 5th floor, which also served as a vantage point. "Boss, you are here too," came Alina's voice from behind. Turning around, he saw her clad in an old cotton coat, her nose reddened from the cold. The rusted iron ladder creaked beneath her feet. Once atop the platform, the nightscape unfolded before him. To the east lay the newly established garrison base of New Moscow, its searchlights resembling the singular eye of a giant. To the west, the remnants of the Bloodwolf gang glimmered with sporadic lights. To the north, the shadows concealed the territory of the Iron Alliance. The temporary commander left by Pavel was named Leonid. Suddenly, Alina spoke. He came to the supermarket today to exchange for a pack of cigarettes, mentioning that New Moscow is preparing to augment this area with 600 soldiers and 400 logistics personnel. Gao Yuan felt a slight surprise. It seemed the opposing side was intent on gradually asserting control over this region. Indeed, New Moscow is a grand city, long coveted by generations of tsars for broader lands and greater populations. Alina reminisced. "As a child, I often visited the Royal Library there, which housed a magnificent astronomical telescope on its top floor." Astronomical telescope. Gao Yuan looked up at the sky, where countless tiny points of light drifted slowly under the white moonlight. Alina's breath formed a white mist in the frigid night air. "These are the satellite graveyards." Her finger traced the horizon, pointing to a faint band of light, a death ring composed of billions of satellite fragments. December 27th, 2076. Alina's voice suddenly became strikingly clear. At 1:17 p.m. Moscow time, the first anti-satellite missile struck a GPS constellation satellite. Gao Yuan turned to the girl beside him. "You recall it with such precision?" "My memory serves me well," she replied, a slight blush creeping on her cheeks. "The former master, Count Petrov, had me read many books." "Very well, Alina. Then tell me about the accounts of Judgment Day." That day." Alina's voice softened, her enunciation clear. The targets of attack from various nations were not cities in the first wave, but rather the 170,000 satellites in orbit. Anti-satellite weapons erupted in space like fireworks. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow. Why? To seize control and obliterate the guidance capabilities of various nuclear missiles. Alina continued her explanation, noting that the records indicate that on that fateful day, all spacefaring nations engaged in identical actions. opting to obliterate satellites rather than allow adversaries the opportunity to launch intercontinental missiles unimpeded. And what transpired afterward? Were some nuclear warheads still deployed as planned or at random? Indeed, a limited number of nuclear warheads were launched. Meanwhile, the fragments of those satellites traversed the Earth at a staggering speed of 78 kilometers per second. Alina pointed to a suddenly bright, yet fleeting point of light, which likely represented the debris of the Soyuz space station, completing an orbit around the Earth every 92 minutes. Gao Yuan offered a wry smile. So, after the Day of Judgment, are we forever confined to the ground? Theoretically, yes. Alina gazed up at the starry sky. Unless someone could clear a safe passage for rocket launches. Chapter 64. The battery trade in the wasteland dimension of the Kazan region, 3 days post-truce. The coal mine resumed operations, dispatching its first batch of ore. Over 30 members of the Blood Wolf gang, under armed supervision, were clearing the collapsed number 3 mine. Their pickaxes clanging against the frozen earth with dull thuds. The newly installed steam pumps continuously expelled brown groundwater, which quickly crystallized into twisted ice columns in the frigid temperatures of -20 degrees. A few adolescents squatted by the conveyor belt, sorting coal lumps, oblivious to the intermittent beeping of the radiation detector beside them. Gao Yuan and Xiao Chong stood on a rise adjacent to the mine entrance, observing the coal-dusted workers pushing laden mine carts out. The miners left by the Blood Wolf gang worked side by side with the newly arrived residents of Qingfeng Fortress. And outwardly, no signs of mutual animosity were discernible. The daily output reached 40 tons, after deducting the 20 tons traded to the new Moscow garrison. It barely sufficed for the fortress's heating and water purification systems. Xiao Chong removed his dust mask, revealing a scar beneath his left eye that had begun to scab over. However, the Steel Alliance had a stranglehold on the supply of repair parts for the mine and water pipes. To increase production, they had no choice but to continue trading with them. Gao Yuan crushed a piece of coal slag underfoot, contemplating how to gradually reduce the trade volume with the Steel Alliance while exchanging a batch of spare parts with New Moscow. Indeed, one must always be wary of the Steel Alliance, he mused. Xiao Chong had matured considerably, aware that the steadily increasing garrison in New Moscow was no benevolent force. Roman of the Steel Alliance, too, feared that these troops were powerful enough to ultimately consume them whole. The two gazed into the distance, observing reconnaissance drones from the New Moscow garrison circling the mining area like avaricious, mutated vultures. 3 heavy tanks did not raise their cannons, yet their daily patrol routes effectively encompassed all nearby strategic locations. Gao, are you considering opening an old Gao supermarket here at the coal mine? Not so fast. We must develop steadily, step by step. Gao Yuan had his own plans, believing that the most suitable location for a supermarket would be within the residential area. Once reliable employees were secured, a mobile grocery store could be established at the coal mine. The two shared a modified pickup truck back to Qingfeng Fortress. Parting ways at the entrance, Gao Yuan walked towards a supermarket along the central square, greeted by numerous familiar faces. His full-body black armor had become a well-known sight among the residents of Qingfeng Fortress. The residential area of Qingfeng Fortress was a grid of makeshift shacks welded together from mining supports, each adorned with radiation-proof curtains of various hues, upon which the names of the householders were inscribed in colorful markers. The public kitchen's chimney emitted a faint blue smoke, and the air was filled with the peculiar aroma of potatoes stewed with mutated plant roots. Laundry women gathered around a washing machine, repurposed from a mining pump, debating the order of usage in a cacophony of languages. Gao Yuan's gaze lingered on a new building in the northwest corner, where, aided by New Moscow, a genuine water purification plant was under construction. Xiao Chong stood atop scaffolding, personally overseeing the pouring of concrete. The young leader still sported the TT-33 pistol as waist, but had changed into relatively clean work attire. Boss Gao. Good day, boss. Upon ascending to the second floor of the supermarket, he was met by 2 security guards armed with shotguns. He smiled and nodded, a sense of confidence unique to a leader swelling within him. Kokakin, Lao Hu, do not work simultaneously. Coordinate amongst yourselves to divide day and night shifts. Understood, boss. They replied. Kokakin was a taciturn Tatar youth of 18, a cousin of Nikolai, one of the 3 leaders of Qingfeng Fortress. The other guard, Hu Bing, was of Chinese descent, a retired veteran of the security team in his 30s, his face lined with wrinkles and one eye blind. They currently resided in the supermarket's 3rd-floor storage, while Alina had moved to a small compartment on the 4th floor. To outsiders, she appeared to have become Gao Yuan's woman. However, Gao Yuan had not given it much thought. The women he encountered in the wasteland resembled malnourished refugees, evoking little desire in him. He contemplated a visit to New Moscow to see the allure of the realm's finest beauties. As Gao Yuan's thoughts meandered, the roar of a light armored vehicle shattered the market's clamor. Captain Leonid's command vehicle rolled over the frozen, irradiated snow, leaving a perfect semicircular skid mark in front of the supermarket. Boss Gao, the nearly 2-meter-tall Slavic officer, opened the vehicle door, ice shards tumbling from his military boots. I hear you have special goods? Mr. Pavel sent me with some items for trade. Gao Yuan noticed 2 soldiers behind him carrying a metal crate marked as military-grade solar batteries, emblazoned with the double-headed eagle emblem of New Moscow. Captain, please come in. Gao Yuan replied, pulling open the iron door and deliberately allowing the doorbell to ring twice as a warning signal for Alina upstairs. The VIP room on the 3rd floor of the supermarket was essentially a partitioned section of the storage area. Leonid's fingers tapped a rhythm on the wooden table as his eyes surveyed the surroundings. Mr. Pavel still harbors a lingering fondness for my antiques, does he? Gao Yuan retrieved 2 wine glasses, inexpensive replicas of high-end glassware sourced from the bustling market of Yiwu in the modern realm. He then procured a bottle of brandy from the drawer of the wooden table, a bargain find from an ordinary supermarket in Kazan, its label entirely removed. Leonid sipped the brandy, his gray eyes narrowing in delight. A fine spirit indeed. It seems the esteemed Mr. Gao has extensive connections. He poured himself another glass, continuing in a leisurely manner. This region suffers from severe electricity shortages. Any device capable of generating power is a priceless treasure. I hope you can appreciate Mr. Pavel's sincerity. Suddenly shifting the topic, Gao Yuan inquired about the battery. That must be the backup power source for a heavy tank, correct? Leonid erupted into laughter, the sound causing the wine glasses to resonate. Mr. Gao, your perception is remarkable. He snapped his fingers, prompting a guard to open a metal box, revealing the battery, which bore the unmistakable laser-etched markings of a tank's identification number. In any case, the new supplies will arrive next week. Leonid waved dismissively. Mr. Pavel is far more interested in that unique item. Very well, it's a deal. Without further hesitation, Gao Yuan turned to leave the warehouse. In a secluded area, he summoned 2 art books from the spatial ring, one being the previous black market edition of Playboy, and the other a magazine titled Violent Show, showcasing exquisite celestial models. When the 2 volumes were presented before Leonid, his breath became noticeably heavier. The lieutenant donned gloves and eagerly leafed through Playboy. Yet he regarded the more provocative Violent Show with disdain. Noticing Gao Yuan's puzzled expression, a jovial Leonid took a moment to elucidate. If one wishes to behold images of scantily clad women, it is merely a matter of a few bills or a bag of flour. New Moscow boasts an abundance of such special effects images and videos. The true value of these magazines lies in their ability to showcase the pristine landscapes of various locales before Judgment Day. So the genuine worth of the magazines is in their scenic backgrounds rather than the women themselves. Gao Yuan was profoundly struck. Indeed, the disparities in values and aesthetics between the 2 realms were monumental. Chapter 65. Upgraded supermarket. Leonid glanced at the Violent Show magazine, quickly dismissing it with a casual sweep of his hand, casting it onto the wooden table. Such magazines hold little value. The cost of women photographed indoors might only amount to a few loaves of bread. If Mr. Gao has an affinity for such publications, they can be found at numerous black market stalls throughout New Moscow. Yet, despite his words, the subtle expressions on his face betrayed him, regardless of the realm. The astonishment of a man confronted with extraordinary beauty remains largely unchanged. Since it is of little worth, consider it a gift, he declared. Having been nurtured in the acumen of a merchant father, Gao Yuan possessed a keen sense of observation and adaptability. He promptly thrust the Violent Show into Leonid's hands. Ahem. Well then, thank you. The lieutenant demurred a couple of times, but, seeing Gao Yuan's earnestness, accepted the magazine. The transaction was completed smoothly. Just as Leonid was tucking the photo album into his inner pocket, he suddenly lowered his voice. In 3 days, a new Mi-26 helicopter would land, bringing your new neighbor, Brigadier General Kirill Pavlovich Morozov. Does the general have any particular hobbies? Gao Yuan casually inquired, perhaps antique art books or a few bottles of fine wine. Leonid's gaze shifted towards the military base outside the window. General Kirill was a staunch professional soldier, whose greatest passion lay in demonstrating his loyalty to the royal house of Lar. Before departing, Gao Yuan placed 2 exquisite glass wine glasses and 2 unopened bottles of brandy into the captain's briefcase. Boss Gao, perhaps we might consider opening a supermarket at our military base, Leonid suggested with a broad smile as he zipped up the briefcase. Although General Kirill was the highest military commander in the Kazan region, he could not directly intervene in the logistics and intelligence departments of the base. I will facilitate a connection for you with the heads of these two departments. As he watched Leonid's light armored vehicle depart, Gao Yuan quickly returned to the supermarket warehouse, locking the iron door behind him. This is quite a valuable item. Holding a paper manual for the battery, Gao Yuan activated the AI system of his tactical helmet to assist with scanning it. The battery, encased in a black composite armor material, measured approximately 80 centimeters in length and 60 centimeters in width and height, featuring convenient carrying grooves on either side. Gao Yuan wiped the dust from its surface, revealing the technical specifications and military codes etched in laser on the side. The control panel on top was protected by a layer of bulletproof glass, beneath which were several status indicator lights and a multifunction display. Following the manual, he located the concealed power switch, a combination of red buttons that needed to be pressed simultaneously for 3 seconds. With a barely audible hum, the control panel illuminated with a soft blue glow. The display flickered with Russian text and numbers. Gao Yuan discerned the readings. Battery level, 92. Temperature, 18. Status, standby, among others. His lambskin gloves brushed over the raised production number NMCMP 21127 on the casing, the emblem of the new Moscow Military-Industrial Consortium faintly visible beneath the frost. The manual appeared somewhat yellowed, suggesting that this battery was likely secondhand. Entirely in Russian, the manual posed a challenge for Gao Yuan as he painstakingly deciphered the specialized terminology. The battery had a standard energy storage capacity of 2,000 degrees, a warranty period of 20 years, and could function optimally within a temperature range of -50 to 60 degrees, with an additional loss rate not exceeding 1. Although Gao Yuan was not well versed in modern battery technology, he instinctively sensed that this battery was exceptionally powerful. The significant challenge for electric vehicles in Huagua currently lay in batteries' inability to withstand extreme cold. Should this battery's performance be realized, it could immediately penetrate markets in Nordic countries, Canada, or even dominate the northeastern market within Huagua itself. He continued to delve into the technical details of the manual. The 7th-generation graphene lithium composite electrode technology, a military-grade superconducting material, ensured the self-heating system operated normally under extreme low temperatures while providing protection against electromagnetic pulse, EMP, interference. Footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse. Gao Yuan swiftly shut down the power and tucked the manual into a metal box. The indicator lights of the battery extinguished in succession, resembling an ordinary hunk of metal. "Boss, the workers we hired today have arrived," Hu Bing, the supermarket security guard, announced. "2 individuals from the Steel Alliance are here. They claim to be riveters and machinists and wish to work a few days with us." "All right, but I need to interview them first." Gao Yuan opened the iron door of the warehouse and stepped outside. "Old Hu, from now on, you and Kachajin must ensure that at least one of you is on duty in the warehouse at all times." Once everyone had gathered, Gao Yuan declared, "The supermarket will temporarily open for only 2 hours each day. I'm upgrading the store." The upgrade project commenced immediately. Gao Yuan opened the 3rd-floor warehouse, revealing a pile of various wasteland debris he had recently exchanged. Generators from scrapped cars, discarded X-ray machine parts from hospitals, and rusted conveyor belt motors for factories. "Old Bear, take a team to dismantle these car engines. We only need the copper coils and magnets inside," Gao Yuan instructed, simultaneously dragging out several stainless steel infusion racks from a heap of medical equipment. "Alyosha, convert these racks into lampposts, ensuring the tops can secure light bulbs." The most valuable solar panels were carefully extracted. Gao Yuan had traded them for seasoned instant noodles. Although their efficiency had dwindled to 60% of their original capacity, they remained a rare treasure. The hired residents welded scrap steel pipes into frames, arranging 18 solar panels in a fan shape on the 5th floor of the drilling platform, resembling a steel sunflower. The following day, the circuit renovation began. Gao Yuan personally led the team, dismantling the supermarket's original kerosene lamp system entirely. They rewired using copper wires from medical devices and automotive harnesses, encasing each wire in insulation cut from fire hoses. The lighting system was particularly ingenious, as they combined surgical shadowless lamps, car headlights, and even secondhand searchlights, allowing control of brightness through different switches. By the evening of the 3rd day, the supermarket's electrical system entered its final debugging phase. Gao Yuan stood in the center of the 2nd floor, surveying his surroundings. Above, the lighting system, transformed from car headlights, bathed the area in a warm yellow glow. Against the west wall, a repurposed car air conditioning unit circulated warmth to every corner. Even beside the checkout counter stood a refurbished microwave, more akin to an ornament. "Engage the circuit," Gao Yuan shouted, with the crisp sound of a switch. The entire supermarket suddenly illuminated as brightly as day. The onlooking residents gasped in astonishment, while several children, overwhelmed by the brilliance, instinctively shielded their eyes. They had not witnessed such a radiant light in far too long. Gao Yuan stepped outside, where the supermarket's lights illuminated the frosted windows, casting a golden grid upon the snowy ground of the settlement. That evening, the residents of the community gathered spontaneously before the supermarket. Some brought their secret stash of mixed liquor, while others strummed makeshift guitars fashioned from tin cans. In a world shrouded in radioactive dust and despair, this flicker of warmth and light was more cherished than anything else. Chapter 66. Night of Chaos in the Modern Realm. Dusk fell early over Kazan. Just past 5 in the afternoon, the sky was already brushed with shades of golden red. As Gao Yuan's tank 500 slowly came to a halt at the school gates, several students turned their heads in curiosity. Yu Haixia grasped Zhang Jing's hand, hurrying toward the vehicle. She had deliberately donned a fitted Versace mini dress, accentuating her alluring figure. Zhang Jing, on the other hand, opted for a pale blue chiffon dress, embodying a blend of innocence and a subtle allure. "Relax, Jing," Yu Haixia whispered into Zhang Jing's ear, gently squeezing her icy palm. "Remember our plan." Zhang Jing inhaled deeply and nodded, her eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a startled butterfly. Yu Haixia smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Jing's blend of innocence and nervousness was precisely the irresistible combination of purity and desire that captivated men. "Two beauties, my apologies for the wait," Gao Yuan said with a smile, opening the car door for them. The interior was suffused with a delicate melange of leather and sandalwood fragrances. Zhang Jing cautiously seated herself on the leather upholstery, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the seat. "Darling, where are we dining tonight?" Yu Haixia inquired. Gao Yuan smiled. "Tonight, I shall take you to Jinlong. I hear a top-tier chef from Huagua is in town." Yu Haixia's eyes sparkled. "Wow, I've heard of it. One of the finest Chinese restaurants in Kazan." The vehicle glided into the bustling heart of the city, eventually stopping before an ancient-style Chinese edifice. Flanking the crimson door stood 2 gilded lion statues, while 8 elegantly clad hostesses in kipeos stood in an orderly fashion at the entrance. Above the grand door, the characters Jinlong glimmered in gold under the lights. "Mr. Gao, your reserved private room is ready." The lobby manager personally welcomed them, bowing respectfully. Navigating through the intricately carved corridors, the trio was led into a private room named Taishan Hall. As the door swung open, Zhang Jing felt as though she had entered a palace. The vast room measured over 100 square meters, with a colossal round table at its center, capable of seating 20. The tabletop was intricately carved from a single piece of jade, adorned with golden dragon motifs beneath. A crystal chandelier, nearly 3 meters in diameter, hung from the ceiling, casting enchanting reflections through thousands of crystals. One side of the room featured a floor-to-ceiling window, offering a breathtaking view of Kazan's nightscape. On the opposite side, a small artificial waterfall cascaded down a rockery, flowing into a pond that housed koi fish. "This is truly extravagant," Zhang Jing murmured softly. Gao Yuan leisurely pulled out the chairs for the 2 ladies, remarking, "No worries, I seldom visit here myself. I just wish to savor the atmosphere and cuisine today." Yu Haixia subtly kicked Zhang Jing's ankle. Zhang Jing understood and offered a bashful smile to Gao Yuan. "Thank you, this place is truly beautiful." The waiter presented a gilded menu, but Gao Yuan, without glancing at it, declared, "Please serve us your signature dishes and uncork a bottle of Maotai from 1998. Yu Haixia's eyes sparkled. "Maotai? I've heard this liquor is quite potent. What, are you afraid?" Gao Yuan teased with a smile. "Not at all," Yu Haixia responded playfully. "I'm just concerned about Jingjing. She doesn't usually drink." Zhang Jing lowered her head at the opportune moment, revealing a delicate, fair neck. I can have just a little." Gao Yuan, unfazed, chuckled. "It's fine. Just go with the flow." The first dish arrived, golden soup with bird's nest. The waiter explained that it was made with top-grade bird's nest wrapped in gold leaf, accompanied by a rich broth from old hen and ham. Yu Haixia took a small spoonful, her eyes focused on the interaction between Gao Yuan and Zhang Jing. "Come, let us toast to our friendship." Yu Haixia raised her glass filled with amber Maodai. Gao Yuan downed it in one gulp, while Zhang Jing took a small sip, instantly coughing from the spiciness. Her cheeks flushed. Slow down. Gao Yuan naturally offered a napkin, which Zhang Jing accepted gently. The second dish was abalone with goose feet, meticulously prepared with South African double-headed abalone and French goose feet. Gao Yuan raised his glass once more. Cheers to the company of these two lovely ladies tonight. This time, Zhang Jing proactively lifted her glass. Thank you for your hospitality. Gao Yuan, in high spirits due to the successful circuit modifications made in the Wasteland supermarket, downed another drink. As more dishes arrived, truffle lobster, black pepper beef, sea cucumber with shark fin, so did more Mao Tai. Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing worked in perfect harmony. Whenever Gao Yuan's attention began to wane, Yu Haixia would steer the conversation towards an engaging topic. And when Gao Yuan looked at Zhang Jing, this innocent girl would respond with a shy smile or inadvertently showcase her graceful neck or slender wrists. Let's play a game. Yu Haixia suddenly proposed after several rounds of drinks. Truth or dare, what do you think? Gao Yuan, feeling slightly tipsy, readily agreed. Zhang Jing nodded gently, her cheeks adorned with a tempting blush, although her eyes appeared far more alert than her demeanor suggested. Yu Haixia spun the empty wine bottle on the table, its neck pointing first towards Gao Yuan. Truth or dare? She asked mischievously. Dare, Gao Yuan replied without hesitation. Yu Haixia pretended to ponder for a moment, then do 5 squats while holding Jing Jing. Zhang Jing gasped, yeah, but Gao Yuan was already on his feet, excitement gleaming in his eyes. No problem. He approached Zhang Jing and effortlessly lifted her off the ground. Zhang Jing's slender arms instinctively wrapped around Gao Yuan's neck. As he held her soft form, he performed 5 deep squats with unwavering steadiness, his breath remaining remarkably calm. Wow, impressive. Yu Haixia clapped in admiration. Jing Jing, isn't he strong? When Zhang Jing was gently placed back in her seat, her face flushed like a cooked shrimp, yet she managed to respond softly. Yes. Gao Yuan, slightly tipsy from the alcohol, felt exhilarated by the effects of their recent training sessions, acknowledging that Artyom possessed genuine skills. The second round of the game pointed towards Zhang Jing. Truth or dare? She chose the relatively safe option. However, Yu Haixia was determined to press on. How many boyfriends have you had? Have you ever dated? Zhang Jing lowered her head further. No, I've never had a boyfriend. Gao Yuan's eyes lit up in surprise, and Yu Haixia recognized that this revelation intrigued him. Really? Gao Yuan couldn't help but ask. How could someone as beautiful as you not have dated? Jing Jing is quite reserved, Yu Haixia interjected, tracing circles on Gao Yuan's arm with her fingers. Perhaps she's just waiting for the right person? Gao Yuan poured himself another glass of liquor, this time downing it in one go without awaiting a toast. He remained blissfully unaware that the night would soon descend into chaos. Chapter 67. A Dance of Dragons and Phoenixes in a Luxurious, completely enclosed Taishan Hall of the Golden Dragon Pavilion. The drinking games continued. The bottle pointed at Gao Yuan several times, and Yu Haixia's dares grew increasingly suggestive. She instructed Gao Yuan to feed Zhang Jing grapes with his mouth, to have Zhang Jing sit on his lap for 10 seconds, and to share a drink. Gao Yuan accepted each challenge without hesitation, the combination of alcohol and desire igniting a fervent glow in his eyes. Another bottle of Mao Tai, he called out to the waiter, his words slightly slurred. Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing exchanged knowing glances. Their plan was progressing smoothly. Gao Yuan had consumed at least 1.5 bottles of strong liquor, while the two of them discreetly disposed of most of their own drinks in napkins or flower vases. When the final dessert arrived, bird's nest pudding paired with black truffle ice cream, Gao Yuan was clearly intoxicated. He leaned a hand against Yu Haixia's chair, his body unconsciously swaying toward her. Zhang Jing, feeling anxious, glanced at Yu Haixia, who offered her a reassuring look. Darling, you've had too much to drink. Yu Haixia said softly. Shall we take you back to your apartment? Not yet. Gao Yuan struggled to stand, nearly stumbling, but Zhang Jing caught him just in time. Yu Haixia called for the waiter to settle the bill, and Gao Yuan, without even glancing at it, signed a credit card receipt, the total soaring to 100,000 rubles. With the waiter's assistance, they helped Gao Yuan into the car. Take me to my apartment. He slumped in the back seat, resting his head on Yu Haixia's lap, his hands beginning to wander inappropriately. Yu Haixia grasped his wrist firmly, urging, do not rush, my dear, we shall arrive shortly. Zhang Jing's body stiffened like a plank of wood, and Yu Haixia could sense her slight trembling. Leaning closer to Zhang Jing's ear, she whispered in a tone only they could hear, relax, remember our agreement. If you are unwilling, I shall seek another girl. There are many who are eager. This incantation seemed to cast a spell. Zhang Jing's breathing gradually steadied, and she even took the initiative to smooth Haiwan's hair. This gesture elicited a contented sigh from the inebriated Haiwan. The vehicle glided into the underground parking lot of an upscale apartment complex. Together, they assisted Haiwan to his luxurious suite, number 701. Yu Haixia skillfully entered the code to unlock the door. Zhang Jing lingered at the threshold, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. The sight before her was breathtaking. A grand chandelier composed of hundreds of crystals hung in the center of the nearly 6-meter-high living room. The light, refracted at meticulously calculated angles, cast ethereal shadows upon the Italian marble floor. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of Kazan unfurled like a resplendent tapestry, with the Volga River winding through the city like a silver ribbon. "Do not dawdle. Lend a hand." Yu Haixia's voice jolted Zhang Jing back to reality. Haiwan leaned heavily against her, the scent of alcohol enveloping them. Zhang Jing hurriedly stepped forward, and together they guided Haiwan toward the master bedroom. As they passed through the living room, her gaze was drawn to a white grand piano, atop which rested a framed photograph of Haiwan and Yu Haixia aboard yacht, their smiles radiant against the serene backdrop of the Volga River. "Do you like it?" Yu Haixia noted her interest. A limited edition Steinway, only 50 in the world. Zhang Jing did not respond, instead gripping Haiwan more firmly as his body threatened to slide. She could distinctly feel the firm muscle contours beneath his shirt, causing her ears to warm slightly. In the center of the bedroom was an enormous circular waterbed, with a mirror enveloping the ceiling, reflecting the trio's silhouettes. Zhang Jing inadvertently glanced up, quickly averting her gaze in embarrassment. "Place him on the bed," Yu Haixia instructed, her voice imbued with a huskiness Zhang Jing had never heard before. As Haiwan collapsed onto the bed, he emitted a sound of satisfaction. Yet his arms remained tightly wrapped around Zhang Jing's waist. She lost her balance and fell against him, her chest pressed against his. The heat of his breath brushed against her neck, sending a shiver through her. "It seems he truly likes you." Yu Haixia chuckled lightly, her fingers leisurely unbuttoning Haiwan's shirt, revealing his toned abdomen. "Do not be anxious, simply follow my lead." Zhang Jing bit her lower lip and nodded, her peripheral vision catching sight of several stacks of cash and an exquisitely crafted gold and diamond pocket watch nonchalantly displayed on the bedside table. Wealth was thus exhibited carelessly, as if it were merely the most ordinary of necessities. As time passed, a primal struggle gradually commenced. The prey remained entranced, while the hunters were filled with enthusiasm. The seasoned hunter guided the novice, gradually helping him understand and familiarize himself with the characteristics and vulnerabilities of the quarry. Thus, fierce battles unfolded one after another, until both sides were utterly exhausted. Afterwards, Gao Yuan almost instantly succumbed to slumber, his arms still tightly embracing Zhang Jing. Yu Haixia leaned in from the other side, her fingers gently tracing circles on Zhang Jing's back. "How do you feel?" she inquired softly. Zhang Jing did not respond immediately. Her body still resonated with lingering sensations. Yet a complex and indescribable emotion surged within her. In the mirror on the ceiling, she caught sight of her flushed face and disheveled hair, a stark contrast to her usual innocent image. "I don't know," she replied softly. Yu Haixia smiled contentedly, kissing Zhang Jing's shoulder. "Sleep now. Tomorrow will be better." Zhang Jing closed her eyes, her body weary, yet finding it difficult to drift into slumber. It was not until after 3 in the morning that she finally fell into a deep sleep. Dingling. At 4 in the morning, the persistent alarm clock jolted Gao Yuan awake. He swiftly leaped from the bed, but the soreness in his waist made him furrow his brow. He had indulged excessively the previous night, and his memories seemed fragmented. Perhaps the evening's activities had been somewhat wild. He hadn't anticipated that Xia could keep up with his pace. Had she also enrolled in a fitness training class? His gaze swept across the large bed, and Gao Yuan was instantly taken aback. What on earth happened? The alarm had simultaneously awakened everyone. Yu Haixia fixed Gao Yuan with a complex gaze, while Zhang Jing remained motionless, feigning continued slumber. Gao Yuan pulled Yu Haixia into the study, and, as soon as they entered, he eagerly inquired, "Xia, what transpired last night? You know nothing at all?" Yu Haixia feigned confusion, though she genuinely felt some doubt. "You had such a good time, and are unaware of your actions?" "I." Gao Yuan was momentarily speechless, crafting an excuse for himself. "I was so drunk that I couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams, thinking I was merely dreaming." This statement was not entirely false. While traversing between two realms, he occasionally experienced the illusion of uncertainty regarding which world was truly real. Yu Haixia did not counter his words, but instead spoke softly. Last night, Jingjing also got drunk and half-heartedly acquiesced to you. You must take responsibility for her. That is certain, Gao Yuan asserted without hesitation. Zhang Jing was indeed a stunning beauty, akin to the campus goddess of Kazan University. Without various fortuitous circumstances, he could never have crossed paths with someone so exquisite. Xia, please help me persuade Jingjing. Gao Yuan opened the drawer of the desk, his left hand reaching inside to release two exquisite red velvet boxes from the spatial ring, which he then handed to Yu Haixia. These are two pairs of sapphire earrings. One for you and one for Jingjing, a token of my apology. Chapter 68. The private lawyer in the early morning of Kazan, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and a thin mist enveloped the training ground of the Thorns nightclub. Gao Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 5:03, 3 minutes past the scheduled training time. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the iron gate of the training base. I didn't expect you to show up today, came the cold, hard voice of Artyom. The former Russian Special Forces instructor stood at the center of the training ground, arms crossed over his chest, with a dangerous glint in his slate blue eyes. Gao Yuan felt his heartbeat quicken, his throat tightening. Apologies, Artyom, I was drunk last night. Shut up, Artyom interrupted him. I don't need your explanations. You rich kids are all the same, treating training like a game and commitments like mere words. He turned towards the equipment room. Since you've broken the rules, you shall face punitive training. Gao Yuan followed him with a wry smile. No problem, you're in charge. Artyom laid out the day's rigorous training tasks. A 10-kilometer march with a 20-kilogram weight, followed by an hour of combat in the mud pit. Then came the shooting test. If his scores were lower than last week's, everything would start over. He paused. Now, go to the equipment room. Without hesitation, Gao Yuan turned and ran towards the equipment room. Over a month ago, he could barely manage a 3-kilometer run with a 5-kilogram weight, but now, his muscles had learned to endure this pain. He deftly secured his tactical vest, loaded the weights, and checked his backpack, moving with the fluidity of a true soldier. Outside the training ground was a dirt path leading into the forest. Gao Yuan adjusted his breathing and began to run. The initial kilometers were the most agonizing, the weights pressing painfully on his shoulders. However, he had learned the techniques Artyom had taught him, using his core strength to distribute the weight and maintain his breathing rhythm. His pace grew steadier, sweat dripping down his chin, his camouflage uniform clinging to his back. At the 6-kilometer mark, his thighs began to cramp. But Gao Yuan gritted his teeth. This was a threshold of endurance. Once he pushed through it, he would enter a phase of stability in his stamina. As he staggered back to the training ground, he found Artyom inspecting the condition of an AK-74M, not even lifting his head. Basic qualification. Prepare for the mud pit fight. In a corner of the training ground lay a specially dug mud pit, filled with a mixture of clay and water, reaching up to the waist. Artyom stood there, having removed his shirt, revealing a torso marked by scars. The rules are simple, he said, knock me down or endure for 10 minutes without being taken down. Gao Yuan knew this was nearly impossible. Though Artyom was in his 40s, having served 12 years in the Russian Signal Flag Special Forces and participated in countless covert operations, he appeared somewhat overweight. In reality, he was muscle-cloaked and fat, possessing explosive strength. A month ago, during his first attempt at mud fighting, Gao Yuan had been pressed into the mud within 3 seconds. But today would be different. As Artyom seized his arm, preparing to execute a joint lock, Gao Yuan abruptly twisted his body, driving his knee into the instructor's side, an evasive maneuver he had self-taught online the previous week. A flicker of surprise crossed Artyom's eyes as he swiftly adjusted his stance, but Gao Yuan had already leveraged the momentum to break free and maneuver behind him. Amidst the splattering mud, the two grappled for nearly 8 minutes, marking Gao Yuan's longest endurance yet. Ultimately, Artyom executed a graceful shoulder throw, toppling him. Yet Gao Yuan managed to grasp the instructor's tactical trousers, pulling him down as well before they both fell into the mire. As they ascended from the quagmire, a hint of relaxation appeared on Artyom's face for the first time. It seems you Haven T spent all your time chasing women, he remarked, wiping the mud from his face and heading towards the shooting range. The shooting test was the final hurdle of the day. Gao Yuan cleaned the mud from his arms and face and donned protective goggles and earmuffs. A month prior, when he first handled a rifle, the recoil had nearly dislocated his shoulder and he had barely managed to hit the target 3 times at 25 meters. Now, however, he had deftly checked the magazine, chambered around, and assumed a shooting position. 100 meters, moving targets, rapid fire. Artyom had set more challenging conditions than usual. Gao Yuan took a deep breath and raised his weapon to aim. When the first target appeared, his heartbeat was remarkably calm. This was the transformation brought about by training. Bang, bang, bang. 3 precise shots, all striking the bullseye. The subsequent targets fell just as easily. His movements were fluid, and his breathing was under control. As the final target collapsed, Artyom inspected the electronic scoreboard. 91 points, an improvement of 3 points from the previous week. After a moment of silence, Artyom simply stated, "Tomorrow at 5 o'clock sharp. Don't mention any betting agreements if you're late." Gao Yuan understood that this was Artyom's version of praise. While packing up his gear, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Over the past month, his body fat percentage had dropped from 22 to 19, his bench press had increased by 30 kilograms, and his 5-kilometer run time had improved by a full 7 minutes. More importantly, his physical fitness and endurance had significantly enhanced, and his proficiency with various firearms had become increasingly stable. After rinsing off in the club's lounge, Gao Yuan changed into his everyday attire and arrived at the reserved private room where he was to meet Popov. The two had already exchanged a few calls, and their conversation swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. "Typically, I would recommend clients utilize a single offshore entity in Cyprus or the Cayman Islands," Popov stated, gesturing with a gold pen at his laptop screen. "However, for your particular situation, I suggest a 3-tier structure, a Hong Kong holding company owning a trading company in the British Virgin Islands, which in turn holds a local consulting firm in Russia." Gao Yuan observed the animated demonstration of the capital flow. His father had merely been a small-time foreign trade businessman, never having systematically imparted these more sophisticated financial techniques to him. It appears that the quantity of assets must surpass a certain threshold for one to take an interest in such information. The diamond membership at the Thorn Knight military fan club cost him nearly 1 million rubles, yet granted him access to information that ordinary wealthy heirs could not obtain, such as the insights of problem solvers like Popov. Gao Yuan had also conducted some preliminary research. However, what about the audit risks posed by the Russian tax authorities? There is no need for concern. Popov took a sip of his drink, assuring him that they would ensure the local company had a legitimate office address and a modest amount of genuine business. More importantly, he paused meaningfully. "Your funds will ultimately flow into a gold trading account in Dubai, where there is no income tax and no information exchange agreements." Gao Yuan noted that Popov referred to your funds rather than your father's, which was astute. True service providers never inquire about the specific origins of money. "How are the legal fees calculated, Popov?" he inquired. "A fixed service fee of 1 million rubles per year. Specific business matters charged separately. The offshore company structure design is charged at 0.5 of total assets, while special transactions incur service fees ranging from 3 to 10, depending on their complexity." Popov's tone was relaxed. He did not entertain haggling, did not accept installments, and only accepted cryptocurrency or offshore account transfers. Chapter 69. A new life within the private box of the Thorn Club. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. Upon hearing Popov's proposal, Gao Yuan chuckled. "You are remarkably direct. Time is the most precious asset, Mr. Gao. I would rather earn $10,000 in 1 hour than spend 10 hours earning 50,000. Popov retrieved a standard service agreement from his briefcase. "This is my standard service agreement. You may peruse it." Gao Yuan skimmed through the document, finding the terms exceptionally clear and professional, devoid of any hidden traps. This transparency made him even more vigilant, for such an open agreement suggested that Popov possessed unwavering confidence in securing sufficient profits during the business dealings. "Assuming I sign, what is the first step?" Gao Yuan inquired, setting the document down. Popov produced a Mont Blanc pen from his suit pocket and placed it on the table. "First, we need to establish a corporate structure across 3 different jurisdictions. I recommend the Cayman Islands as the top-level holding entity, Cyprus as the intermediary layer, and finally, a local operating company in Russia. This approach maximizes tax avoidance while ensuring liquidity of funds." He produced a sheet of paper and swiftly sketched a structural diagram. "Your personal funds would be invested in the Cyprus company through the Cayman entity and then injected into the Russian company in the form of a loan. The Russian company would pay interest to the Cyprus company, which could be tax-deductible in Russia and nearly tax-free in Cyprus." Gao Yuan expressed his concerns. "It sounds impeccable. But wouldn't the relevant authorities be suspicious?" "Suspicious?" "Certainly," Popov replied with a smile, "but they will need evidence. We will arrange for a genuine office in Cyprus with a small number of employees, and all fund flows will have legitimate business justifications. More importantly, he lowered his voice. I will ensure that key officials receive appropriate consulting fees. I have one additional question, Mr. Popov. Gao Yuan gazed directly into the lawyer's eyes. Having handled substantial funds for numerous affluent individuals, what commonalities do the most successful among them share? Popov appeared momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. He set down his coffee cup, the first hint of contemplation gracing his expression. An intriguing question, he mused, pausing for a few seconds. The most successful individuals never perceive money as an end in itself, but rather as a tool. They utilize their wealth to procure time, freedom, and security, rather than indulging in luxury or ostentation. He gestured towards Gao Yuan's golden pocket watch, for instance, your antique timepiece. A truly top-tier billionaire would likely don a more understated watch, investing to save hundreds of thousands of dollars into endeavors that yield greater value. Gao Yuan instinctively touched the watch, suddenly realizing that this was precisely the matter he had been contemplating recently. I am acquainted with a mining magnate, Popov continued, whose net worth exceeds $5 billion. Yet he resides in a modest villa on the outskirts of Moscow. Nevertheless, he expends millions annually on security and intelligence networks, for he understands what is genuinely important. At that moment, a club attendant knocked and entered, inquiring if a refill was needed. Popov waved his hand dismissively, and once the door closed, he lowered his voice. True wealth entails an understanding that the greatest value of money lies not in purchasing enjoyment, but in acquiring the freedom to refrain from certain tasks. They invest in hiring the finest individuals to manage trivialities, reserving their own efforts for irreplaceable decisions. Gao Yuan felt a profound resonance with these words. You possess a more philosophical demeanor than I had anticipated, Mr. Popov. The lawyer shrugged. I am merely an observer. Now, have you made your decision to sign? Gao Yuan picked up the Montblanc pen and inscribed his name on the agreement. Popov meticulously examined the signature before retrieving a secure USB drive from his briefcase. Here lies the complete set of documents we need to fill out. My assistant will reach out to you tomorrow to gather the specific information. Within 2 weeks, your corporate structure will be established. Popov rose, adding one more piece of advice. Mr. Gao, pray do tell. Your recent expenditures have been rather ostentatious, which poses a risk in Russia. I would recommend promptly transferring a portion of your assets into the structure we are setting up to mitigate risks. Russian winters tend to arrive sooner than expected. A chill coursed through Gao Yuan, simultaneously appreciating the importance of having a reliable and informed private lawyer. Thank you for the warning. I shall consider it. He expressed his gratitude while also adding a stipulation. Popov, the scope of these companies should encompass international trade and live entertainment. Certainly, that is quite straightforward. As he exited the club, the sunlight in Kazan had turned warm. Gao Yuan stood at the steps, inhaling deeply. His meeting with Popov had unveiled another facet of the world of wealth. Not one of sports cars, luxury watches, and beautiful women, but rather a meticulously intricate network, with each node carefully calculated. His phone vibrated. It was the Thorn Club sending next week's training schedule. Gao Yuan suddenly smiled. Artem had taught him the art of physical combat, while Popov had guided him through the intricacies of mental and social maneuvering. The two disciplines perhaps bore a closer resemblance than he had initially envisioned. He ignited the engine of his off-road vehicle, preparing to immerse himself in his studies at the university. There were new ideas to digest and crucial decisions to contemplate. The true game of life had only just commenced. In a rearview mirror, the blue and white sign of the Thorn Night Club gradually receded from view. This, perhaps, was the price of growth, requiring not only financial investment, but also other sacrifices. Gao Yuan pondered the notion of purchasing lessons with money, only to earn back more wealth through the wisdom gained. A perfect cycle, as meticulously designed and efficient as the corporate structures conceived by Popov. During the intermission, Gao Yuan utilized the Penguin messaging application to leave messages for Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing, inviting them to dinner. Yu Haixia promptly replied with an affirmative response, while 2 hours later, Zhang Jing's penguin avatar flickered to life. The restaurant he had reserved was situated by the banks of the Kazan River, reputedly established by a wealthy Chinese entrepreneur yearning for the flavors of his homeland. As the black SUV came to a halt at the restaurant's entrance, a hostess clad in a qipao stood respectfully awaiting their arrival. Yu Haixia was the first to alight, her sapphire earrings casting 2 striking arcs of brilliance under the restaurant's illumination. These sapphires, in a teardrop shape of royal blue, exuded a velvety depth of luster under the lights. She had already showcased them thrice from various angles on her social media earlier that day. Gao Yuan's gaze lingered momentarily on the earrings adorning both ladies, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. You shine brighter than any gem. He approached, extending his arms to embrace their waists. Yu Haixia leaned in naturally, her crimson lips leaving a kiss upon Gao Yuan's cheek, while her peripheral vision gauged Zhang Jing's reaction. The girl who had been so shy just yesterday, though her cheeks flushed today, did not shy away from Gao Yuan's touch. Rather, she slightly tilted her head, showcasing the sapphire earrings adorning her earlobes. These were a pair of oval-cut peacock sapphires, their interiors revealing star-like inclusions when turned. Zhang Jing looks stunning today. Gao Yuan's fingers gently caressed her waist, his voice low. Your allure is utterly irresistible. Zhang Jing lowered her eyes, her lashes fluttering gently. Yes. I hope you treat me well. Chapter 70. The triangular balance in the wasteland realm of Qingfeng Fortress as night descended. A luminous path was carved through the snow pile before Old Gao's supermarket. Gao Yuan stood before a renovated window on the second floor, observing the throng of people gathering below. He rubbed his hands together, the breath he exhaled forming a thin frost upon the glass. He had to wipe away the ice crystals to discern the scene outside, a necessity that had not existed in the past when the kerosene lamps could barely reach such distances. Boss Gao, add 2 more tables. Came the hoarse shout of Bear Blacksmith from below. Gao Yuan looked down to see that the makeshift tables, crafted from discarded car doors and packing boxes, were already filled with patrons. Clad in patchwork cotton coats, the people gathered around several iron barrels filled with burning firewood, their faces illuminated by the warm glow emanating from the supermarket. Suddenly, Gao Yuan hurried down the stairs, dragging out 2 rusted iron plates salvaged from the debris. Alongside Wang the blacksmith, he placed the iron plates atop the barrels, quickly attracting a few residents who settled around them. The supermarket's lights streamed through the cracked glass windows, casting a golden rectangle upon the snowy ground, within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Apart from the searchlights of the new Moscow military base and the small hydroelectric station of the Steel Alliance, the most radiant lights belonged to the Qingfeng Fortress Water Tower and the Old Gao supermarket. Boss, 2 cups of potato liquor and a serving of roasted lizard skewers, called a woman with frostbite, rapping her knuckles against the iron plate table. Gao Yuan noticed her gaze fixated on a string of colorful lights hanging beneath the supermarket's eaves, fashioned from discarded vehicle dashboard lights and Christmas decorations, now twinkling in alternating red and green hues. Coming right up. As he turned, he nearly collided with Granny Martha, a woman in her 60s, carefully placing an old jukebox on the newly added table. Upon connecting the power and pressing the switch, a raspy melody immediately captivated the crowd. Residents, bundled in heavy fur coats, trampled through the frozen snow, converging from all directions. Some carried long-saved bullet casings or various found objects from the ruins, eager to exchange them for fresh trinkets at the supermarket. Others simply sought the warmth of companionship. In an era where even kerosene lamps and candles were considered luxuries, electricity was an exceedingly scarce resource. Although the Qingfeng Fortress Water Tower could generate power through a fuel generator, that privilege was reserved for the leader and his guards, while ordinary residents would face scrutiny even approaching it. In contrast, the light from the Old Gao supermarket was free. As long as one was willing to linger at the entrance, they could bask in the long-awaited radiance. Thus, the area outside the supermarket gradually transformed into the hub of nightlife for the settlement. Boss Gao, your popularity is soaring. Daniel from the Steel Alliance had appeared in the crowd, his robust fingers tracing the table's surface as his eyes lingered on the swirling lights. Gao Yuan handed him a cup of the murky potato brew. The solar-powered electricity is there for the taking. Besides, he gestured towards the second floor of the supermarket. Business has increased tenfold. Indeed, since the supermarket had gained electricity, not only had nighttime sales surged, but daytime visitors had also swelled to the point of congestion. People came not merely to shop, but to temporarily escape the cold, dark world outside. Gao Yuan even had to hire 4 young men and women to maintain order, compensating each with 2 bags of crispy noodles per day. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. The crowd parted to make way for Leonid of the new Moscow garrison, accompanied by 2 guards. Gao Yuan escorted Leonid and Daniel to the VIP room on the 3rd floor, and moments later, Xiaoqiang arrived with Chunyi. Please, continue your conversation. I must attend to business. Gao Yuan turned and left, casually shutting the iron door of the warehouse behind him. Upon reaching the 2nd floor shop, he promptly redistributed the tasks at hand. Old Hu, Take Alyosha and Natalia to manage the night market stall outside. Kachkin, stay alert and keep an eye on the shop. Anyone caught pilfering should be handed directly to the guards. Alina, balance the accounts and acquire only those items that you deem useful. After issuing these instructions, Gao Yuan ascended the independent ladder to the control room on the 5th floor. AI, connect to the listening device in the VIP room of the warehouse. In less than half a minute, the miniature transmitter relayed the discussions occurring within the VIP chamber to the AI system of his tactical helmet. The essence of the tripartite negotiation was straightforward: resources, territory, and survival. The Steel Alliance controlled a small hydroelectric plant and steel mill capable of producing weapons and rudimentary machinery, yet lacked food and fuel. The garrison of New Moscow boasted heavy tanks and a regular army, but their logistics and supply lines were excessively long, rendering various essential resources scarce. Conversely, Qingfeng Fortress held access to wells and coal mines, but their military strength was the weakest, making them vulnerable to being engulfed by the other two factions at any moment. Each party sought to gain an advantage, yet none dared to initiate action. We, the Steel Alliance, can supply weapons, Daniel grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, but you must trade for food and coal. Leonid scoffed, your weapons? Those poorly made homemade guns? We have no need for them. Little Chong finally spoke. What do you require then? Leonid fixed his gaze upon him and replied slowly, water. Clean water. And coal. The wells of Qingfeng Fortress represented the deepest and most stable water source in the Kazan region. Although the garrison base possessed water purification equipment, it consumed vast amounts of energy, making direct trade far more economical. Little Chong nodded, agreed, but you must exchange various materials. After a round of haggling, the three parties reached a preliminary agreement concerning coal mines, electricity, and purified water. Yet a new dilemma arose. How should the neutral safety zone be delineated? Leonid unfurled a hand-drawn map, insisting that the patrol range of the garrison must extend into the Iron or District. That is the territory of the Steel Alliance. Daniel erupted in anger. Little Chong circled an area on the map with his finger, proposing, why not this? Let the original black market area serve as the center, and designate a 5-kilometer radius as the neutral zone, with armed personnel from each faction limited to no more than 20. Leonid exchanged a discreet glance with Little Chong, signaling agreement. Very well, our garrison base will accept this proposal. Daniel, his expression impassive, huffed, we can give it a try. After 2 hours of overt and covert negotiations, the agreement began to take shape. The coal mine would be jointly exploited by all three parties, with the garrison base receiving a 15 share. The Steel Alliance would supply electricity to the other two factions in exchange for purified water and 15 of the coal mine. And the garrison base would provide some military and civilian supplies in return for various resources from Qingfeng Fortress and the Steel Alliance. A trading market would be established within the neutral zone, prohibiting armed conflicts. Old Gao's supermarket would serve as a mutually recognized transit trade station for all three parties. There remains one final question. Xiao Chong suddenly inquired, what happens if one party violates the agreement? The warehouse fell into silence. Gao Yuan, through the listening device, could even hear the sound of water flowing in the heating system's pipes. In the wasteland, there exists no law, no court. The cost of breach can only be measured in blood and lives. The violators will find themselves severed from all resource supplies. Leonid slowly articulated, they will lack electricity, water, and fuel. Simultaneously, they will be subject to coordinated attacks from others. Daniel and Xiao Chong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Leonid produced paper and a pen, drafting 3 copies of the agreement, which the three signed in succession. As the final stroke was inscribed, a momentary sigh of relief washed over them all. Chapter 71. A thunderbolt from a clear sky in the modern realm, the Kazan region of Russia was transitioning from spring to summer. In apartment 701, before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, Gao Yuan donned a silk robe, holding a glass of juice as he gazed quietly at the scenery outside. Yu Haisha languidly curled up on the sofa, her fingers gliding over her phone screen, occasionally emitting a soft chuckle of satisfaction as her banking app notified her of a recent transfer of 300,000 rubles. Zhang Jing sat at the piano, her delicate fingers gently caressing the keys, playing Chopin's Nocturne, her sapphire earrings glimmering subtly under the light. This marked the 3rd month since the three had established their new relationship. Gao Yuan set down his glass and approached Zhang Jing from behind, resting his hands on her shoulders and leaning down to whisper in her ear, "You play beautifully." Zhang Jing's fingers paused slightly, her ears flushing with warmth. Yet she soon resumed playing, a smile gracing her lips. She had grown accustomed to Gao Yuan's closeness, and even began to relish the sensation of being cherished. Yu Haixia glanced up at them, letting out a playful huff. Darling, shouldn't my secondary card limit be increased? I've been eyeing a Ferrari bag lately. Gao Yuan chuckled, moving toward her and lifting her chin with his finger. What, is 300,000 a month not enough for your indulgences? Yu Haixia's lips curled into a slight smirk, her gaze teasing. That depends on how you define indulgence. Gao Yuan laughed softly, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. All right, if you perform well tonight, I shall add another 100,000 next month. Yu Haixia narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, resembling a contented cat being petted. Bobov's words had a profound effect on Gao Yuan. He was no longer as ostentatious as he once was, becoming more prudent with his expenditures. Gao Yuan ceased, taking the two ladies to the most extravagant restaurants, opting instead for more intimate high-end venues. He refrained from flaunting luxury cars and prestigious watches on social media, choosing instead to enjoy a more low-key lifestyle. Yu Haixia, too, learned to temper her extravagance. She continued to purchase luxury items, but no longer felt compelled to showcase them on her social circles. One weekend afternoon, the trio visited a discreet private tea room. Nestled within a classical villa on the outskirts of Kazan, the tea room boasted a serene environment. The waitstaff were all meticulously trained professionals, ensuring that guest privacy was never compromised. Gao Yuan ordered a pot of exquisite Dahong Pao tea, while Yu Haixia languidly rested her head on his shoulder, and Zhang Jing quietly sat across from them, sipping her tea delicately. Suddenly, Gao Yuan broke the silence, saying, "Next month, the Moscow Ballet will perform in Kazan, and I have reserved a private box." Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Gao Yuan smiled, "Of course. Have you not always wanted to witness a live performance of Swan Lake?" Yu Haixia pouted slightly. "You are quite attentive to Jing Jing." Gao Yuan playfully pinched her waist. "What is this? Are you feeling jealous?" Yu Haixia gave a soft huff, but refrained from arguing. She had gradually come to understand that within their trio, jealousy served no purpose. Her priority was to safeguard her own interests. The supplementary cards Gao Yuan provided afforded them a lavish lifestyle, yet they were not limitless. Yu Haixia received a monthly allowance of 300,000 rubles, while Zhang Jing received 200,000 for additional expenses, such as luxury items, travel, or fine dining. Gao Yuan would cover the costs at his discretion, but he would not indulge them without measure. Yu Haixia had once tested the boundaries. She deliberately purchased a 500,000 ruble Hermes crocodile leather bag, only for Gao Yuan to glance at her mildly and state, "I'll deduct that from your allowance next month." Yu Haixia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Gao Yuan replied calmly, "I can spend on you, but do not treat me as an ATM." From that moment, Yu Haixia learned to calculate her expenditures and ceased her reckless spending. Zhang Jing, on the other hand, was more prudent. She seldom made demands. Yet Gao Yuan would often surprise her with gifts, such as a bespoke dance dress or even a discreet Geely sedan to facilitate her commute to the dance academy. Yu Haixia once asked, tinged with envy, "Why does Jing Jing not have to abide by the same rules?" Gao Yuan simply smiled because she knows her limits. Yu Haixia fell silent. Nighttime was when their relationship became most intricate. In Gao Yuan's softly lit bedroom, the expansive bed was shared, with Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing each occupying their respective sides. Leaning against the headboard, Gao Yuan held a book, occasionally glancing at them. Yu Haixia, clad in a silk nightgown, lazily scrolled through her phone, occasionally letting out a light laugh, while Zhang Jing sat quietly reading, her long hair cascading down, her profile illuminated by the soft glow, appearing exceptionally graceful. Gao Yuan set the book aside and gently ran his fingers through Zhang Jing's hair, asking, "Jing Jing, where would you like to go tomorrow?" Zhang Jing looked up and softly replied, "I would like to take a walk by the lake." Gao Yuan nodded, "Very well. I shall accompany you." Yu Haixia raised her eyes, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "And what about me?" Gao Yuan, unfazed, responded, "Did you not just buy a new dress yesterday? And are you not meeting friends for afternoon tea tomorrow?" Yu Haixia let out a light huff, but made no retort. She had grown accustomed to this arrangement. Gao Yuan would not entirely neglect her, yet he would not bestow all his attention solely upon her. Sometimes, Yu Haixia would deliberately move closer to Gao Yuan at night, her fingers tracing circles on his chest, her crimson lips brushing against his ear. "Shall we accompany you tonight?" Gao Yuan would chuckle softly and glance at Zhang Jing, Jingjing, what do you think? Zhang Jing's face would instantly flush, yet she had learned not to panic. Merely whispering, as you wish. Thereafter, Gao Yuan would make his choice. At times, it would be Yu Haixia, at other times Zhang Jing, and sometimes both together. A delicate equilibrium formed between them, a meticulous calculation of money, desire, and affection. 3 months had passed, and both Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing had grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Yu Haixia no longer fixated on extracting Gao Yuan's wealth as she once did, instead mastering the art of restraint. Zhang Jing, too, ceased to shy away in embarrassment, embracing Gao Yuan's affection with grace. One evening, as Gao Yuan reviewed his university courses in the study, Yu Haixia and Zhang Jing sat in the living room, each engaged in their own pursuits. Suddenly, Yu Haixia spoke up. Jingjing, are you truly content with this? Zhang Jing looked up, her gaze serene. Content with what? Yu Haixia chuckled softly. With being his canary? After a moment of silence, Zhang Jing replied quietly. At least for now, I feel very secure. Yu Haixia scrutinized her for a few seconds before breaking into laughter. Indeed. None of us are at a loss. Zhang Jing chose not to respond further, returning her focus to her book. Gao Yuan emerged from the study, 2 glasses of red wine in hand, offering them to the women. What are you discussing? Yu Haixia accepted her glass, her lips curling into a smile. We were contemplating what to purchase next month. Gao Yuan chuckled, ruffling her hair, a greedy woman. Zhang Jing took her glass, sipping delicately, her expression gentle. Outside, the night in Kazan was profound, the world tranquil. Alas, plans often falter in the face of change. The following morning, when Gao Yuan arrived at the old apartment building and attempted to activate the ring with his mind, his expression shifted dramatically. The ring remained utterly unresponsive. Chapter 72. A Dream of Yellow Millet. In the modern realm of Kazan's vintage apartment, Gao Yuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the ring closely. The bronze band glimmered with an ancient luster under the light, identical to when he first discovered it at the Kazan flea market. What was happening? Gao Yuan's voice trembled. He concentrated, trying to activate the ring once more, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the exertion. Still, there was no reaction. No, it was impossible. Gao Yuan suddenly leapt from the bed, his bare feet meeting the cold apartment floor. He frantically rubbed the ring, blew on it, even gently bit it, exhausting every method he could conceive. Yet, the ring remained unresponsive. A wave of dizziness washed over him, forcing him to steady himself against the bedpost to avoid collapsing. Calm down, Gao Yuan, calm down. He compelled himself to take deep breaths, rushing to the bathroom to splash cold water on his flushed face. Raising his gaze, the man in the mirror bore bloodshot eyes and a contorted expression. The phone rang, displaying the number of Yu Haixia. Darling, where shall we dine? Jingjing and I are all set. I have some urgent matters to attend to today. You two can arrange it yourselves, Gao Yuan replied, his voice hoarse. I will contact you again tomorrow. After hanging up, he felt a throbbing at his temples. There must be a way, he murmured to himself, suddenly frenziedly striking the marble sink with the ring, hoping the violent vibrations would awaken it. The ring clashed against the stone, producing a crisp sound, yet nothing else transpired. Despair surged like a tidal wave. Gao Yuan slid to the floor, cradling his head in his hands. Until dawn the next day, he attempted numerous methods, submerging the ring in alcohol, scorching it with a lighter, even slicing his fingertip to let blood drip onto it, but all was in vain. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm rang at 4 in the morning. Gao Yuan recalled that after completing the wager agreement with Artyom, he had continued to pay for a year of morning training. Bewildered, he took out his phone and dialed Artyom's number. Hey, Artyom, I'm feeling quite unwell today, and won't be able to attend training. Yes, I can hear in your voice, young man. You should head to the hospital immediately. All right, goodbye. See you tomorrow. After enduring 4 hours of torment, when the morning alarm for class rang, he finally broke down. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Gao Yuan let out a series of inhuman howls, hurling his phone against the wall. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the apartment, resonating like his crumbling world. Why? Why me? Gao Yuan questioned the air, his voice choked with emotion. A few months prior, he had been an ordinary Chinese student abroad, living a mundane life at Kazan University on the allowance sent by his family. Ever since acquiring the ring, he had indulged in a life he had never dared to dream of: luxurious apartments, private cars, and surrounded by beautiful women. Not to mention the vast wealth of gold and jewels he painstakingly transported to the wasteland realm, valued at over $100 million. Now, however, all of it had turned to vapor, like a fleeting dream. At 4:30 in the afternoon, The sky over Kazan began to darken. Gao Yuan curled up in the corner of his old apartment sofa, motionless like a statue. The apartment was dim, with only the cracked phone screen intermittently lighting up with missed calls. Here we go again. Gao Yuan glanced at the screen, displaying the name Chao Haiyang, and with a bitter smile, pressed the decline button. This friend, inseparable since their preparatory school days, was the last person he wished to see now. Just as his phone lit up once more, he was about to switch it off when the doorbell rang. Lao Gao, I know you're home. Open the door. Chao Haiyang's voice penetrated the heavy security door. If you don't open the door, I'll call the property management to pry the lock. Gao Yuan's body froze. Yet he remained silent. The ringing of the doorbell and the urgent knocking grew increasingly frantic. Gao Yuan, for heaven's sake, respond. I'm calling the police. Finally, Gao Yuan sluggishly made his way to the door, hastily wiping his face in an attempt to erase the traces of tears. As the door swung open, Chao Haiyang was momentarily taken aback. The disheveled, expressionless young man before him was a far cry from the spirited campus figure he once knew. What on earth happened to you? Chao Haiyang scrutinized Gao Yuan, his gaze traveling from the tousled hair to the unbuttoned shirt and finally to his bare, dirty feet. Are you ill? Gao Yuan forced a smile that was more sorrowful than anything else. No, just something's come up. His voice was hoarse, nearly a whisper. Chao Haiyang furrowed his brow and stepped inside. What exactly is going on? My family has gone bankrupt, Gao Yuan suddenly declared, his voice barely audible. What? I said. I'm completely broke. I'm a penniless wretch now. Chao Haiyang stood frozen, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan felt as though all his strength had been sapped. Collapsing onto the sofa with his hands cradling his head, silence enveloped the two of them. Eventually, it was Chao Haiyang who broke the stillness. He silently walked to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to find it utterly bare, save for half a bottle of vodka. He retrieved 2 relatively clean glasses, poured the liquor, and sat across from Gao Yuan. Speak up, he urged, extending a glass toward him. What happened? Gao Yuan stared at the transparent liquid in his glass, unable to meet his friend's gaze. He had already crafted a narrative. My father's foreign trade deal was canceled due to the tariff war between China and the United States. Our monthly living expenses have reverted to nothing. To Gao Yuan's surprise, Chao Haiyang chuckled. Is that all? What do you mean, is that all? Gao Yuan shot back, his eyes wide. I am utterly doomed. Do you understand? I can't even pay next month's apartment fees. But you aren't in debt, right? Chao Haiyang interjected, adjusting his glasses. Tell me, do you have any credit card overdrafts? Any online loans? Have you borrowed from loan sharks? Gao Yuan was taken aback. No, I haven't. Then you're far better off than Alexei, Chao Haiyang remarked, suddenly reclining into the sofa. That fool lost 1,000,000 rubles in the stock market last month. Borrowed from student loans he couldn't repay, and now he's hiding back in Belarus, too ashamed to even collect his preparatory course diploma. But what? Chao Haiyang leaned forward. Old Gao, you're only 18, with no debts, no criminal record, and in good health, still a preparatory student at Kazan University. How is that doomed? 90% of the world should have jumped off a building by now. Gao Yuan felt something within him begin to shift. I just can't find my footing. His voice trembled. I don't know how to start over. Start over as we did when we first arrived in Russia. Chao Haiyang slapped his thigh. Do you remember? At the very beginning, we shared that dilapidated apartment, where the heating was erratic and we had to time our showers to 5 minutes. Every week, we would rush to the supermarket to snatch up discounted eggs. The memories brought a smile to Gao Yuan's lips, but it quickly faded. But it's different now. I have become accustomed to the life of the affluent. Haven Ti. Chao Haiyang scoffed. Brother, wake up. We were always just impoverished students. Your extravagant spending these past few months is what is truly abnormal. Chapter 73. Returning to reality in the old apartment. Gao Yuan fell silent. Chao Haiyang was right. The wealth brought by that ring was nothing but an illusion. Now, waking from the dream, he found himself back at square one. Haiyang, you speak the truth. Gao Yuan finally lifted his gaze, meeting Chao Haiyang's eyes. I've been living rather frivolously these past months. Chao Haiyang rolled his eyes. Coming back to reality is a good thing, you fool. Does having money make you any less Gao Yuan? He paused, though, I must admit. Your demeanor since becoming wealthy has been rather unpleasant at times. Both burst into laughter, and the atmosphere suddenly lightened considerably. Seriously, Chao Haiyang said earnestly. What do you plan to do now? Gao Yuan took a deep breath. First, I need to return all the items that I can and halt any unnecessary expenditures. He continued, secondly, the lease on the new apartment has 9 months left. I'll see if I can sublet it. As for the club membership, I'll let it expire and not renew. Exactly. It's not a big deal. Chow Haiyang smiled. By the way, have you eaten? Gao Yuan shook his head, just realizing that he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for nearly 24 hours. Let us go. Chow Haiyang stood up. I know a new place nearby. It's cheap and generous with portions, and the owner speaks Chinese. Gao Yuan hesitated, glancing at his disheveled appearance. Am I really going out like this? What is there to fear? Chow Haiyang tossed him a coat hanging by the door. You're not a wealthy gentleman anymore. Who cares what you wear? Those words felt like a cold splash of water, yet also a refreshing breeze. Gao Yuan suddenly felt a peculiar sense of liberation. He no longer had to maintain the facade of a wealthy individual. Let me wash my face, he said, heading towards the bathroom. As he passed the mirror, he caught a glimpse of his disheveled self, yet there was a spark of light in his eyes. Hurry up. Chow Haiyang called from the doorway. I'm starving. Coming. Gao Yuan shouted back, feeling as if a weight was lifting from his shoulders. Let tomorrow's worries be left for tomorrow. For now, all he wished for was to enjoy a simple street barbecue with his best friend. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the new apartment suite, Gao Yuan picked up his phone, hesitated for a few seconds, and eventually dialed Yu Haixia in Zhongjing. Come over right away. I have something to discuss. When Yu Haixia pushed the door open in her high heels, impatience was etched on her face. What is the rush? I have a party tonight. Her voice abruptly ceased. Gao Yuan sat on the sofa, not clad in his customary tailored Zhongshan suit, but rather in an ordinary black sweater, his expression eerily calm. Zhongjing was already seated beside him, her hands clasped upon her knees, her gaze betraying a hint of unease. Please take a seat. Gao Yuan gestured towards the sofa opposite him. Yu Haixia frowned slightly, but walked over to sit down nonetheless. What exactly do you wish to convey? Gao Yuan raised his eyes to meet hers, his tone measured. My father has gone bankrupt. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Yu Haixia's expression froze, her almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. What do you mean? Literally, Gao Yuan replied, his voice flat, much like his father's factory, which had lost all its orders due to the international trade war. I am now no different from an ordinary international student. Zhongjing's eyelashes fluttered lightly, yet she remained silent. Yu Haixia's breath quickened, her fingers, adorned with bright red nail polish, gripping the armrest of the sofa tightly. Are you joking? Gao Yuan shook his head. This is no jest. Yu Haixia scrutinized Gao Yuan's countenance, her heart growing colder. She was well acquainted with certain facets of this man's character. Gao Yuan loathed failure intensely. Thus, for him to voluntarily disclose such an embarrassing predicament, it was undoubtedly the stark truth. What about this apartment? The car? Our supplementary card? Her voice rose gradually. The apartment is rented. You are welcome to cover the fuel costs. The car is available for casual use, and the bank supplementary card has already been deactivated. Yu Haixia sprang to her feet, her chest heaving, her crimson lips trembling slightly. So, you're telling me that after all this time together, you're nothing but a pauper? Gao Yuan regarded her, his gaze unwavering. You may interpret it that way. Bastard. She seized the crystal ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it against the wall, shards of glass scattering across the room. Zhongjing flinched at the sudden noise, instinctively shrinking deeper into the sofa. Gao Yuan remained seated, even his brow not furrowing. Are you done venting? Yu Haixia glared at him, her eyes reddening, as if she wished to carve out a piece of flesh from him. Ultimately, she merely scoffed coldly, turned, and stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. The room was left with only Gao Yuan and Zhongjing. Silence stretched for a few moments before Gao Yuan finally turned to her. What about you? Do you have anything to say? Zhongjing entwined her fingers, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you all right? Gao Yuan paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. You are the second person to ask me that today. Zhongjing pressed her lips together, hesitating before softly inquiring. What are your plans now? I will return to school and continue my studies, Gao Yuan replied calmly. As for you all, he paused, his gaze settling on Zhongjing's face. You have the right to choose. Zhongjing bowed her head, falling silent. From the bedroom came the sound of rummaging, followed by the distinct noise of a suitcase rolling. Yu Haixia emerged, dragging her LV suitcase, her makeup somewhat disheveled, yet her eyes remained sharp as a blade. I have truly been blind, she scoffed, exasperated at having squandered so much time on a deceiver like you. Gao Yuan did not retort. Instead, he calmly inquired, do you need me to call you a cab? Yu Haixia's expression momentarily twisted before she haughtily raised her chin. No need. Do you think I cannot survive without you? She strode toward the door, her high heels tapping sharply against the floor. However, at the instant she grasped the doorknob, she abruptly turned back, her gaze sweeping over Gao Yuan and Zhang Jing, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. Jing, you wouldn't still want to follow this pauper, would you? Zhang Jing's body stiffened slightly, and she remained silent. Yu Haixia let out a derisive laugh and slammed the door behind her. The apartment fell into silence once more. Gao Yuan rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. He stood up, approached the liquor cabinet, and poured himself a glass of whiskey from a half-empty bottle. He swirled the drink in the glass and asked Zhang Jing, "Would you like some?" Zhang Jing shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then softly inquired, "Aren't you upset?" Gao Yuan tilted his head back and took a sip of his drink, pondering for a while before responding, "Is being upset of any use?" His tone was dispassionate, as if he were merely stating an objective fact. Zhang Jing stared at him in a daze, suddenly realizing that he had indeed come to terms with everything. He did not care about the wealth he had lost, nor did he lament Yu Haixia's departure, and he was indifferent to whether she would choose to leave as well. Chapter 74. Life Goes on. The night deepened. Gao Yuan reclined on the balcony, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, curling smoke wafting into the chilly air. Behind him, the faint sound of footsteps approached. Zhang Jing came over, draping a blanket gently over his shoulders. "It's cold outside," she murmured. Gao Yuan did not turn around. Simply replying with a quiet hum, Zhang Jing stood behind him, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of her nightgown. She should leave, just as decisively as Yu Haixia had, returning to a normal life. Yet, her gaze fell upon Gao Yuan's profile. In the moonlight, his features were sharply defined. He was not conventionally handsome, but he was her first man. "Why aren't you angry?" she suddenly asked. Gao Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled softly. "Angry about what? The money is gone. Xia has left. Everything is lost. The money was never mine to begin with." His voice was flat, and as for Yu Haixia, she had never truly cared for him as a person. Zhang Jing fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "What about me?" Gao Yuan finally turned to face her, his eyes locking onto hers. "Do you want to leave?" Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. Did she want to leave? Reason told her that she should. Gao Yuan had nothing left, and there was no need for her to remain by his side. Yet, countless memories flashed through her mind. His focused profile when he took her to see a ballet performance, his silent fingers massaging her ankle when she had injured herself while practicing, and even the tenderness he occasionally revealed, hidden beneath the facade of wealth and desire. "I don't know," she ultimately confessed. Gao Yuan gazed at her for a moment before suddenly reaching out to gently caress her cheek. Then think it over some more. His palm was warm, and Zhang Jing instinctively leaned into it, like a cat yearning for warmth. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Gao Yuan arose early, preparing to return to the Thorn nightclub. Zhang Jing stood at the bedroom door, observing his swift movements and softly inquired, "Are you going for special training again?" "Yes. I've already paid a year's tuition in advance." Gao Yuan did not lift his head. "What about you? Have you made a decision?" Zhang Jing bit her lip. "Me?" Gao Yuan zipped up his tactical backpack and then looked up at her. "You don't have to force yourself." His gaze was calm, devoid of expectation or disappointment, as if he could accept any choice she made. Suddenly, Zhang Jing felt a heaviness in her chest. She should leave. Yet, when Gao Yuan walked towards the door with his backpack, she inexplicably followed him. Gao Yuan paused and turned to look at her. "I." Zhang Jing took a deep breath. "I can accompany you for now, and after 3 months, when the admission results from Moscow University are released, I will decide on the next step." Gao Yuan stared at her for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. "As you wish." Days later, 2 pieces of gossip regarding Gao Yuan circulated at Kazan University. One claimed he had become a poor student due to his family's bankruptcy. The other asserted that he was a shameless fraud, a scoundrel, in short, a bad person. In response, Gao Yuan remained silent, uttering not a word. On the 3rd floor of the Kazan University library, Li Yongji squinted through his gold-rimmed glasses, fixated on Gao Yuan, who was laughing with Chao Haiyang in the distance. His slender fingers unconsciously stroked the screen of his phone, which displayed a freshly received message. "Target confirmed. Operation tonight." "Teacher Li, this document requires your signature." The office assistant's voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Yongji swiftly adopted a harmless demeanor, polite and courteous, as he turned to accept the file. "Thank you for your hard work. Just place it here." His voice was gentle, contrasting sharply with the malevolent glint in his eyes from moments before. Once the assistant departed, Li Yongji immediately locked the door and returned to the window. Gao Yuan's figure had vanished at the end of the campus path. Yet that loathsome face remained vividly etched in his mind. A good-for-nothing who had prospered through sheer luck. Li Yongji's nails dug deeply into his palm. The phone on the table vibrated, and he glanced at the caller ID, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Have you found him?" he asked in a lowered voice. A rough male voice responded from the other end of the line. "Yes, I've been tailing him for 3 days. This kid walks to the subway station every day." "Good." Li Yongji retrieved an envelope from his drawer, stuffed with a thick stack of rubles. "Remember, don't kill him. But make sure he learns this lesson." He hung up the phone, removed his glasses, and methodically wiped the lenses with the cuff of his suit. A deeper smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Gao Yuan, do you think your descent into poverty marks the end?" He murmured softly. "I shall ensure that you cannot even rise again." He opened his phone to an encrypted album filled with photos of Yu Haixia. Even after parting ways with Gao Yuan, she had still rejected his goodwill. An ungrateful wretch. Li Yongji erupted in sudden fury, hurling his phone onto the sofa, only to hastily retrieve it, checking for damage. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his suit and tie, regaining his genteel demeanor. "It matters not. After tonight, Gao Yuan will comprehend the price of offending me," he whispered, his eyes glinting with a morbid excitement. Outside, dusk deepened. Gao Yuan tightened his jacket collar and hurried towards the subway station. Ever since the ring lost its efficacy a month ago, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Daily expenses had become a matter of meticulous calculation. His gas-guzzling SUV was no longer a viable option, and he had taken to the Kazan subway for his daily commute. Be aware of your surroundings. Never turn your back to the entrance. Artem's teachings echoed in his mind. Gao Yuan instinctively scanned his surroundings, a habit ingrained in him. 4 months of grueling training had not only altered his physique, his once frail frame had grown considerably stronger, but it also reshaped his mindset. The dim, flickering lights at the subway station entrance made him frown. Kazan's aging subway system was perpetually lagging behind the rate of deterioration. He retrieved his transit card and passed through the turnstile amidst the sparse crowd. The corridor stretched long, its walls plastered with faded advertisements. The sound of his footsteps reverberated in the empty hallway, accompanied by the sporadic notes of a street performer's accordion in the distance. Just then, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He sensed someone was following him. Without turning around, Gao Yuan feigned tying his shoelaces, catching a glimpse of 2 imposing figures approximately 20 meters behind him in the reflection on the ground. Both clad in black jackets, wearing caps and masks. Their robust forms appeared anything but ordinary. "Do not panic. It may simply be a coincidence," Gao Yuan reassured himself, though his body had instinctively shifted into a state of alertness. He quickened his pace while keenly observing the environment around him. A camera was positioned at the right corner, but the light was out. An emergency alarm button lay 50 meters ahead. To the left, a section under maintenance was partially cordoned off. The footsteps behind him hastened as well. Chapter 75. Subway confrontation in the corridor of the Kazan subway station. Gao Yuan's heart raced, yet his breathing remained remarkably steady. Artem's training was proving its worth. When he was 10 meters from the corner, he suddenly sprinted forward, executing a sharp turn into the shadows of the maintenance passage. The 2 pursuers, indeed, fell into his trap, hastily hot on his heels. As they rounded the corner, Gao Yuan emerged from the shadows, executing a precise sidekick that struck the knee of the foremost assailant. A pained yelp escaped the burly man as he fell to one knee. However, his companion reacted swiftly, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Gao Yuan's face. Gao Yuan tilted his head to evade the blow, feeling the rush of air as the fist grazed past his ear. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the assailant's wrist and, employing the Sambo techniques taught by Artyom, executed a shoulder throw, slamming the hefty figure onto the ground. "Who sent you?" Gao Yuan demanded sternly, keeping a wary eye on the first attacker, who was struggling to rise. The response came in the form of 2 men brandishing batons drawn from their waists. The 2 burly figures advanced from either side, their movements synchronized and coordinated, clearly seasoned enforcers. Retreating a few steps, Gao Yuan pressed his back against the wall to avoid being flanked. The first thug swung his baton down upon him, but Gao Yuan sidestepped, the baton crashing against the wall and sparking. Seizing the moment, he delivered an elbow strike to the assailant's ribs, eliciting a muffled thud and a pained groan. Yet, the second enforcer had already maneuvered to his side, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Gao Yuan's waist. He barely managed to block it with his arm, staggering a few steps from the impact. 4 months of training had provided him with a foundation. Yet facing 2 professional thugs remained a strenuous challenge. The kid from Huagua can throw a punch. One of the thugs remarked, his voice thick with a Kazan accent as he twirled the baton with flair. Too bad someone paid for you to end up in the hospital. Gao Yuan remained silent, his focus entirely on the movements of the two men. Artyom had told him that street fighting was not a competition. There were no rules. Pretending to retreat in panic, he suddenly seized a shovel left behind by a maintenance worker and brought it crashing down onto the shoulder of the thug on his left. The clang of metal against wood reverberated, sending a jolt through Gao Yuan's hands. Undeterred, he followed up with a kick to the thug's abdomen, causing him to grunt in pain and stagger back against an exposed electrical box. Just as Gao Yuan prepared to press his advantage, he sensed a rush of air behind him. Instinctively ducking, he felt another baton skim over his scalp. Spinning around, he executed a roundhouse kick that landed squarely on the second thug's chin, the sound of teeth clashing ringing in the air. "Come at me," Gao Yuan taunted, panting heavily as sweat trickled down his cheeks. The culmination of 4 months of training was validated in that moment. He was no longer merely an average international student lost in video games. The two thugs exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by the resilience of their target. They altered their strategy, no longer rushing to attack, but instead slowly tightening their encirclement. Gao Yuan noted that the thug on the right was limping. His earlier knee strike had evidently taken effect. Pretending to glance left, he suddenly lunged at the injured adversary, unleashing a flurry of punches that sent the man reeling. With a resounding impact, a powerful blow finally felled one of the thugs. Yet, before the thrill of victory could linger for even a second, Gao Yuan felt a sharp pain in his back as the other thug capitalized on the moment, striking his scapula with the baton. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and turned around, grasping the baton and yanking it forcefully, simultaneously driving his knee into his opponent's abdomen. The assailant winced in pain and released his grip, allowing Gao Yuan to seize the baton and deliver a swift horizontal strike, leaving the adversary's cheek bruised and bloodied. At that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The first assailant, who had been knocked down, struggled to rise and collided with Gao Yuan, unable to evade in time. They both crashed against the wall. A sharp pain surged through Gao Yuan's left arm as he came into contact with exposed high-voltage wires. The agony of the electric current coursing through his body was indescribable. His muscles seized violently, and his vision turned a blinding white. Through the haze, he vaguely perceived the two assailants scrambling to their feet in a panic, stumbling away in haste. Several hours later, at the faculty dormitory of Kazan University, Li Yongji paced back and forth in his apartment, his phone resting silently on the coffee table, its quietness igniting a sense of anxiety within him. As the clock struck midnight, the phone finally rang. "How'd it go?" he asked, unable to contain his eagerness. "The task is complete," came the hurried voice on the other end, "but that kid is tougher than anticipated." Li Yongji's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "He injured 2 of us. It was only by a fluke electric shock that he was subdued." The voice hesitated before stating, "You'll need to increase the payment." A flash of irritation flickered behind Li Yongji's glasses, yet his tone remained composed. "I need to confirm the results." He was informed at the Kazan Central Hospital's emergency room that the injury was a mild electric shock, and the doctor advised at least 3 days of hospitalization. "Very well. I shall double the payment. Send someone to the hospital to ensure he loses a leg." Li Yongji concluded the call, a victorious smile spreading across his face. He opened a drawer, retrieving a bottle of cherished red wine, pouring himself a glass. "Here's to you, Gao Yuan," he toasted into the air, wishing for him to savor the hospital's cuisine. The wine swirled in the glass, mirroring the malice glinting in his eyes. Li Yongji understood that this was merely the beginning. He intended to make Gao Yuan's life in Kazan unbearable until the young man was forced to retreat to Huagua like a beaten dog. "As for you, Haixia," Li Yongji sipped his red wine, revealing a determined smile. Once Gao Yuan was dealt with, he had ample methods to bring that proud and vain girl to her knees. Outside, the night in Kazan deepened. Meanwhile, at the Kazan Central Hospital, Gao Yuan had been transferred to a general ward. It was a 3-person room, with the other 2 beds currently unoccupied. His left forearm was wrapped in thick bandages. The powerful electric current had damaged both the skin and superficial muscles, and the doctor warned of significant scarring. However, Gao Yuan's expression remained remarkably calm, even with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. The attending physician and nurses were not surprised by Gao Yuan's demeanor when the paramedics had arrived. They had been informed that he had endured continuous electric shocks for 3 to 4 hours and still managed to survive. Indeed, this fortunate student from Huagua has narrowly escaped a dire fate, The high-voltage lines in the subway corridor carry a formidable current of at least 1500 A, capable of delivering a lethal jolt in an instant. Remarkably, he has only sustained a minor electrical burn on his arm, truly an act of divine providence. In the early hours of the morning, the hospital's lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a few emergency lamps casting a faint glow. Two robust men, clad in masks and hats, stealthily approached the door of Gao Yuan's hospital room, their hands burdened with bags filled with fruit. They gently pushed the door open and swiftly slipped inside. On the hospital bed, Gao Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had been in a state of exhilaration, devoid of any desire for sleep, remaining fully alert. It's you two once again. Have you come to deliver yourselves to me? Gao Yuan regarded the two gangsters he had previously encountered at the subway station with a peculiar expression. You both have inadvertently rendered me a great service. I was prepared to let you off the hook, yet here you are, following me to the hospital. Chapter 76. Kazan Hospital in the modern realm of Kazan. Within the confines of the central hospital, Gao Yuan spoke in Mandarin, leaving the two Russian thugs utterly perplexed. They presumed he was pleading for mercy. Yet his expression bore an air of indifference. One of the burly men lowered his voice, saying, "Apologies, but our benefactor has offered a sum for your leg." The other man chuckled darkly. "Fear not. We will be careful. As long as you remain compliant, your life will be spared." Gao Yuan, upon hearing this, did not express anger, but rather felt a sense of resignation. Indeed, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. I happen to require two subjects for my experiments. Why can't you speak Russian? One of the thugs, incensed, charged towards the bed, shouting, "Let us take him together." Gao Yuan remained motionless as the two men seized his arms. Just as they reveled in their apparent triumph, Gao Yuan clasped their arms tightly with both hands. "Gentlemen, let us venture together to another realm." With that, Gao Yuan's consciousness plunged into the ring, initiating the time-space traversal. Received. Energy consumption, 3,000 units. Commencing time-space transition. The scenery before his eyes began to warp and distort, including the two gangsters, as a familiar sensation of stasis enveloped his consciousness. Darkness. The time-space traversal was complete, and the default anchor point was established. As Gao Yuan regained awareness, an intense chill jolted him into full consciousness. He glanced around and found himself grasping two skeletal forms. All flesh and organs had vanished, leaving only pristine white skeletons clad in intact garments. Indeed, with the ring's upgrade, physical contact allows for the traversal of heavier entities. Gao Yuan casually pushed the two skeletons aside. The surrounding temperature plummeted to at least -20 degrees, and most crucially, he must avoid losing body heat. He swiftly discarded his hospital gown and retrieved the Warrior 20 Special Operations suit from the ring's space, simultaneously placing the gown into the ring. This process of releasing and storing items prompted the ring to indicate a consumption of 200 energy units. Hai Yuan donned the Special Operations suit with utmost speed and activated the constant temperature system. Concurrently, he mentally connected with the ring to inquire about the remaining energy status. The response came: Space-time ring, level 2, remaining energy reserves 18,400 units. How much energy is required to upgrade to level 3? What new functionalities will it possess? Upgrading the space-time ring to level 3 necessitates a consumption of 30,000 energy units. The level 3 ring space expands to 3 cubic meters and can precisely preset a dimensional time-space anchor point, traveling through time and space. As well as utilizing the spatial warehouse, all consume energy. Why did you not inform me in advance? Hai Yuan posed this question, his teeth gritted, exasperated that the energy was nearly depleted without any alert. Are you trying to bury me alive? The mechanical voice of the ring conveyed no emotion, resonating within Hai Yuan's mind. The fundamental functions of the space-time ring are detailed in the manual. Please read it carefully. Hai Yuan was left speechless. The warmth provided by the suit's constant temperature system quickly restored his normal body temperature as he observed his surroundings through the helmet's visor. The doors and windows of the hospital room had been pried open, and the moonlight of the night streamed through the void, casting shadows upon two skeletons on the ground. Having associated with the underworld, one must certainly be psychologically prepared for death. Hai Yuan's gaze lingered on the skeletons for 3 seconds before shifting away. If he were to perish from electrocution, who besides his family would care about his fate? As he walked into the hospital corridor, a pungent aroma, a blend of decaying flesh and disinfectant, assaulted his senses. The tactical mask's AI immediately issued a warning. High concentrations of hydrogen sulfide detected, activating filtration mode. Proceeding through the corridor and down the stairs, Hai Yuan arrived at the emergency hall. The doors of the examination rooms lining the corridor were mostly ajar, filled with decayed hospital beds, scattered medical records, and dried bloodstains. Some rooms bore charred bullet holes, indicating fierce conflicts had erupted during the early stages of the catastrophe. The beam from the tactical helmet's flashlight pierced the darkness. The emergency hall appeared frozen in time. Stretchers were covered with frozen shrouds. The liquids and infusion bottles had solidified into bizarre colors, and the scattered medical records on the floor still bore legible diagnoses of acute radiation sickness. Recent signs of activity detected, the suit's AI suddenly announced. Hai Yuan crouched down, directing the flashlight towards the ground. In the dust, clear paw prints were visible, each approximately the size of an infant's palm, arranged in a three-toed pattern. A mutated rodent swarm. He promptly turned off the flashlight and switched to the helmet's night vision mode. The world transformed into a ghostly green hue, at least ensuring his position remained concealed. As he traversed the emergency area, Hai Yuan's boots crunched on something beneath. Bowing his head, he beheld the lens of a pair of spectacles. The frame irrevocably fused with frozen flesh and blood. Beside him lay a skeleton clad in a white lab coat, with a nameplate inscribed Dr. Andreev. The skeletal right hand clutched a syringe, while the left hand curiously reached toward a small leather shoe nearby, clearly belonging to a child. The impending judgment day was a curse upon his lips as Gao Yuan compelled himself to avert his gaze. At the end of the corridor, the pharmacy's metallic rolling shutter had been torn open, creating a gaping maw large enough for a person to slip through. The jagged metal edges suggested not the work of tools, but rather that of some immense claw that had violently ripped it apart. A warning echoed in his ears. Multiple thermal sources detected. The auxiliary AI's alarm blared suddenly, prompting Gao Yuan to press himself against the wall. Whereupon 6 red dots appeared on his helmet's tactical visor, all converging within the pharmacy. He stealthily drew his MP5 submachine gun from his waist. As the first mutated rat burst forth from the pharmacy, Gao Yuan nearly squeezed the trigger. This creature was the size of a medium dog. Its dark gray fur nearly all shed, revealing a pink skin riddled with tumors beneath. Its eyes had regressed to mere white dots, yet its ears were disproportionately large, rotating like radar dishes. Most terrifying of all were its elongated incisors, yellow fangs measuring 10 centimeters in length, the tips still smeared with dubious flesh. This mutated rat vastly differed from the white mutated rats that roamed the snowy wilderness, indicating they belonged to 2 separate breeds. Gao Yuan held his breath, praying it had not detected him. But in the next moment, the mutated rat abruptly turned in his direction, nostrils flaring, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Damn it! Gao Yuan pulled the trigger, opting for a 3-round burst. The bullet struck the rat's back, eliciting a piercing scream, yet it remained standing, enraged instead. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it leaped towards him. Gao Yuan sidestepped, continuing to fire. A bullet pierced the rat's flank, but became lodged between its ribs. Foul blood splattered onto his visor, prompting the AI to activate cleaning mode. Warning: target blood contains radioactive material. Contact is ill-advised. Before he could retreat, a second and third mutated rat surged forth from the pharmacy. These creatures had evidently learned the art of cooperative hunting, one feigning an attack from the front while the others flanked him from the sides. Chapter 77. The Battle of Snakes and Rats. Gao Yuan swiftly exchanged his MP5 for a shotgun. In the confines of the narrow space, the latter spread would prove far more effective. Damn it! He squeezed the trigger. Boom! The shotgun's roar reverberated deafeningly through the enclosed corridor. The 2 foremost mutated rats were obliterated into a gruesome pulp, their rancid blood splattering against the walls. Yet, the gunfire only served to incite even more mutated rats, their shrill screams echoing as they surged forth like a relentless tide. Gao Yuan quickly retreated, pressing his back against the wall to avoid being encircled. I.e., switched to combat assistance. The helmet display immediately highlighted several crimson thread outlines and calculated the optimal angle for firing. Gao Yuan sidestepped to evade. As a mutated rat lunged from his original position, its claws gouging deep into the concrete, he retaliated by smashing the butt of his rifle onto another rat's head. The dull thud of its shattered skull accompanied by a splatter of viscous brain matter. However, the horde was simply too numerous. A mutated rat seized the opportunity to leap onto his back, its sharp teeth biting down towards his neck. Crack! The carbon fiber neck guard of the Warrior 20 suit absorbed the impact, yet the force still caused Gao Yuan to stagger. With a roar, he grasped the rat by its tail and violently slammed it to the ground, following up with a shot. Remaining ammunition for the shotgun, 7 rounds. The AI promptly reminded him. Gao Yuan gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The swarm of mutated rats temporarily retreated, yet they were clearly poised for another assault. Just then, a distinctly different sound echoed from the end of the corridor. The rat horde suddenly stirred, shifting their focus from Gao Yuan to the darkness beyond, emitting anxious shrieks. Gao Yuan's AI system issued another alert. Detection of a large reptilian creature. Radiation levels within its body are critically elevated. The entire space erupted into chaos. Several mutated snakes slithered out from the ventilation ducts, the shattered ceiling, and behind the medicine cabinet. They were not there to assist Gao Yuan. They were merely attracted by the rat swarm as natural enemies. These snakes, also affected by radiation, exceeded 4 meters in length, their scales a sickly shade of gray-green, their eyes gleaming ominously in the shadows. Their jaws had grotesquely widened, capable of swallowing an entire mutated rat. The rat horde fled in a frenzy, but the giant snakes were swifter. One snake shot forth like lightning, precisely seizing a rat's spine, its venomous fangs piercing through, rendering the creature instantly limp. Another mutated snake coiled around 2 rats. The sickening sound of crunching bones sending chills down one's spine. Yet, the mutated rats were not without a means to retaliate. A particularly robust rat pierced a snake's eye with its fang, while another latched onto the snake's neck. Under the leadership of the Rat King, the horde, now in an overwhelming numerical advantage, began to fight back desperately. Gao Yuan froze for a second, then realized this was his opportunity to retreat. He lowered his posture and swiftly navigated through the chaotic battlefield towards the stairwell. Behind him, the anguished cries of rats and the hissing of snakes melded into a cacophony. Just as Gao Yuan prepared to head toward another exit of the stairwell, he heard a rustling noise behind him. He turned sharply, discovering a mutated rat had somehow circled around to his rear. There was no time for contemplation. Grabbing a metal 4 stand from the ground, he thrust it out as the rat lunged towards him. The sharp tip of the stand pierced through the rat's open mouth, emerging from its skull. The creature twitched a few times before finally going limp. Caution! There are 3 large heat sources approaching from behind, likely the crawling creatures from earlier. Hearing the auxiliary AI's voice, Gao Yuan quickened his pace and entered the hospital service hall on the other side, pondering the reason behind the mutated snake's ability to move freely in this frigid weather. It is likely that their bodies have undergone radiation-induced mutations, retaining significant amounts of radioactive material, akin to heated packs, disrupting their hibernation instinct. As the first mutated giant snake burst forth from around the corner, Gao Yuan's heart nearly ceased. The creature's scales glimmered with an unnatural black sheen, and peculiar bony plates had evolved on either side of its head, resembling a helmet. Most terrifying were its eyes, completely devoid of pigmentation, yet flashing with eerie thermal signals under infrared vision. Seeking cover, Gao Yuan dashed toward the nurse's station, closely pursued by the serpent. Scattered behind the counter were yellowed medical records. He seized a metal file holder and hurled it at the nearest snake. The mutated serpent easily dodged, but Gao Yuan seized the opportunity to vault over the counter and sprint toward the pharmacy room. The iron door to the pharmacy was ajar. Once inside, Gao Yuan immediately braced his body against the door. In the next moment, a tremendous impact jolted his teeth. Something heavy collided with the door, creating a horrifying dent in the metal. He glanced around. The pharmacy resembled a miniature apothecary, its shelves bare of any medication. The second collision was even more violent. The door's hinges groaned under the strain, and a snake's head squeezed through the gap, thrashing wildly. Bang! The shotgun discharged, sending pellets flying and shattering. The shot struck the serpent's neck, causing it to rear back, yet the thickened scales evidently absorbed much of the damage. Remaining ammunition, 6 shotgun shells, reported the AI. Outside, a pained hiss echoed as the injured snake's head swayed and retreated. Seizing the moment, Gao Yuan checked the back door of the pharmacy, but it was locked. He noticed signs that the vent cover on the floor had been moved. AI scanned the ventilation system. The ventilation duct measures 0.6 meters in diameter and leads to the lower levels of the building. Weak airflow detected. An exit may exist. Warning: space is confined. Entry is not recommended for equipped personnel. The third impact from a mutated snake shattered the door panel. The head of the first mutated snake broke through the obstruction, its gaping maw large enough to engulf Gao Yuan entire upper body. The second and third mutated snakes followed closely behind. Bang! Without hesitation, Gao Yuan fired another shotgun round and then turned to pry open the vent cover. The steel shot struck the eye of the foremost giant python, causing it to writhe in agony, temporarily blocking the entrance. Gao Yuan, disregarding the outcome of his shot, swiftly crawled into the ventilation duct. The metal interior was encrusted with frost, and he slid down rapidly, akin to a slide, while the sound of the serpent crashing against the duct echoed behind him. Suddenly, the duct dropped vertically, and Gao Yuan landed heavily on a pile of soft material. Night vision mode activated automatically, revealing a sight that made his stomach churn. He stumbled into a nest of serpents, where dozens of mutated juvenile snakes coiled around the half-digested carcasses of aberrant creatures. Fortunately, it appeared that the adult mutated snakes could not navigate through the vertical shaft. An infrared scan revealed an unusual structure, a metal door located 15 meters ahead. The AI's prompt sparked a glimmer of hope in Gao Yuan's mind. Suppressing his nausea, he crawled past the snake nest and indeed discovered a rusted maintenance door at the end of the tunnel. The lock had long since failed, yet something from the outside had lodged it shut. Behind him, the sound of scales scraping against one another signaled that the adult mutated snakes had found a way down. Chapter 78. Secret Research. Gao Yuan slammed his shoulder against the maintenance door, twice. On the third attempt, the door finally yielded. As he squeezed through the gap, a juvenile snake sank its fangs into his calf, but the high-strength fibers of his suit thwarted its bite. Damn it! Gao Yuan kicked the juvenile snake away and sprinted, his boots slipping on the smooth tiles. He veered into a side corridor, hoping to find a more advantageous terrain. The hissing sound behind him grew ever closer, accompanied by the disconcerting sound of dripping viscous fluid. At the end of the corridor lay an operating room. He dashed inside and forcefully shut the door. Surveying his surroundings, he suddenly noticed a refuse clearance passageway on the wall. Even more astonishingly, thermal imaging revealed numerous small heat sources moving deep within a garbage pipe. Mutated rats. There were rodents stirring within the conduit. Without hesitation, Gao Yuan pried open the refuse passage cover with the butt of his gun, using a decaying operating table as leverage to climb inside. The refuse conduit extended downward before branching into a parallel passage. He advanced along the lateral corridor for 30 to 40 meters, only to encounter another fork, where a metal barrier had been completely dismantled. Warning: 2 large heat sources are rapidly approaching from behind. The AI's voice echoed in his earpiece. Damn it, here goes nothing. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and leapt into the darkness of the vertical shaft ahead. He braced himself against the walls with hands and feet to slow his descent, as rust particles cascaded down from the interior of the metal pipe. Above him, the furious hissing of the 2 mutated giant snakes gradually faded away. After approximately 3 minutes of descent, Gao Yuan's boots finally touched solid ground. The atmosphere here was even more frigid than that of the upper hospital, imbued with the scent of some chemical agent, yet devoid of significant radioactive dust. The AI reported radiation level at 89 Roentgen, air quality breathable. To his astonishment, Gao Yuan observed an active metal panel at the end of the pipe. He cautiously approached, pushing open the ventilation cover on the other side, and the sight before him left him breathless. Gao Yuan had entered a realm entirely distinct from the upper ruins. Before him stretched a downward-sloping metallic corridor, the faint markings of the Eden Peach base's top-secret insignia barely discernible on the walls. Unlike the dilapidated structures above, everything here was impeccably preserved, as if time itself had frozen at a particular moment. Radiation level: safe. Temperature: 12. Oxygen content: 18. The AI continually updates the environmental data. Gao Yuan gasped as he examined his calves. His high-intensity suit remained intact, yet bore 2 distinct bite marks. At the corridor's end stood an airlock. While the adjacent biometric system had long since lost power, Gao Yuan located the manual switch, but the dial was frozen. He exerted all his strength to turn it. Accompanied by the hissing sound of escaping compressed gas, the airlock slowly creaked open. He then closed the airlock again and secured it from within, ensuring that even if mutated serpents pursued him, they could not breach the formidable metal door. Beyond the door lay a circular hall, dominated by a DNA double helix sculpture, inscribed on its pedestal with the words Pharmaceutical Deity Group's Human Longevity Division. Surrounding walls were adorned with enormous electronic displays, all currently dark. 6 radiating corridors led to various areas, each marked with labels such as gene sequencing, clinical testing, and sample storage, all presented in a bilingual format of Chinese and Russian. Did this secret base have ties to Huagua? Gao Yuan opted for the corridor labeled clinical monitoring. Flanking either side were observation rooms, their glass panels revealing neatly arranged medical equipment within. In the third observation room, a withered corpse lay on a hospital bed, its patient gown emblazoned with P1147. At the head of the bed was a paper medical record detailing subject P1147. Actual birth date, March 13, 2002. Age at admission, 70 years. Telomere length, 274 kb. Physiological age, 32 years. Status, asleep. Gao Yuan inhaled sharply. A true age of 70 years, yet a physiological age of 32. Was this genuine? He swiftly inspected other wards, each medical record revealing similarly astonishing data. P892 had an actual age of 87 years and a physiological age of 40 years. P3061, an actual age of 68 years and a physiological age of 22 years. The oldest specimen, labeled original sample, astonishingly displayed an actual age of 121 years, with a physiological age noted as 45 years. At the corridor's end, a door marked Chief Researcher S office awaited. Upon pushing it open, Gao Yuan was taken aback by the sight within. A spherical projector occupied the center of the office. On the workbench behind it lay a military-grade laptop, quietly resting. He approached the laptop cautiously. The AI system scanned the surroundings utilizing thermal imaging and infrared methods, detecting no immediate threats. Gao Yuan stowed the laptop into his ring space and continued his search of the office. The safe behind the bookshelf had been pried open, revealing it to be empty. However, in a drawer, he discovered a small hard drive, labeled telomerase reverse transcription template, top secret. Just as he placed the hard drive into his ring space, the AI suddenly blared an alarm. Movement detected. Thermal sources located in the corridor outside. Quantity, 3. Speed, extremely fast. The mutated serpent discovered an alternative passage into this place. Gao Yuan swiftly scanned his surroundings in search of an escape route. The office contained only a single door, while a vent graced the ceiling. He leaped onto the bookshelf, prying open the vent cover with his dagger. By the time the first mutated serpent surged into the office, he had already half-inserted himself into the ventilation duct. The serpent's fangs grazed the soles of Gao Yuan's boots, shattering the bookshelf. He desperately crawled through the narrow duct, the sound of scales scraping behind him indicating that the beasts were in pursuit. The duct suddenly angled vertically upwards, and Gao Yuan nearly slipped. He braced himself against the walls with his elbows and knees, inching his way upward. Below him, the head of the first mutated serpent emerged around the corner, its pale eyes glinting eerily in the darkness. Gao Yuan fell for the last stun grenade at his waist, pulled out the pin with his thumb, and hurled it downward. A blinding flash and a deafening bang erupted within the confined space, and the colossal serpent emitted a piercing hiss. Gao Yuan quickly ascended, crashing through the grate and tumbling into an equipment room. He turned and wedged his dagger against the grate, just in time to thwart the serpent's initial lunge. Beyond the equipment room door lay an ascending staircase, a path leading to the surface. Gao Yuan sprinted toward the stairs. Behind him came the sound of metal tearing, but he dared not look back. The night vision feature of his helmet guided him along the upward path. His energy waned rapidly, each step igniting a searing pain in his lungs. Upon reaching the ground level, Gao Yuan burst through the fire exit, finding himself back in the hall of the eastern wing of the hospital. The blizzard poured through the shattered windows, yet it felt strangely comforting. He staggered toward the exit, only pausing to catch his breath once he confirmed no mutated serpents were in pursuit. On the hand-drawn map of the Kazan wasteland, he had marked the central hospital, yet he had not anticipated that deep within its bowels lay a secret laboratory. I shall return here, but first, I must find a way to eliminate the mutated rats and serpents, with over 30 kilometers separating him from Qingfeng Fortress. The weary Gao Yuan opted to seek refuge in the nearby air raid shelter where the cockroach was known to hide, planning to rest until dawn. The cool-down period of 24 hours had concluded, allowing him to traverse dimensions once more, expending 3,000 energy units. He chose to set the feedback information of the ring to be as comprehensive as possible in order to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Immediate traversal. Chapter 79. The Pursuit of Truth in the Modern Dimension at the inpatient department of Kazan Central Hospital. Gao Yuan sat on the hospital bed, fully alert after regaining consciousness. He glanced at the time. As he had anticipated, approximately 30 seconds had elapsed. Beside the bed lay 2 bags of fruit, special gifts brought by 2 gang enforcers. Alas, what a pity, fruit for the deceased. Gao Yuan chuckled, planning to request the cleaner to dispose of the 2 bags come dawn. That morning, he was transferred to a VIP inpatient room, complete with central air conditioning, a private bathroom, and a tranquil environment, all under the watch of security personnel on duty 24 hours a day. 2 days later, the bandage on his left arm was removed. Yet a conspicuous scar remained on the inner side of his arm. If not treated with professional surgery, this scar would persist indefinitely. I shall keep this scar as a constant reminder, prioritizing safety above all else. The mobile phone on the bedside table began to vibrate. Gao Yuan swiped his finger to answer the call. "Mr. Gao, I'm already en route," came the deep voice of Lawyer Popov from the receiver. "I have brought what you requested. Hurry," Gao Yuan replied, tersely before disconnecting the call. In less than 20 minutes, there was a gentle knock on the ward door. Popov entered, clutching a brown paper bag under his arm. "You look better than I imagined," he remarked, closing the door and expertly checking for any eavesdropping devices before taking a seat on the chair beside the bed. "Well, not too bad," Gao Yuan replied, propping himself up. "What did you find out?" Popov retrieved several photographs from the paper bag and spread them across the bed. The first image depicted 2 bald, muscular men, their faces brutish and their gazes fierce. "We have identified the individuals who assaulted you, Igor Petrov and Andrei Smirnov, elite enforcers of the Viper Gang, with a history of violent offenses." Popov's tone remained calm. Interestingly, both received a transfer of 50,000 rubles from a shell company just a day prior to the incident. Gao Yuan picked up the photographs, scrutinizing them closely. "Who hired them?" "Now that is the truly intriguing aspect," Popov continued, producing several bank statements. "The actual controller of that shell company has concealed his identity through several layers of offshore companies, but it ultimately leads back to—" He paused. "A familiar acquaintance from your university days." Gao Yuan's pupils constricted. "Li Yunzi." "Precisely," Popov nodded. "Your university acquaintance is more complicated than one might assume. In addition to serving as a teaching assistant, he is also an underhanded lender on campus, with ties to several gangs in Kazan." Gao Yuan's fingers began to tap unconsciously against the railing of the hospital bed. "Li Yongji, that pretentious and cunning professor with gold-rimmed glasses, possesses such influence. I want him to pay for this," Gao Yuan declared coldly. "Popov, I can authorize a certain financial amount." Popov adjusted his glasses. "This brings us to the second matter. In Russia, revenge is an art form that necessitates suitable partners." "What do you mean?" "It means," Popov lowered his voice, "if you genuinely wish to pursue this matter to its conclusion, rather than merely seeking scapegoats for venting your frustration, you will require the cooperation of the law enforcement system. They, coincidentally, are quite receptive to generous individuals like yourself." Gao Yuan understood. He gazed out the window, where the sunlight glinted off several official vehicles with flashing lights in the hospital parking lot. In this nation, the law has never been a rigid construct. Rather, it is a malleable commodity that can be bent and traded. "Popov, arrange a meeting," Gao Yuan finally stated. "Money is not an obstacle." With a satisfied smile, Popov remarked, "A wise decision. It just so happens that Deputy Chief Ivanov of the Kazan Police Department is hosting a small gathering tonight. He expressed considerable interest upon hearing about your situation." "How much?" "A preliminary investigation suggests 500,000 rubles, with arrests at an additional cost," Popov casually replied. "Of course, complications may arise if university faculty members are involved." Gao Yuan interjected, "First, we must deal with those 2 thugs. I need them to identify Li Yongji." Popov nodded, retrieving the documents into a paper bag. "I will pick you up at 7 this evening. Business casual attire will suffice." At 7 o'clock, the unassuming entrance of the Valkyrie Club lay hidden beneath a 19th-century building in the old district of Kazan. Gao Yuan followed Popov through the dimly lit corridor, faint jazz music and the sound of clinking glasses filling the air. "Remember," Popov whispered before pushing open the final door, "no official matter shall be discussed here. Only friendship." The scene beyond the door surprised Gao Yuan, a lavishly decorated private room adorned with oil paintings from the Tsarist era. Beneath a crystal chandelier sat 5 or 6 middle-aged men, all clad in tailored suits and prestigious watches. The balding man at the head of the table stood immediately upon their entrance. "Ah, our esteemed friends from Huagua," Deputy Chief Ivanov exclaimed, arms wide open, his Hermes belt buckle glinting under the lights. "I hear you've encountered some unpleasantness?" Gao Yuan forced a smile as he shook hands with the lawman. Ivanov's hand was thick and damp, reminiscent of a piece of risen bread. Just a minor incident, Gao Yuan downplayed, accepting the vodka offered by a server. The ensuing 2 hours unfolded as a meticulously orchestrated performance. Caviar, truffles, and prime steaks paraded before them, while conversations meandered from hunting to football, from women to politics, deliberately avoiding the true subject at hand. Gao Yuan noted that whenever a server approached, discussions would seamlessly shift to trivial matters. After several rounds of drinks, Ivanov finally steered the conversation back on track. I heard there was a severe incident at the subway station recently. It's quite concerning regarding Kazan security. Popov interjected appropriately, indeed. What is more alarming is the evidence suggesting that this was not a random crime, but a premeditated act of higher violence. Oh, is that so? Ivanov feigned surprise. Such a thing exists? Gao Yuan set down his glass and produced a check from his inner pocket, gently sliding it towards the deputy chief. Perhaps this information might assist your investigation. Ivanov casually glanced at the figure on the check. 1 million rubles, equivalent to 2 years of his official salary. In less than a second, the check vanished into his suit pocket. We always welcome citizens providing leads, especially concerning the venomous Fong gang, Popov added. The atmosphere at the table subtly shifted. Several officials, who had been jovially conversing, suddenly fell silent, exchanging furtive glances. Ivanov's expression grew grave. Sergei's men? This complicates matters. Gao Yuan immediately grasped the underlying implications. The notorious leader of the Viper gang, Sergei Makarov, was no ordinary crime lord. His influence might have already infiltrated the pockets of some individuals in this very room. Chapter 80. Fleeing back home in a private booth of the Valkyrie Club. Gao Yuan spoke calmly. I am merely a victim seeking justice. He added, of course, justice sometimes necessitates additional resources. Ivanov gazed at Gao Yuan for several moments before bursting into laughter and raising his glass. To justice. By the end of the midnight feast, a deal had been struck. The police would raid several Viper gang hideouts to apprehend the 2 thugs, while Gao Yuan pledged to fund the procurement of new equipment for the Criminal Investigation Department. Though unspoken, everyone understood this was a drama of justice orchestrated with rubles. In the early hours of the following day, a warehouse on the outskirts of Kazan was surrounded by over 20 special police officers. Sergei Makarov, a burly middle-aged man sporting a goatee, was busy counting the week as protection money in his office when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Boss, the police are here. A flustered henchman burst in. Sergei cursed under his breath, swiftly shoving the ledger into a shredder before retrieving a prepared fake ledger from his drawer. Years of experience warned him that this raid was unusual. There had been no prior notice, and the scale exceeded that of a routine inspection. Which 2 unfortunate souls drew the short straw? Maxim and Fyodor. Very well, let them exit through the back door. Their family shall be looked after by the Viper gang. He commanded while dialing a number. Upon the call connecting, Sergei simply stated, the individuals you seek are by the trash bins in the back alley. 10 minutes later, when Ivanov stormed into the office with his men, Sergei had already regained his composure and even poured a glass of whiskey for the esteemed deputy director. With a cordial smile, Sergei inquired, What winds have brought you here, Oleg Viktorovich? Ivanov refrained from touching the drink. Routine inspection, Sergei Makarov. There have been recent heinous incidents at the subway station, with leads pointing to your associates. My associates? Sergei feigned exagérée surprise. This must be a misunderstanding. We conduct legitimate business here. At that moment, a voice crackled through the radio. Sir, we have apprehended 2 suspects matching the description. Sergei sighed and retrieved an envelope from his safe, sliding it across to Ivanov. Here are their employment contracts, proving they are my security personnel. If they have committed any wrongdoing, it is a personal matter and has nothing to do with this company. Ivanov accepted the envelope, gauging its weight, and nodded slightly. Of course, a corporation cannot be held accountable for the private actions of its employees. The transaction was completed in a shared, knowing glance. Sergei preserved his business by sacrificing 2 scapegoats, while Ivanov fulfilled his promises and received his reward. As for the truth, it was merely a trifling detail amidst the circulation of rubles. After the police car sped away, Sergei dialed another number. It was Leonji's. You made a grave error. Professor, Sergei coldly remarked. My 2 men are already in custody. You're next. I suggest you vanish and swiftly. At the Kazan Police Department, Gao Yuan stood before the one-way glass of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, observing the 2 scapegoats pushed out by the gangsters. They were undoubtedly not the true culprits. The perpetrators had transformed into mere skeletons in another realm. Over 20 hours of interrogation had left them unrecognizable, their eyes sunken and dark, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Have they confessed? Gao Yuan inquired of Ivanov, who stood beside him. The deputy chief shrugged. They confessed. But it's of no use. They only admitted to having been paid to assault. The employer's details were relayed through intermediaries, and there is no direct evidence pointing to that university professor. Gao Yuan had anticipated this outcome. Li Yongji was cunning and knew how to shield himself. Meanwhile, in the faculty apartment of Kazan University, Li Yongji frantically stuffed items into a suitcase. His trembling hands caused his golden-rimmed glasses to slip and shatter. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li froze in place, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Professori, came the voice of a female student outside. Could you please clarify the scope of next week's monthly exam? Letting out a sigh of relief, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and steadied his voice. Tomorrow. In the office, he replied. Once the footsteps receded, he immediately dialed a number. Give me a ticket for the fastest flight to the capital tonight. The following morning, a flight to the capital ascended into the clouds. Li Yongji sat in economy class, watching the Kazan skyline shrink away, releasing a long breath of relief. Meanwhile, in the police chief's office, Gao Yuan frowned. Where is he? He vanished, Ivanov replied with a grimace. He took the first flight out of Russia. Without an extradition treaty, we are powerless. Gao Yuan fixed his gaze on the despondent henchman in the interrogation room and suddenly smiled. That's all right. This is still quite helpful. He turned to Ivanov and handed him another envelope. Thank you for your efficient work. This is the promised additional equipment fund. As he departed the police station, Popov awaited him in his Mercedes-Benz. Are you satisfied? Gao Yuan gazed out at the buildings, very satisfied. Now I know what to do. Should we arrange for follow-up actions in the capital? Popov cautiously inquired. Gao Yuan shook his head. No need. Some matters I must handle personally. As the car crossed the river bridge, Gao Yuan recalled how just half a year prior, he was an ordinary international student engrossed in gaming. Now, he has mastered one of the most powerful magics in this world. The rules of the game of money and power. Popov, take me back to the hospital to pack my things, he instructed. I plan to return to Huagua next month for the May Day holiday. Half an hour later, at Kazan Central Hospital, the VIP ward on the top floor was remarkably tranquil, with deep gray wool carpets muffling every footfall. Zhang Jing stood before Gao Yuan's hospital room, clutching a bouquet of white tulips, her fingertips slightly tense. She had anticipated a standard single-patient room, especially since Gao Yuan had gone bankrupt. However, the nurse guided her to the upper floor, and the moment the door swung open, Zhang Jing was taken aback. This was no ordinary hospital room. It was clearly a luxurious suite. In the spacious room, the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city park, and the morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting warm spots of light upon the hardwood floor. The hospital bed was a leather electric adjustable model, and on the bedside table rested the latest MacBook Pro. In the corner, a Bio Bluetooth speaker was playing Liang Zhu, a piece of pure music from Huagua, which happened to be her favorite. Gao Yuan stood inside the room, and upon seeing her in a daze at the doorway, he smiled gently. Jing, come in. Returning to her senses, Zhang Jing slowly entered the room. She placed the tulips on the bedside table and softly inquired, Are you feeling all right? Quite well, Gao Yuan replied, lightly touching her fingertips in a natural and affectionate gesture. The doctor said I could be discharged soon. Chapter 81. Acquisition of the mine at Kazan Central Hospital, VIP ward. Zhang Jing lowered her eyelashes, her gaze sweeping across the room. Italian-imported leather sofas, fresh flowers in the bedside vase replaced daily, and even the trash can was a German-imported smart sensor model. The luxury of this room was certainly beyond that of an ordinary patient. This room must be quite expensive, she tentatively remarked. Gao Yuan's expression remained unchanged. A friend helped arrange it. A friend? Zhang Jing felt a stir of curiosity within her. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and a tall, middle-aged Russian man entered. He was clad in a finely tailored dark gray suit, his graying temples meticulously groomed, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist gleamed with a subtle radiance under the light. Ah, Miss Zhang, the man greeted with a smile. I am Sergei Dmitrievich Popov, Mr. Gao's lawyer. Zhang Jing responded politely, though her gaze inadvertently fell upon the car keys that Popov casually set on the coffee table. They were the keys to a Mercedes Maybach, and the gold embossed Maybach on the black keychain was particularly eye-catching. You two carry on. I'll wait outside, Popov said, exchanging a glance with Gao Yuan before turning to leave. Zhang Jing followed his retreating figure with her eyes, and through the window of the ward, she caught sight of a sleek black Mercedes S650 Pullman parked below. The contours of the vehicle are fluid and elegant. Its windows are fashioned from bespoke privacy glass, and the wheels gleam with a lustrous matte silver finish, exuding a subtle yet undeniable air of luxury. This car is not one that an ordinary lawyer could afford. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. Zhang Jing sat in the armchair beside the hospital bed, her fingers unconsciously tracing the hem of her skirt. Gao Yuan's father's bankruptcy had come as a shock, and now these details seemed incongruous. The VIP ward, the private lawyer's Maybach. If Gao Yuan had truly gone bankrupt, why did a prominent attorney like Bobov still treat him with such deference? How could he still afford such an opulent hospital room? A thought began to crystallize in her mind. Could this be a deliberate test? She recalled the resoluteness with which Yu Haixia had departed, that once proud girl who had resembled a peacock. Upon hearing of Gao Yuan's downfall, she had not hesitated for even a second, packing her bags and moving out that very night. If this was indeed a trap set by Gao Yuan, then what of Yu Haixia? The corners of Zhang Jing's lips involuntarily lifted, only to be startled by her own line of thought. Why had she become so scheming? Suddenly, Gao Yuan's hand covered hers, the warmth of his touch bringing her back to reality. What are you thinking? So lost in thought. His voice was deep and soothing, his thumb gently caressing her knuckles. Zhang Jing raised her eyes to meet his, finding his gaze focused and profound, as if he could see into her very soul. She felt a twinge of guilt and lowered her gaze. It's nothing, just concerned about your injury. Gao Yuan smiled, not pressing further. He handed her a velvet box from the bedside. For you. Inside lay a pair of pearl earrings, almost identical to the one she had lost. I remember you mentioned they were a birthday gift from your mother. Gao Yuan's voice was soft, though it could never fully replace what was lost. It was nonetheless a token of my sentiment. Zhang Jing's nose suddenly tinged with emotion. He still remembered such small details, even when she had nearly forgotten. As they left the hospital, Bobov insisted on escorting her. The interior of the Mercedes Maybach was more luxurious than she had imagined. The seats were upholstered in Napa leather, carrying a faint scent of sandalwood. When the privacy partition rose in the back, it created a completely independent space. The onboard refrigerator held several bottles of Oolong mineral water and the pure fruit juice Gao Yuan often drank. Jing, come sit here. Zhang Jing obediently took her seat, and Gao Yuan immediately grasped her hand. His thumb gently stroked the back of her hand, that feeling of being cherished warming her heart. Regardless of whether he was truly bankrupt, this tenderness was undeniably real. Thank you for coming to see me. Gao Yuan gazed into her eyes. During this time, it has only been you and Chao Haiyang by my side. His words pierced Zhang Jing's heart like a small dagger. She suddenly felt a wave of guilt for having doubted him. Yet the suspicions remained. The luxurious hospital room, the private lawyer, the brand new Mercedes. Has Yu Haixia contacted you? She inquired tentatively. Gao Yuan's expression instantly turned frosty. No, nor is there any necessity for it. Zhang Jing lowered her head. Recalling Yu Haixia's words upon leaving Gao Yuan, I cannot waste my time following someone who possesses nothing. In retrospect, how ironic it was. If only Yu Haixia knew what she had missed. 3 days later, Gao Yuan and Popov arrived on the outskirts of Kazan. In the snowy expanse, an ostensibly abandoned textile factory loomed beneath the leaden sky. Stepping out of Popov's Mercedes, Gao Yuan squinted against the biting cold wind, which nipped at him like 1,000 icy fingers. This dilapidated structure was a far cry from the high-tech cryptocurrency mining facility he had envisioned. Is this the place? Gao Yuan exhaled, his breath forming white mist in the frigid air. Popov adjusted his cashmere scarf and pointed towards a large transformer affixed to the side of the factory. Do not be deceived by its exterior. What lies within is worth witnessing. He pushed open the heavy soundproof door, and a wave of heat and noise crashed upon them like a tsunami. Gao Yuan's windscreen instantly fogged up, and he was engulfed by the deafening roar of thousands of fans whirring at high speed, reminiscent of being inside a jet engine's cabin. Welcome to the future gold mine. Popov raised his voice, nearly shouting. As Gao Yuan wiped his windscreen clean, the sight before him widened his eyes in astonishment. Inside the factory, rows of metallic frames stood in neat alignment, each densely outfitted with over 20 mining machines, their indicator lights twinkling like stars. Several technicians in short sleeves darted between the frames, inspecting data displays. The entire space was shrouded in an eerie blue light emitted by thousands of graphics cards working simultaneously. Here, there were 1,024 Antminer S19J Pro mining machines. A balding man in a checkered shirt approached, and introduced himself. "I am Dmitry, the manager of this mining facility." He handed Gao Yuan a pair of noise-canceling headphones, and the world around them quieted significantly. Each mining machine boasted a computing power of 104 THS, resulting in a total power capacity of approximately 106 PHS for the entire facility. Dmitry led them through the aisles, explaining that, based on the current difficulty of cryptocurrency mining, approximately 80 bitcoins could be produced monthly. Gao Yuan reached out to touch the exterior of one machine, only to retract his finger immediately, alarmed by the searing heat of the metal surface. "Is it this hot?" he asked. "Normal operating conditions," Dmitry replied, gesturing towards the ceiling's duct system. "We have upgraded the Soviet-era ventilation system, and with these industrial-grade water cooling units, we can maintain an average temperature below 75 degrees. They arrived at the control room in the center of the factory, where the noise diminished considerably. A wall of monitoring screens displayed real-time data, power consumption, computing power distribution, and temperature heat maps. On the opposite side, a screen showcased the price trends of Bitcoin. Currently, our electricity cost is 32 rubles per kilowatt hour. Dmitry presented a table detailing the preferential electricity rates for industrial use in the suburbs of Kazan, estimating the monthly electricity expenses at approximately 21 million rubles. Including network fees, maintenance costs, and equipment depreciation, the fixed expenditures range between 32 to 35 million rubles. Chapter 82. Ring Upgrade. The virtual currency mining operation in the outskirts of Kazan. Gao Yuan gazed intently at the flickering numbers, mentally calculating the break-even point. Based on the current Bitcoin price, 80 Bitcoins equated to around 600 million rubles, resulting in a monthly net profit of roughly 56 million rubles after deducting costs. This being a conservative estimate. Popov quietly whispered in Gao Yuan's ear. 75% of the pure profit must be allocated to the influential figures behind the mining operation, while the visible owner receives merely 25% of the profits. Gao Yuan nodded and inquired further, "What is the condition of the equipment?" Dmitry exhibited a proud demeanor, stating, "It is 80% new, and each unit has undergone rigorous testing. We have a team of technicians working in shifts to ensure a 99.9% uptime." He tapped the keyboard to bring up the maintenance records, revealing that there had been only 17 hardware failures in the past 6 months, all rectified within 4 hours. Gao Yuan remained non-committal, responding, "Let us inspect the power system." They followed Dmitry to the rear of the facility, where 4 massive transformers and a backup generator set were installed. "The Kazan Power Supply Bureau has specifically approved this dedicated line for us," Dmitry explained. "Even in the event of a citywide blackout, we can independently supply power for 72 hours. Suppressing his inner excitement, Gao Yuan calmly asked, "What is the monthly electricity consumption of these mining machines? What is the variance in consumption?" Dmitry replied candidly, "The monthly consumption is around 3 million kilowatt hours, with a deviation ranging from 2.9 million to 3.5 million kilowatt hours. The more aged the mining machines become, the greater the energy wastage." Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan exerted effort to maintain his composure, though it was evident that he struggled to suppress a smile. On the return journey, his mind continued to process the information he had just received. The Mercedes glided along the snow-covered road, the heater emitting a gentle hum. "Well," Popov broke the silence. "Does it meet your expectations?" Gao Yuan rolled down the window to let the crisp air invigorate his thoughts. "The technical aspects are quite professional, but why is it being sold at such a low price? There must be a reason for the 50% discount." Popov retrieved a folder from his briefcase. "There are 3 reasons. First, the original shareholders hold a pessimistic view of the cryptocurrency market, believing that stricter regulatory policies will emerge next year. Secondly, the electricity discount may not be renewed. The state government is reassessing the subsidies for industrial electricity, and if approved, prices could rise by 40%. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow. That would significantly diminish the profit margins. "Precisely," Popov nodded, "and thirdly, which is the most crucial point." He lowered his voice. "One of the shareholders' nephews has been appointed as the deputy director of the Federal Financial Supervisory Service of Russia. The family needs to purify their asset portfolio." Gao Yuan understood entirely. This is not merely a conventional business transaction. It is a pivotal part of a political reshuffling. "The risks are evident," Popov continued, citing the volatility of Bitcoin prices, rising energy costs, and policy uncertainties. "Yet, opportunities abound as well." He cast a meaningful glance at Gao Yuan, for the names of those elusive shareholders carry significant weight in Kazan and even Moscow. Gao Yuan gazed out at the birch forest racing by. He comprehended Popov's implication. Acquiring the mining facility transcends a mere commercial investment. It serves as a ticket to a certain echelon. Why have they chosen me? Gao Yuan inquired suddenly, reasoning that such opportunities would be sought after by many. Popov smiled. For the same 3 reasons. First, you possess liquid cash with flexible sources. Second, as a citizen of Huagua, cross-border asset allocation is more convenient for you. Third, he paused. Because of my recommendation. As the vehicle entered the urban landscape of Kazan, neon lights began to flicker through the snowy veil. Gao Yuan contemplated the myriad possibilities. 50 million rubles is no trifling sum, yet if managed astutely, it could not only secure a stake in the cryptocurrency market, but also introduce him to influential figures he would ordinarily never encounter. More importantly, the temporal energy ring requires a stable, long-term influx of substantial energy. Let us arrange a meeting, Gao Yuan finally declared. I wish to converse with him personally. Popov displayed a satisfied expression, a wise decision. In fact, they have already prepared the documents, awaiting only your signature. 3 days later, Gao Yuan returned to the mining facility, this time to the underground conference room. Seated across the long table were 3 men who refrained from self-introductions. Yet their demeanor and entourage unmistakably indicated they were the significant figures Popov had mentioned. Are the terms clear? The gray-haired man in the center spoke, his voice deep. 50 million rubles, cash, encompassing all equipment, lease rights, and existing energy contracts. Gao Yuan nodded. I have 2 conditions. First, Dmitry and his team must remain for at least 1 year. Second, even in the event of rising electricity prices, full energy supply to the mining facility must be ensured. The gray-haired man exchanged a glance with his companions. Acceptable. The signing ceremony was brief yet efficient, as Gao Yuan inscribed his name on the final document. The gray-haired man rarely displayed a hint of a smile. Welcome aboard, Mr. Gao. There is a small gathering next week. Perhaps you would be interested in attending? My assistant will send an invitation. On the return journey, Popov appeared even more exhilarated than Gao Yuan. Do you know who he is? He is the cousin of the Minister of Energy. The value of this transaction far exceeds that of the mining facility itself. Gao Yuan stared out at the fleeting scenery, his mind racing. This roaring mining operation is not merely a profit-generating machine. It is his inaugural pass into the corridors of power in Russia. Those shimmering mining rigs have transcended their role as mere computers. They are now pawns on his new chessboard, tirelessly excavating wealth and opportunities for him day and night. By the way, Popov suddenly recalled, the mining facility requires a new name. As the new master, you possess the authority to implement changes. Gao Yuan pondered for a moment. Let it be called Dragon Valley Technology Company. The following day, Gao Yuan returned to the Dragon Valley mine alone, meticulously surveying the site multiple times. He then conveyed his directives to Dmitry, who accompanied him. Dmitry, modify the mine circuitry to include an additional high-voltage safety line as a backup, particularly ensuring that the grounding safety discharge system has sufficient power. Dmitry nodded in agreement, though a hint of concern crossed his face. Boss, however, this will incur an additional cost of nearly 1 million rubles. No problem, Gao Yuan replied. I happen to have some cash in the trunk of my car, ample to cover this expense. You can later process this amount through the company's accounts. Understood, boss. By the end of April, the modifications to the mine's electrical circuits were completed. Gao Yuan visited the site, entering his office, donned insulated gloves, and carefully attached the ring to the specially designed socket for the high-voltage line. The time-space ring indicated it can absorb 10,000 degrees of electrical energy per hour. Very well. Let us allow the ring to absorb its fill in one go. To ensure the ring's safety, Gao Yuan remained indoors, spending a total of 20 hours in his office. After receiving an infusion of 200,000 degrees of electrical energy at the mine, the time-space ring ascended to level 6. The internal space of the ring expanded to 6 cubic meters, with a remaining reserve of 500 degrees of energy, sufficient to preset 2-dimensional time-space anchor points. Hearing the information conveyed through his thoughts from the ring, Gao Yuan snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Excellent. This month we've also accrued 78 BT coins. After deducting various costs and shareholder dividends, I still have 18 left for myself. This instantaneously recoups my investment and yields profit. Next, he contemplated whether to sell these BT coins through a cryptocurrency exchange, engage in transactions on the dark web, or simply retain them for himself. Chapter 83. The dark web world in the depths of the night in Kazan within the study of a high-end apartment, room 701. The eerie blue glow emitted by the military-grade laptop illuminated Gao Yuan's face. This robust Russian military laptop was equipped with the Warrior 20 system. Gao Yuan inserted a pitch-black USB drive, devoid of any capacity markings. It served as the unique key to access the dark web system. Upon successful fingerprint verification and iris scanning, the laptop emitted a mechanical electronic sound, the screen abruptly going black, only to reveal a line of blood-red text. Welcome to the dark web. In the lower right corner of the screen, a small skull icon appeared. Gao Yuan moved the mouse to click on it, prompting a dialog box. Welcome to the dark web entrance. To ensure anonymity, please connect using the Tor browser. Following the on-screen instructions, he downloaded and installed the Tor browser, and after a series of intricate proxy settings, he successfully established a connection. The screen flickered several times before suddenly transitioning to a completely different interface. Against a pure black background, countless ever-changing green links floated, resembling a vast spiderweb. This is the true entrance to the dark web, a digital underworld more clandestine and perilous than the deep web. The Tor network is now connected. Anonymity level, skeleton soldier. A prompt flashes across the screen, warning that all actions are untraceable, but the consequences are borne by the user. Gao Yuan takes a deep breath and enters Shadow Alliance into the search bar, the most reliable trading platform in the dark web, as mentioned by Old Ivan. After 3 hops, a blood-red emblem unfurls at the center of the screen, a shadowy hand gripping a dagger, with the word Shadow Alliance inscribed below in English. The new user registration page is remarkably straightforward. It requires merely a username, a password, and a minimum deposit of 0.01 BTC, with no identity verification needed. The username serves as identity, and currency as proof. The page states this clearly. Gao Yuan attempts to register with the username Big Fool, only to be informed that it has already been taken. Could it be? Such an obscure name is already claimed? He is left speechless and tries adding a number, transforming it to Big Fool 2025, which is successfully accepted. He then transfers the prepared 1 BTC to the designated address. The moment the transaction is confirmed, the page refreshes automatically, revealing 3 golden stars next to his username, indicating a level 3 user on the platform. Welcome, Big Fool 2025. A private message automatically pops up. Your credit limit, 1 BTC. Adhere to the rules, maintain anonymity, and enjoy your experience. Gao Yuan begins to explore this bizarre platform. The interface design is exceedingly rudimentary, yet its functionalities are terrifyingly potent. The main page is divided into a dozen sections: financial services, intelligence trading, chemical products, special services. Each section contains numerous subcategories. What astonishes Gao Yuan most is the human resources section, which lists various services at explicit prices, ranging from simple surveillance to physical elimination, starting at 0.5 BTC with no upper limit. He clicks into the intelligence trading section and posts a task. Locate the current address and detailed information of Chinese citizen Li Yongji, offering 0.001 BTC. This price is equivalent to $110 or 770 yuan. Less than 3 minutes after posting the task, the system notifies him of a response. A user named Data Phantom sends a brief message. Order accepted. Delivery in 30 minutes. Gao Yuan leans back in his chair, feeling a wave of unreality. In the ordinary internet realm, such an invasion of privacy would necessitate complex hacking skills. Yet here, it is as simple as ordering takeout. He continues to browse the platform, discovering even more disturbing services: passport forgery, bank account theft, and even global delivery of various human organs. All transactions are conducted using BTC or other cryptocurrencies, and all users operate under a pseudonym, devoid of any personal information. 25 minutes later, the system indicates task completion. The Data Phantom sent an encrypted file package along with a message. Target's basic information is offered free of charge. Details have been sent as agreed. Please check and release payment. Gao Yuan downloaded the file package and entered the decryption key provided by the sender. The first thing that appeared was a recent photograph of Li Yongji, evidently captured by a surveillance camera, with a note indicating he was picking up a package at the entrance of a residential community in Guangzhou City, Hunan Province. Following, there was a comprehensive personal dossier: identification number, phone number, home address, bank account details, social security number, and so forth. The most chilling aspect was a subfolder titled Private. Upon opening it, Gao Yuan discovered clear images of Li Yongji in his bedroom at home, seemingly obtained by invading his computer's webcam. There were also intimate photographs of him with various women, each image annotated with the time and location of capture. "This is utterly outrageous," Gao Yuan murmured, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He had merely sought to ascertain Li Yongji's whereabouts, but instead uncovered the entirety of his digital existence. The stark invasion of privacy exhilarated him and terrified him in equal measure. The thrill of imminent revenge clashed with the dread of the dark web's formidable power. He released a payment of 0.0001 Bitcoin as agreed, subsequently receiving the Data Phantom's final message: pleasant cooperation. Should you require additional services, feel free to reach out, including special services accompanied by a ghostly, smiley emoji. Gao Yuan closed the dialog box and meticulously examined Li Yongji's information. According to the data, upon returning to the country, Li Yongji headed straight to his hometown in Guangzhou City, Jiangxi Province. The bank statements indicated a recent large sum of money transferred in, marked as consultation fees, with the source linked to an offshore company in Kazan, presumably Li Yongji's hard-earned savings over the years. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and a system broadcast caught Gao Yuan's attention. Emergency notification. User Darkrow has been permanently banned by the administrator for attempting to trace client IPs. Their Bitcoin balance has been confiscated as a penalty. Remember, violating the rules will leave you with nothing. Gao Yuan was somewhat taken aback. In the realm of the dark web, the cost of transgression was not merely a ban. It entailed the outright confiscation of all funds, which could represent an entire fortune for many individuals. He clicked on the platform's rules page, which contained only a few succinct points. 1. Never attempt to breach the system or trace users. 2. Transaction disputes must be resolved independently. The platform bears no responsibility. 3. Reputation is paramount. Violators will be blacklisted. 4. The administrator holds final authority. Concise, ruthless, and efficient. There are no lengthy service terms, no privacy policies, only the most fundamental law of the jungle. Gao Yuan noticed a constantly fluctuating number at the bottom of the page, representing the current online user count of the Shadow Alliance platform, displayed as 87 for 21. Nearly 90,000 individuals simultaneously lurked within this numerical shadow, engaging in various illicit transactions. In such a realm, the dark web is in a constant state of emergence and dissolution. He returned to the main page, only to find several promotional emails cluttering his inbox. New arrivals of Colombian pure product at a special price of 0.005 BTC per gram. Custom surrogacy services from Lithuania with a 3-day turnaround. DDoS attack services capable of incapacitating any website. Each email appeared as a portal to a more sinister world. Gao Yuan dismissed the advertisements and sought other information. He discovered that the Shadow Alliance had a reputation rating system, allowing users and service providers to rate one another. Notably, the Data Phantom boasted an impressive score of 495, having completed 274 transactions, indicating that at least 3,000 individuals, like himself, had procured various privacy-related intelligence. Suddenly, a video chat request popped up in the lower right corner of the screen, emanating from an unfamiliar user named Venom. Gao Yuan hesitated momentarily before clicking to decline. Instantly, a message appeared: a wise choice. In this world, misplaced trust can cost you your life. A chill crept up Gao Yuan's spine. He glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the morning, and the night in Kazan remained profoundly dark. In this insomniac digital underworld, time seemed to lose all significance. He cast another look at Li Yongji's profile, noting crucial information on paper before severing his connection to the dark web. Chapter 84. The expansion of the supermarket in the desolate wasteland of Kazan. The climate remains frigid throughout the year, yet spring and summer tend to bring more sunny days, with extreme cold storms being a rarity. Upon regaining his senses, Gao Yuan found himself in the main office of the old Gao supermarket in the black market area. Excellent. After reaching level 6 with the ring, I can preset 2 temporal anchor points, in addition to the 2 default travel locations, allowing me a myriad of combinations for temporal anchoring. Gao Yuan unlocked the office door and proceeded to the 2nd floor of the main store. Following over a month of construction, Old Gao Supermarket had successfully opened 3 outlets in the military base, the Steel Alliance, and the Black Market, alongside the original store in Qingfeng Fortress. He now possessed 4 supermarkets within this region. The main store was established atop the ruins of a railway freight station in the Black Market area, with the remnants of the building resembling the skeletal structure of a colossal turtle sprawled across the frozen ground. The platform, once used for loading and unloading goods, was now covered with heavy lead alloy plates, forming a 3-meter-high protective wall. Boss, the radiation shielding on the east wall needs replacement, reported Hu Bing. The security captain clad in makeshift armor, his breath crystallizing into frost on the exhaust valve of his gas mask. Last week, acidic snow corroded the seams. Gao Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the main supermarket structure, which had been transformed from train containers. 20 standard containers were arranged in a cross formation, with the joints reinforced by welded steel frames. The interior was divided into several sections: a food area, a weapons trading zone, a pharmaceutical section, a grocery area, and even an old bar fashioned from a repurposed train carriage. Solar panels and snow water collection devices adorned the roof, glinting with a cold metallic sheen beneath the overcast sky. The most conspicuous feature is the aluminum sign above the entrance of the Laogao supermarket, marked in both Chinese and Russian. First, fortify the defenses. Gao Yuan's voice emerged somewhat distorted through the helmet's visor. The supermarket security is paramount. Upon entering the store, a melange of machine oil, disinfectant, and human scent assailed the senses. The shelves were meticulously arranged with a variety of goods, ranging from food and radiation-resistant herbs to homemade weapons, each section guarded by fully armed staff. Each faction had stationed a full complement of 20 armed personnel in the neutral zone, and Gao Yuan cleverly employed some goods as remuneration, recruiting all 60 individuals as part-time security for the supermarket. The patrons in the neutral zone were a mixed lot: lone wanderers, smugglers, and members of wandering squads, who, apart from engaging in various trades, favored the Laogao bar as their preferred gathering spot. Boss, the Steel Alliance and the garrison base are pressing for supplies. They urgently need coal. Alina's voice crackled through the intercom. Both are willing to pay us double the cost of transportation. All right, I'll set off immediately, Gao Yuan replied to Alina. Keep an eye on the supermarket and stay in touch. The journey through the desolate wasteland took a full day. When Gao Yuan spotted the 12 smokestacks of the Steel Alliance's steel mill belching black smoke, he knew the convoy of 5 modified trucks was running critically low on fuel. The core area of the Steel Alliance was jointly managed by 6 gangs, their insignias, gears, anvils, and hammers, welded onto 10-meter-high blast walls. The Laogao supermarket was situated in the abandoned workshop number 3 of the steel mill, preserving the industrial aesthetic from the days prior to the judgment. Within the expansive space of over 20 meters, the original crane tracks were now adorned with various second-hand lighting fixtures. The interior of the thick refractory brick walls had been reinforced with lead plates, and the trough originally designed for pouring molten steel had been repurposed into a drainage system. The supermarket shelves were crafted from rebar and stamped steel plates, arranged in perfect order. The surrounding air quality was abysmal. The Steel Alliance controlled the only operational small steel mill in the area, where metallic dust and the scent of sulfur perpetually lingered in the atmosphere. The supermarket was built alongside the cement road, leading to a small hydropower station, with a Steel Alliance light armored vehicle parked in front of the small square, serving both as protection and surveillance. Boss, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Boris, clad in the supermarket uniform, greeted him. His right, I had been blinded by a sniper from the Blood Wolf gang during the chaos at the old cement plant. Subsequently, he had been ousted from his position as deputy leader and had promptly applied for the role of store manager at the Steel Alliance's branch. Roman was preparing to double the steel production and was actively acquiring quality coal from various sources. With supplies in hand, there would be no concerns regarding sales. Bullies, the coal mine's output is limited, and right now, there are more wolves than meat, Gao Yuan lamented. His spatial ring had expanded to 6 cubic meters, but transporting coal from a modern dimension was certainly not cost-effective. Boris suddenly recalled something and cautioned, boss, should Roman mention the matter of credit, you must absolutely refuse him. Why? Because the ultimate decision-making power of the Steel Alliance lies with the Council of Elders. Roman is merely a figurehead. Bully scoffed, stating that any concessions he offers represent only his faction. If the Elders of the Steel Alliance refuse to acknowledge them, it will lead to complications. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Gao Yuan nodded. The supplies I transport will either be exchanged for steel or will augment the power supply. I will incur no debts. Gao Yuan's next destination was the military base in New Moscow, which occupied the ruins of an old cement factory by the river, having undergone some renovations. As the searchlights of the base swept across Gao Yuan's convoy of cargo trucks, a radio signal identified, GH001, please stop in the yellow zone for inspection. The environment of the base was starkly different from other areas. Neat cement roads were flanked by orderly barracks, with armed sentinels stationed at every intersection. In the distance, Three T-14 tanks remained on constant alert on the helipad, alongside a new Sim-26 heavy-armed helicopter. However, the sky was fully occupied by mutated avian creatures, making the helicopter's deployment a matter of luck. The military base prohibited any unauthorized structures, with the old Gao supermarket being the sole exception, its orange-painted exterior standing out amidst the gray and white. Gao Yuan stood before the small garden at the supermarket entrance, created from discarded tires and shell casings, where a few mutated tulips and cacti thrived. Each time he observed soldiers in gas masks carefully watering the plants, he was reminded of the world before Judgment Day. Within this fortress of steel and military order, this small patch of greenery had become the most sought-after and precious commodity. Inside the supermarket, the layout resembled an oversized military logistics warehouse. The 3 floors were connected by metal staircases, with each item bearing a corresponding number tag. The first floor offered canned goods, compressed biscuits, and substandard vodka in limited quantities to customers. The second floor required real-name registration for daily necessities, while access to the third floor, reserved for special items, required a pass from officers of major rank or higher. Last month, cigarettes and vodka had sold out early. The manager of the Gao supermarket at the military base was named Sophia, a middle-aged woman with a figure reminiscent of a barrel, yet still possessing some charm. She was also the sister-in-law of General Kirill. The supply of goods in New Moscow is limited, but you need only source the goods. And I assure you no one will inquire about their origins, she assured him. Gao Yuan smiled. I will do my utmost. Transactions at the Gao supermarket of the military base accepted both barter and a certain amount of New Moscow currency, namely the new ruble, which enhanced General Kirill's perception of the supermarket favorably. Chapter 85. Domestic Life Modern Dimension, Kazan. In May, Russia experiences an abundance of holidays. The International Workers' Day coincides with the Victory Day on May 8th, allowing Gao Yuan to take 3 days off and enjoy an uninterrupted 11-day break. He embarked on a solitary journey back home, where aside from reuniting with his parents and younger sister, he aimed to address matters concerning Li Yongji. After a series of flights and high-speed train transfers, Gao Yuan arrived in his hometown, the historic city of Sanxia in the northern region of Hubei province, connected by an underwater tunnel that traverses from north to south. As the taxi entered the residential complex, his heart raced with anticipation. It had been over half a year since he last visited. He wondered if the atmosphere at home had improved. During their last video call, his mother had incessantly complained about his father's investment choices, while his father remained utterly silent. The doorbell rang 3 times, followed by hurried footsteps from within. Brother. The door swung open abruptly, and his sister Gao Chang's round face lit up with joy as she catapulted herself into his embrace. Chang has grown taller. Gao Yuan chuckled, playfully tousling her hair, only to notice the faint dark circles under her eyes. Haven't been sleeping well? Just as she was about to respond, their mother, Li Fun, called from the living room. Is my son back? What are you doing standing at the door? Come in and change your shoes. Her tone was as assertive and efficient as ever. In the living room, their father, Gao Zhangwo, looked up from his newspaper, a flicker of joy crossing his face, though he merely nodded and said, You're back. Dad, Mom, Gao Yuan replied as he set down his luggage, quickly scanning the room for his parents. An invisible tension hung in the air, reminiscent of the oppressive calm before storm. It's so cold in Russia, and you're dressed like this? Li Fun approached and pinched the thickness of his jacket, her brow furrowing in concern. Do you have any idea how serious the flu is right now? And how costly medical expenses can be? Mom, I'm not cold, Gao Yuan replied with a smile, retrieving 2 exquisitely packaged boxes from a suitcase. These are gifts for you. Li Fun accepted the gift, her fingers instinctively tracing the embossed gold logo on the packaging. This brand isn't cheap, is it? Where did you get the money? I earned it from a part-time job, Gao Yuan replied, nonchalantly, handing his father a long box. Gao Zhangwo opened it to reveal a finely crafted mechanical watch resting on plush fabric. His eyes widened slightly as his fingers delicately brushed the watch face. Is this a Russian Nika watch? It's a fake. Gao Yuan interjected swiftly, noticing the skeptical look from his mother. It's a replica, but the movement is quite good. Dad, do you like watches? Their eyes met briefly, and a shared understanding seemed to pass between them as his father nodded gently. It does look quite authentic. You spoil your father, Li Fun remarked, shaking her head, yet she did not press further. She opened her own gift box, revealing a stunning Russian gemstone silk scarf, her eyes brightening momentarily before she composed herself. You mustn't spend money frivolously. As an overseas student, you should focus on your studies. During dinner, Gao Yuan noticed his father already wearing the high-quality replica watch on his wrist. The conversation at the dinner table shifted from the weather in Russia to Gao Yuan's studies, and then to Gao Zhangwo's foreign trade business. Yesterday, old Zhang secured a significant deal. Li Fun, placing a piece of green vegetable into Gao Chang's bowl, cast her gaze towards her husband, wondering how he, also in foreign trade, could manage to secure so many orders. Gao Zhangwo paused momentarily in his chewing, then resumed his meal with his head bowed. The business has its own rhythm, Gao Yuan interjected, unable to hold back. The current environment is unfavorable. The entire world is embroiled in a tariff war. What do you know? Li Fen interrupted her son. Your father is simply too conservative. He hesitates when he should invest and recklessly invests when he shouldn't. That batch of goods last month. Enough. Gao Zhangwo suddenly raised his voice, slamming his chopsticks down onto the bowl. Your brother has just returned. Can we not enjoy a peaceful meal? Silence enveloped the table. Gao Chang instinctively shrank her neck, her large eyes anxiously darting between her parents. Gao Yuan noticed his mother's lips pressed into a straight line, a flicker of hurt flashing in her eyes before she quickly regained her sharp gaze. I'm full, he declared. Li Fen set down her bowl and walked toward the living room. Gao Zhangwo sighed and resumed eating, observing his father's hunched figure and his mother's rigid shoulders. Gao Yuan felt as though a stone weighed heavily upon his chest. This household was perpetually shrouded in an inexplicable aura of negativity. That night, Gao Chang stealthily entered her brother's room. Brother, Mom and Dad have been like this lately, she said, sitting across from Gao Yuan, her voice barely above a whisper. They had a terrible fight the night before last, and I cried. Gao Yuan gently ruffled his sister's hair. What were they arguing about? Mom said Dad is a failure, and Dad said Mom doesn't understand him. Then Mom said if it weren't for us, she would have. Gao Chang suddenly halted, tears welling in her large eyes. Gao Yuan embraced his sister. Don't be afraid. I'm here. In the stillness of the night, Gao Yuan stood by the window, gazing at the city lights. He recalled the sparkle in his father's eyes when he touched his watch and the softness in his mother's expression upon seeing a silk scarf. This family undeniably harbored affection, yet was obscured by the daily cycle of mutual hurt. While the familial bonds had not shattered, they were being worn down by constant quarrels. The following day, Gao Yuan seriously informed his parents that he was currently working part-time in Kazan, engaging in the import trade of daily necessities, and could directly connect with Gao Zhangwo's foreign trade company for transactions involving food and groceries. Indeed, Gao Zhangwo's eyes brightened at this news, and Li Fen did not express any opposition, only cautioning Gao Yuan to be careful in business and not to be deceived. Rest assured, this company is a multinational corporation, quite formidable, and they will pay half of the goods price in advance. There's little risk involved. According to the prearranged plan, Gao Yuan departed for home on the third day, taking a flight directly to the provincial capital, Hezhou, in Lujiang province. Meanwhile, in an apartment within a certain community in Hezhou, a young woman known online as Cuckoo, Hanya, found herself in a dilemma, her fingertips trembling slightly as she stared at a private message from Penguin number on her phone screen. Hanya, I will arrive in Hezhou tomorrow morning. May we meet? The sender is a wealthy patron known as Big Fool, who has topped the rankings in her livestream this month. She set her phone aside and approached the dressing mirror in her rental apartment, unconsciously appraising her reflection. With her apple-shaped face, large eyes, shoulder-length black hair, and skin as pale as snow, her unadorned beauty could easily surpass that of many female streamers boasting scores above 90. Clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue denim jeans, her attire was utterly unremarkable. She pinched her slightly chubby cheeks and sighed. These top patrons can be quite troublesome. As a second-tier streamer on the Shark livestream platform, Hanya was acutely aware of her position. Eschewing suggestive content and refraining from flaunting her allure, she relied solely on her vocal talent and relatable charm to captivate her audience. Consequently, her fanbase grew at a pace far slower than those daring enough to be risque. She had encountered various types of top patrons, yet the wealthy Big Fool with a Russian IP stood apart. Since last month, he had appeared in her livestream almost every night, occasionally showering her with grand rockets, yet never demanding any extraordinary performances from her.